Long Live Summons Chapter 1281 to Chapter 1325. Everyone present found it inconceivable that Divine General Tian Kuei would suddenly join them and rebel against the Eastern Temple Master. It was even more difficult to accept. In Fatty Hai's heart, he even had a malicious guess. Was this Divine General Tian Kuei planning to use the name of rebelling to sneak into the team and then become the Eastern Temple Master's eyes and ears so that he could find Yu Yang's weakness and attack him? If not, there was no reason for this Divine General Tian Kuei to join them. First of all, he was a Divine General, second only to the Eastern Temple Master and above tens of thousands of people. The high and mighty Divine General Tian Kuei didn't need to care about anyone else's feelings aside from his loyalty to the Eastern Temple Master. If he wanted to rebel against the East, regardless of whether he would succeed or not, his life would be in danger. Everyone knew that once he rebelled, he would be opposing the East and the Central Divine Hall. Moreover, he would immediately have to fight to the death. If Yu Yang was about to defeat the Eastern Temple Master and reverse the entire situation, it wouldn't be strange for Divine General Tian Kuei to say that he wanted to rebel. The problem was that the Central Shrine was pressuring the Tong Tian Tower. Even if Yu Yang returned, there was no hope. Wasn't it too early for Divine General Tian Kuei to say that he wanted to rebel? Unless this guy was retarded, he wouldn't make such a crazy move that had no chance of winning. Previously, when Divine General Tian Kuei said that he wanted to cooperate with everyone and to see the Eastern Temple Master, Fatty Hai had been suspicious and probed until that reason appeared. Only then did he reluctantly accept it. Now, Divine General Tian Kuei said that he wanted to join them and rebel against the Eastern Temple Master and the Central Shrine for no reason at all. Who the hell are you trying to fool? Fatty Hai was the first to not believe it. Why? Forget the paranoid Fatty Hai, even Divine General Tian Kuei didn't dare to believe this was the truth. If you can rebel, why can't I? Divine General Tian Kuei laughed loudly and asked Tianqing, if not for that, I would have killed all of you long ago. With your strength, do you think you're worth being bullied by me? What a joke, what benefits can I get from you? Find Titan Yu or his fiancée through you, and overestimate your own abilities to participate in the war of the upper echelons? I'm not that stupid. Let me tell you, I've been watching that sword-wielding Princess Sisai's team charge forward. I won't start a war with her, nor will I start a war with Titan Yu. That's a war that belongs to the upper echelons and has nothing to do with me. I'm just a divine general, I know my limits. It's fine as long as I do my job well. This isn't enough to prove anything. Perhaps you are trying to bluff your way through and achieve some kind of goal. Perhaps you are trying to gain our trust and then achieve some kind of ambition in Tong Tian Tower. Fatty Hai felt that no matter how exaggerated this fellow's words were, he couldn't believe him. I trust him. The first to trust Divine General Tian Kuei was the Windbreath Seabird. She was smart. Although she did not have any special ability to see through people's minds, she had a strong intuition. If Divine General Tian Kuei really wanted to achieve some kind of goal in this team, he wouldn't need to teach everyone a lesson and scare them out of their wits before saying that he would join the team to fight against the East. He could have said it right from the start, before everyone had even made a move. That way, he would be more deceptive and have a higher chance of success. The reason why he said it after teaching everyone a lesson was a demonstration of his strength. Other than showing that he had no ill intentions, he also wanted to have the right to speak in the team and not be ostracized. It was precisely because of this that it showed that Divine General Tian Kuei was sincere in joining the team. Just like the previous Divine General Tian Ho. It was just that he did not have enough reason to convince everyone at the moment. I trust him too. Prince Tian Luo, who had returned to normal after melting, nodded slowly, affirming Divine General Tian Kuei's wishes. What? Prince, are you crazy? He killed you with a single punch just now, and you still trust him. In my opinion, this fellow is 100% a clone of the East. He's using this opportunity to sow discord or infiltrate our team to achieve some kind of goal. In any case, there must be a reason. Fatty Hai firmly disagreed. You're welcome. Xue Tan Lang expressed his attitude as though his words were gold. Ah? Fatty Hai's jaw dropped to the ground. Wasn't this coffin-faced guy's intelligence a little too low? This was clearly the enemy's scheme. I'd like to ask, what is the reason for you to rebel against the East? Yi Kong also asked cautiously. Yu Yang was not here. Although he was not in name, he had always been carrying out the responsibilities of the team's platoon leader. In the face of any threat or doubt, he had to think calmly. He could not act subjectively like Fatty Hai. That's right. Monkey, this is the first time in my life that I agree with you. Needless to say, this fellow is definitely a fake. Joining us is also a fake. Fatty Hai felt that he had finally found someone who understood him and was immediately comforted. Fool, shut up. Yi Kong felt that this fellow was only causing trouble here and had no other constructive use. The Li brothers had always been Yi Kong's supporters. The two of them stood up. Although they knew that they were no match for Tian Kuei, they still maintained their attacking stance. As long as Divine General Tian Kuei's reason did not pass, then even if they had to fight to the death, they would charge forward without any hesitation, just like how they had faced the star explosion and attacked with an egg. Yi Kong and the Li brothers' opinions were different from Fatty Hai's, Xue Tanlang's, and Prince of Tian Luo's. They were still neutral and did not immediately acknowledge that Divine General Tian Kuei, who had spared everyone, was an ally. Divine General Tian Kuei's expression gradually turned serious. Fatty Hai almost thought that he was going to turn hostile, but who knew that in the next second, Divine General Tian Kuei would look up to the sky and laugh loudly, making everyone confused. What was so funny, strange, just as everyone was puzzled, Divine General Tian Kuei turned to look at Tian Cheng. You might know that my inherent skill is Meteor Kick. In your memory, I, Tian Kuei, am an expert in star explosion. Once I complete my attack, there is absolutely no chance of survival for the enemy. That was everyone's impression, including the omnipotent East. However, this is actually an effect that I deliberately created. My true inherent skill is not Meteor Kick, but seize the championship. Seize the championship? Divine General Tianqing was stunned. What kind of inherent skill was that? My seize the championship inherent skill has two forms. One is to use it on the enemy. If it works, then I will definitely win. The other is if it doesn't work, then I will definitely lose. However, I can choose the second form, which is to use it on myself. In other words, I can give victory to someone else, to the person who wins in the end. For example, Titan Yu in this battle. Divine General Tian Kuei's explanation immediately enlightened Tian Qing. It turned out that this cunning Tian Kuei had already chosen to use his seize the championship inherent skill on Titan Yu at the beginning of the battle. He realized that it was impossible for him to succeed. Under the premonition that he would definitely lose, he did not hesitate to turn around and strike back. He took the initiative to join Titan Yu's side and maintain the possibility of using his seize the championship inherent skill. It was no wonder that Divine General Tian Kuei had never lost a battle. It turned out that he already had two choices. First, if he succeeded in seizing the championship, he would defeat the enemy head-on. Second, if he failed in seizing the championship, he would immediately choose the winning side without hesitation. If that was the case, Tian Kuei had no chance of losing at all. Before the battle, he already vaguely knew who the final victor would be. Was there a need to worry about which side to choose? On the surface, the Eastern Palace Master seemed to have victory in his grasp. All of his plans were interlinked and he had calculated every possibility. However, Tian Chief had betrayed him without any hesitation and sided with Titan Yu, who was still struggling in his predicament. The reason was that this fellow had long since known that Titan Yu would be the final victor of this battle. Of course, he had chosen Titan Yu. Even if Tong Tian Tower's current situation was in a hopeless predicament, what did it matter? As long as Titan Yu managed to turn this situation around and win the battle, everything was fine. Tian Kuei's innate talent was too cunning. This fellow had such an innate ability, it was simply an existence that defied the heavens. Divine General Tianqing could not help but feel jealous. If he had such an inherent skill, would he need to be scared half to death for the sake of freedom? Speaking of which, you, who dared to fight with your life on the line without making any predictions, is more worthy of recognition and respect. At the very least, I don't have your courage. Perhaps this is why you're qualified to be a divine general. Of course, I'm not the only one who has the ability to predict the outcome of a battle like mine. There should be more interesting things happening in the following battles. Divine General Tian Kuei burst into hearty laughter. You're talking about Tianji? Divine General Tian Cheng's heart stirred. Could it be that the most intelligent Divine General Tianji also had the ability to predict the outcome of a battle like Tian Kuei and might join the rebellion? Divine General Tian Kuei listened. He smiled without saying a word. Hey, even if you say that, you can't completely erase your suspicions, right? Fatty Hai realized that he had misjudged him. This Divine General Tian Kuei seemed to really want to join the rebellion against the eastern camp. It was naturally a good thing that such a strong fellow joined. The problem was that his previous words were a little embarrassing, so he could only persist until the end. You can continue to doubt me, with your intelligence. Yi Kong expressed that he could forgive Fatty Hai generously. You can say anything you want about me, but don't doubt my super high intelligence. Monkey, if you say that, I'll fall out with you. Fatty Hai was furious. As a man, there were two things that could never be trusted. One was a man's combat strength, and the other was his intelligence. Go ahead. Yi Kong did not care about this idiot's attitude at all. Haha. Prince Tianluo and the Li brothers could not help but burst into laughter when they saw this scene. Even the cold and unfeeling Shui Tanlang had a smile on his face, as if spring had returned. This was the first time everyone had been so relaxed since the Heaven Realm Army's invasion. Divine General Tian Kuei's participation was not the main reason why everyone was happy. What really made everyone's hearts return to normal was this Divine General Tian Kuei's winning the championship talent. They all believed in Yu Yang. They believed that he could turn the situation around. However, if this could be verified by the enemy, it would undoubtedly be the happiest thing. Their bitter perseverance had finally paid off. Their confidence had been instantly affirmed and restored. The hope that was almost extinguished had once again appeared in front of them like a ray of light. This, of course, was worthy of everyone's joy. Victory. Yi Kong stretched out his hand towards Fatty Hai. The Li brothers, Prince of Tianluo and even Shui Tanlang also stretched out their hands and placed them on top of each other. Finally, there was a slender jade-like hand that pressed on top of each other. They looked at each other and smiled tacitly. Then, they roared in unison, Tong Tian Tower will win. We will win. Tong Tian Tower. The 10th floor, the Guangming continent where the Winged clan had lived for generations. Princess Xianxia led the team, broke through all the obstacles, and charged all the way here in one breath. Originally, there would be millions of Heaven Realm soldiers lined up in formation waiting for them, and the great leaders of the Eastern, Northern and Western Heaven Realms would also set up a terrifying Dragon's Gate formation, waiting to challenge them. Who would have known that in reality, it wasn't like that at all? At the place where they had received urgent requests for reinforcements, the Heaven Realm army had retreated for some unknown reason, leaving behind a messy battlefield and a few enemies that Princess Xianxian and the others had not expected. Who are you? Princess Sisai frowned slightly. According to the information, these people should not have appeared. Now, there were 6 people blocking in front of Princess Sisai. They were wearing the same style of battle clothes. It was the most special part. It was the heaven rune that was engraved with the word devour on the back of their battle clothes, as the symbol of their race. Why did such a Heaven Realm race come to the Guangming continent? Why did they come? Was it for fame or for profit? They had never heard of this kind of super warriors with the Devour Heaven rune engraved on the back of their battle clothes before. What kind of special race were they? Were they mercenaries? Or were they from the hidden clan of the Heaven Realm? However, no matter what, Princess Sisai and the others could make a clear judgment, and that was, these guys definitely did not have good intentions. Actually, we have nothing to say to you. It's just that, in order to make you more afraid before you die, and to receive more shock, I had decided to tell you the truth. The one in the lead was a murderous and intimidating golden giant. His 5-meter-tall figure made him look like a mountain, giving off an unshakable sense of oppression. However, his figure was extremely slender and graceful. Not only did he not have the clumsiness of an ordinary giant, but he also had the most standard human male's body, which was even more elegant and stretched. Like many Heaven Realm rankers, this golden giant also habitually had a weapon erected in front of him. It looked like a halberd. but there was a long blood-red sickle blade at the top. With one look, one could tell that this was a demonic weapon that could easily reap lives. If he was hit by such a strange and cruel demon weapon, even if he survived, he would bleed in extreme pain and wail in pain from the wound that could not be healed. The golden giant swept a glance at Princess Sisai and the rest. Other than the Hell Tiger sword in Princess Sisai's hand, the other people and weapons were nothing in his eyes. On the other hand, the 5 people standing behind the golden giant showed different interest in Sickly Beauty, Yu Yu, Drunken Cat, and Southern Demon King, who were standing behind Princess Sisai. Their lips moved slightly as if they were communicating with each other, secretly choosing their next opponent. We are the Sky-Swallowing Clan. Ever since Tong Tian Tower's warriors appeared in the Heaven Realm, our clan was born. We were born to destroy Tong Tian Tower. It can be said that we are your nightmare and your natural enemy. As for me, my name is Tu Wan. Ever since your conquering queen's era, I have been a sky-swallowing warrior whose life goal and responsibility is to kill Tong Tian Tower's warriors. As the golden giant spoke, he looked at the Hell Tiger sword in Princess Sisai's hand. Because of some special circumstances, I missed the chance to behead Prison Emperor Zhang Feng. This time, I will not miss the chance to behead Titan Yu again. Of course, before beheading Titan Yu, I don't mind beheading all of you women who are Titan Yu's wives and concubines. Don't talk to me about justice and evil. Between the Sky-Swallowing Clan and the warriors of Tong Tian Tower, only death is the final destination. So, don't expect any touching words or tears to move us. It's useless. Instead of wasting your energy, why don't you think about how you can die faster and reduce the pain before you die? That seems to be very clear. So, all of you, die. The golden giant named Tu Wan immediately attacked after he finished speaking, not giving Princess Sisai and the others a chance to speak. The blood-red sickle slashed down like lightning. Princess Xianxia raised the Hell Tiger divine sword in her hand to parry, but she was shocked to find that Tu Wan's blood scythe was like a living creature. It could extend infinitely. Her original parry didn't have any effect. Not good. If she raised her hand, she would be in danger of being beheaded. Princess Sisai was caught off guard. Even if she used all her strength to change her attack, she couldn't catch up to the speed of her opponent's heavy slash. Moreover, this strange blood-red sickle could extend infinitely. It was even faster than the heavy slash. The long curved blade had already reached the back of Princess Sisai's head. Crystal Dream. Sickly Beauty clasped her hands together and closed her beautiful eyes. Above her head, a dazzling rainbow rose up. Then, not only Princess Sisai's body, but the bodies of all her companions were also protected by a transparent and unbreakable crystal barrier. Sickly Beauty's kindness and tolerance towards life had always been an obstacle to the improvement of her attack power. Even though she had comprehended the sovereign's will, she was still a Sickly Beauty who didn't want to take the initiative to kill her enemies, let alone take the lives of others. Battles and wars were naturally not suitable for her. The headmaster, who was passionate about research, was Yu Yang's most gentle wife. Unlike Princess Sisai and the others, she had no interest in following Yu Yang to fight on the battlefield. Instead, she was willing to quietly be his woman, wholeheartedly assisting him in his enlightenment and growth. With such a personality, Sickly Beauty was destined not to be a warrior on the battlefield known for her attack power. However, it was also because of this personality of Sickly Beauty that her understanding of defense was far superior to the other women. When she wore the crystal armor, raised the crystal shield, and covered herself with the power of the crystal domain and the unique sovereign's will, on the battlefield, even the gods wouldn't dare to say that they could break through her defense. The Sickly Beauty, she had actually been fighting with all her might. However, her fighting style wasn't to attack. Instead, it was to defend. Only her husband, Yu Yang, knew her secret wish of I want to use my own strength and my own way to protect my lover and my sisters. Only he could understand her hard work and determination in this aspect. She rarely participated in battles, so her strength wasn't accurately displayed. However, this didn't mean that she didn't improve. Every time Yu Yang improved, she, who had dual cultivated with her lover, would naturally improve by leaps and bounds. Today, when the greatest crisis of Tong Tian Tower arrived, Sickly Beauty, who was determined to protect her lover and her sisters, finally shone the brightest light in her life. Ding, the sickle blood flow, which could easily slash a 10,000-meter-tall mountain into 2 meters, or even cut it in half, was a godly weapon that could be ranked second among the dragon-devouring clan in the upper realm. However, under the sneak attack of its master, Tu-wan, it was actually blocked by a crystal wall that looked beautiful but was as thin as paper. How could this happen? It wasn't just Tu-wan who was the master, even the few sky-swallowing clan warriors who were secretly laughing behind him had their jaws dropped to the ground. A crystal wall formed by willpower could block a heavy blow from a divine weapon? And it was a crystal wall that was as thin as paper. Could it be called a crystal wall? However, the truth was right in front of him. Even though it was unbelievable, it was the truth. Princess Sisai and the rest were in disbelief as well. They turned to look at Sickly Beauty, as if they were getting to know her all over again. The Sickly Beauty's expression was now serious, unlike her usual gentleness. She slowly opened her crystal-like eyes and stared at the sky-devouring warrior Tu-wan who had fallen into a rage after his failed sneak attack. "You're just a fake god, don't even think of hurting my sisters." "Even though I don't want to fight, I promised him that I would take good care of everyone. Don't even think about acting violently in front of me." Behind the Sickly Beauty, there were several pairs of incomparably exquisite crystal wings that couldn't even be described with words. With her sovereign willpower as the center, a crystal barrier expanded continuously. In the end, not only did it protect Princess Sisai and the rest, it also forcefully pushed Tu-wan, who was standing opposite of Princess Sisai, away. The golden giant named Tu-wan roared angrily. He reached out his right hand and forcefully blocked the crystal barrier. He intended to shatter it. However, even with his god-level strength, it was useless. In the end, he raised the divine weapon blood flow in his hand and struck it 100 times, but it could not shake the crystal barrier at all. "What the hell, this is impossible. You're clearly not a god level. How could you create a barrier that even a god level and divine weapon could not break?" Tu-wan could not understand at all. How could there be such a talent in this world? And how could there be someone who could comprehend and create this kind of crystal barrier that could only defend and not attack? Could it be that this woman in front of him had never thought of attacking others in her entire life? Even if it was an enemy? "My supreme will is eternal and unmoving. You only know how to destroy, you don't even know how to create. How can you break my eternal will?" The Sickly Beauty didn't want to explain. She knew that Tu-wan's strength was far above hers, but that didn't mean anything. Only by comprehending the true eternal true God could it be possible to break the crystal dream that she had created with her sovereign willpower. Sometimes, power was not omnipotent. This was the true meaning that she had comprehended from her lover's wisdom. Defeating the strong with the weak, using softness to overcome hardness, using slowness to counter speed, using roundness to break through the weak, Yu Yang's great wisdom was formed from the combination of various inherited knowledge and self-enlightenment. He shared it with her during dual cultivation and improved together. How could Tu-wan, a fake god whose strength had reached god level on the surface, see through all of these? "It's okay. Let's not talk about how impossible it is. Even if you hide in this turtle shell for the rest of your lives, we don't care." The golden giant Tu-wan suddenly calmed down. He shrugged and pretended to be at ease. He pulled out the divine weapon blood flow and hung it on his back, pretending to be resting after the battle. Killing all life in the Tongtian Tower is the goal of the Sky-Swallowing clan. Leaving you behind to slowly torture you is not a bad idea. And if you are so naive to think that you will be safe with a crystal barrier like this, then you will be the biggest joke in the world. I, Tu-wan, am only the vanguard of the Sky-Swallowing clan to destroy the Tongtian Tower. The real mastermind is the god-slaying Tu-shur. Compared to my brother, I, Tu-wan, am a great philanthropist who will be praised immediately. Ha ha ha, wait patiently. After we kill the scum of the Tongtian Tower, we will come back to see your miserable state. God-slaying? Tu-shur? Princess Sisai pursed her lips and snorted in disdain. Never heard of it. Suddenly, she walked out of the crystal barrier. Under the incredulous gaze of Tu-wan and the rest, she slowly raised the tiger prison divine sword. "Before that stupid god-slaying comes, let me give him a gift. I believe that if he sees your heads piled up in front of him, he will definitely feel the sincerity of my gift. Everyone, before you die, let me give you a free sentence. Tong Tian Tower is not a place for dogs and cats. Seeking your own death. Tu Wan had originally thought that he could temporarily deal with these girls, because the defensive power of the crystal dream in front of him had far exceeded his expectations. However, this arrogant girl with the divine sword had actually abandoned the protection of her companions and arrogantly stood out in front of him. She couldn't possibly fight against him with just a divine sword in her hand, right? The divine sword was indeed the legendary Prison Emperor divine sword. But how much of its power could she use? Tu Wan's eyes showed a hint of cruel pleasure. Because, the one he was about to destroy was a female warrior of Tong Tian Tower who looked perfect on the outside. The more he knocked down the high and mighty position of this heaven's proud daughter and stepped on her, the greater the sense of accomplishment in his heart. Maybe in less than a minute, she would kneel in front of him like a lowly dog, begging for her life. What kind of humiliation should he use to torture such a proud girl? Should he use her crying and licking his toes, or should he peel off her flawless white skin bit by bit under her pleading? Yes, maybe he should do it this way. He should pull out her internal organs, pull out all her long intestines, and use her as a human kite to fly in the sky, for symbols, combine. Princess Xianxia slowly straightened her left hand, then slowly retracted it. She closed her fingers and clenched her fist. On top of her head, thousands of lightning bolts condensed into an incomparably wonderful green dragon knot. It looked like sword chi, but more like a runic circle that carried the will of the holy power. The flaming wings that could burn all things rose from Princess Xianxia's back. That kind of heat forced the golden giant Tu Wan to take a step back uncontrollably, and he finally woke up from his crazy fantasy. When Tu Wan came back to his senses, he found that the area below his feet had unknowingly been frozen by some kind of terrifying ice power. The strangest thing was that this kind of freezing and the heat between his breath did not conflict at all. Instead, they complemented each other, making the heat even hotter and the ice even colder. Other than that, Tu Wan also felt a kind of hidden but definitely existing killing intent. Compared to his own blood beheading, it was not inferior at all. It was even more sudden and explosive. When the four completely different types of energy, lightning, fire, ice, and killing intent perfectly fused together, and then used by the divine sword, that kind of power. Tu Wan secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His originally disdainful heart turned into caution. Now, he finally understood. It turned out that these girls from Tong Tian Tower cultivated to the extreme. The girl just now was purely defensive and did not have any attack power. With her unlimited focus and innate talent, the crystal dream's barrier could not even be broken by his blood flow. Scythe. Right now, this woman was the exact opposite. She mainly walked the path of attack and did not defend at all. She put all her strength into killing. She belonged to the type that would risk her life and kill with a single strike. As long as she dodged the first strike, then she would be finished. A martial artist who could only attack without defense was like a cripple walking on one leg. There was nothing to be afraid of. Kill. Princess Xianxia raised the Hell Tiger divine sword high. The four types of saint energy merged together exploded perfectly. In that instant, the heavens and earth trembled under her murderous intent. It's better to avoid it. The golden giant Tu Wan's expression was grave. Although he was a divine-level expert, he was not an idiot. It was impossible for him to forcefully receive such a desperate attack. Even if he could receive it, there was no need for him to be injured. What was face and honor worth? Only the one who obtained the final victory would be the true winner on the battlefield. Moreover, there was no need to face such a desperate attack directly. It was fine as long as he dodged it easily. It was the most labor-saving method. If he could achieve the best result, why not? Tu Wan waved the divine weapon blood flow scythe and cut through the space. In the instant when the laws of heaven and earth closed up, he pierced through the space and turned into a ray of golden light, flying into the endless void. When he returned 3 seconds later, he believed that he would be able to make a counterattack that would reverse the situation. When the opponent's strength was at its weakest, he would heavily chop off half of her body from behind. At that time, he believed that the expression on her face would be very pleasing to look at. He, who had escaped into the void, did not see that Princess Xianxia, who had slashed down with all her might, had, within 1,000th of a second, freely stopped the four-symbol saint energy that seemed to have reached its limit and was hard to control. Unknowingly, the southern goblin king had already stood out. Her jade-like hands. She lightly played her pipa. The tinkling sound was like spring water flowing over rocks in the forest. The few sky-swallowing clan members who had the same thought as Tu Wan and had escaped into the void earlier suddenly could not hide anymore. One by one, they reappeared in front of Princess Sisai and looked at the Hell Tiger divine sword hovering above their heads in shock. Isn't the returning melody very pleasing to the ears? How about another storm? That's a heavenly sound that can even shatter space. The southern demon king's pale fingers waved gracefully on the jade pipa in her arms. Her 5 fingers were like a wheel. In the next second, the entire space immediately turned into billions of fragments and started to spin in a whirlpool. No. The few sky-swallowing clan powerhouses were terrified to find that because of the shattering of space, Tu Wan, who was supposed to return for the surprise attack, had disappeared. The few of them were sucked into the whirlpool of the space storm and could not easily escape in a short period of time. The Hell Tiger divine sword above their heads ignored all obstacles. Inch by inch, it slashed down. There was no other power in the world that could resist its destructive will. Just like that, they could only watch it descend. Even if they had all their strength, they could not use it at all. The few sky-swallowing clan powerhouses screamed in despair. Of course, before their voices left their lips, they were already sucked into the space storm. There was no way for them to transmit their master's will of fear. What made them even more desperate was that the divine sword did not slash their bodies in half like normal swords. Instead, it slashed heavily on the void, completely destroying the space that was constantly mending itself. No matter how strong one's body was, even if it was turned into dust, it was useless. Because what she wanted to destroy was not the body, but the space. The space storm shattered again. It collapsed under the divine sword. First, it erupted outwards. However, before it could completely expand, the ancient laws had already retracted and returned to the starting point of creation. The few sky-swallowing clan powerhouses in the center of the collapsing space did not even have time to cry out before they were annihilated in this newly formed black hole. Just like the destroyed space, both their bodies and souls were peeled off layer by layer. Finally, they were all destroyed to their original state. Nirvana deification, the destruction and seal that even gods could not escape from. Maybe it was like this. Before their souls were annihilated, they suddenly thought of the terrifying term nirvana deification. At the same time, Tu Wan realized that he had lost his way in the void. The place that he had secretly left to guide him back had mysteriously shattered. Perhaps, this was the plot of the Tong Tian Tower women. They were not his match at all, but they used tricks to successfully force him to retreat. However, if they thought that they could be safe this way, they were very wrong. No matter how far he left the void behind, he would not leave the Tong Tian Tower. Because, he had the guidance of the Eastern Palace Master's inherent skill. No matter what, he would not leave the Tong Tian Tower. These arrogant Tong Tian Tower women, when they meet in the next battle, he believed that the expressions on their faces would be very interesting. Tu Wan waved the blood scythe, relying on his body's instinctive guidance to return to the Tong Tian Tower. Perhaps, the landing point this time was completely different from before. But what did it matter, as long as they were in the Tong Tian Tower? Those women, as well as all the lives in the Tong Tian Tower, would not be able to escape the fate of being beheaded. The revenge that the sky-swallowing clan had been waiting for 10,000 years, would officially begin at this moment. When Tu Wan returned to the Tong Tian Tower, he could not help but roar towards the sky. Trying to trap him in the void? Dream on. Honorable God level, the Eastern Palace Master has specially ordered us to wait for your arrival here. In the sky not far away, there were close to 100 auxiliary soldiers from the heaven realm flying over like arrows. All of them prostrated on the ground to show their respect to this god-level ranker. Their small leader did not even dare to raise his head to look at Tu Wan's face. He could only kiss the ground under Tu Wan's feet in worship as he reported to the descending god, "The place you are at is the heaven stairway at the bottom of the Tong Tian Tower. The distance to the heaven stairway's 5th level, White River Valley, is less than 10,000 kilometers. Very good, Mr. Dongfang always wants to be ahead of others." This god is very satisfied with his meticulous work. Tu Wan was also very satisfied with these escorts who prostrated on the ground and respectfully kissed the ground under his feet. This kind of respect made him feel the importance and courtesy of the Eastern Palace Master. There were so many people in the Heaven Realm army, but how many of them could receive such courtesy from him? Gene D? Demon Emperor, can their styles compare to mine, not to mention the East, West, North and the others who came to ask for money, but in the end, they would definitely end up empty-handed. Tuan was elated. He immediately felt that he needed to express his gratitude to the Eastern Palace Master for his unparalleled courtesy. Speak, what does your Palace Master want this god to do? Although I have supreme free will, I don't mind listening to my old friend's plan. Besides, I believe in his wisdom. He must have come up with some ideas since he is so meticulous in his calculations, right? It's like this, the Palace Master found out that there are a few little mice from Tong Tian Tower who want to secretly support the Night Empress who is fighting against the immovable revered elder. He hopes that the Honorable Sir will take action and kill these clowns who might disrupt the battle. The leader of the Heaven Realm auxiliary troops had excellent eloquence and his flattery was extremely brilliant. This made Tuan feel incomparably satisfied. His heart felt as if it was floating, as if he was drinking fine wine. Go back and tell your Palace Master that this kind of thing is too simple, this god can easily complete it. Next time, don't let this god do this kind of unchallenging task. Forget it, I won't be able to explain it clearly to you. Go back and report. Not only the little mice that sneaked over, but also the Night Empress who thinks she can fight against the immovable revered elder. This god will also kill her. Just treat it as a little surprise for Mr. Dongfang. Tuan arrogantly waved his hand, indicating for the Heaven Realm auxiliary troops to leave. He held the blood scythe in his hand and activated his divine sense, using all his strength to sense the movements within 1,000 miles. A sneaky little mouse, just nice, he urgently needed a little killing and blood to satisfy his hungry and thirsty heart. Tuan quickly sensed the target. It had to be said that the Eastern First Palace Master's talent and wisdom were too shocking. After Tuan made a mistake in fighting Princess Sisai and the others and fell into the void, he immediately guided Tuan to another battlefield to display his power. This guidance not only crossed a vast space, but also accurately landed within 500 miles of the enemy. The entire arrangement was terrifyingly perfect. At this distance, Tuan could rely on his divine-level senses to search for the enemy. But the enemy knew nothing about it. In this world, only the Eastern First Palace Master, who had talent in chess and used heaven and earth as his chess pieces, could do this. The Eastern First Palace Master gradually began to take on the role of an official, gathering the large net that he had laid out long ago on the battlefield. In order to achieve this, even Tuan, who had reached the divine level, could not avoid becoming a chess piece that he could freely control. This was the Eastern First Palace Master's unparalleled talent in chess that could control everything. Go to hell, poor little mice. Tuan, who had discovered the target, excitedly released the terrifying power of the divine level. He impatiently used the blood scythe to cut open the space. He could not wait to fly, and directly teleported to the side of the target that was about to launch an attack. As a hidden chess piece of the Eastern First Palace Master, he had waited for a long time. He was originally prepared to have a feast of blood when he appeared, but he did not expect to be forced into the void by his opponent and almost lost inside. Now that he finally had a chance, he simply could not wait a second longer. Beheading, heads, fresh blood, and desperate wails. These were the things that his hungry and thirsty heart needed the most. Tuan, like a god descending, suddenly broke through the air and landed in front of the few targets that were hurrying over. They were little mice in his eyes. Actually, they were a few women. In the middle was a flower fairy dressed in a beautiful flowery robe. Her body was covered in rainbow-colored rings. What made Tuan very unhappy was that this flower fairy also seemed to be at the divine level. Her faintly discernible divine intent and power made Tuan feel an invisible pressure. No wonder the Eastern First Palace Master would let him intercept them. So the opponent was a divine level. However, Tuan didn't think that a divine-level flower fairy, who was at most a support-type flower fairy, would be able to pose any threat to him. Perhaps in the process of killing her, she would be slightly more troublesome, but in the end, she definitely wouldn't be able to escape the fate of death. On second thought, Tuan felt that it was actually not bad to have such an enemy. He could abuse and play for a longer time, and after completing the mission, he would have a greater sense of accomplishment. Most importantly, defeating a divine rancor would allow him to win a higher position in the heart of the Eastern Palace Master. Standing to the left of the Flower Fairy was a dragon lady who seemed to be at the divine level. Moreover, she was clearly a combat-type dragon lady. He had a strange will about him. Tuan felt that his most troublesome opponent might be her and not that Flower Fairy. He couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. On the right of the Flower Fairy was a queen of the Bloody clan. Her strength seemed to be at the level of a divine envoy or a divine general. She wasn't worth too much attention at all. Standing next to this queen of the Bloody clan seemed to be a sheep lady from the Sheep clan. However, this sheep lady was too tall and slender. If it wasn't for the pure white curved horns on her head, one would suspect that she was a human woman and not a tamed sheep lady. On the other side of that dragon lady was a flame spirit from the Ghost clan. This kind of spirit without any intelligence. It wasn't worth wasting time. Tuan only took a casual glance and determined the order of attack. First, he would kill that weak sheep lady, then the queen of the Bloody clan. Next, he would casually kill that spirit without any intelligence. In the process, he would find an opportunity to severely injure or kill that non-combat type Flower Fairy. Finally, he would naturally fight that dragon lady who was a combat type. It would probably take some time to deal with this dragon lady, but the rest were not a problem. Alright, I admit that you guys aren't small mice that can be easily dealt with, but rather big mice that have successfully aroused this god's interest. Let's play a game together, and its theme is blood and screams. Tuan proudly looked up to the sky and let out a long laugh. Who is this idiot? Duo, who Tuan saw as a non-combat type Flower Fairy, adorably frowned. I don't know. Who knows where this idiot came from? The hornless dragon Jiangying had never heard of Tuan before. How can there be such a guy in the heaven realm? I feel that this guy can pull down the intelligence level of the entire heaven realm by a level. Compared to this guy, I found that Fatty Hai is also a smart person. Red was suddenly worried that idiocy was contagious. If her words were heard by Fatty Hai, even if he didn't vomit blood and roll on the ground in anger, he would cry himself to death. The Hai family's young master was originally a smart person. Although his IQ was often low, he wouldn't mistake Duo as a non-combat type Flower Fairy and Aman as a sheep girl. There were only two kinds of people who would mistake Aman for a sheep lady. One was a blind person. The other was a blind person with a worrisome IQ. As for those who would mistake Duo for a Flower Fairy, there was only one kind of person. That was an idiot whose IQ was so low that it could be contagious. Aman was a little speechless towards Tuan, who suddenly jumped out from the void and laughed like an idiot. He couldn't even tell that there were two divine tier rankers standing right in front of him. His IQ was really... Forget it, this kind of person should die early. She jumped up and punched the golden giant, Tuan, who was laughing maniacally, with lightning speed. You're courting death. Tuan was indeed a divine tier rancor. His reaction was very fast. However, he did not understand. Why was it that the person who attacked him, a divine tier rancor, was this ordinary-looking sheep lady? Why was it not that combat-type dragon lady? Other than her, who else could withstand an attack from his divine weapon blood flow scythe? But forget it, he would first chop off this sheep lady's head as a sign of good fortune. He waved the blood flow scythe. In an instant, it cut through space. It cut through heaven and earth. Before a man's fist came crashing down, it heavily struck her shoulder. A man, who was wearing a warrior's attire, was probably used to wearing the black tortoise armor specially made by Yu Yang. She ignored the enemy's attack and did not defend at all. She used her shoulder to receive the heavy strike from the divine weapon. Hiss, blood splattered from her shoulder. The blade of the blood flow scythe left a long wound, half of it sinking into her shoulder. Tuan was a little puzzled. His strike should have been able to split the entire mountain. Why couldn't he sever the sheep lady's shoulder? Moreover, the wound was very shallow. It did not look like the normal state of splitting the opponent in half. What kind of special race was this sheep lady from? How could her body's defense be so high? However, no matter how high her defense was, it was useless. Because what was killing her now was the divine weapon blood flow that he was most proud of. As long as the target was killed by the blood flow scythe, they would all bleed to death. Unless it was a god, even if it was a giant dragon, it would fall to the ground and bleed to death under its destructive power. A man discovered that not only her shoulder, but her back, arms, and neck were also lacerated. The enemy's weapon had a murderous intent that could greatly worsen the wound. Blood, like a fountain, gushed out from the wound. In an instant, a man, who had become a bloody person, did not collapse like Tu-Wan had imagined. Her wounds continued to worsen and she continued to bleed, but she still stood as steady as a mountain. There was no sign of her collapsing to the ground and bleeding to death. What kind of race are you? Tu-Wan was puzzled. How could there be a race that could not bleed to death in this world? If she was a ghost or a dead spirit, it would be fine. They had no blood to bleed to, but she was clearly a sheep lady. With such heavy injuries, how could she be fine? This weapon is not bad. It's mine. A man stretched out her bloody hand and tightly grasped the blood flow scythe. Wishful thinking. Tu-Wan sneered when he heard this. The divine weapon chose its master. Moreover, the divine weapon itself had the ability to repel and resist the invasion of the enemy. If it did not recognize its master, how could it be taken with bare hands? A man's hands that were holding the blood flow scythe suddenly exploded, as if they had been cut by countless sword chi. Her skin and muscles split open, and the bloody wounds not only split open, but also rapidly worsened. The blood flow scythe, the divine weapon, instinctively resisted the invasion of a man's will. Tu-Wan knew that this would be the result. He had done this kind of invasion more than once in battle. But all the enemies who tried to invade the blood flow scythe were heavily injured by the will and power of the divine weapon. They had no choice but to give up on this greedy and impossible act. She wanted to take the divine weapon with her bare hands? Haha, such a person has never been born in this world. Ha! A man ignored the tearing wounds on her hands. With a loud roar, she forcibly snatched the blood flow scythe from Tu-Wan's hands. Even though the blood flow scythe was still madly injuring her hands. But it was as if she did not feel any pain. She held it tightly. Seeing this, Red shook her head. "Ah man, this weapon might not be suitable for you to use, forget it." A man held it tightly without saying a word. This blood flow scythe might not be suitable for her to use, but she, who had been deeply influenced by her master, Yu Yang, knew the importance of fighting monsters and seizing treasures for her master. So, she would not give up. Anything in this world that was useful to her master, she would persist. Not to mention seizing a divine weapon. Even if it was the destruction of the entire heaven realm, as long as it was his wish, she would not hesitate to complete it. Give me back the blood flow scythe. Tu-Wan was about to go crazy. Was there something wrong with this damned sheep girl's mind? It was obviously a divine weapon that could not be taken, but she was still holding it in her hands. What made Tu-Wan even more dizzy was that when he pounced towards a man, he found that the one standing in front of him, blocking him, had changed to red. And a man, who was still holding the blood flow scythe tightly without letting go, was now carrying the divine weapon and running away. Tu-Wan was furious. His speed was 1,000 times faster than lightning. Bypassing Red's obstruction, he madly pounced towards a man who was running with the blood flow scythe. A man suddenly turned her head, her eyes flashing with a strange red light. Tu-Wan's whole body instantly froze on the spot, his eyes glazed over as he stood still in midair. His movements were still in a charging position, but his body had completely stopped. By the time he escaped from the soul world that was affected by death's stare, a man had already disappeared without a trace with the blood flow scythe. Tu-Wan, who had a splitting headache, held his head and groaned in pain. He was almost killed. If he didn't possess the powerful divine level, his soul would have long since been annihilated by that reaper's scythe. Just what kind of race does this sheep girl belong to? How could she possess such an inconceivable innate ability? Tu-Wan could not understand. She did not die from bleeding, her wounds did not hurt, and she could even use death's stare. Was she still a weak woman? Don't waste too much time on this fool, let's hurry up. Duo was not in the mood to fight with trash like Tu-Wan. After a man, she was the first to teleport away. Jiang, are you staying? I'm guessing that this guy is a sacrificial pawn sent by the east to die. He might be used as a sacrifice or some other hidden move. Don't kill him for now, just cripple him. Let's go too. Red gestured towards the chaotic spirit. Our target is Jizun. Leave this guy to Jiangying. She has the supreme dragon god's guillotine and is the best way to deal with this kind of brainless idiot. When Tu Wan's headache had passed, he was completely awake. In front of him, there was only the dragon lady who he thought was the strongest, Jiangying. The hornless dragon girl was very dissatisfied with her companion throwing this troublesome garbage disposal task to her. However, she was the easiest to talk to and was always in deep sleep. She usually had the least chance to perform. She really could not be picky. Thinking of this, the hornless dragon girl adjusted her attitude and got into a fighting stance. Tu Wan was furious like a volcano erupting. In this assassination mission, not only did he not kill his opponent, he even let the goat girl snatch away his most beloved divine weapon. This was simply outrageous. What angered him the most was the attitude of the dragon lady opposite him. Was this the expression she should have when facing a divine rancor? Even if there was no fear, shouldn't there at least be some seriousness or nervousness? Her face was relaxed. Did she think that this was an outing to catch butterflies? The giant fist smashed towards the hornless dragon girl's head. The furious Tu Wan was prepared to punch this dragon girl flat, and then chase after the goat girl who had stolen his blood flow divine artifact. He wanted to crush all the bones in that damned goat girl's body piece by piece, dismantle them, and throw them into chaos. Then, he would completely reconstruct her human form. Too slow. Tu Wan heard such a shout. Then, he felt the back of his neck tighten. He was actually held in midair by his opponent. In the next second, the 5-meter-tall golden giant Tu Long was held by the back of his neck by Jiangying. Like throwing rubbish, she spun him a few times and threw him out. Then, with a speed that was 10,000 times faster than a meteor in the sky, he flew 100,000 meters away. After smashing through a mountain, he was deeply buried in the mountain. When he dizzily crawled out of the soil, he found that the powerful dragon lady had already disappeared. On the ground, there was a direction that she had purposely drawn. The direction was towards White River Valley. Damn it, I will not forgive you. The furious Tu Wan's eyes were bloodshot. Like a mad bull, he madly chased in the direction indicated. Under the ancient pine, on the stone board, the chess game did not change. However, a trace of anger flashed in the depths of the Eastern Palace Lord's eyes. Who was it that touched my chess piece? Previously, he had already had his suspicions. He had always felt that the entire chess game was going too smoothly. With Titan Yu, Fei Wenli, the Serpent Demon Empress, and her who was in deep sleep, there was no reason for Tong Tian Tower's side to fall into a situation where they were unable to struggle. No matter what, they would need a fierce battle before they could suppress them. However, the entire chess game had progressed so smoothly that it was frightening. Supreme Jin's act of helping Titan Yu to escape had instead made it look like he was trying to cover something up. Titan Yu was carrying the fate of the Tong Tian Tower on his back. Even if Supreme Jin had not made a move, it would have been impossible for him to kill or capture him so easily. As a chess player, even if Titan Yu lost, he would definitely lose at the last move. And not at the beginning. Titan Yu suddenly disappeared without a trace. The sleeping her was not anxious at all. She watched as Tong Tian Tower collapsed. How was this possible? Also, that snake demon Empress Fei Wenli, who looked down on the world and dared to try to sweep through the heaven realm, was watching Tong Tian Tower fall. How could she be so indifferent and watch with folded arms? If his suspicions were correct, then someone must have secretly moved his chess piece. With the chess talent, one could even control a god-ranked chess piece and all living things in the world. However, if there was an extremely powerful spectator, it was not impossible to secretly move his chess piece while he was setting up the game. However, this kind of spectator was not only stronger than him, there was also more than one of them. Otherwise, they would not have been able to deceive him. Then who was involved? Supreme Jin should be one of them. However, Supreme Jin's power was definitely not enough to deceive him or change his chess game completely. Could it be that the Demon Emperor and the immovable honorable martial artist were also involved? If it was just them, then it would be fine. The most terrifying one was the Honorable Tian Yu of the temple who had been hiding all this while. If he really did stab him in the back, then it would be troublesome. Furthermore, only the most powerful and most intelligent Honorable Tianyu of the temple would be able to secretly move his chess piece while he was watching. Only then would he be able to hide it from him. The problem was, there was no benefit for the Honorable Tianyu of the temple to do this. Tianyu wanted Tongtian Tower to fall more than anyone else. There was no reason for him to ruin his plans before Skysplit Tower was destroyed. He should have given him a helping hand first, and then waited until Skysplit Tower was certain to fall into oblivion and be completely destroyed. It wouldn't be too late to act then. Why would he be so impatient to act now? This was inexcusable. No, not the heavenly chariot. Could it be that the spectator was the peerless Emperor Wu Xuan who had personally made a promise to him? However, peerless Emperor Wu Xuan was a god-level expert who kept his promises. His words represented his will, and any promise he made was an ironclad fact. Moreover, he had enough reasons to destroy the Tower of Babel, so it was even more impossible for him to interfere with his own game. If it wasn't the two of them, then who was it, in this world, who else had such power? Could it be cleverly hidden from his eyes? I can become invisible in my Go talent? Was it Fei Wenli, the snake demon empress, or her who was in a deep sleep? They might also have such strength, but they were enemies, so it was impossible for them to be hidden spectators. Moreover, the enemy had maliciously moved his game, so it was impossible for his Go talent to not notice. Supreme Jin, Demon Emperor, and Ji Zun, they did not deceive his strength, so who was the real spectator? In the Tower of Babel, who else was there that he had overlooked? Who else was there, who had the mysterious wisdom to disrupt the game without him noticing? The Eastern Palace Lord fell into deep thought. Through the defeat of the 18 divine generals and the repeated interceptions of Tu Wan from the Sky-Swallowing clan, he had already captured a trace of danger. Under his Go talent, there was an invisible person who could transcend the chessboard of heaven and earth, who could ignore the rules of everything as chess, and mysteriously hide in a certain place. While quietly watching the game, he stretched out his transparent fingers and constantly messed up his game. The strength and wisdom of this invisible person was very likely to be an existence that was not inferior to him. Moreover, no one knew. Whether it was himself, the deity temple's supreme Tianyu, or even all the conquerors of the heaven realm, they were all deceived. In the Tower of Babel, there was actually such an unknown but extremely intelligent guardian? Was this person him or her? What kind of existence was he or she? I will definitely find you. In the eyes of the Eastern Palace Lord, a trace of fanaticism appeared as if he had met his match. Originally, the winning situation was already in chaos, but the fighting spirit in his heart was burning 1,000 times. Very good, only this kind of battle is interesting, and only this kind of you is worthy of me, Dong Feng, going all out. The you hiding behind Titan you, is actually playing chess with me, right? The real opponent is you, and not the Titan you that you pushed out to become everyone's target, right? Then, who could you be? Dong Feng muttered to himself. He felt that his whole body was full of strength, that kind of lonely laziness of an expert was inspired by the invisible enemy, and his fighting spirit was burning. Nervousness, fear, trembling and other negative emotions once again surged into his heart, transforming into an excited fighting spirit. The shadow of defeat that had not appeared in 10,000 years quickly expanded. Fog and the unknown pervaded the entire chess game. Under this kind of unprecedented challenge, the Eastern Palace Lord felt excited instead. This kind of opponent was what he desired the most in his life. Only this kind of competition, could be counted as the true radiance of a martial artist's wisdom. The Eastern Palace Lord felt that there was no need to pay attention to the Titan you that he had been bitterly searching for and prepared to use all sorts of methods to dig out. Paying too much attention to him would instead fall into his trap. This brat was not even god level. His growth was already very suspicious. There were simply too many miracles and coincidences, so many that it was like a heaven-defying existence. This was completely illogical. According to the current situation, Titan Yu, that heaven-defying abnormal genius, was most likely a puppet. Pushed out by the true guardian of Tongtian Tower who was hiding behind him. Titan Yu was pushed to the front. He became the target of everyone's attacks, attracting all the firepower. And the hidden guardian of Tongtian Tower could secretly use this kind of negligence that no one knew about to display his miraculous intelligence and control the entire situation. Heaven's Stairway Million Steps. Beside Lake Ming. Because of the Eastern Palace Lord's will being shifted, Yu Yang, who had been invisibly drawn in by his chess talent, was finally freed. Although Yu Yang possessed an indomitable sovereign's will that was as immovable as a mountain, his realm was still below the divine level. He was still unable to completely disregard all the laws in the world, especially the unique laws that the Eastern Palace Master had condensed under his chess-playing talent. His chess talent could not affect Yu Yang's freedom, but Yu Yang was not completely free either. The more focused the Eastern Palace Lord was, the greater the draw. The greater the draw, the higher the possibility of being discovered by him in the end. However, in that instant, the Eastern Palace Lord inexplicably shifted his will. Yu Yang instantly felt that his body and mind were fine, falling into a state of true freedom. He did not know what Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai and the others did to make the Eastern Palace Lord unable to care about him, but he was sure that they had definitely put in a lot of effort. Perhaps it was not only them, there were also many others, such as Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the other teammates, or the old fox, Elder Nan Gong and the other seniors, who had sacrificed a lot and put in a lot of effort. The Eastern Palace Lord had given up on him. Yu Yang did not know how everyone did it, but he knew that he had to seize the time to level up. While the Eastern Palace Lord had recovered, he had to comprehend and level up to an existence that would make the Eastern Palace Lord and all the Heaven Realm invaders despair. No matter what, he had to grasp the 1,000-meter-tall giant of fate's power. As long as he had that kind of power, his chess talent could be broken, the danger of Tong Tian Tower could be solved, everyone's fate could be reversed, and the final victory could be easily obtained. Idiot, there's not much time, calm your mind. Ji Zun found that this kid's mind was floating, almost out of the state of cultivation. She hurriedly scolded him, warning him. It was because of everyone's efforts that they had worked so hard to exchange for freedom and relief, so they did not want to waste a single minute or second. One must know that within 3 days, if they could not grasp the 1,000-meter-tall giant of fate's power, then all their previous efforts would be wasted, and everyone's efforts would be in vain. Yes. Yu Yang hurriedly calmed his consciousness and returned to his best state of comprehension. How could he not know the importance of the fate he was carrying? He had only obtained relief. He couldn't help but rejoice for it. He was also touched by everyone's efforts. Ji Zun was afraid that his mind would change again, so she took the initiative to hug his body. Her arms crossed and coiled upwards, her 2 palms gently stacked on the back of his head, and her clear forehead silently pressed against his forehead. She completely let go of all restraints, without reservation, without any secrets. She transmitted all the wisdom that she had cultivated and comprehended in her life to him. And her mind was also inseparably blended with him. In order to assist Yu Yang to improve, in order to let him control his fate in 3 days, and achieve the future, Ji Zun was willing to give everything for him, give everything, and not hold anything back. The holy grimoire of the 2 rose almost at the same time. Like the master, the 2 holy grimoire touched each other. Whether it was the shield, the will, or even the golden pillar of light that erupted into the sky, they were perfectly intertwined and fused together. An unprecedented phenomenon, an existence more incredible than a miracle, appeared above the heads of Yu Yang and Ji Zun at this moment. Yu Yang and Ji Zun both had secret guardian war beasts that were not revealed to the outside world, such as Yu Yang's phantom. Now, all of them came out voluntarily without being summoned. They joined the master's comprehension. The phantom turned into millions of doppelgangers and reassembled into a shadow giant or an even taller and more mysterious existence. In the end, all of them fused into Yu Yang's body and strengthened him. On the other side, a dazzling divine light illuminated the entire heaven and earth. The world tree, which was indomitable between the heavens and the earth, resonated with the appearance of this guardian beast. The guardian war beast that had never been shown in front of others. Ji Zun poured all the insight she had gained from countless times of cultivation in her life into her. Finally, it appeared for the first time. That year, because of the guidance of the dreamer's heaven's secret, Ji Zun had chosen the most difficult path of cultivation. She had poured all of her strength into her guardian beast and cultivated again and again. Even in the most difficult times, when she was under the threat of death, she had never used the power of her guardian beast. In this kind of countless recultivation, in this kind of countless hardships to improve herself, Ji Zun was no longer constrained by the initial demigod. step by step, she had comprehended her own future. At the same time, her guardian war beast also became extremely powerful because of Jizun's countless infusions. Beyond demigods, beyond divine beasts, and even beyond the higher divine level. It made her who she was today. A divine-level guardian war beast that was exactly the same as the master in both image and will, the appearance of which made the world overshadowed. Jiaoyu goddess. Kaboom! The ball of starlight in the sky was struck down by the divine power for the 100th time, and smashed into the ground. Countless starlight fragments splashed everywhere, and the earth-shattering shockwave once again swept across the entire area. What was different from the previous 99 times was that the ball of starlight that had smashed into the ground did not fly up like before. Around his body, a circle of golden light that looked like a divine shield continuously expanded. He slowly descended. His mountain-like body was actually as light as a feather, and not even a speck of dust could be seen. Although they were both at the divine level, compared to the 20-meter-tall Supreme Indestructible, the originally tall golden giant Tu-Wan was like a tiny golden ant. They could not be compared at all. The Supreme Indestructible, who was extremely visually impactful and psychologically pressuring, had a terrifying 20-meter-tall body. He did not have the bloodline of giants, demons, dragons, or titans. He was actually a human from the heaven realm. He even had a quarter of the bloodline of dwarves. According to the secret information from the heaven realm, the Supreme Indestructible's maternal grandmother was a lowly female dwarf slave. Because of that, the Supreme Indestructible's mother was much shorter than normal humans. Among her 10 sons, other than Supreme Indestructible, none of them were taller than 2 meters. The Supreme Indestructible's terrifying 20-meter-tall body was entirely due to his innate talent. Strong innate skill. A warrior with the strong innate skill is a tenacious warrior who will never fall easily on the battlefield. The owner of this innate skill will have the most tyrannical and powerful body in the world. No matter how heavy the injuries are, they will not fall to the ground weak. Every time they recover from a bloody battle, every time they return from a desperate situation of death, the body of the innate skill's owner will become twice as strong. With such an innate talent, coupled with over 10,000 years of hard work, he finally became the Supreme Indestructible that he was today. In the deep pit, there was a small ball of starlight that had almost disappeared. That was the Night Empress, who had been defeated for the 100th time. The Night Empress also had outstanding innate talent and abilities. Unfortunately, she had only entered the divine level for less than 2 months, and could not display her true potential. As soon as she came out, she encountered a powerful enemy like Supreme Indestructible. Whether it was innate talent or other aspects, Supreme Indestructible was not inferior to her. The only thing that had opened up the gap was, this was the indestructible sovereign, who possessed over 10,000 years of cultivation and thousands of years of experience in fighting various divine-level experts. Zhibu Dao had spent 1,000 years to familiarize himself with his divine power, and another few thousand years to hone his combat skills. Combining his willpower, divine power, and beasts, he had reached the peak of the human level in terms of both attack and defense. This kind of indestructible Jizun was definitely not someone that a newcomer like the Night Empress who had just reached the god level could defeat. You can't even withstand a single blow. Compared to your ancestor, Princess Starlight, you're still a long way off. Supreme Indestructible looked down at the 100-meter-deep crater and snorted coldly. Even if he defeated the Night Empress, there was not a trace of arrogance or conceit. The expression on his face was one of matter of fact. Whether it was the indestructible supremacy or the undefeatable supremacy and the immovable supremacy who were watching the battle from afar, none of them believed that the Night Empress could turn the tables and win. How could a god-level newcomer, a newbie, challenge the invincible sovereign, who was as steady as a mountain and would never fall in battle? Moreover, even though he knew that it was a lion hunting a rabbit, Supreme Indestructible still fought with all his might. Ecliptic, 10, 12 stars, Constellation Palace. The bottom of the crater wriggled as sand and stone split open. One after another, stars rose up from the ground, from slow to fast. From the first few stars, there were more and more of them. It was like a meteor shower, densely packed as they shot into the sky. These disorderly stars, under the guidance of some kind of divine power, they automatically arranged themselves. Slowly, they formed constellations that were exactly the same as the 12 zodiac palaces in the sky. Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, and other beautiful constellations were born one after another. Every time they were born, the fading starlight at the bottom of the crater grew a little stronger. The Night Empress, who had been heavily injured and was about to reveal her true form, was now hidden in the Milky Way. With the support of the newly formed 12 zodiac palaces, she once again increased her divine power and challenged the god-level ranker, Supreme Indestructible, who was 20 meters tall and had a strong innate talent. The Silent Night clan of the Heaven Stairway is very good at star power. For some clans, star power is indeed a headache. However, star power is completely useless against me. I'm a warrior who walks under the blazing sun. I'm the natural nemesis of you Heaven Stairway martial artists. Whether it's your Silent Night clan, the Bright Moon clan, the 100 Flowers clan, or the Butterfly clan, none of them are a match for me. Especially a newbie like you who has just entered the god level and hasn't even figured out your own characteristics. How much star power can you produce? It's not even worth mentioning. Supreme Indestructible said as he raised one of his arms high. His right palm was like holding up the sky. In the center of his palm, a wave of divine power appeared at an extreme speed. More and more of it gathered. In the end, it turned into a golden sun with a diameter of 100 meters. Under the radiance of the golden sun that had a diameter of 100 meters, the 12 zodiac palaces that the Night Empress had just condensed were overshadowed, and the star power was greatly weakened. Even the silver river around the Night Empress' body was greatly reduced, and could not hide her beautiful figure. I won't deny that if you're given 1,000 or a few hundred years, you'll grow to be very difficult to deal with. Your Heaven Stairway clan's talent and potential are indeed unique advantages that other clans don't have. Unfortunately, no one will give you the chance to grow. Even if I don't kill you, someone else will. No matter how talented you are, you're destined to be unable to grow. Of course, Princess Starlight was like that, and you will be the same today. This is a fate you can't escape from. Don't blame me, and don't blame anyone else. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for having the talent and potential that can only exist for a long time. If you were a mediocre clan, a bunch of mortals like ants, we wouldn't even bother to look at you. But you're not. You're the favored ones that even the gods are jealous of. So, there's nothing we can do. Be it the heaven realm or the heaven realm, we won't allow the emergence of god-level beings beyond our control. We've had enough of the glory of the Heaven Stairway Tower. Its fall is inevitable. The extinction of the Heaven Stairway clan is also inevitable. Supreme Indestructible raised the golden sun energy ball above his head and looked down at the Night Empress in the deep pit. The Heaven Stairway clan will never be extinct. We, Silent Night, Bright Moon, 100 Flowers and Butterfly will never be extinct. The Night Empress' heavenly voice rang out clearly. Are you talking about Titanyu? You've entrusted the fate of your clan to him, turning him into a miraculous child that can defy the heavens. This really is a clever method. But there is one point that you have never thought about. That is, Titanyu, who carries the fate of your entire clan, and even the fate of the entire Tongtian Tower. That young man, will he be able to bear it? He's such a young kid, he's not even a divine level, yet you've forced such a heavy burden on his shoulders. Can he really bear it? Even the prison emperor back then didn't have such a hard time. The prison emperor who carried the fate of Tongtian Tower collapsed, and the conquering empress who tried to conquer the entire heaven realm also failed. But you've ignored all of these, and are still giving Titanyu the responsibility of guarding the Heaven Stairway, leading the Soaring Dragon Continent, reviving the Tongtian Tower and fighting against the Central Shrine. Any one of these responsibilities can make a person collapse, but Titanyu is full of them. Do you really think he can succeed? Supreme Indestructible's cold face was expressionless as he pointed out the pressure and obstacles of Yu Yang's growth. He said frankly that he was not optimistic about the outcome of this battle. He will succeed. He is our hope. How could the Night Empress not understand this? But other than Yu Yang, there was no other choice. Moreover, she firmly believed that Yu Yang would succeed. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sacrificed herself in exchange for time for Yu Yang to gain enlightenment before the battle. Supreme Indestructible did not refute. He only pressed the golden sun energy ball on his head down slowly. He was prepared to use this move to kill and annihilate the new Heaven Stairway ranker, Yi Yu. He had done the same thing back then. He also used the exact same battle strategy and the exact same divine power ball of light to annihilate the Starlight Princess, who was so beautiful that no one could forget her for thousands of years even after she was killed. Even though killing the Starlight Princess was an extremely regretful action, it wasn't enough to bring down a Jizun. As a Heaven Realm ranker who had suppressed Tong Tian Tower and prevented it from reviving, he didn't mind continuing this regret. Since he had already killed Princess Starlight, why not kill her descendant as well? For the sake of the central shrine, there was no one in this world that he wouldn't kill. Sometimes, hope was just a fantasy of the weak in despair. Goodbye. With your talent, you might only need 200 or 300 years to fully mature. It's a pity that you won't have that chance. In your next life, if you still have a next life, don't reincarnate in Heaven's stairway. No, don't reincarnate in this Tong Tian Tower that should have fallen long ago. Reincarnate in the central shrine that is destined to rule Heaven Realm. That is the true paradise of the strong. Supreme Indestructible finished speaking and pressed his hands down. The golden sun that was formed from endless divine power smashed heavily on the head of the Night Empress, who was trying her best to resist. The 12 zodiac palaces, which had lost their luster, under the immense divine power of the golden sun, all shattered, dissipated, and disappeared. The Milky Way, which had lost the support of star power, was instantly overwhelmed by the light. The starry night disappeared. In the clear sky, the lonely and helpless figure in the center of the golden sun was completely exposed. The Night Empress, who had never shown her true form in front of others, suffered a great blow to both her divine power and willpower under the sun that was forcefully created by divine power. Her beautiful figure almost completely separated from the starlight, and her true appearance was faintly visible. Under the sovereign's will, everything was like an ant. It was the same for the god level. They were both the power of the laws. But the Night Empress, who had just reached the god level, was on a completely different level from the sovereign Indestructible who had spent nearly 10,000 years perfecting himself. The power of the laws that the Night Empress had comprehended was completely suppressed. She was like a crystal that had sunk 10,000 meters into the sea, with no possibility of rising back up. The golden energy ball of the sun formed by the sovereign Indestructible covered the sky and earth, and smashed down like the Milky Way, destroying everything in the world. The Night Empress couldn't resist this level of attack at all. He could only watch helplessly as his own power was slowly suppressed by his enemy's divine power, and crushed bit by bit. The starlight was gone, and the sky and earth were no more. There was only one thing left in the world, and that was the unparalleled light of the sun that could burn everything in the world. The space was also shattered, forming a huge solar storm with shockwaves. It spun at high speed, spreading outwards and devouring everything in its path. But long before that, the light of the sun formed by the sovereign Indestructible's divine power had already pierced through and destroyed everything like thousands of sharp swords. Wherever the shockwaves passed, everything was turned to dust. There was no mushroom cloud that rose after the big explosion. There was no resistance, and there was no sign of anyone escaping from the center of the explosion. Everything was destroyed by the divine power. Everything was gone. It's all over. Like a god standing above the clouds, the invincible supremacy, who had a 20-meter-tall body and a strong innate talent, stood in the shattered void, his aura as awe-inspiring as a mountain. Boring. A voice that seemed to come from the depths of the 9 heavens came from a wisp of divine sense. Compared to the Starlight Princess who fought to the death back then, this silent night newbie who had just reached the god level is indeed much weaker. But if it had been a few hundred years later, even if she had grown freely for 200 or 300 years, the ending would have been completely different. The sovereign Indestructible didn't look as happy as the other victors. On the contrary, he looked solemn and worried. He had easily defeated the Night Empress, but he didn't underestimate this enemy. Instead, he acknowledged the enemy's potential. If not for the limited time. For example, this newly ascended god-tier newbie would have been able to shine millions of times brighter than he was now, but it was a pity that he was killed by Supreme Indestructible with his peerless godly strength at the very beginning. Innate gifts, divine power attributes, cultivation time, battle experience, and so on were all unrivaled existences. Killing a newbie wasn't something to be happy about. Moreover, this newbie didn't seem like a newbie at all. He didn't have the time to fully display his potential, and only managed to hide for a moment before disappearing. This was enough to make Supreme Indestructible, the victor, feel a chill in his heart. It's a pity that we can't kill the person who hides in the mirage. Otherwise, the resistance of Tong Tian Tower would be nothing to worry about. The voice that seemed to come from the ninth heaven's netherworld transmitted a new sentence. That person has already missed the best opportunity to kill him. As the saying goes, opportunity knocks, but opportunity knocks. Now, everything is a foregone conclusion. If we can force it to retreat to Fata Morgana and let it slumber in that mysterious and unfathomable dream world, it's already very commendable. Supreme Indestructible shook his head. He felt that killing a god-tier newbie from the Heaven Stairway Silent Night clan was two completely different things compared to killing a perfect god-tier newbie who had completely comprehended the power of the universal laws and was unrivaled in his own world. Indeed, if it wasn't for that Tian Yu guy spying in the dark, that person might have already awakened in the dream world. Owner alone wouldn't be able to stop him. Although the ninth heaven's netherworld voice had his own opinions, he agreed with some facts. Let that person slowly sink along with Tong Tian Tower. Supreme Indestructible let out a long sigh. Tong Tian Tower's fall is already a foregone conclusion. No matter who comes, they won't be able to reverse it. Even that so-called miraculous genius Titan Yu is no exception. The ninth heaven's netherworld voice felt that the outcome was already decided. Titan Yu, I really want to meet this young man. Supreme Indestructible was actually a little interested in Yu Yang. After all, based on Yu Yang's growth experience, this young man was even more abnormal than the prison emperor Zhang Feng. He was even more talented and had more potential. It was really a little too inconceivable. It wasn't that there weren't any peerless geniuses in the Soaring Dragon continent, but no matter who it was, they would all pale in comparison to Titan Yu. At such a critical moment, this Titan Yu's whereabouts are still unknown. The ninth heaven's netherworld voice suspected that there was a trap. Even if he comes out, he would at most be a new god-tier newbie. There's nothing to be afraid of. Instead, I'm worried about the Conquest Queen behind him. If Fei Wenli has really recovered, there will be a fierce battle. Indestructible, if you meet the Conquest Queen, your title as the undefeatable sovereign would probably go down the drain. Supreme Indestructible also felt that the most troublesome thing was still Queen Vivian Li, who had yet to appear. No one knew if she had already escaped from the seal. If the Conquest Queen of the Heaven Realm regained her freedom, there would definitely be a bloodbath that would cover the skies. It doesn't matter if my title as the undefeatable sovereign falls to the ground, as long as I can laugh till the end. The master of the ninth heaven's netherworld voice was very clear about this. Indestructible, we've been waiting for so long, but there's still no sign of anything happening. It seems like the Heaven Stairway girl named Yu has already been annihilated. Can we move on to the next stop? Supreme Indestructible asked the undefeatable sovereign, who had been there all this while. Although the undefeatable sovereign rarely spoke, he was the boss. Any decision. Otherwise, even the undefeatable sovereign and the undefeatable sovereign's god-tier willpower wouldn't be able to carry it out so easily. The undefeatable sovereign still didn't speak. Silence was golden. Silence. Sometimes, silence meant tacit approval. But sometimes, it meant the opposite. It meant rejection. Without the permission of the boss, the undefeatable sovereign and the invisible undefeatable sovereign could only wait where they were. The shattered void was gradually mending because of the law of heaven and earth. However, it wouldn't be restored to its original state even after 10 days. The undefeatable sovereign's divine power attack was too destructive to the void. The shattered space constantly gathered together, forming small pieces of existence. In the border areas that hadn't been mended, countless electric snakes flashed. At the same time, there was a strange suction force crazily devouring the energy to make up for the void's recovery. Although this extremely terrifying scene was happening in a myriad of ways, to the undefeatable sovereign and the undefeatable sovereign, everything in front of them was nothing special. Why did the undefeatable sovereign insist on staying here and not moving on to the next target? Did he think that the Heaven Stairway girl named Yu, the new god-tier member of the Silent Night clan, could come back to life under the clear sky and scorching sun? Whether it was the clear sky or the scorching sun, they all restrained the talent of the Heaven Stairway girl from the Silent Night clan. Without the night, how could there be starlight? As long as there was a sun in the sky, how could there be starlight in the sky? The silent night girl named Yu was dead for sure. The undefeatable sovereign was sure of it, because he had used 10 times the power that could kill an ordinary god-tier member of the heaven realm to crush the silent night girl. No matter how talented she was, no matter how high her potential was, she wouldn't be able to withstand the fatal blow. Under the powerful divine power, not to mention the starlight, even the heaven and earth were shattered, and the void exploded into millions of pieces. The heaven and earth were destroyed. How could a mere human body survive? After an unknown amount of time, the undefeatable sovereign finally saw a new change. A speck of starlight was like the dawn rising from the eastern horizon of the sky, like the dawn, rising slowly. The undefeatable sovereign's eyes were wide open. An incredible scene appeared in front of him. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it was real. Quietly, 1, 2, 3, some bright, some dark, some concentrated and some scattered, unknowingly occupied the sky, more and more. In this fragmented sky, the densely packed stars in the horizon returned. There was the Big Dipper, Southern Dipper, Venus Altair. If one looked at the constellations, the 12 zodiac palaces, 88 constellations, one after another appeared above the sky. The most amazing thing was the stroke of the brush that seemed to be of great skill. It had never been seen since ancient times. Then it became the dazzling Milky Way that thousands of poets and poets were intoxicated by, wishing they could grow wings and soar into the heavenly river. In the starry sky, a meteor, like the tears of a beautiful woman, suddenly appeared and disappeared in the silver sky. In the broken void, there was a faint shadow of a beautiful but dazzling comet. The golden pupils of the undefeatable sovereign were enlarged by 10 times. Because he found that the woman on the heaven stairway, who was confirmed dead and her soul destroyed, was unharmed. Her divine power and will were even stronger than before. The power of the laws she controlled was gradually reversed and almost balanced. She seemed to be on par with the undefeatable sovereign, who had been in the god level for almost 10,000 years. Why? The undefeatable sovereign couldn't help but ask. With his wisdom and experience, he couldn't understand such an incredible existence at all. The bright sun can't destroy the stars, and the clear sky can't destroy the night sky. Day and night alternate. Neither exists alone, and there is no possibility for one to devour the other. The immovable supreme martial artist who had always kept his mouth shut suddenly spoke. His voice was like the echoes of the mountains that had stood for eternity. It was also like the silent canyon of the deep sea, where a volcano suddenly trembled. It made one's heart and liver tremble. However, his words were holy and righteous. They were unquestionable like the setting sun in the river or the moon in the dark sea. Even as an enemy, they couldn't help but immerse themselves in it and listen to the mantra that echoed in their souls. So that's how it is. The undefeatable sovereign finally understood. The setting sun ends, and the silent night rises. No matter how bright the world is, there will always be a time when it will fade. When the sun sets in the west, the lanterns are lit, and the stars fill the sky, that's when the night is the most beautiful. The night is quiet, and the most pure. If there is a whisper, it will be like the sound of nature, the stars will move, and the mysteries of heaven will be revealed. Young lady of the Silent Night clan, your talent is the best I've ever seen. I'm afraid even the Starlight Princess, who was known for her beauty, talent, and wisdom in the sky-reaching tower was inferior to you. The inheritance of the heaven stairway is full of outstanding talents. I can't help but sigh. The undefeatable sovereign almost jumped up in shock. The undefeatable sovereign hadn't spoken so much for at least 1,000 years. He had never seen a person who was able to receive such high praise from this golden mouth of the immovable supremacy, only this woman in front of him. This woman from the Silent Night clan named Yu was the only one who had received such a high evaluation. If what the undefeatable sovereign said was true, then wouldn't Yu's talent be the heavenly word's talent that could reveal the mysteries of heaven with a single word, move the stars with her will, and reveal the mysteries of heaven with her words? From the looks of it, even under the influence of divine power and the tyrannical power of the bright sun, it couldn't stop her from shining like a star. No wonder she was a rookie who had just stepped into the god level, but already had the guts to challenge a super-level enemy. Even in the face of annihilation, she was able to mysteriously break through life and death and return to the world. Since the sun can't block out the stars, and the sky can't dim the night, then it's my turn. With regards to the return of the Night Empress and the golden praise of the immovable Jizun, who was originally invisible outside the 9 heavens and indifferent to the outside world, suddenly became interested in making a move. He said eagerly, "Immovable, if your annihilation doesn't work, how about trying my seal? I can seal an excellent seed with great potential forever and let her live in solitude for the rest of her life. Isn't that something to be proud of?" Supreme Invincible snorted, "You're indeed better at sealing, but you don't have to do anything this time. This is my battle." Supreme Invincible refused. After a long silence, a voice came from the 9 heavens, "Then I'll give you half a day. Invincible, you've already wasted too much time. 2 hours at most, maybe 1 hour, and I'll be able to seal her perfectly." Supreme Invincible looked at Night Empress, who was still gathering stellar energy, and made an estimation in his mind. Sealing wasn't like annihilation. It couldn't be done in one move, especially a perfect seal, which required more time. Moreover, the Night Empress had just made a shocking return. Supreme Unfalling's evaluation of her strength had increased again and again. Originally, he wanted to say that he would finish it in 10 minutes, but to be cautious, he extended it to an hour. Let's wait and see. Supreme Invincible wasn't optimistic about the time that had been extended several times. His 20-meter-tall body erupted with godly power. It was like fire burning the sky. Countless lightning bolts danced around his body like golden snakes. The domain covered by godly power carried Supreme Invincible's unique will, forming a supreme nomological power outside of heaven and earth. Under the will of Supreme Invincible, everything within the domain was under his control. Even if the enemy standing in front of him was a god-level cultivator, he had no choice but to submit to the greater and more powerful nomological power. The cluster of stars, along with the space that hadn't closed in time, were wrapped up by godly power and nomological power, compressed and condensed infinitely. Countless stars that were originally all over the sky were twisted and moved to the center of the cluster of stars. A huge twisting power. The cluster of stars was compressed in a spiral shape. Then, bit by bit, at a speed visible to the naked eye, it condensed into a cluster of stars that was getting smaller and denser. Inside the cluster of stars, it was Night Empress, who was using her unique will to resist. This was a different kind of battle, one that didn't need to use fists, but was even more terrifying and painful than a battle of flesh, blood, and limbs being broken. There was no turning back for the loser. There was only one result, and that was to be irrevocably sealed until the end of their lives. The biggest blow of this seal wasn't losing one's freedom, but surviving. People would forever suffer in loneliness and despair. With Supreme Indestructible at the center, the domain space within 10,000 meters began to compress bit by bit. The core was the cluster of stars that the Night Empress was still resisting, while the periphery was a sealed space in the form of a black sphere formed from highly condensed shattered space. Invincible power to destroy Night Empress's resistance and completely devour, and the seal would be complete. Night's will be. That would be the end of the battle. The Supreme Indestructible was elated to see that his sealing process was going so smoothly. The opponent before him was indeed an exceptional prodigy with astonishing talent and potential. If he could seal away such an exceptional seed, it would be a glorious achievement in his life. Unfortunately, such an excellent genius didn't come from the upper realm, but from the Tower of Babel. He came from the Silent Night clan of the Heaven Stairway, who had once fought them to the death. With that thought, Invincible increased his hidden godly power tenfold. The entire space was about to explode from the godly power. The compressed cluster of stars. The smaller it was, only a tiny black dot was left. Just as the light was about to engulf everything in the world, suddenly, a butterfly with wings made of starlight flew out. It ignored the piercing power of the divine power sun and danced alone, flapping its wings and releasing spots of starlight. Invincible's rule power, will, and godly power swept up a terrifying godly power storm. Within the godly power storm, there were countless godly hands formed by will. They interweaved like a net. They wanted to capture this unrestrained star butterfly. Unfortunately, no matter how the godly power storm roared and how the godly hands tried to capture it, they couldn't touch this star butterfly at all. It was as if it was incorporeal, an existence that only existed in fantasy and dreams. When the butterfly of stars gently passed through the storm of divine power, floated through the gaps in the net of divine hands, passed through the sun-like domain space, escaped the seal, and reappeared in front of Autarch Indestructible. It landed gracefully and once again turned into the Night Empress whom Autarch Indestructible wanted to kill. Night Empress turned from a star butterfly to a human, her figure faintly discernible. The starlight surrounding her was still bright, and it hadn't been weakened by the godly power seal just now. Although in terms of power, she was still unable to approach a formidable opponent like Zhizun, in terms of independent will, she was already a sovereign who had comprehended the divine level. She had an unchanging will, and even if the stars and the night sky were sealed by her divine power, she could still transform into a small star butterfly and return to the shattered space. No matter how strong Invincible's sun-like light was, or how cold the godly power storm was, or how dense the godly hand's net was, it couldn't stop her sovereign's will from existing independently. I am from the Silent Night clan, but I'm not limited to just the Silent Night clan. As the descendant of the heaven stairway, the flowers, butterflies, and the moon are all part of my clan's natural instincts. Night Empress' voice sounded like the sound of nature. If that's the case, I'll beat you up so badly that your skin can't cover your bones. Invincible decided to use his last move. Since he couldn't kill her or seal her, he would just injure her. A god-level injury would take at least 100 years to recover. Some would even take up to 1,000 years to recover. As long as he could injure this strong-willed Silent Night lady and force her to withdraw from this battle, he could slowly think of a way to seal her. There weren't many god-level sovereigns in the heaven-reaching tower anyway. Injuring one of them was equivalent to reducing the heaven-reaching tower's combat power by half. Now, Invincible had finally adjusted his mentality. He no longer treated the celestial stairway lady in front of him, who was clearly a divine-level newcomer, as a newbie. Although he did not know how she managed to comprehend it, the facts proved one point. Her willpower was already extremely close to the perfect supreme martial artist divine sense, and it was already very difficult to destroy it. Killing and sealing her was no longer the first choice, nor was it the best choice. I'll fight you to the end. Night Empress already knew that this would be a tough battle. It was hard enough to fight Invincible on her own. Moreover, behind Invincible Sovereign, there was the even stronger Invincible Sovereign, and the immovable Sovereign, whose power was unknown. In order to give Yu Yang enough time to cultivate, for the revival of her people, for the rise of the heaven-reaching tower, and for a future that wouldn't sink, she had to hold on. Even if she had to fight alone, she had to hold on. Night Empress' small body was tiny compared to Invincible Sovereign, who was 20 meters tall. But her supreme will. She resisted Invincible Sovereign's pressure head-on. She didn't retreat at all. For the third time, stars were born in the sky, forming one star after another. Constellation after constellation. The Milky Way stretched across the sky, but the starlight still shone brightly. I'll crush your stars. Paragon Invincible took a deep breath and clenched his fist. Boundless godly power gathered around him. Even if it were a planet, he would crush it with a single punch. No enemy would be able to survive in front of him. That was his will to fight. Mirror. Far away in the horizon, there was a clear ringing of a bell. She gently spat out a word, like a little fish spitting out a bubble in a pond. It also sounded like a cute bird hopping on a branch in spring, calling out to its companions to play with it. A miraculous divine mirror appeared in front of the Night Empress. It was formed from pure and spiritual divine power, and it spun like a paper pinwheel in the hands of the little girl who was running under the sunlight. It folded beautifully and spun round and round, forming a miraculous surface that could even reflect the angry and shocked face of the Supreme Indestructible. Invincible Sovereign roared and swung his fist with all his might. It hit the surface of the mirror heavily. It protected Night Empress' divine mirror. It didn't budge. On the other hand, Supreme Indestructible, who had been punching out with all his might, took a step back in disbelief. Supreme Indestructible just so happened to step on a patch of divinity brambles. These divinity brambles that had sprouted at some point in time immediately sprang up like a startled octopus, wrapping themselves around Supreme Indestructible's ankles. The densely packed barbs appeared eerily and fought to pierce into Supreme Indestructible's divine body that was millions of times harder than steel. The spikes were slightly difficult to pierce through, but Supreme Invincible's skin was able to stop them after they pierced in by just a centimeter. However, Supreme Invincible Sovereign, who could ignore even Thunderclap's summit, suddenly held in pain. His 20-meter-tall body swayed. He almost fell over. His shining golden body quickly dimmed as an unknown dark green poison surged into his ankle through the thorns and flowed madly through his body. His skin and hair changed color, and Supreme Invincible Sovereign, who had been as unshakable as a mountain, suddenly felt weak, as if he was about to collapse. His lips turned dark green, and his howls of pain were hoarse and cryptic. He sounded even more exaggerated than a patient who had been bedridden for 10 years. The only thing that didn't change was Supreme Invincible Sovereign's golden eyes, which remained rational and clear. Damn it, what kind of poison is this? How can it directly contaminate and damage my divine blood? Supreme Invincible Sovereign angrily pulled his ankle away from the thorns. He had wanted to crush it with his foot, but he found that the thorns were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws at him. He quickly came to his senses, took a big step back, and threw out a ball of divine fire that could burn heaven and earth to destroy the thorns with his will. What made him even angrier was that the thorns were devouring and assimilating the divine fire formed from his divine will as they burned. Although the devouring and assimilation speed was very slow, he had already realized something. No matter how much divine power he used, he wouldn't be able to burn these damned thorns. They weren't afraid of fire at all. Or perhaps, they could use the divine fire as nutrients, and more attacks would only make them multiply and grow. Supreme Indestructible tore at his chest, forcing out the unknown poison that had entered his body. His dark green divine body instantly regained its golden luster, and all the weakness he had felt before was gone in an instant. Did he want to make Supreme Invincible Sovereign, who had never fallen on the battlefield, fall? A mirror and a bunch of poisonous thorns were far from enough. For Supreme Invincible Sovereign, who had experienced countless fierce battles, this was child's play. However, what made him feel strange was that this was heaven-reaching tower. Where did the divine level come from? Apart from the one who had been sleeping at the entrance of the gods' ruins for 1,000 years, and Yu of the Silent Night clan, were there any other divine-level experts in Heaven-Reaching Tower? Impossible, even the most talented and abnormal Titan Yu in Heaven-Reaching Tower hadn't reached the divine level yet, let alone the others. Mirror and Poison, these two divine powers, did not belong to the Conqueror Queen Fei Wenli, who might have escaped from the seal. The Conqueror Queen's forte was not the power of this kind of mirror and poison. Furthermore, it was impossible for her to only have this little bit of power. Could it be that, other than this quiet night girl called Yu, there were two other divine-level newcomers with the same innate talent in Tongtian Tower? This question didn't faze Supreme Invincible Sovereign. Even Night Empress, who was protected by the divine mirror, found it unbelievable. It's you guys. When did you reach the divine level? Night Empress had never been so shocked in her life. She almost suspected that she had fallen for the enemy's trick. Am I dreaming? Is it really you guys? Two figures emerged from the shattered void. They were not like the Night Empress, who was hidden in the starlight, nor were they like the unfalling Supremacy, who was shining with golden light. Their appearances were no different from ordinary people. They didn't have the cold and imposing aura of a god-level expert, and they didn't have the splendor of a god-level expert. They also didn't have the splendor of a god-level expert, and they seemed more like cute little sisters next door. This was especially so for the youngest one. She seemed like a good student who studied earnestly, practiced diligently, and was obedient. She didn't have the slightest bit of the arrogance of a god-level expert who stood at the peak of the world. Were these two people really divine-level experts? Even the Night Empress couldn't help but wipe her eyes. But she soon realized that her eyes were not playing tricks on her. No matter how different their appearance was from that of a god-level expert, they could not hide the truth. God-level, they were definitely god-level experts. And they were even more powerful than the Night Empress, who had already comprehended her own supreme godhead and was infinitely close to a perfect god-level expert. What happened to you? After the Night Empress confirmed that she was not in a dream or an illusion of the enemy, she could not help but ask. Because, the two people who came through the air were actually Yinan and Yu Bing, who had accompanied Yu Yan to the trial grounds for a few months. These two girls hadn't even stepped into the realm of divine envoys before, So how did they manage to skip the countless steps in between and ascend to the divine level? Moreover, the god-level power they were displaying was several times stronger than the Night Empress, who had finally reached the god level. How could this be possible? Is this an illusion? Even the unfalling supremacy was doubting his own eyes. Even though his full-powered attack had been blocked by the divine mirror that his opponent had condensed, and even though he had stepped on the divine thorn and was half dead from the poison, he was still unable to accept the truth before his eyes. Was he really injured by these two little girls? How could there be such god-level experts in the world, in the Tower of Babel, besides Yu, the conquest queen, and the person who was sleeping in the mirage? Were there really other god-level experts? Even if there were god-level experts, they could not be two little girls who were not even 20 years old. Impossible, this must be some kind of trick, or perhaps it was the doing of the slumbering dream world who had never appeared in this world. She was the only one who could confuse people in the dreamland world. She was the only one who had the ability to toy with the senses of a god-level expert. Night Dream, show yourself. Since you decided to give up defending and come out from that damn entrance of the gods' ruins to join the battle, then come out and say hello to us. Old friend, it's been a long time. After so many years, I've never forgotten the humiliation I suffered back then. Yes, I've always longed to fight with you, the only expert who left a stain on my life. The undefeatable sovereign who was hidden outside the nine heavens Hades also shouted out a name that had disappeared from Tong Tian Tower for a long time, Yi Meng. Whether it's an illusion or a reality, whether it's real or an illusion, you guys can't even tell. How can you talk about a divine rank supreme godhead when you've lost your composure like this? The immovable sovereign suddenly opened his golden mouth and reprimanded sternly. WW what? Autarch Indestructible and Autarch Invincible were flabbergasted. They couldn't even speak properly. Were these two divine-level little girls, who were several times more powerful than the Night Empress, real? If someone else had said this, Autarch Indestructible would never have believed it. However, it was the immovable sovereign who said it, so he couldn't be doubted. Because the immovable sovereign's golden mouth would never be wrong. Even if Dongfeng Hui, who was known as the wisest person in the central shrine, was wrong, the immovable sovereign's golden mouth would never be wrong. This was his innate talent and the embodiment of the will of his godhead. Under the golden mouth, there would never be any change. Therefore, the immovable sovereign had said that the two little girls in front of him were at the god level. No matter how inconceivable and unimaginable it was the truth. The Night Empress rushed over to welcome Anan and Yubing. She hugged their small bodies. She still felt like she was dreaming. Anan and Yubing, how could they suddenly become divine-level experts? Even Yu Yang, who had the fastest improvement in history, hadn't reached divine level. Sister Bing-yin took us to a place to practice. I can't explain the process clearly, but because we are very suitable, we have to carry brother's future for him in advance. These divine-level abilities are not ours, they are Big Brother's. No, I should say, they are Big Brother's future achievements. We don't know what exactly is going on, but we don't have to do anything. We just have to bear the burden for Big Brother. Yu Bing was a little confused, so she didn't know the truth very well. Hearing her words, the Night Empress was even more confused. Carry brother's future, Yu Yang hadn't reached divine level, he hadn't reached divine level. So how could he carry his future? Who was it that was doing this behind the scenes? According to Yinan and Yu Bing's strength and wisdom, it was impossible for them to achieve it on their own. Even if there was someone pushing them from the back, it would also be an existence with an unknown amount of power. Only then would it be possible for the two girls to become existences that were several times stronger than themselves. The Night Empress naturally knew about the sister Bing-yin mentioned by Bing-er. But she believed that the Qilin girl Bing-yin, who was secretly guarding Yu Yang, with her immature ability, even the holy beast of the Eastern clan couldn't achieve this. This difficulty was no less than making two small saplings that had just sprouted into towering trees. It couldn't be done without the power of the giant god. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. It was her relatives and juniors, the Night Empress couldn't accept such a fact. This blessing has nothing to do with Sister Bing-yin. She is just a guide. We don't know what's going on, but there is a voice telling us to do it, so we did it. It's good for him anyway, it doesn't matter if we work a little harder. Moreover, the process of carrying it is very painful. It's fine after we finish it. We still want to carry as much as possible for Yu Yang. Unfortunately, our endurance and compatibility are limited. Inan didn't explain things clearly, but the Night Empress finally understood that these two little girls had met a benefactor. This benefactor. It should be the guardian behind Yu Yang that had been secretly hiding. It was this benefactor with great divine power who raised the blessing of these two muddle-headed little girls to a realm several times higher than their own divine level. As for the secret method used, it seemed to be to carry the future for Yu Yang in advance. Although she didn't quite understand, the Night Empress had already calmed down. Since there was a higher and stronger guardian behind Yu Yang, it wasn't surprising that there was such an incredible existence. Everything that happened to Yu Yang was a miraculous existence. Today, Inan and Yubing carried the future for him and reached divine level. This was also a very reasonable thing. If not, it would be strange. Could what happened to that kid be normal? The Night Empress suddenly felt touched. She couldn't help it. She hugged Inan and Yubing once again. She was touched that there was strong support from them in the difficult battle alone. She was also touched by their thoughts. She even felt gratified that there was such a powerful benefactor behind Yu Yang. With that kind of supreme guardian, that brat was finally safe. The Night Empress, who was originally suppressed by the Eastern Palace Master, the immovable sovereign, the Divine Palace's supreme heavenly chariot, and other powerful enemies, now felt as if the clouds were dispelled and the sun was shining again. You guys are very obedient. This burden must be very hard. The Night Empress knew that Inan and Yubing were only saying it in a relaxed manner on the surface. However, no matter how easy it was, if they didn't possess the power of a divine level, forcefully carrying the burden for someone else was an arduous task. Moreover, they were carrying the terrifying divine power that was several times higher than theirs in one go. Just how great of a price would they have to pay? How painful would that process be? The Night Empress didn't dare to imagine. She doubted if she had enough endurance to surpass Inan and Yubing under the same conditions. Such a blessing is the combination of divine power and one's own wisdom and endurance. With potential, talent, treasures, and beasts as the foundation, one can stand on a small starting point and hold up a tall building. Such ambition is commendable and wonderful. If one day the owner of the burden awakens, the combination of the two will transform one's own potential into reality. It won't be long before one officially reaches the divine level emptiness realm. The immovable sovereign let out a long sigh. After an unknown period of time, he said solemnly, "In 3 days, if we can't break through, this battle will end, and we will be defeated." That damn Titan Yu, will he be able to accept the divine power they are carrying in 3 days and officially awaken to the divine level? The immovable sovereign felt a sense of danger in his heart. Beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. If Titan Yu can accept their divine power, it will indeed be troublesome. The immovable sovereign also felt that things were not going well. If Titan Yu, who was in hiding, was able to fully accept the god-level power of the two girls in front of him after 3 days, with the help of Yi Yu, Yi Meng, and Fei Wenli, this battle might not be a good one. The chess game plan that the East had been planning for thousands of years might go down the drain. The most terrifying thing was that the guardian behind Titan Yu who was supporting the two girls in front of him was most likely not an ordinary divine-level expert. His strength might be comparable to Empress Fei Wenli's. If that was the case, then there was no need to fight this battle. Even if the deity temple's sovereign Tian Yu came, he wouldn't be able to win. Fool! The immovable sovereign shouted angrily, "How can there be only 2? I only hope that there are less than 10. Otherwise, the tables will turn. 10 bearers of divine power like the two girls in front of him, in 3 days, all the divine power he was carrying would be gathered on Titan Yu's body? Who would be a match for him then? The immovable sovereign shuddered at the thought of this. Then, his anger erupted like a volcano. He swung his fists at Inan, Yubing, and Night Empress. "Kill, I will not allow this to happen. Die, all of you must die." Before Night Empress could act, Inan and Yubing had already rushed forward at high speed. For small fists joined hands and easily pushed the immovable sovereign back 10,000 meters. The divine mirror turned nimbly, and the sun ball thrown by the retreating immovable sovereign was reflected into the sky. On the other side, countless sealing divine power pressed down from the ninth heaven Hades, but it was torn apart by the hands of 2,000-meter-tall divine titan Traians. The green spiritual light in the sky turned into a woman, protecting Yu Bing's back. With a point of her slender hand, thousands of ancient trees were uprooted from the void and combined with Yu Bing's domain, forming an ancient forest that could shatter the heavens and the earth, but had eternal life. Impossible, you are not divine-level experts, how can you fight against us? The immovable sovereign was about to go crazy. He realized that he could not defeat the two girls. We carry the power of destiny, which surpasses everything in the world. It is not something you can shake. Anan snorted. She had never seen anyone with the power of the giant of destiny that surpassed Yu Yang's. She didn't know how the mysterious guardian separated the power of destiny from Yu Yang's body and added it to herself. However, once she successfully carried it, nothing would be able to shake it before Yu Yang took it back. Even a god-level expert would be the same. No one can stop me. Don't you dare get away with it before I fall. Yu Bing's body was extremely pure, and with the guidance of the protector, she had perfectly combined the supreme will, grimoire, domain, beast, and ancient runes she had comprehended. The undefeatable supremacy had hurriedly sealed it out of desperation. Even if he was struck by it thousands of times, he would not be able to shake the ancient forest that she had formed with her divine power. Immortal life, eternal life. This was the power of the Godhead that she had temporarily obtained, and it was also the highest form of her supreme will. Such an existence might not be able to attack, but it could defend itself. Heaven stairway, world tree, million steps. The Jiaoyu goddess stretched out her arms and held the sky with her palms. She concentrated everything and got rid of all distracting thoughts. The divine power that she had cultivated and channeled into Jizun flowed out bit by bit, making it look like the bright moon shrouding the earth. It filled the entire space and merged with all things, including Jizun and Yu Yang. The Jiaoyu divine power that she operated and controlled was very gentle, like a veil or a dream, misty and hazy. Although this kind of divine power could not cause any harm to Jizun and Yu Yang, she still tried to be as gentle as possible, feeling lighter than the wind and fainter than the moonlight. At this moment, the two of them were immersed in the resonance of tacit understanding. They couldn't afford to be disturbed in the slightest. Even a cough or the lightest footstep could cause the two of them to break free from the world of spiritual fusion. They would no longer be able to maintain the tacit understanding of one person. In this resonance where the mind and wisdom were integrated together, Jizun completely understood Yu Yang's cultivation, and Yu Yang also read Jizun bit by bit, understanding her completely more deeply and truly. There were no more secrets to speak of. At this moment, the two of them were as close as twin fetuses in their mother's belly. The two hearts beat together, and the two minds of the opposite sex but also integrated, drew closer to each other endlessly, forming a strange combination of you and me and you. Two different realms of enlightenment, two wisdom that expanded towards different fields, two souls that were born independently but with different characteristics, accepted each other infinitely, until they were completely one, and could no longer be separated from each other. The two of them, whose foreheads were touching, had unknowingly kissed each other. There was no lingering of lips and tongues. There was no teasing, flirting, or plundering. There was no element of lust, just subconsciously getting close and natural. Through the intimate contact of the four lips, a higher level of communication was achieved. It was the same for Jizun and Yu Yang in the soul world. Both of them were hugging each other. Without the restraint of clothes, their golden and dazzling souls were incomparably pure. The two of them were hugging each other completely. Their lips were touching and their hands were touching. One soul body and the other soul body were almost fused into one. In the past, only Shui Wuxia, Princess Sisai, and the others, who loved Yu Yang deeply, could reach this perfect state of dual cultivation. For example, Southern Demon King and Aquamarine Bai Lu, even if they became Yu Yang's wives and had the greatest physical intercourse in the outside world, they were still slightly inferior, unable to completely and perfectly achieve this state of dual cultivation of the soul. If there were people other than Shui Wuxia, Princess Sisai, and Fallen Beauty who could reach this state with their souls without the need of physical intercourse in the outside world, only Yu Bing and Yu could achieve this state of dual cultivation. Because Yu Bing let her brother purify her body and sublimate her soul countless times, her whole person became ethereal, clear and intelligent. Coupled with her unlimited trust in her brother, she never thought about other things when she practiced, and her consciousness was completely free of distracting thoughts, she was able to achieve this state of cultivation. As for Yu Yu, she naturally knew what this kind of cultivation represented. But in order to help her brother grow in adversity, she had already abandoned her shyness and worldly views, completely relying on her own nature, and did everything for her brother. Right now, she had never dual cultivated with Yu Yang before. When she first entered the spiritual world, she unreservedly released herself, and also flawlessly reached the wondrous state of dual cultivation of the soul. In order to let Yu Yang master the power of destiny in the shortest time possible, she even constantly used her consciousness as a guide, transmitting all the insights in her life to him. In the process of transmission, the joy, anger, sorrow and joy in her life, all kinds of secrets and subconsciousness, were inevitably shared with him. Jizun knew the result. But she was even more duty-bound and more devoted to him. As for the future, after the two of them dual cultivated, how the results would evolve, she had no time to think about it, or perhaps, she did not think about it at all. He read her bit by bit in this kind of cultivation, and in the process, she also understood more about him. Except for some things that couldn't be touched by the existence of guardians, all kinds of things in his life, including love, desire, and hatred, were now completely vivid in her mind, as if she was personally involved. Boom! The world of the Holy Scripture suddenly expanded thousands of times, with Yu Yang as the center, extending infinitely outwards. After reaching the end of the infinite sky, reaching a distant limit that even the wisdom of its master, Yu Yang, could not fully understand, it gathered back at high speed, recondensed, and returned to Yu Yang's body, forming a circle of light like an existence. Yu Yang and Jizun. The two of them were immersed in the world of dual cultivation. They didn't understand what was going on at all, and could only watch quietly, sensing its changes. There was a kind of supreme divine power that no one could see, but it really existed, suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and put a part of the power of the giant of destiny on the world. Not more, not less. If it was a little more, the world might collapse immediately. If it was a little less, it would be lower than what the world could bear, causing an immeasurable backlash. This power of destiny was placed on the world, which Yu Yang and Jizun did not expect before. They could only watch the process quietly, and there was no possibility of stopping or controlling it at all. When it was completely placed, the world and the power of the giant of destiny that it could bear, just reached an extremely perfect balance. It shocked the souls of the two again. What kind of skillful hands did it take to achieve such a distribution? What kind of ability did it take to cut off a part of the power of the giant of destiny that belonged to Yu Yang, placed it on the world, and let it bear the burden instead of the master? Who was it, who had such divine power and wisdom? There was no time to ask more questions from their souls, and there was no time to understand more mysteries. The souls of the two were shocked by the maximum endurance of the world again. If the power of the giant of destiny that Yu Yang needed to control was a height of 1 kilometer, and it was enough to reverse the situation, then, this world that had always been a foodie since its birth, and had almost never had any amazing performance, at this moment, it was unbelievable that Yu Yang had borne the power of the giant of destiny that was 300 meters high, 300 meters. The power of the giant of destiny that was 1,000 meters high could ignore the conquerors of the heaven realm in the east, and completely reverse the whole situation. A world that existed as a foodie actually bore the power of the giant of destiny that was 300 meters high for Yu Yang. Moreover, it had no intelligence and was not a divine beast. It could bear the power of the giant of destiny that was 300 meters high. It was simply an incredible miracle. The next placement was the phantom that had always accompanied Yu Yang since he contracted the grimoire. The phantom had borne the power of the giant of destiny that was 250 meters high for Yu Yang. The number 1 war beast. The number 1 guardian war beast. The guardian war beasts saw man, red, shadow giant and so on. All of them were the greatest help to Yu Yang in battle. Even the strong phantom that was born and became the number 1 guardian war beast since Yu Yang contracted the grimoire, had a maximum endurance of 250 meters. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the world that had borne the power of the giant of destiny that was 300 meters high just now. Of course, if there were no changes that happened next, the souls of the two would not have reached the greatest shock. I'm also ready, please let me bear a part of it. If we share the power of destiny that is 1,000 meters high, we will definitely succeed. Jiaoyu goddess had been condensing for so long, all for this mysterious guidance that came from an unknown world. She also wanted to bear the power of destiny for Yu Yang. Even if it was 100 meters. As long as all the power of destiny was distributed, and everyone helped Yu Yang bear a little, then the height of 1,000 meters was not impossible. Now the world had borne 300 meters, the phantom had borne 250 meters, and there was also little Wenli, who had just come out and was condensing all her will to accept the heavy pressure of the power of destiny. At the height of 1,000 meters, everyone shared a little. When it came to Yu Yang, he needed to bear less. After 3 days of comprehension and control, he could turn the impossible into the possible. Jizun and Yu Yang could not move. Their minds were intertwined, and they were both in the wonderful state of dual cultivation. But through telepathy, both Yu Yang and Jizun could see. This time. That unknown and formless hand of magic. What was placed on top of Jiao Yu Goddess's head was actually only 100 meters of the power of destiny. What shocked Yu Yang and Jizun the most was that Jiao Yu Goddess, who was carrying the power of the giant of destiny at a height of 100 meters, actually screamed. She was in so much pain that she couldn't even straighten her waist. Her protective divine power was almost shattered. In an instant, she couldn't even stay in the space of 1,000,000 steps. The divine power rumbled until it shattered the space of 1,000,000 steps and fell straight under the world tree. It was just 100 meters, but Jiao Yu Goddess, who had comprehended the will of the sovereign and had climbed to the divine level for a long time, couldn't bear it. Under the heavy pressure, she almost died on the spot. This terrifying power made Jizun and Yu Yang's mind almost explode. Was the power of destiny really that abnormal? Jiao Yu Goddess was in the divine level, but she couldn't even withstand 100 meters. Then what kind of abnormal existence was the phantom that could withstand 250 meters, and the world that could withstand 300 meters? When little Wenli's delicate little hand held up the power of the giant of destiny at a height of 380 meters, even Yu Yang couldn't stay calm. He and Jizun woke up from the dual cultivation state at the same time. They stared at everything that was happening in front of them with their mouths agape. It turned out that this adorable little Lamia Loli was actually the most abnormal existence. When the two of them reacted, they were shocked to discover another thing. According to the current height they could bear, it had already exceeded 1,000 meters. The world was 300, plus the phantom's 250, Jiao Yu Goddess's 100, and finally little Wenli's 380 meters. Wouldn't it be a height of 1,030 meters? Since it had already reached 1,000 meters, Yu Yang should be able to adapt to the weather, gradually control it, and comprehend the attraction, transforming himself. Why was there no reaction? If carrying it was useless, the invisible magical hand would definitely not do so. But if it was useful, why didn't it take effect? Yu Yang and Jizun looked at each other. The two of them tacitly thought of a terrible possibility. Boom, Jiao Yu Goddess kept falling, 500,000 steps, 100,000 steps, 10,000 steps, and finally she couldn't even stand on 1,000 steps, until she fell to the starting point of the heaven stairway, fell to the root of the world tree, then gritted her teeth and supported the power of the giant of destiny at a height of 100 meters. Jizun, who had a telepathic connection with Jiao Yu Goddess, couldn't help but change her expression. Just when she and Yu Yang didn't know how to react, suddenly, in their ears, a heavenly voice that seemed to be transmitted from the world of dreams sounded softly, "Are you listening? Please listen carefully." Xian's next words, "You must listen carefully, then do as she asks." San Er, and sect leader Ming Xian, you might already know by now, but it's impossible to reach the realm of divine venerable just by carrying the power of the giant of destiny at a height of 1,000 meters. This is because San Er, you don't just have one grimoire, you also have the divine grimoire from the trial ground. Back then, my sister had once entrusted me with a task. If San Er needs everyone's help one day, then I will tell you the truth. Now, what I want to say is, what you need to bear is not only the power of destiny at a height of 1,000 meters. This is only your current effort. The real thing that will help you build your foundation and achieve your future is to satisfy the requirements of the two grimoires to create an eternal world. If there is more than that, then that is the growth potential of the divine level in the future. Fourth Mother transmitted her voice to Yu Yang and Jizun's spiritual world through His Majesty. Heavens! Yu Yang almost fainted. He didn't have two grimoires, but three, and one of them was a divine grimoire that even he, the owner, couldn't enter. God knows how much power of destiny was needed to create an eternal world inside. This time, it was really over. Yu Yang was no longer thinking about how to defeat the East. With over 1,000 meters of fate energy on his back, as long as he calmed down and absorbed it, perfectly controlling it, the outcome of this battle was already set in stone. However, if that was all, then he would at most become a god-rank giant of fate that was 1,000 meters tall. Not to mention the potential after god rank, even the holy exalt that he had yearned for a long time would slip by. Becoming a divine sovereign was actually this difficult. It was no wonder that over the millennia, not many people had been able to become divine sovereigns. It was also no wonder that those true gods who had climbed up to the divine level had always been stuck at their original level. Increase your sister. Who could create an eternal world and still have more divine power to form potential? Who would have the ability to carry such a huge amount of divine power on their back? Following Fourth Mother's words of truth, the divine grimoire that Yu Yang obtained but couldn't summon out of the trial ground came out. Its spirituality gave feedback to Yu Yang and Jizun. In order to create an eternal trial world that completely belonged to Yu Yang's will, it needed the power of a giant of fate that was at least 3,000 meters tall. With regards to this blow, Yu Yang was already dizzy to death. Next, Yu Yang's first contracted divine grimoire that had always been the greatest help in his life and battles actually needed even more. It needed the power of a giant of fate that was at least 5,000 meters tall. Yu Yang was speechless. Where could he find someone to carry the power of a giant of fate that was 8,000 meters tall? One must know that goddess Jiaoyu, as a divine level, couldn't even last 100 meters. If it wasn't for Phantom's Shadow, World, and Little Wenli, even 1,000 meters would be difficult. Jizun originally wanted to comfort Yu Yang, but when that mysterious divine grimoire came out and required the power of a giant of fate that was at least 10,000 meters tall, she didn't know how to comfort Yu Yang. This was a number that made people feel despair. The divine grimoire that Yu Yang had painstakingly obtained in the trial grounds, compared to this mysterious and unfathomable divine grimoire that had never appeared in front of others, was simply an existence akin to floating clouds. Just this one alone had far exceeded the number of trial grimoire and the first contracted divine grimoire combined. What made Yu Yang the most furious was that he had contracted this divine grimoire and hadn't used it at all. How could it ask him for so much power of fate? Is there still justice in this world? In the previous world, he was a foodie. At least he could appear at important moments, but this divine grimoire couldn't even be summoned normally. It's over. Yu Yang's head was now bigger than 3 heads. What should he do next? Jizun was also a little dizzy, but she still tried her best to comfort him. There are no difficulties in this world that can't be overcome. If we face them together and work hard together, we will definitely succeed. This is the biggest difficulty, but once we pass it, all our efforts will be rewarded. Cultivation, experience, improvement. On the surface, it seems that one person is working hard, but in reality, it is never one person's matter. Long ago, elder sister had already made arrangements. Although I wasn't able to help Sanner grow in the past, Xuan'er and I will support you in this trial. Moreover, Huaxian is calling out to all the relatives and friends who heard my voice, as well as the seniors, subordinates, people, races, and so on who are related to Sanner's fate. If you are willing, please stand up and help Sanner carry the power of fate that belongs to him, but is also closely related to everyone's lives. As long as more people stand up, no matter how difficult this trial is, we will all be able to overcome it. This is my Sanner's future achievement, and also everyone's future glory. If you hear it and are willing to stand up, please follow the secret that Huaxian will tell you next. Use your own willpower and endurance to carry a portion of the power of fate, even if it is a very, very small portion. Huaxian will thank you in advance. Everything, I will leave it to everyone. When Fourth Mother's voice resounded once again, this time, not only did it resound in Yu Yang and Jizun's hearts, all the relatives and friends who knew Yu Yang, all the clans who supported him, no matter if they were fighting, sitting quietly, or even in their dreams, they could all hear Fourth Mother's words clearly. This was Fourth Mother's request, and also the guidance of His Majesty's ability. Yu Yang was so moved that he almost cried. He clenched his fists, closed his eyes, and tried hard to restrain himself, not letting his emotions collapse in the midst of being moved. Night Empress, Princess Sisai, Fallen Beauty, Drunken Cat and the others who were fighting. Duo, Jiangying, Yi Ka, Future, and Hui Tai Lang, who was crazily devouring the Heaven Realm Army's small fries. Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, Shui Tan Lang, Prince of Tian Luo and the Li brothers, even the Oxhead fan Luan Tai, Li Ao, Lin An and other friends. Old Fox, Jun Wu Yu, Elder Yu Hai, and Sky Execution, Dragon Emperor and the Emperor of the Underworld, who were holding the hatred-parting divine sword in their hands. Countless relatives and friends who were related to Yu Yang's fate heard Fourth Mother's call at this moment. Now, it was up to them to choose. Should they choose to support him? Or should they sit back and watch Yu Yang fail in his breakthrough, carrying the power of fate for others and helping others achieve their future? Wasn't this also a choice of fate? Tong Tian Tower. After hearing Fourth Mother's telepathic call, Fatty Hai was the first to jump up. Originally, he was half dead, but his whole body seemed to be full of blood as he shouted loudly, "As a boss, it's finally time for me to show my skills. There's no helping it, in this most important moment of life, it's impossible to not have me as your boss to protect you. Don't be afraid, I'm coming. Go and die." Yi Kong angrily kicked him away. Luckily Fourth Mother's telepathic call could reach his heart and was not affected by the outside world. Otherwise, if this damn fatty interfered, he would not be able to make up for it even if he was skinned alive. Shui Tan Lang and Prince of Tian Luo also listened nervously. In this most important moment, they did not dare to miss even half a second. Even if they missed a sentence, it might cause irreparable damage to the whole situation. Other than the simple-minded Fatty Hai, no one was in the mood to talk glibly at this time. Fatty Hai climbed up, but before he could speak, the wind-breathed seabird that had turned into a human had already stretched out her small hand and pinched the fat on his waist. It was so painful that he gasped, the fat on his body trembled. If it was someone else, they would have already turned hostile. However, the one who punished him was a beauty, and the one who he had been trying to please. At this time, he naturally did not dare to show the pain on his face, but instead squeezed out a wretched look of enjoyment. Towards this kind of dead dog is not afraid of hot water. Damn fatty, what could they do to him? Moreover, no one had the time to beat him up now. Fourth Mother paused. She seemed to be thinking about what to say. After almost a minute of pause, she slowly said the secret method to help Yu Yang bear the power of fate. The secret method was transmitted to the world through telepathic call, and all of them were people who were closely related to Yu Yang's fate, or friends and relatives. She was not afraid that the enemy would know about this secret method. It was just that once the secret method was revealed, within 3 days, the people who could bear the power of fate for Yu Yang must make a choice. Otherwise, the opportunity would be lost forever. The opportunity could not be missed, and it would not come again. She was talking about the current important moment and situation. I am the Tian Luo Emperor, Hua Suri. Regarding the matter of me bearing the power of destiny for Yu Yang, I shall give you an explanation. There was no need to worry. Anyone could shoulder the burden of destiny for Yu Yang. Even ordinary people could contribute as long as they were competent. In the process of carrying the power of destiny, there was no danger to their lives, and they didn't have to pay anything. Even if they failed, it wouldn't affect them in the slightest. This was purely a righteous act, and an unconditional support. As long as you're willing to support Yu Yang and believe in him, you can participate. There's no difference in status or ability. In the process of shouldering the power of destiny, if you suddenly change your mind, you can give up at any time. There's no need to force yourself. His Majesty's voice suddenly rang out. As if he had seen the doubts of countless people, His Majesty's words hit the nail on the head and pointed out that there would be no problem with carrying the power of fate. If we succeed in the end, Hua Xian will suggest San'er to repay all the supporters. Of course, this still depends on everyone's support. Whether it's yes or no, Hua Xian doesn't dare to lie for now. Fourth Mother was kind-hearted. She hoped to give everyone a promise. In truth, any holy exalt would be able to display remarkable abilities once they advanced. Raising their hands to bless. Repaying the supporters was a very normal move. But she was worried that what she said would exceed Yu Yang's will. If Yu Yang couldn't complete it smoothly in the future, it would definitely cause a negative impact. So she didn't make a promise lightly. Compared to Fourth Mother, His Majesty was much more straightforward. Repaying is what Yu Yang wants, not what we want. Everyone who can hear our call, you're all related to Yu Yang's fate. If you're not unrelated, then you definitely won't be able to hear our voice. Here, Xian isn't willing to say it, so I'll say it on her behalf. Support must be unconditional. If we, the people of Tongtian Tower, have to stand up and bear the power of fate for our comrade and help him advance to the Holy Elder Realm, and still talk about repaying him, then we'll simply be laughing at the rankers of Heaven Realm and Heaven Realm. In their eyes, we, Tongtian Tower, are like a country bumpkin village. Now that there's finally someone who can advance to the Holy Elder Realm, this is a grand occasion that they've been longing for thousands of years. In the Heaven Realm and Heaven Realm, if there's such a magnificent feat, there might be thousands of unknown warriors who are willing to sacrifice themselves for it, dedicate everything, and use their honor to help him achieve great success. But, they don't have such a chance, and they can't even hope for such a chance. Now, if we, the people of Tongtian Tower, don't need to pay any price, as long as we support them with our faith, we can help our comrade advance to the Holy Elder Realm. Why would we need to talk about conditions? We're like merchants chasing after profits. Wouldn't that be the biggest joke in the world? If all of our people's wills are that depraved, then how can Tongtian Tower revive and rise? Chasing after profits is not the nature of us warriors. What we pursue is a higher realm. We will gather our faith, unconditionally support our strongest, and help him soar to the sky. We won't lose anything at all, but what we get in the future is something that those secular people can't even think about. Don't talk about rewards, don't talk about honor. In the process of carrying the power of fate, we can also rely on this grand feat to promote ourselves. Perhaps, you never knew your own potential and future achievements. This has always been the secret of a warrior's growth. Only those who are willing to participate in carrying the power of fate will see the truth in that process. Through the reference of the Holy Elder Realm, you may be able to see yourself clearly. Alright, I don't want to describe too many things here. This is an opportunity for Yu Yang, and for you, isn't it also an opportunity? Those who are willing to support Yu Yang unconditionally, stand up as soon as possible and join us. No matter what race, no matter what identity, as long as you can stand up and support us at this most important moment, then you will be a true friend, a true follower. As soon as His Majesty finished speaking, Fatty Hai was the first to jump out again. He raised his hands high above his head. He shouted loudly with the posture of a savior, I am willing to carry the power of fate for that brat Yu Yang. Come, give me the power of a giant of fate that is 1,000 meters tall. Although I usually keep a low profile, I can easily carry the power of fate that is 1,000 meters tall. Do you think I would say such a thing everywhere? Actually, according to the secret method passed down by Fourth Mother, it was the same no matter what posture one used to bear the power of fate. However, Fatty Hai put on a posture of a savior, which made people's hearts boil. Yi Kong didn't have time to care about him now, otherwise he would have the thought of chopping this damn fatty into 18 pieces and arranging them into 36 models. Shut up. If you make any more noise, I'll cut off all the fat on your body and fry it in oil to make pancakes. The moment the humanoid wind-breathed seabird spoke, the fatty finally stopped talking for 3 seconds. Aya, my dear God. Fatty Hai's body shook. The power of fate that was born by the secret method was different from the distribution of the invisible magical hand beside Yu Yang and Jizun. It was completely in line with the target's maximum endurance. The process of carrying this secret method was to slowly increase, starting from less than 1 meter, gradually increasing until the support reached the limit. Fatty Hai, who had just boasted that he would carry the power of the giant of fate that was 1,000 meters tall for Yu Yang. Now, even 1 meter was lying flat on the ground. His whole body sunk deep into the mud pit, only revealing a wretched and dirty face. The power of fate did not affect the outside world at all. It only affected the body of the bearer. The reason why Fatty Hai was like a mud turtle was entirely because he couldn't bear it, and the strength of his body was disordered. However, seeing this unkillable Fatty Hai, who was carrying the power of fate that was 1 meter tall, in such a wretched state, Yi Kong and Xue Tanlang were completely shocked. Didn't this mean that the power of fate that they were carrying was also within this range? At first, Yi Kong and Xue Tanlang thought that they did not dare to think about the height of 1,000 meters. If they clenched their teeth, they might be able to carry the power of fate that was 100 meters tall for Yu Yang. who knew that carrying a meter had already pressed Fatty Hai to such a state. What made them even more ashamed and mad was that when Yikong, Shui Tanlang and the others tried to use their secret techniques to help Yu Yang bear the power of fate, they immediately had a telepathic connection with each other, allowing them to sense the incomparably distant space. The other people who were carrying the power of fate could only gather at a height of 1 meter, which was negligible. But Yinan and Yubing, these two girls, had a height of 180 meters and a height of 160 meters respectively. It was really unimaginable. What kind of willpower did they rely on to reach such a height with such a weak body? Sister Bing Air can also carry it more than 100 meters, I definitely can't lose. Keep adding more, I don't want to be like this, I am the boss, I definitely can't lose. Fatty Hai clenched his teeth and tried his best to increase the power of fate that he was carrying. However, with his endurance, 1 meter was already unbearable, a few meters was already the limit of his body. It doesn't matter even if my body collapses, go. I, Yi Kong, am the teammate who supports Yu Yang the most. Yi Kong roared crazily. Shui Tanlang supported himself with one arm. His eyes were red and his veins were popping out. Amongst his teammates, he temporarily left Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and Prince of Tian Luo at a height of 10 meters. However, he was not happy with this height at all. Go up, continue to add more. There was no limit. He felt that even if he had a limit, it should not be a mere 10 meters. As girls, Yinan and Yubing could carry more than 100 meters for Yu Yang. If he, a group of men, could not even compare to them, how could he have the face to say that he was Yu Yang's teammate? Furthermore, his limit should not be 10 meters, it should be higher. If his body still had any potential, if there was any potential, then he should let it all explode. Right now, he had nothing else to ask for, he only wanted to explode once, so that he could be a man and bear the glory that belonged to him. Who am I? I am Shui Tanlang. I was once known as the most talented genius after Yu Yang. Is this my limit? No, definitely not. Damn it. Fatty Hai, you are the boss, aren't you ashamed to only carry the power of fate that is a few meters high? Are you going to live like a coward forever, hiding behind others and dragging out your life? Can't you just stand up and prove yourself? No, I am the genius Hai Defu, not the idiot Hai Defu, not the coward Hai Defu. Stand up, I want to stand up. Fatty Hai saw that Yi Kong, Shui Tanlang and Prince of Tian Luo were all carrying the power of fate higher than him, especially Shui Tanlang, who was now more than 10 meters high. He immediately felt humiliated and slapped himself a few times. He crawled out of the mud pit with tears streaming down his face. He knelt on the ground and lowered his hands, holding them in front of his chest, as if he was holding the most important dignity in his life. He muttered to himself to encourage himself while using his secret technique to increase the power of fate. 10 meters, the monkey can do it, the prince can do it, Coffin Face can do it, I can do it too. I am the boss, I have to act like a boss, not just 10 meters, I can carry even more, even higher. Who am I? I am the boss of that abnormal genius Yu Yang. I don't want to be a coward, I am not a coward, I want to be a man with an indomitable spirit, I want to fight for once, for my family, and for myself. Yes, I want to be a qualified boss, I can do it, I definitely can. Don't even think about it. As long as I, Dong Feng, exist, don't even think about changing your fate. Weaklings will always be weaklings, there will never be a day where they can counterattack. Your luck may be able to be arrogant for a while, but only wisdom can shine till the end. Only I, Dong Feng, have the qualifications to be the final victor. Dong Feng stood above the 9 heavens, elegant and at ease, as if he was a celestial descending. He looked at the fierce battle between the Heaven Realm Army and the soaring Dragon Continent's Dragon Knight Army and Dragon Blood Guards Army. Although he couldn't hear Fourth Mother's call, he, who was gifted in chess and had extremely high intelligence, could easily see through the subtle changes in the battlefield below and see through the essence of things. Those soaring dragon warriors who wanted to fight to the death in exchange for glory, such as Titan Yu's grandfather Yu Hai, Dixia Emperor Jun Wu Yu and the various clan masters of the 4 great clans, all retreated. Using some kind of secret method, they started to receive some kind of mysterious power. Dongfang admitted that he was not blind, but even if he was, he believed that he could see their intentions. These fellows wanted to help Titan Yu bear some kind of fate power that needed to be passed. No matter how talented Titan Yu was, he was still too young. With his wisdom and comprehension, he would not be able to bear the fate of the entire Tongtian Tower. If Titan Yu needed to make a change and hope to counterattack, then he had to take the risk. And these friends and relatives of Titan Yu would definitely want to stand behind him and support him with their lives. Bear fate? Would it really be that easy? Not to mention that he could stop them. Even if he didn't, the chances of success was only 1 in 1,000. With these people's qualifications, how much fate power could they bear? They didn't even have divine envoys or divine generals. They were merely innates. They weren't even innates. And they dared to say that they would bear fate for others? This was simply making others laugh their heads off. According to this level of fate power, to be able to bear 1/10 of a meter, it seemed that they already had the strength of divine envoys. Only divine generals could do half a meter. Could all these people add up to 1 meter? This was too funny. Titan Yu's so-called supporters were such a group of scum? It seemed that they were really a group of trash that deserved to be swept into the trash pool of history. Thousands, tens of thousands of people, it seemed that they couldn't even bear the fate power of 10 meters. If it was so weak, there was no reason for Tongtian Tower not to collapse. Of course, it was precisely because they were weak that it was more enjoyable to abuse them. This was the education and cleansing of the ignorant by the wise. Comrades, no matter which race or region you come from, let us unite and fight against the invaders from the heaven realm. I am Yang Titan Yu, the third young master of the Yu clan that many people talk about. I am also your friend, the new prison emperor and guardian of Tongtian Tower. I know that you can hear my voice. As long as you are a brave warrior who is filled with passion to fight for Tongtian Tower, you can hear my call. You did not hear wrongly, it is me who is calling you. I need everyone to do something for me now. It is very simple. Everyone, as long as you raise your hands and chant the phrase "Heaven and earth are like the arms of all living beings" in your hearts, then you can help me resist the evil and defeat the invaders from the heaven realm. Please believe me, this does not require you to sacrifice your lives, and it will not affect everyone's abilities. It is only temporary. Let me control your beasts. I need your faith and the strength of your beasts. With your support and help, I will definitely be able to obtain the final victory. Smiles and cheers will definitely return to our faces. I am willing to fight for all of you. My dear friends, my dear brothers and sisters, I also hope that you can extend your hands and help me move towards success. Dongfeng suddenly used Yu Yang's voice to transmit to every Tongtian Tower warrior and even normal people's hearts in the 10th floor of Tongtian Tower through his supreme godly strength and chess talent. His troublemaking and guidance caused many people to fall into confusion. Wasn't there a secret before? Why was there a new phrase like "Heaven and earth are like the arms of all living things"? Furthermore, that secret was not simple. It was much more complicated than just reciting this phrase silently. Could it be that Yu Clan's third young master saw that everyone could not meet the requirements and deliberately made some adjustments? This is simple. I feel that the power of my summoned beasts has been successfully drawn out, but my body is very relaxed. I don't feel that heaviness anymore. The burdens that felt like splitting headache have been swept away. Awesome. Someone tried it and immediately felt that the phrase "Heaven and earth are like the arms of all living things" was effective. He couldn't help but shout it out. Moreover, the strange thing was that his shout immediately spread clearly within a radius of more than 10 kilometers. All the warriors within the radius could hear his voice clearly. It's very simple, I also succeeded. Immediately after, more people tried it out and cheered thunderously. Let us shout "Heaven and earth are like the arms of all living things" together. Our enemies will tremble under our shouts. Our might will be invincible. The roar of justice is the key to opening the door to victory. It is the symbol of the road to success. Let us roar, roar. The voice of Dongfeng, who was disguised as Yu Yang, started to stir up people's hearts. Listening to his call, countless of his comrades around him also succeeded. More mercenaries and martial artists joined the fray. At first, it was not neat. However, more and more people joined in, and the sound became louder and louder. In the end, it became a shout that resounded through the sky. Heaven and earth are like the arms of all living things. Heaven and earth are like the arms of all living things. In the midst of the shouts, the power of countless beasts was drawn out. Under the control of Dongfang's godly power, the collective will even exploded into a huge protective shield, pushing the Heaven Realm army out. When the participating Tong Tian Tower warriors shouted like a tide, the sound waves formed were earth-shattering. The Heaven Realm army retreated step by step, unable to resist, their willpower almost collapsing. The appearance of this spectacle made the Tong Tian Tower warriors even more crazy. They threw themselves into it with incomparable fanaticism. Countless people were moved by the power they had contributed. The Heaven Realm army, which could not withstand the fierce battle, now retreated. They were pushed back by the power of their own beliefs. This was the miracle created by their own beliefs. This was the power of their own beliefs. Over and over again, they shouted the phrase heaven and earth are like the arms of all living things. No matter how they shouted, they did not feel tired. There was no need for swords or sabers. There was no need for blood and sacrifice. As long as they shouted, they could make the enemy flee in embarrassment. What kind of glory was this? What kind of glory was this? This brat Yuyang really has a way. The Eastern Sky King was an uncouth man. He felt that it was extremely painful to bear the power of fate with a secret technique. It was easier to directly draw out the power of the beasts with the heaven and earth are like the arms of all living things. If he had known this earlier, he would not have worked so hard with the pressure of the mountains. Let's shout too. The Western Sky King was also a lively person. He saw that the Dragon Knights and Dragon Blood Guards joined Yu Yang's call one after another. The power formed by shouting was very strong. The protective shield was 1,000 meters high, and the pressure made the Heaven Realm army soldiers scared witless. He could not help but feel his heart heat up and his throat itch. Of course, he and the Eastern Sky King were not that kind of idiots. They could be considered to be very meticulous. They first looked at Jun Wuyu, the old fox and Elder Nangong, these think tanks who really held the strategic direction. With one look, they were shocked, because they found that Jun Wuyu's body was trembling non-stop, and the old fox's face was pale. Even the usually calm Elder Nangong's hand that was holding the grimoire was trembling. What's going on? The Eastern Sky King and the Western Sky King looked at each other in astonishment. They both saw a trace of unease in each other's eyes. There's someone stealing the name. The old fox could not even finish his words. It's that traitor from the east. Elder Nangong's face was gloomy, and he let out a long sigh. This guy is too scary. He schemed against us, maybe he had already calculated this step. Wasn't it Yuyang just now? Feng Kuang, Xiaohe Weijia and the others were also scared to the point that their limbs turned cold. To bear the power of fate, one must pay the same amount of pain as the original body, or else it would not be counted. The East's move was to make use of people's natural fear of pain, and use an easier inherent skill to deceive those young people. The Dragon Knights, Dragon Blood Guards and countless mercenaries who volunteered to join the battle were all fooled. They were fooled by the illusion and fell into a frenzy. Grandma Wuting also shook her head and sighed. The East's move was indeed very accurate. No wonder he could be crowned as the #1 think tank in the central shrine. Heaven and earth as the arm of all living things. Tens of thousands of mercenaries, thousands of Dragon Knights and Dragon Blood Guards all shouted in unison. Everyone's face was filled with fanaticism, and they roared again and again. Their voices were like thunder, shaking the heaven and earth. Let's quickly stop them. Feng Kuang and the others were extremely anxious. It's useless, they can't hear our voices anymore. Those shields were used by the East to block us, and not to defend against the Heaven Realm army's attack. He commanded the Heaven Realm army to put on a show of throwing away their helmets and armor, causing everyone's minds to be lost in that kind of abnormal belief. We are completely powerless to stop them. Furthermore, we must seize the time and continue to bear the power of fate for Yuyang. We don't have the time to stop this kind of fanaticism. If we do that, we will also fall into the East's trap. Dongfangjing hopes that we can stop them. We can't change our minds, we must continue and not be moved by external forces. In this limited time, we must bear more power of fate for Yuyang. Otherwise, the ones who will fail in the end will definitely be us. Elder Nangong stopped Feng Kuang and the others. Currently, the most important thing was not to awaken the Dragon Knights and Dragon Blood Guards who had already fallen into fanaticism. Instead, it was to bear the power of fate for Yu Yang. Elder Yu Hai heavily punched the ground, tears flowing down his old face. On one side, it was the hot-blooded army that he had personally trained, and on the other side, it was his grandson who urgently needed support. Regardless of whether it was watching the other side fall, it made him feel as if he was being cut by a knife. Tens of thousands of Dragon Knights and Dragon Blood Guards, or his proud grandson, he had to make a choice. Furthermore, it was the only choice. No matter if he was the commander or the grandfather, he had to choose his grandson, because he was Tong Tian Tower's only hope now. If we continue to hesitate, then the entire Tong Tian Tower will be buried in our hands. Jun Wuyu was indeed worthy of being an emperor. He clenched his teeth and made his decision. No matter if the Dragon Knights and Dragon Blood Guards can turn back or not, there is only one thing we can do now, and that is to sacrifice everything and bear the burden of fate. We must carry Tong Tian Tower on our shoulders. We must let that brat Yu Yang know that he is not the only one carrying Tong Tian Tower. Us old fellows will always stand behind him. Come on, let's be decent elders. Bear, I am willing to bear this fate, for him, and for the future of Tong Tian Tower. The old fox's eyes turned red. On the battlefield, there were two completely different spectacles. On one side, there were many people. Above their heads was a golden barrier that was hundreds or even thousands of meters tall. Their arms were raised like a forest, their eyes were filled with fanaticism as they shouted in unison. On the contrary, there were very few people on the other side. They were painfully supporting themselves on the ground, struggling to support the invisible and heavy power of fate. Before they reached their limit, before Yu Yang successfully leveled up, they could not relax for even a moment. This was because what they were carrying was not only the power of fate, but also the hope and future of Tong Tian Tower. Dongfeng saw all of this. He did not stop them. Of course. Carrying the power of fate could not be stopped. Any destructive actions would receive a terrifying backlash from the power of fate. Dongfeng would definitely not let his own safety and the overall situation be affected just because of a dozen of Yu Yang's friends, teachers, and seniors. How much can you bear for him? 10 meters is already the limit, ha 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 ha. Without reaching 10,000 meters, don't even think about becoming a divine sovereign. You were all destined to fail long ago. Painfully hold on, the sinking Tong Tian Tower is not something that can be supported by human strength. Moreover, this is just the beginning, the more interesting things are yet to come. Dongfeng sneered. His divine power broke through the void and instantly teleported out of the Tong Tian Tower's 10th floor, heading straight for his next target. Shattering the void. Between Tong Tian Tower and Heaven Realm, the original passage had already become a broken spacetime fissure. Energy storms and spacetime whirlpools could appear at any time, engulfing everything in their path. The laws of heaven and earth had lost their effect here, and could no longer be restored like normal broken spaces. This was a forbidden area for warriors. Except for gods. No one could survive here unscathed. Dongfeng held a gigantic energy ball in each of his hands. The biggest one was more than 1,000 meters in diameter. If it was not for the divine power wrapping around it, preventing it from mixing with the energy of the outside world, if it was someone else, even if it was a divine rancor, without Dongfeng Jingshi's control, they would not be able to suppress it and cause a world-destroying explosion. The traitor from the Tower of Babel, the greatest strategist from the Central Divine Hall, was indifferent. He held a ball in each hand with a relaxed expression. He even had the two balls of energy spin, one on the left and the other on the right. Under his feet, he floated over, shattering space and time. In the depths of his eyes, there was a hint of pride that could not be concealed. With the fake name of Titan Yu, he had stolen the fanatical power of faith from the warriors of Tong Tian Tower. Even if it was all part of his plan, it was all within his calculations. But after he succeeded, Dongfeng couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his heart. As strong as Empress Fei Wenli, Ji Rua, the Tian Luo Emperor who guarded the entrance to the God's ruins, and the genius Yu clan's third young master Yu Tai Tan, who was rarely seen in 10,000 years, had all fallen under his schemes. Snatching food from the tiger's mouth, on the eve of the enemy's success, using the most ingenious method, using the smartest plan, to push the enemy down from the sky. To make the enemy's foundation fall to pieces, this was called true wisdom. This was called true success. Before this, he did not know that Titan Yu would have such a day. His target was the snake demon Empress Fei Wenli, or the Tian Luo Emperor. But this did not stop him from fine-tuning his plan. After some adjustments, the implementation of this plan was smoother and more perfect than he had imagined. Power of destiny? Who could truly bear the power of destiny? A divine ranker who could control his own destiny was already very impressive. To control the fate of others, especially to shoulder the fate of the entire Tong Tian Tower, let alone that brat Yu Tai Tan, even a true divine sovereign wouldn't dare to talk about success. For the time being, Dongfeng did not know how much Yu Yang could endure, nor did he know how many people were bearing the power of destiny for him. He made a simple comparison using the standard of the world deity rank in the upper heaven. At the very least, a 10,000-meter tall pillar of divine light had to appear in the divine light space of the celestial realm to become a divine supreme. What kind of height was a 10,000-meter tall pillar of divine light? If it was said that those who were below 1 meter were divine envoys and divine generals, then those who were below 10 meters were already demigods and fake gods. Those who were below 100 meters could be called true gods, but they lacked grimoires or worlds. True gods that were more than 100 meters tall had all of them. Their grimoire world and so on were all complete. No matter how big or small their ranks were, their realms were all comprehended in eternity. 100 meters to 1,000 meters, this height was already enough for deity rankers to exhaust their lives, years, and years to climb. 10,000 meters, that was not something that a deity ranker who was below 10,000 years old could aspire to, even if it was 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or 100,000 years, there might not be a deity ranker who could reach the height of a 10,000-meter tall pillar of divine light. Because, even if there was enough time to cultivate, there was still the problem of the limit of one's potential. Even deity rankers could not improve endlessly. Other than those old ghosts that existed in ancient legends, whose names had almost been forgotten by the world, how could there still be any divine supreme? Titan Yu wanted to become a divine supreme, and let the world bear his destiny for him. When Dongfeng realized his intentions, his first thought was to laugh out loud. He had seen people who overestimated themselves, but he had never seen someone who overestimated himself to this extent. He was not even a deity ranker, and could not even reach the true God realm, yet he dared to dream of becoming a divine supreme. How many deity rankers in the upper heaven realm could surpass the height of a 100-meter tall pillar of divine light? Forget about 10,000 meters, even if it was 1,000 meters, one could not be found. Only that fellow Tian Yu could possibly reach it. But he deliberately concealed it. Until now, he still maintained the height of 900 meters from 10,000 years ago. This was already the highest standard in the upper heaven realm. Even someone as diligent as Tian Yu spent tens of thousands of years to reach 900 meters, not even 1,000 meters. Titan Yu, that brat, was probably not even a meter before. He had not even stepped into the false god realm, yet he dared to challenge the 10,000-meter tall divine supreme. Wasn't he going to make others laugh their heads off? Of course, the ignorant were fearless. Titan Yu dreamed of borrowing the strength of the people in Tong Tian Tower to help him advance to the divine supreme. But he did not think that if this method really worked, then was there no one in the upper heaven realm, Tian Yu, Jin Di, Yao Di, and other deity rankers, which one of them did not have the support of millions of people, relying on the support of others, relying on others to bear the power of fate for oneself, but oneself did not have enough potential to reach the conditions of the divine supreme, did not form an eternal world, did not have a divine grimoire that could accommodate the laws of creation, did not comprehend the supreme laws of creation, destruction, and eternity, but still wanted to use the power of others to satisfy one's own fantasies. This was undoubtedly a pipe dream. Don't try to deceive my eyes. I have long seen through it. The one who really needs funding is definitely Vivian Li, the conquest queen who is hiding behind the scenes and manipulating everything. However, the world has long forgotten her, and has no choice but to use the name of Titan Yu. Haha, this kind of insignificant skill is really not worth mentioning. Dongfeng had already completely figured it out. Titan Yu was impossible. The only possibility was Vivian Li. Even the Tian Luo Emperor, who guarded the entrance of the god's ruins, did not have the qualifications to aspire to the position of the divine supreme. Dongfeng reckoned that Queen Vivian Li might have already escaped from the seal, but she had not fully recovered. Therefore, using such a secret method to recover her strength was not to seek the position of the Divine Supreme, but to borrow power to return to the peak. Haha, we coincidentally have the same idea. The corner of Palace Master Dongfang's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Titan Yu had used the name of the Serpent Empress Fei Wenli to recover her strength and help her return to the peak. Wasn't he also using this to steal the fanatical faith of Tong Tian Tower's warriors and the contract power of millions of war beasts to help Emperor Wu Shuang recover his strength, now, even if one was a step faster? The battle between the number one ruler of the Demon Abyss, Emperor Wu Shuang, and the Serpent Empress Fei Wenli, who had threatened to conquer the Heaven Realm, was really something to look forward to. The more Dongfang thought about it, the happier he laughed. With the talent to play chess, with heaven and earth as a board and all living things as chess pieces, everything in the world was under his control. What was wisdom? What was a true chess player? This was true wisdom, this was the true chess player of fate, Tong Tian Tower. Tian Luo Palace of the Soaring Dragon Continent. East Heaven King and West Heaven King rushed in like mad dogs and couldn't stop at all. They directly knocked away the guards guarding the door and the maids who were walking halfway. With a gust of wind, they rushed in. They, who were panting like cows, had never been in such a sorry state in their lives. Their bodies seemed to have been run over by hundreds of thousands of bison, covered in mud. Bad, that traitor from the east, he stole. Eastern Sky King rushed down from the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower in one breath. Even his strong physique couldn't bear it. That's right, the east is stealing our strength. Western Sky King was also anxious. I know, you can go back. His Majesty was extremely calm, his heart was as calm as a mirror, and his emotions didn't fluctuate at all. What? Eastern Sky King and Western Sky King were stunned by His Majesty's reaction. What was going on? Since he already knew, why didn't he immediately call out to the people who had fallen into fanaticism? From the 6th to the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower, there were a large number of people who were bewitched by the East and fell into fanaticism. Even if these people couldn't be awakened, it would be good to wake up the young elites related to Yu Yang, such as the Dragon Knights, Blood Cavalry Guards, and so on. Actually, this is what we intended. There are many people who know Yu Yang, but there are not many people who are really closely related to Yu Yang's fate. Moreover, not everyone is qualified and has the ability to bear his fate for him. It's not a good thing for people who don't have the ability to force themselves to do this. Those of us who can really participate in this great event have our own destiny. In fact, we won't fall into the bewitchment of the East. We don't need to talk about others, just do our best. As long as we, who are connected with Yu Yang's fate, unite, it will be enough to support him to achieve his future, enough to bear the power of fate for him. Maybe the process will be a little longer and more difficult, but the final result will not change. Now, there are only two directions of fate, success or failure. There is no third possibility. The appearance of the East, his bewitchment, and his theft are not above the direction of Yu Yang's fate. The East is not the biggest obstacle to Yu Yang's success or failure. The real influence is us. Our will and our support are the key to whether we can break through the obstacles and carry our fate. If we succeed, Yu Yang will succeed. On the contrary, Yu Yang will fail. When His Majesty said this, Eastern Sky King and Western Sky King's mouths were so wide that a thunder mammoth could be stuffed into them. Then what can we do? What should we do? Eastern Sky King was confused. Since the theft of the East's name was also expected, what should they do next? Could it be that they could only watch the East continue to bewitch people like this? Follow the secret method. I have already said it before. His Majesty signaled Eastern Sky King and the Dizzy Duo to get out. Is it okay to ignore the Dragon Knights and the Dragon Blood Guards? Western Sky King couldn't help but ask weakly. In front of His Majesty, he really didn't dare to speak loudly when he was in the wrong. That's none of your business. As long as we can help Yu Yang succeed, let alone them, the whole Tower of Babel will be renewed, and the fate will be completely reversed. How? Many times do you want me to say it? Go out and do what you should do and what you can do. Don't make a fuss here and let the servants see you as a joke. Look at yourself, do you still look like a king? As soon as His Majesty's anger broke out, East Heaven King and West Heaven King immediately fell silent and left obediently. When they got out of Tianluo Palace, the two were inexplicably happy again. They winked at each other. Especially Eastern Sky King, the old guy, who was proud. "East, you are very smart, but I am not stupid. I knew that my son-in-law would be fine. Didn't you see who was the one who looked at him differently at the beginning? He was the best candidate that I, the Eastern Sky King, who was known as discerning talent, liked. And my little fallen flowers, she must be working very hard to bear the power of fate for her sweetheart. Don't be afraid, I am here. With me, that kid Yu Yang will definitely succeed. Baby, you can rest assured." Western Sky King couldn't stand it. He rolled his eyes. Would it kill him to not boast for a while? Didn't you see who was scared like a dead dog just now? Was it very arrogant to have a son-in-law like Yu Yang? It was true that Yu Yang was very outstanding, but his son wasn't bad either. In the future, he might be able to reach the divine level like Yu Yang. If that was really the case, he would be the father of a divine level ranker. Western Sky King was also very good at fantasy. Although he didn't have a daughter like Fallen Flowers, she had such an excellent son like Prince Tianluo, he couldn't help but be proud. In the time corridor. "I'm very sorry. I wanted to walk in the time corridor with all the distinguished guests and tour the gods' ruins. However, the situation has changed. I need to return to the Tongtian Tower to fight with my family. Please forgive me for not being able to greet you for the time being." Shui Wuxia gracefully bowed. Before the shadows could react, she had already stepped out of the time corridor of 100 years. She turned into a comet and disappeared into the endless void. Shui Wuxia not only heard Fourth Mother's soul call, but also secretly communicated with His Majesty through divine thoughts. Now, it was time for her to return to the heaven stairway and officially help Yu Yang. Of course. This would also be the beginning of the planned counterattack. The departure of Shui Wuxia caused a commotion among the suspicious shadows. Before they could react, she had already disappeared without a trace. Even so, out of respect for the strong, the shadows, under the leadership of the boss Songhai, saluted in the direction where Shui Wuxia had left. Even if they did not see her real strength, just by looking at her appearance, she was also in existence on the same level as the divine-level strongmen in the heaven realm. She deserved to be saluted in return. This overlord of the Tongtian Tower, whose name was Wu Xia, seemed to be only 30 meters tall on the surface. But in fact, she was a super god-level overlord who could kill a god-level assassin in one move. It was just that she had used some kind of secret technique to deeply conceal her own strength, which was why it gave others an illusion. They thought that she was only a height of 30 meters, the shadows communicated secretly and came to a conclusion. Without the strength of the divine-level assassin, it was impossible to kill her in one move. Therefore, another conclusion was that the real strength of this little girl Wu Xia was probably stronger than the boss Songhai, the strongest among the shadows. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to come alone and make a neutral agreement with everyone when the enemy was still unknown and she was outnumbered. Perhaps this little girl Wu Xia had just been promoted to the divine level, and she could not fully display her divine power. However, this did not mean that the Shadow Clan would do anything rude to her. No matter in the heaven realm. It was still in the heavenly realm. Strength would always be respected. This was the eternal and unchanging absolute truth. What do we do now? Should I continue watching? Or forward? The Green Shadow asked. Forward? No, let's first see what kind of deity-level rankers Tongtian Tower has produced in these 100 years. This is too much. In just 100 years, the Tongtian Tower has been born, and the heaven realm haven't been able to give birth to a divine-level expert in almost 10,000 years. If we don't figure this out, then we might as well come here for nothing. The dark shadow was stimulated by the two young ladies with shocking potential. Just now, with Wu Xia's introduction, he finally knew that the two newly born Golden Star warriors of the divine level were his little cousin, Anan, and the other was Titan Yu's sister, Yu Bing. The two young ladies named Anan and Yu Bing, although their divine light pillars were not very high, their growth was very fast. 1 second was equivalent to 10 years or even 100 years of growth for others. In the whole world, there was really no one who could grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Moreover, the golden shadows of the two girls with the same potential were both 300 meters tall. How could Dark Cloud, who only had a potential of 3 meters, endure this? Even Yuanyi, who had the best potential among the shadows, was only 40 meters tall. It was the biggest blow in his life. It seemed like it was nothing more than this. We are not going to start a war with the Tongtian Tower. Anyway, we are neutral. Moreover, we have entered the time corridor in the God's ruins. There is no hurry at all. Let's stay here and see clearly. The fiery shadow volcano also agreed. Of course, the one who was stimulated just now was not only Dark Cloud, but also him. Although he was at the God level, his future potential was only 5 meters tall. In his heart, he felt very depressed that his battle power was only 5. If it was not in front of everyone, he would have the urge to hug Dark Cloud and cry bitterly. Among the shadows, he and Dark Cloud were not weak. They were not as good as the strongest, but they were better than the weakest. Yin Ping, Lu Yin, Yuan Yi, Light, and the others were not as good as them. Only Lei Ming and Vast Sea, the boss, were above them. Who would have thought that when they came here to take a look, their future potential was simply indescribable? Then, let's look at the other few God-level experts. The Sapphire Shadow Vast Sea made the final decision. When the Shadow Group's divine wills probed the other two dazzling golden stars, a special divine light came toward them. It engulfed the whole space. Vast Sea and the others were all stunned by the scene that appeared in front of them. These were two godly grimoires. To be precise, they were a physical and an illusory godly grimoire. Other than these, there was nothing else. How could the image of a god-level expert be two godly grimoires? Who was the owner of these two godly grimoires? How could one be a physical and an illusory one? Weren't there supposed to be two god-level experts standing here? Inexplicable no matter how he thought about it. Could it be that the matters of Tongtian Tower were all so strange? Coming here, he had not seen a single normal thing. It was fine if the abnormal genius Titan Yu was so unfathomable, but his wife and sister were also so talented that it made people go crazy. Furthermore, there did not seem to be any normal people here. The more he looked, the more he realized that the people of Tongtian Tower were all more mysterious and strange than the other. The image of two godly grimoires here represented two god-level experts. He had never heard of something that could be presented like this. At the very least, it was impossible in the heaven realm. These two god-level experts definitely exist. It's just that for some reason, they chose to be invisible and only present themselves like this. The purple shadow Lei Ming tried to analyze. Could it be that these two god-level experts can change the laws of the time corridor? Otherwise, why would they present themselves like this? This doesn't make sense. Volcano was unconvinced. They present themselves like this, why can't they? This is the truth. Lei Ming snorted. It's possible that the power of these two god-level experts far exceeds the scope of our willpower's exploration. We can't see their specific image, this is also a possibility. After Boss Songhai said this, the shadow crowd was speechless. If they, a large group of god-level experts, couldn't see it, then who could? How powerful must they be to be able to cover the eyes of god-level experts? Thinking about it, everyone shuddered at the same time. Alright, they couldn't think too much about things that exceeded their intelligence, otherwise they would be scared out of their wits, jumping away from these two god-level experts who were only presented in the image of two godly grimoires. The shadow crowd chose a new target. This gold star was very strange. It was faintly discernible, as if it wasn't a god-level expert. But if it wasn't, there was no reason for it to appear here. The shadow crowd, whose curiosity was about to explode, unanimously chose it as their new observation target. When their divine will was focused on this gold star, a wave of god power attacked their bodies. Similarly, a wave of divine power attacked their bodies. Different from the previous 4 gold stars, which represented the god level, the divine power that was presented now was a very terrifying destructive power. Although it was only an existence form and not a real attack, the shadow crowd still felt frightened, as if their souls were about to be extinguished. Moreover, a kind of divine curse power that could even numb one's bones spread throughout the entire space. In this divine curse space that made one's teeth tremble, a huge statue of a goddess stood in the middle. She had lost her body, but just her head alone was more than 400 meters tall. When the shadow crowd saw this, they were so scared that they almost knelt down, prostrating themselves in worship to this goddess who wanted to destroy the infinite space of the divine curse. Although this great god's body was incomplete, she was definitely not someone they could provoke. In order not to offend the dignity of the great god, the shadow crowd hurriedly bowed and retreated. They didn't even dare to breathe. They retreated out of this terrifying space full of divine curse, getting rid of the destructive erosion of the divine consciousness. In just a few seconds, the shadow crowd felt as if they had narrowly escaped death and were reborn. Although no one knew who this great god was, everyone knew one thing. This was definitely one of the ancient great gods, and the current god level couldn't compare to it. For some unknown reason, this ancient great god chose to integrate with a certain martial artist of Tong Tian Tower, creating the god level that was born in Tong Tian Tower in 100 years. However, this wasn't important. What was important was that this was really a great god with unparalleled power. Don't blame us, we juniors had eyes but didn't recognize the great god. We're sorry for offending you. Xianxia and Luyin still had lingering fears as they saluted that gold star, deeply afraid that their attitude wasn't respectful enough. If this great god is also Titan Yu's right-hand man, then that guy from the east won't have any tears even if he wants to cry. The dark cloud suddenly gloated. Anyway, the east isn't anything good, isn't this just right? Volcano felt that this was very good. Do you want to continue watching? The golden shadow light felt that if they continued watching, if there was an even higher and stronger great god, they might really offend him. Out of self-preservation, he carefully suggested, why don't we wait for that Wuxia to come and continue watching under her invitation? This way, we can maintain the greatest respect for the god level of Tongtian Tower. Look, that little girl Wuxia invited us into the time corridor earlier, so she naturally allowed us to watch. It's still necessary to maintain enough respect. I'm saying that we should feel humble when we meet a great god, and not be arrogant and conceited. The purple shadow thunder looked at Big Brother Vast Sea. Then let's continue. Big Brother Vast Sea looked around at his companions and realized that everyone's curiosity could kill a cat. He nodded and decided to continue searching for the truth. The sixth gold star was a god-level expert whose face was hidden in the starlight. It seemed to be a woman. Most of the external images she showed were stars, star palaces, and nebulae. Even if there were other images, they were secretly hidden in the Milky Way. She was a very mysterious god-level expert. Even though she was so mysterious that they couldn't even see the golden light pillar that represented the god-level expert, the shadows still maintained enough respect for her. Because her light pillar of potential was not hidden by the golden shadow. Its height was far above the two little girls named Anan and Yubing. It made the shadows feel dizzy just looking at it. Even if everyone's potential was added up, it was probably not even half of this god-level expert hidden in the starlight. Volcano and Dark Cloud were completely speechless. A special product of Tong Tian Tower, it's an abnormal genius, I'm sure it's this. Next was the seventh gold star. The shadows found out that this was the little girl who called herself Wuxia. It wasn't strange that she was ranked here. What was strange was that the light pillar that represented her god-level expert was actually 390 meters high. Moreover, her potential was even higher than that. The whole light pillar and shadow were estimated to be 800 to 900 meters high. Not to mention the most timid light, even the most daring volcano, Dark Cloud, and Thunder felt scared to the point of wetting their pants. This little girl Wuxia had hidden her true strength by 10 times. If everyone had been greedy and fought back then, they would probably all be dead by now. After retreating outside, everyone massaged their hearts for half a minute. Only then did they feel that their heartbeats had slightly returned to normal. The feeling of suffocation caused by the fright had also been reduced a little. No matter how strong a god-level expert that they didn't know was, they wouldn't feel this kind of pressure. After all, this little girl Wuxia was still talking to everyone politely like a junior. Who knew that she had the strength of a legendary god? They should have known earlier. Everyone had to pay their respects to her again and again. When the shadows looked at the eighth gold star again, they realized that their hearts that had almost stopped beating because of the fright had suddenly stopped beating again. There seemed to be a saying in Tongtian Tower, there is no most talented person, only more talented people. Now, they seemed to understand the meaning of this proverb a little. This was because in front of them, a sea of light appeared. The sea of light was a bright moon in the sky, shining brilliantly. Extraordinary victory. There were 2 god-level experts standing there. One of them was actually a guardian beast with a light pillar that was 300 meters high. The other one was the real god-level expert that held this gold star's godhead. No one in the shadows could see the goddess's light pillar, and no one could see her figure clearly. In less than a second, everyone was expelled from the sea of light by her supreme will. It was impossible for anyone to raise their heads in front of her, and it was even more impossible for them to carefully examine her dignified divine body. They could only vaguely feel that this goddess had the world's most powerful and most intelligent divine eyes. She could instantly see through all things and look down on all living beings. To the shadows who had taken the liberty to come and watch, the supreme will of the supreme will exploded almost immediately. All of them were expelled from the sea of light. The guardian war beasts were all god-ranked, and the guardian war beast's divine light pillar was 300 meters tall. This kind of existence was simply not something that Shadow and the others could imagine. Everyone, including Boss Songhai, hurriedly bowed to pay their respects, repeatedly saying, "Great God, please forgive us, great God. The great gods here are stronger than the other. Do we really want to continue watching?" The weakest golden shadow was almost scared to tears. "Look, it's better to be scared to death than to die of ignorance." Volcano had already thrown caution to the wind. "I also want to watch." Dark Cloud shivered and expressed his support. "There are so many powerful god-level experts in the secret place of Tongtian Tower. Is it necessary for us to change our position?" The emerald green shadow suddenly raised this topic that was worth thinking about. Previously, they remained neutral because Tongtian Tower was unable to fight against the central shrine. But now it seemed that things were not like this. Then it seemed that it was really worth considering to change their neutrality now. In this case, if the 9th god-level expert is also a powerful great god, then we can consider this idea. Boss Songhai also felt that it was time to do something. Although the Heaven Realm was very safe, some investments might not necessarily be successful. But if they didn't do it, they would definitely regret it for a lifetime. With a kind of explosive curiosity and a complex mentality of uncertainties about the future, with a little desire and a little fear, the shadows cast their collective divine will on the 9th gold star. At first glance, they were all stunned, dumbstruck. Heaven Stairway Level 5, Blood Red Altar. When Tu-Wan from the Sky Swallowing clan arrived, he realized that it took him a few hours to cross the thousands of kilometers. Not to mention a divine level ranker, even a crawling tortoise in the Heaven Realm that was known for its slow speed would not take this long. Right now, even if Tu-Wan didn't use his head to think, just using his toes to think, he could understand this point. That was, he had been fooled. The only question was, who could fool a divine level ranker, without a doubt. There was only one answer in the world. Other than a stronger divine level ranker, there was no other possibility. "Excuse me, where is the 9-head clan's monster emperor?" Although Tu-Wan was impulsive and arrogant, he was not retarded. Or perhaps, although he was a little retarded, he wasn't so retarded that he was beyond saving. What Tu-Wan needed to do now was not to roar, curse, or provoke a battle against a deity who could fool him without realizing it. He also did not want to launch an attack and beat the 9-head clan's warrior to the ground without distinguishing between right and wrong. What he needed to do was to investigate carefully, not to attack. The Heaven Realm was the same as the Tongtian Tower. In fact, whether it was the Heaven Realm or anywhere else in the world, there had never been true peace. The weak were prey to the strong, and the strong were always the foundation and theme of the world. Only those with the strongest strength would have the highest willpower, the greatest decision-making and execution power, and the Heaven Realm was naturally no exception. Although Tu-Wan was a famous villain in the Heaven Realm, and the Sky Swallowing clan was also a famous fierce clan in the Heaven Realm, it did not mean that he could do whatever he wanted. In the Heaven Realm, there were not many people who could make Tu-Wan lower his head and speak softly, but the 9-head clan's monster emperor was one of them. Tu-Wan had never seen the monster emperor before, nor did he have any grudges with the monster emperor. However, the monster emperor's reputation was so great that even he had to bow his head. Moreover, Tuan did not think that there was anything wrong with this. To lower one's head to the strong, to show respect to a stronger divine-level ranker, this was the natural law and order of the world, just like how the weak people in the world lowered their heads to him. When the monster emperor should appear, he will naturally appear. Those who are wise can see the horizon, but those who are blind can't see him. The nine-head dragon laughed. Since you're here, why don't you sit here quietly for a while? Who knows, there will be more fun later. The nine-head dragon was not interested in the divine-level ranker's arrival. On the other hand, the expressions of the heavenly dragon clan's twin-headed dragon Guang, the beautiful queen's thousand bones biscuit, and the others changed. The arrival of a divine-level expert was something they didn't want to see. This meant that the share of the gods' ruins they could obtain would be reduced again. Humph, you are obviously a golden-shelled insect, but you turned into a human and swaggered around. Even if you wanted to embarrass yourself, you wouldn't do it like this. Doesn't look like you are good. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of the demonic emperor who was hiding somewhere, Tuan would have already attacked them. Logic told him that it was best not to provoke the people from the Eastern Goblin tribe. These people were always known to be difficult to deal with. This is my original appearance. If you have the guts, why don't you return to your original form and take a look? The arrogant man spat on the ground. If he had not been fooled by the monster king, Tuan would have fallen out with him immediately. Killing this arrogant man with a single slap was already a light punishment. If he really got angry, it was not impossible to burn this annoying guy into ashes and use him as fertilizer. Tuan felt that he had mastered the art of endurance. At this moment, he was a coward. It was fine. Although he was a divine-level ranker, it was normal to be mocked. As long as the monster king left, it would not be too late to fall out with him. Even if all the people here were added up, he would not be able to kill them with one hand. Tuan forcefully suppressed the anger in his chest and looked around. He discovered that other than the Nine-Head clan, there were also those fellows from the heavenly dragon race. It was just that he did not know who had killed a few of them, but they seemed to have died quite miserably. As for the arrogant man, there were two goblin clan leaders beside him. Their strength was SOSO, and they seemed to be afraid of him. They were completely different from the arrogant man. They might not be companions, but just companions. What happened here? Tuan felt that he was in a mess. He needed to sort out everything. Inside should be the real heaven stairway world. That titan you might also be hiding inside. His large group of beasts and a group of Tong Tian Tower girls ran in. We will guard here according to Mr. Dong Feng's agreement. The heavenly dragon clan's double-headed dragon Guang quickly expressed his neutrality. He did not want to offend the sky-swallowing clan, much less a divine-level ranker. He had long heard of Tuan's fierce name. Of course, the double-headed dragon Guang was not afraid of Tuan in front of him, but the truly powerful divine-level ranker behind Tuan. Tian slaughtering god Tushar. That man was a powerful existence that supported the entire sky-swallowing clan with his own strength. In the upper realm, Tian Tu and God slaughtered the world. He was on the same level as Dong Feng, Demon Emperor, Jin Di, and the unmovable Jizun. Only Tian Yu, the supreme of the deity's Templar, dared to say that he could truly suppress him. The double-headed dragon Guang secretly guessed that the reason why the Dong Feng palace master tricked Tuan into coming to the Tong Tian Tower was to let the fool be killed by the Tong Tian Tower's rankers in order to incite Tian slaughtering god Tushar's anger. Why did the monster king use a mysterious demonic spell to lose Tuan halfway, not letting him meet Titan Yu's beasts? The reason was to protect this guy's life. Among the beasts that rushed into the heaven stairway, there were two divine-level rankers. It would not be difficult for them to kill Tuan. Therefore, the Monster King did not make a fool out of Tuan. It was a form of protection. Of course, the double-headed dragon Guang believed that with Tuan's intellect, he would never be able to think of this. The sorrow of a weak intellect. Thinking of this, the double-headed dragon Guang suddenly felt a sense of superiority in his intellect. He also had the urge to laugh out loud. Let's go in and take a look. So what if it's the heaven stairway? Tong Tian Tower is such a rural place, there's no place that we, the heaven realm, cannot enter. If Tuan did not give him some face, the invisible monster king would probably fight his way in without saying a word. Tuan himself felt that it was strange to be able to live a low-profile life like this. Could it be that there was an attribute in his body called low profile? We, the Nine-Headed Clan, do not want to break the agreement with the Dongfang Palace Master for the time being. The nine-headed bug shook its head and refused. Guan did not make a sound, but he felt that whether he could enter or not was one thing. Even if he could enter, there were at least 2 divine-level rankers waiting inside. Being beaten to a pulp was a definite outcome. If Dongfang did not come, if the deity temple's supreme elder Tianyu did not come, no matter how great the benefits were, he would not enter. Although Tuan was a divine-level ranker, his intellect was obviously lacking. The beautiful Queen Thousand Bones Paralysis wanted to get close to this one who was obviously lacking in intellect. If a divine-level ranker with strength and stupidity was under her tutelage, how much battle power would he be able to display? However, she also knew that it was easy to fool Tuan, but it would be difficult to fool Tuan's older brother, Tushar, behind him. Therefore, it was best not to do anything that was courting death. Although the temptation of controlling a divine-level ranker was great, no matter how great it was not as great as her own life. She sighed regretfully. It was rare to have such a low-intellect divine-level ranker. This was probably a rare thing that was hard to come by in 1,000 years. It would be a lie to say that she did not feel a little pity if she missed this opportunity. No one responded. Tuan felt that he was a failure as a divine-level ranker, and was thinking of doing something to redeem himself. Suddenly, a ray of light came from afar. As if a fairy had descended, a beauty came from the void, treading on the moon, her clothes whiter than snow. As if she could not see the existence of everyone in front of her, she floated down and slowly walked forward under everyone's gaze. She passed through the passageway of the pedestal under the goddess's foot, her beautiful figure was light, and quietly entered the mysterious entrance of the heaven stairway world. Until she disappeared in front of their eyes, no one was able to make any kind of reaction. Divine level, another divine level ranker. Twin-headed dragon Guang reacted. His first reaction was to wipe off the cold sweat on his forehead. Humph. The Thousand Bones Crispy was very unhappy. She hated people who were prettier than her the most, and that goddess just now could no longer be described as beautiful. That kind of unparalleled beauty, even the most beautiful woman in the upper heaven realm could only sigh when she saw it. Not below that Night Empress Xiyu. Nine-headed demon made his evaluation again. This little beauty's little face is really too alluring. Tuan's saliva almost flowed down 3,000 feet. That's Titan Yu's fiancé, right? Nine-headed dragon asked uncertainly, while Nine-headed worm took out a small booklet and flipped through it, found a picture, and said in shock, "It's true, she's Titan Yu's fiancé Shui Wuxia." Sigh, that's weird, how could she be divine level? Her strength should be that of an innate. The information from the East is too wrong. Is this really information from the East? If it is, then I dare say that the East has really lost a lot of things this time. This battle, TSK, it's really hard to say, haha. Very good, I like this kind of mistake. The arrogant man with a face full of arrogance, what he liked the most in his life was other people making mistakes or being unlucky. Of course, doing bad things was also what he liked. Titan Yu's fiancé? When Tuan heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. I don't want the share of God's ruins, I just want that little beauty. Everyone chose to ignore this guy whose brain was filled with lust. Not to mention whether Yu Taitan would make a move to beat him into dregs and then chop him into minced meat to feed the dogs, even if it was that Shui Wuxia just now, as a god-level expert, not to mention hiding her strength. Just the small portion of strength that she revealed on the surface was enough to annihilate this lustful guy 100 times over. Twin-headed dragon Guang reckoned that this guy would most likely exist in Tong Tian Tower in the form of dog poop, so he forgave Tuan's words and actions. After all, he was a guy with low intelligence, who could ask anything of him. To him, asking for a normal person's request was purposely making things difficult for him. He had heard that Titan Yu had a hobby. He liked to cripple his enemies and then throw them to his dog Grey Wolf as food. Although it had not happened yet, even the arrogant man opposite him seemed to agree with Guang's bold deduction. Since I don't want the share of God's ruins, then the monster emperor should not care about what I do next. I said, I just want that little beauty. If you have an agreement with the East, then continue to guard here. I will go first. I want to capture that little beauty, then return to the Heaven Realm to hold the wedding. Tuon's only worry was the leader of the nine-headed clan, the Monster Emperor. Since there was no conflict of interest, he believed that the Monster Emperor would not find trouble with him, so he was free to act. I think, the Monster Emperor should not care about your actions, but are you sure you want to do this? The nine-headed demon frowned and tried to persuade him. The little beauty is too beautiful, I have to get her, as for the rest, I can give up. Tuon suddenly realized that he seemed to be a sentimental person, and was a little surprised. If you want to go in and take her, it's not impossible, but you should ask me, right? Someone said. It was unknown when this person came to the blood altar. He might have come together with Shui Wuxia just now, or he might have come when everyone was discussing. No one could figure out what was going on. It was impossible. How could someone come quietly in front of Tuon, a god tier? But, it happened. Tuon looked and found that the person was a man in black. He looked very ordinary, he was not a few meters tall like him, he did not have a body that was shining with golden light, and he did not have any talent, divine power, domain, or other characteristics. He looked like an ordinary mercenary that could be found in the Tong Tian Tower. The only thing that was slightly different from a human was that this man with a thick beard, on both sides of his nose, there were two meaty feelers that humans did not have. He looked very elegant. This bearded man looked a little like the arrogant man. He always felt that this guy was similar to those crazy people who did not know what was good for them, and provoked the whole world, ignoring the consequences. Double-headed dragon Guang from the Heavenly Dragon clan frowned. He could not see the bearded man's strength. On the surface, this bearded man only had the strength of heaven rank. But other than that idiot Tuon, no one would believe that the bearded man with the strength of heaven rank could hide from everyone's eyes, and quietly come to everyone's side. The nine-headed dragon clan looked at each other, all of them looked very serious. Especially the nine-headed demon, his pupils shrunk quickly, there was a kind of shock, like an undercurrent at the bottom of the sea surging in the depths of his eyes. The arrogant man, who was originally full of arrogance, was now like a tortoise seeing a green bean. He immediately fell in love with this bearded man. The more he looked at this bearded man, the more he liked this bearded man. He wanted to immediately shake hands with this bearded man, hug him, and rub each other's hands, to improve their friendship. Who are you? Tuon looked at the bearded man with disdain from the corner of his eye, as if he was looking at a bug. Mo Long, the bearded man, scratched his head. It was not easy for him to find his name. The nine-headed demon's body shook, but he quickly calmed down, his expression returning to its original indifferent state. Oh? The double-headed Guang seemed to have caught on to something. It was as if he had remembered some distant memory, but he could not recall it at the moment. He was a little troubled, and a little confused. This name was quite unfamiliar, but he seemed to have heard it somewhere before. Never heard of it, little bug, who are you? Tuon did not feel this way at all. In his eyes, heaven rank was synonymous with weaklings. I think I am the big brother of that girl just now. Ah, to be precise, I should be the big brother of her husband. You idiot, you want to steal my sister-in-law, don't you need to ask for my permission? The bearded man carelessly used his fingers to dig into his ears for a while, then casually smeared the stuff on his fingers on Tuon's clothes. Go to hell. It was already an unforgivable crime to scold a god ranker as an idiot, and to even dig out earwax to smear a god ranker's clothes was an insult that deserved 10,000 deaths. As for what big brother and little brother, who cared about this **t kinship, the 5-meter-tall Tuon raised his thighs angrily, ready to trample this guy who only had the strength of heaven rank to death like a small bug. He had seen arrogant people, but he had never seen someone this arrogant. As a heaven rank warrior. You are not hiding and trembling, but you dare to challenge a god rank? Aren't you a little too daring? You are simply looking for death. Tuon stomped down heavily. But strangely, he did not feel like he was stepping on solid ground. Instead, his body felt light, and he suddenly rose by half a meter. Tuon looked down in shock, and found that the bearded man, who should have been stomped to death like an ant by him, was still alive and well. What was going on? In the eyes of the twin-headed Guang, the beautiful queen of Myriad Bones Biscuit, and the others, they saw in shock. That mystic dragon, whose attitude was 100 times more arrogant than the arrogant man who had a face full of arrogance, merely extended his index finger and stopped the 5-meter-tall divine-level golden giant Tu Wan's absolutely fatal and furious stomp. His movements were so free and at ease that it was as if he was a great painter at the pinnacle who was preparing to pick up his brush and wave it, using his unique inspiration and style to paint a miniature of his own spiritual world in a calm and unhurried manner. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they would not dare to believe that this was the truth. Just like that, everyone was dumbfounded and stiff for 3 seconds. The world was silent. No one knew what to say in this situation. But the awkward situation was immediately broken. Tu Wan, who had been high and mighty just a moment ago, suddenly fell upside down. With his head down and his feet up, he smashed into the ground outside the blood-colored altar with a thud. Only his 2 big feet could be seen outside the altar with his 4 feet facing the sky. Perhaps he felt that this posture was not very reasonable, or that there was something that could be improved on, but the mystic dragon, who had caused all this, quickly changed his mind. He reached out a hand and casually grabbed Tu Wan's left ankle, pulling this divine-level expert. Just like pulling a radish from the ground, he pulled Tu Wan's body out of the soil in front of him. He did not wait for Tu Wan to make any reaction, such as some kind of angry but powerless protest, or actively enjoying his cooperation. Instead, under everyone's gaze, the mystic dragon, the bearded man, stabbed Tu Wan's body back into the soil in a barbaric and wanton manner, without the slightest hint of democracy. Tu Wan, who was waving his hands and feet, seemed to shout something with some reluctance. But it was too fast. None of the people present heard it clearly. Of course, because this was not the main point, everyone ignored it. So tiring. The mystic dragon, the bearded man, seemed to be very satisfied with his hard work in planting carrots. He was usually a lazy person, so it was rare for him to put in the effort to do something. Although he still felt a little regretful about Tu Wan's current posture, thinking that this falling upside down was not the best posture in Tu Wan's life, it was a pity that the current conditions were limited, time was short, and the environment was not very suitable. So, for the time being, he could only make do with it. So, he shook his head and let go of Tu Wan. He clapped his hands habitually and waved his sleeves, not taking away a single speck of dust. He did it with a clear conscience. It was a piece of cake. The twin-headed dragon Guang, myriad bones paralysis, black bear demon, and wild boar demon all had their jaws drop to the ground when they saw this. The arrogant man, whose face was full of arrogance, had a blind fanaticism in his eyes. He was like a devout believer who had suddenly discovered that the true God had descended in front of him. He was extremely excited. The arrogant man had done many amazing actions, and it could be said that he had never kept a low profile in his entire life ever since he was sensible. However, he had never done such an arrogant and awesome act of toying with a god-level expert in the palm of his hand. In fact, he had never even thought of doing such a thing. This kind of cool action was what he needed to learn. The him of the past did not know. 1-to-1. He was really too weak, to senior mystic dragon, whose word for arrogance could only be described with one word. The arrogant man, who had turned into a fan, instantly felt an almost brainless fanaticism in his heart. When Tu Wan, the divine-level expert, crawled out of the mud in a daze, the mystic dragon's actions were not yet finished. He used one of his feet to firmly step on the divine-level expert's face as he sighed, "What a big face." At the same time, he used his finger to dig in his ear. After he finished digging on the left side, he was still not satisfied. "The resources are not abundant enough, I can't express my sincerity at all." His finger then turned to the right side, and he continued to dig for a long time. Finally, he regretfully stretched out his little finger, and as he sighed, he apologetically smeared it on the tip of Tu Wan's nose. "I'm really sorry, I've been more diligent recently, so I didn't have much in reserve." I'll also contribute." The arrogant man immediately raised his hand. If the resources were not enough, he had more here. He rushed forward with great enthusiasm. He stretched out both his hands, digging left and right, unearthing an extremely abundant amount of resources. He showed them to Tu Wan as if he was showing off. "If it's not enough, I have more here, don't stand on ceremony with me." Tu Wan was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. What do you mean by holding back internal injuries? What do you mean by vomiting 3 liters of blood, spitting out half and swallowing half? Now, he finally understood. However, he understood one more thing. If there was someone in this world who could step on him, a divine-level rancor, and he did not even have the strength to struggle, then no matter what the other party did, he could not be too angry. Strength was everything. In a situation where one's skills were inferior to others, shutting up, admitting defeat, surrendering, and acting like a coward were sometimes the best survival skills. Ah, that's not right, Mo Long isn't that. The two-headed dragon Guang suddenly thought of a name that had been sealed for a long time, and his entire body trembled in fear. What did you say? With his reminder, the heads of Myriad Bones Demon and the others finally turned around. Plop! The Black Bear Demon and the Wild Boar Demon were so scared that they simply knelt down. Of course, they were not the only ones who were scared. There was also Tu-Wan. If it wasn't for the fact that he was still pitifully being stepped on, he would also want to kneel down like the Black Bear Demon and the Wild Boar Demon, and beg for mercy. The name Mo Long was a name that had not been heard in the Heaven Realm for an unknown number of years. The person Mo Long was also a person that had not appeared in the Heaven Realm for an unknown number of years. If he suddenly appeared in front of them, if he was not an imposter, then what did it mean? Death? Destruction? Or the collapse of the entire world? Perhaps the situation was not that bad. However, those who understood the existence of this bearded man in front of them did not have a good expression on their faces. No one thought that becoming enemies with this bearded man named Mo Long was a good thing in their lives. On the contrary, they believed that it would be the start of the most terrifying tragedy in the world. Even if it was the central shrine that commanded all in the Heaven Realm, it would not have a good ending after provoking this malefic star. This kind of terrifying malefic star that should have been sleeping in the Eternal Seal. Why did he come to Tong Tian Tower? Furthermore, from his tone, he seemed to have become that Titan Yu's big brother? Interesting. Looks like coming to Tong Tian Tower was the right choice. Among all the spectators, only the 9-headed demon of the 9-headed clan remained calm. His lips suddenly curled into a mysterious smile. Heaven Stairway, World Tree. On the 1,000,000th step, Yu Yang could feel everyone's support, and his emotions surged. He could not suppress it. He shouted towards the sky, I will definitely be able to control the 1,000-meter-tall giant of fate's power. Now, let me bear it. I, Tong Tian Tower's Yu Yang Titan Yu, will definitely not succumb to fate. My fate is up to me, not the heavens. As if hearing Yu Yang's thoughts, the invisible yet real magical hand suddenly separated a 1,000-meter-tall giant of fate's power and placed it on Yu Yang's shoulder. Unfortunately, although Yu Yang was full of confidence, his endurance was only a reflection of his body. It had nothing to do with fighting spirit, or morale. The 1,000-meter-tall giant of fate's power. It was placed on his shoulder. Yu Yang's entire person immediately collapsed. He could not stay on the 1,000,000th step at all. Just like Jiaoyu Goddess, his body fell down like a meteor. Jizun could not catch up to him no matter how hard he tried. Not to mention the 1,000,000th step, 500,000, 100,000, even 10,000 steps, Yu Yang could not stay on the 1,000-meter-tall giant of fate's power. He tried his best to persevere, struggle, and do his best to stay on every step he had stayed on for a while longer. But this could only be a wish. He could not even stay on the 1,000,000th step for 1,000th of a second. When he fell to the 500,000th step, he struggled for a while, but he could not stay for more than half a second. He managed to stay on the 100,000th step for a second, but only for a second. He managed to stay on the 10,000th step for a full 10 seconds, but he still could not hold on any longer. His body went limp and he continued to fall. 1,000 steps, 100 steps, 10 steps. In the end, Yu Yang fell back to the starting point of the World Tree's Heaven Stairway, right next to Jiaoyu Goddess. Jizun was still chasing him from afar, she could not come down in time. Yu Yang, who was lying on the ground with his body spread out, realized that the giant of fate in the sky was as tall as a mountain. It was even heavier than Buddha's 5-finger mountain on Sun Wukong's shoulders. Not to mention moving, even blinking his eyes was extremely difficult. Only now did he understand that he had underestimated the power of the giant of fate, and also overestimated his endurance. Previously, Jiaoyu Goddess was an extremely powerful god-ranked warrior, yet she still fell like a meteor while carrying the Giant of Fate's power at a height of 100 meters. Now that he had carried it for 1,000 meters, it seemed a little too much, but even if he did not want to carry it, he could not go back on his words. Challenging the Giant of Fate was definitely not easy. Yu Yang decided to grit his teeth and pretend that he was Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong had carried it for 500 years, he could only carry it for 3 days at most. If this was not enough, then he would have transmigrated in vain. Io, isn't this the Yu clan's third young master who is said to be very arrogant in Tongtian Tower? This posture is really cool. A girl carrying the Hell Tiger Divine Sword on her back had appeared out of nowhere. She walked over and looked down at Yu Yang, who was lying on the ground with his arms spread out. It was only now that Yu Yang realized that there was a large group of girls at the starting point of the heaven stairway. All of them were covering their mouths and laughing, as if they were waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Yu Yang, whose skin was thicker than the city walls, did not feel the slightest bit embarrassed. Anyway, he had already pushed them down or not pushed them down. Putting on a spread-out posture was equivalent to revising or previewing. It was not a big deal, but because of the angle, Yu Yang could see Tigress's battle dress without any hindrance. In this kind of 90-degree view, which was more than the pure 45-degree view, the benefits were as bright as the little white flower inside the battle dress. Even if Yu Yang had already trained to the super-high realm of form as emptiness. Emptiness as form, under this kind of strong visual impact, he still had the illusion that his nose was about to bleed to death. Yu Yang, who looked like a serious gentleman on the surface, was shamelessly like a rock. Even under the high pressure of the power of destiny, his lower body was still like a pillar supporting the sky. He still has a lot of energy left. Looks like adding another 1,000 meters of power of destiny wouldn't be a problem. Impatience, who had a keen intuition in this area, immediately discovered the key point. Her words made Yu Yang sweat profusely. Haha. The big and small beauties who were watching couldn't help but laugh out loud. The shadow of death after the Heaven Realm's invasion, the suffocating invisible pressure brought by the rankers in the central shrine like Dong Feng, Jizun, and Jizun also gradually disappeared amidst the laughter. As long as he was by their side, they would have the confidence to fight against the heavens, against the earth, against everything in the world, including fate, as long as he was by their side. As long as they had the confidence, they would have everything. The image of the fate giant was like a mountain, standing tall, reaching the top of the sky. Not to mention the pressure and laws that caused all living beings to bow down. It was hard to look up to him. Even with its height, it was impossible to clearly see its entire form. Vaguely, everyone could only use telepathy and silent reverence to allow the 18,000-meter-long image to fill the entire spiritual world. Under the guidance of His Majesty's special ability, all the friends and relatives who heard Fourth Mother's voice, or the friends who supported Yu Yang in fighting against fate together, could clearly see the height of the Giant of Fate that they were about to carry together without even having to close their eyes. 18,000 meters, this was the height that a holy elder or above needed. Yu Yang, the Yu clan's third young master, could he really shoulder this height that made people despair, reverse the situation, and lead Tongtian Tower to rise again and return to glory? Even Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, Shui Tanlang and the others who were the staunchest supporters of Yu Yang did not dare to do so. He couldn't help but feel a trace of suspicion. Because the 18,000-meter-tall giant of destiny was too shocking. Under its gaze, even a god would feel as weak as an ant. Any power in the world paled in comparison to it. This was the power to control fate. Even fate could be controlled, even fate could be reversed. How could they not be in awe of such divine might? How could he not be shocked? How could he not be terrified by this? Soul deprivation. I, Hai De Fu, am a person who is not afraid of anything. I am the best boss in the world. I am willing to offer everything. The happiness that I had no fate with in the past, the honor that I was humiliated by in the past, the ability that made me unable to lift my head up in the past, the painful life that made me battered and bruised in the past, and the insignificant life that I had in front of my family, friends, classmates, and the people of the world, until today, when I am about to obtain the happiness that I am about to reap. Until today, when I am able to proudly stand among the strongest in Tongtian Tower. Until I met that brat, when my entire life started to completely reverse and improve. Every single one of them became the luck that the people of the world envied and yearned for. I have the ability, and the courage to stand up and roar at my enemies and protect my teammates. I am proud that I am the boss. Ancient gods, if you really exist, please take everything from me. If possible, I want to use everything I have to exchange for his tomorrow and help him achieve his future. Tong Tian Tower can do without a stupid damn fatty, but it can't do without him. Without him, I wouldn't be able to become who I am today. I wouldn't be able to become the young Master Hai that the world is praising. Take everything I have. I don't even care about my life. Just let me hold the greatest power of fate for a short while. Please, I beg you. This is the only thing I can do for him as his boss. It is also the best thing that I can do for him in my entire life. Fatty Hai muttered to himself. The determination in his eyes was something he had never seen before in his life. His body seemed to suddenly grow taller, and his spirit and aura combined with his appearance, making him look like a mountain that had just risen from the ground, standing between heaven and earth. The diamond rhinoceros, Baiha horse, and all the contracted war beasts came out and strengthened his body one by one. It was unknown when the wind-breast seabird took the initiative to contract with him. First, it landed on Fatty Hai's messy head in its seabird form, pecked him lightly with its small beak, then spread its wings and flew down slowly, circling him 3 times. Then, in its evolved human form with wings, it landed on the ground, stretched out her jade-like hands and gently pressed on Fatty Hai's back, supporting him with all her might. Maybe I'll be smashed into pieces in the next second, is that okay? Fatty Hai really wanted to turn around and look at her. That was engraved in his heart. I can't believe that I'm so smart, yet I'm going to die together with a stupid pig. The wind-breast seabird complained honestly. You're smart, but you're muddle-headed for a moment. When Fatty Hai heard this, he laughed very happily. It's a pity that it's too late to break away from the contract. The wind-breast seabird sighed faintly, then used all its strength and the greatest endurance of its spiritual world to share the power of fate that pressed down on everything in the world with its master, Fatty Hai. If there's still a next life, I'll let you hit me again, it doesn't matter even if you hit me for a lifetime. Fatty Hai clenched his teeth, desperately supporting the huge power of fate that could collapse at any time. His voice was very soft, but it was enough for the wind-breast seabird behind him to hear it. The wind-breast seabird also felt that its life could be annihilated under the power of fate at any time. Under this suffocating pressure, she used the last of her strength and scolded, You pig head, just how many lifetimes do you want to owe me? I haven't even paid it off in this lifetime, scram. Fatty Hai felt that his throat was hoarse, his eyes were hot, and the world of his soul was like a mountain torrent, suddenly breaking a dam. Unknowingly, tears were already streaming down his face. He really wanted to turn around and hug her, tell her that he was willing to owe her forever, countless lifetimes. However, his emotions had already sealed his throat, causing him to be unable to make a single sound. Other than sobbing like the rain, he was silently intoxicated by the lingering feeling that made his heart melt. There was no other way for him to vent out the happiness he was feeling at this moment. Fatty Hai's body suddenly trembled, his hands clenched into fists. The tears that were streaming down his face gradually turned into endless fighting spirit. He looked up to the sky, and like a primitive monster, he roared. His body grew crazily, 2 meters, 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters. The muscles on his body were as dark and strong as if they were cast from copper and iron, covered with hair, sharp claws and fangs grew wildly between his fingers and his mouth. His eyes were red. An extremely ugly monster, under the heavy pressure of the power of fate, stubbornly straightened its back. Its thick arms, in the midst of a loud roar, grabbed the power of fate on its shoulders, bit by bit, lifted it up bit by bit, straight up to the sky. Even though the power of destiny had repeatedly pressed down on its arms, forcing them back to their unbearable shoulders, it was still determined. Hell! In the roar that shook the earth, an extremely ugly monster, under the heavy pressure of the power of fate, inconceivably grew to a height of 50 meters. At the same time, it also barbarically lifted up the same height of the pillar of fate as its body. The extremely ugly monster turned its head, its crimson bloodthirsty eyes, those huge and terrifying eyes, suddenly became infinitely gentle in an instant. It looked deeply at the wind-breast seabird. It turned its head resolutely. A huge tail extended rapidly, with a whistling sound that tore through the air, fiercely whipped the already fragile body of the wind-breast seabird, sending her flying, far away from the range of the power of fate that the ugly monster lifted. Puff! The wind-breast seabird, who was flying while vomiting blood, fell heavily 1,000 meters away like a kite with a broken string. Hell! The eyes of the ugly monster regained its bloodlust and madness. It scooped up the summoning grimoire that was floating under its feet and placed it on top of its head. It used all its strength to hold the grimoire steady, using its neck, shoulders, and arms to lift it up with all its strength. The blood veins appeared on the ugly monster's body like a giant python. The blood inside was circulating at a high speed, and the muscles under its dark skin were like rocks rolling in lava. In the screams of the wind-breast seabird, under the shocked gazes of Yi Kong and Xue Tanlang, the ugly monster grew crazily again. 60 meters, 70 meters, and finally, under the heavy pressure of the power of fate, it grew to 100 meters tall ugly monster. Its entire body was blood red. This was not the shape of its skin, but the washing of the blood on its skin after the blood veins burst due to the heavy pressure. The ugly monster that was like a waterfall of blood gritted its teeth as it held the summoning grimoire in its hand, supporting the power of fate that was 100 meters tall that was far beyond what its body could bear. No, no. The wind-breast seabird screamed with tears streaming down its face. Only then did she realize that the contract had been broken. That despicable fellow wanted to go alone, to bear all the pressure in the sky alone. He even wanted to leave her alone and challenge death and an undefeatable fate like a fool. No, this was not what she wanted the most. He was a fool, a natural fool. Even an idiot was 100 times smarter than him, but why couldn't the smart her accept this kind of ending? Don't think about it, leaving me alone so easily. Unless it's my own will, you have no right to reject me, you big idiot. The wind-breast seabird opened its arms and transformed back into a small seabird. It flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Once again, like before, it took the initiative to contract with the other party, projecting the contract wish onto the summoning grimoire. She wanted to let him know that she could not be rejected. Whether it was right or wrong. Or wrong. Only her decision had always been her last wish. She did not need his protection, nor did she need that kind of waiting and promise in the next life. Now, only now, was eternity. She did not want to wait, nor was she afraid of the unpredictable future. Just like the previous contracts, she took the initiative to contract. If she was happy for a long time, then when she was unhappy, she would immediately betray and break the contract. She was the complete ruler. Of course, this time, she decided that no matter what happened in the future, she would never betray and break the contract. She wanted to let him know that some people could not be casually proposed to break the contract, some people could not be casually made decisions for her, some people also needed to be cherished for a lifetime. But, this time, she no longer felt any response. It was completely different from before. There was no surprise and joy waiting in her heart. Now, there was only emptiness and deathly silence. Looking at the summoning grimoire that was so small and hard to find compared to the ugly monster, slowly changing shape and fading color, looking at the ugly monster that carried its fate, the blood that flowed from its body as it exploded, and the 2 streaks of blood tears that flowed on that ugly face that one could not bear to look at. Seeing the crimson pupils slowly expanding, and the soul that was linked to countless contracts, but kept going further and further away, the wind-breast seabird finally understood why the same contract didn't have a him, quietly waiting and responding. Because, the him, who was patient and loved it, was leaving. The soul slowly drifted further and further away. No, don't leave me. I was wrong, I won't be naughty in the future, I beg you, come back, contract with me again, don't do this, don't leave me, no one cares about me other than you, no one cares about me anymore. I don't want the next life, I just want the present, I beg you, come back, I won't hit you anymore, I will be obedient, I beg you, contract with me again, let me share some of your burden, don't do this, don't leave me alone. Don't ignore me. Fatty. Yi Kong, Xue Tanlang and the others were stunned. They would never have thought that Fatty Hai would use such a heroic method to end his life in this world. Was he really dead? Was this bastard who was supposed to be a scourge for 1,000 years really going to die in front of everyone? One must know that everyone had not beaten him up enough yet. What immortal body, what Roshan demon king, what extremely cheap fat demon, what Tong Tian Tower's #1 boss, what High Clan's young master whose nature could be changed but could not be changed. Was he going to die just like that? Would such a thick-skinned guy who was so thick-skinned that even the heavens and the people resented him die? Moreover, he died so arrogantly. Could such a magnificent feat be done by someone like you, Fatty High? Hurry up and come back to life. The one who could really sacrifice everything for his friends and brothers is me, Yi Kong. How could it be you, you damned fatty? Only I am worthy of dying in such a grand and spectacular manner. Yi Kong wanted to scold, shout and roar, but his throat could not make a single sound. Unknowingly, his face was already covered in tears. Shui Tanlang did not cry. Fresh blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, contrasting with his fiery red eyes on his cold face. Prince of Tianluo covered his face as tears flowed out from between his fingers. They rolled down and dripped onto the ground. The Li clan brothers knelt down with a thud and bowed their heads. They paid the greatest respect in their lives to the ugly monster who was 100 meters tall even though his soul was already far away. Fatty? Yu Yang, who was at the starting point of the Heaven Stairway World Tree, also felt a little strange. He was startled as he tried to connect with the soul that was about to be annihilated. I've said it before, I'm the boss, I'll definitely protect you. In the dark. There seemed to be a little bit of will. It was transmitted from a faraway world. It was as exaggerated as usual. Yu Yang seemed to see a wretched fatty in front of him, waving his arms and legs as he boasted. It wasn't just Yu Yang, even Shui Wuxia, Princess Sisai, Fallen Beauty, and the others who were connected to him in spirit could vaguely sense that there was a comical fatty who was basically a passerby in their lives, waving goodbye to them. More people, everyone, as long as they were family and friends who participated in the resistance of fate, all saw it at that moment, resonating in their hearts. The old fox who bullied Fatty High in class was the source of his daily happiness. Tears streamed down his face. Hui Tai Lang, who would usually ignore Fatty High no matter how hard he tried to please him, ignored the fact that he was in the middle of a battle. He stopped fighting and looked up to the sky, letting out a long howl. At this time, the trial divine scripture floating above Yu Yang's head suddenly emitted a blinding light. He had completely fused with the giant of fate. Immediately after passing through an unknown amount of space and layers of dark clouds, the light shone on the ugly monster who was standing on the ground, raising the light pillar of fate. That ray of divine light shone on the summoning grimoire that was constantly changing color. In an instant, it exploded with a myriad of lights, swallowing the summoning grimoire and the ugly monster that was dripping with blood. It turned into a ball of light and was sucked into the sky. After passing through an unknown amount of space, it returned to the world of the Heaven Stairway. The ball of light was swallowed by the trial divine scripture. The inscription that represented Fatty High, however, remained on the giant of fate's knees forever. With a smirk on his face, he rode on his diamond rhinoceros, bringing along his little hippopotamus and many other beasts. He waved at everyone proudly, as if he was going to shout at any time, "Do you think I would tell everyone that I have a bronze-ranked level 2 beast? I'm a very low-key person." Then, this proud image was forever engraved on the giant of fate's body, becoming a part of fate. With his small but unique image and method, he sent out his own unique power of will. Only like this, only by breaking through the realization of death, can we truly escape the shackles of fate. His Majesty's thoughts suddenly appeared in the hearts of all the participants. What? When Yi Kong and the others heard this, they were stunned again. Could it be that carrying the power of fate like this was not counted at all, only by breaking through death, unreservedly sacrificing oneself, throwing away all obstacles and barriers, could it be considered as a true participation? If that was the case, then I understand. Yi Kong's face was filled with relief. He smiled, and his smile was exceptionally relaxed. He muttered to himself, "Fatty, I'm coming. You won't be alone on your journey. Although you look like you deserve a beating, and you look like an idiot, we are still teammates after all. Can death scare me, Yi Kong?" When I was quietly lying in front of the teleportation circle in the first floor of Tong Tian Tower, waiting for death, I had already realized that death is not even comparable to a piece of flatbread that can satisfy one's hunger. King Kong demon ape, earthquake dragon and other beasts supported him one by one. The gigantic Yi Kong, supported by the prison emperor's 7 stars pillar, looked up to the sky and roared crazily. Yi Kong's body exploded, blood pouring down like rain. His eyes were burning with raging flames, but his pupils were also slowly dilating like the ugly monster just now. His heartbeat was rumbling as it gradually weakened. He held the grimoire with one hand, and a smile appeared on his sinister face. He was both proud and happy, as if he had been freed, and also as if he had accomplished an incredible feat. In the sky, the same pillar of light shone down. The divine light of the trial grimoire enveloped Yi Kong's soul, wrapping him together with the summoning grimoire into a ball of light. It extracted the 7th floor of Tong Tian Tower. In the blink of an eye, between the legs of the Giant of Fate and beside the smirking Fatty Hai, an angry Yi Kong was imprinted. He glared angrily and waved his fists, as if he had seen injustice in the world and had to get rid of it for the sake of the people. Understood. Shui Tanlang closed his eyes. Very quickly, another divine light shone down from the sky. Not only the top of his head. From the Prince of Tian Luo, the Li brothers, and even everywhere in the Tong Tian Tower, there were beams of light that shot towards a certain target on the ground. If Yu Yang carefully counted them with his divine sense, he would realize that they were the Old Fox, Grandma Wu Ting, Elder Nan Gong, Marshal Yu Hai, Jun Wu Yu and the others. Some were not relatives or teachers, but were indispensable friends in life, such as Feng Kuang, Shui Wendao, Feng Xiaoyun, Xia Howei Lai, and so on. In the Ivy Academy's Death Elite class, those little fellows who had been taught by Yu Yang before also closed their eyes and closed their little palms devoutly. They were all immersed in this magnificent feat. On the contrary, there were many relatives and friends. No matter how hard they tried, they were unable to abandon their lives. They were unable to completely sacrifice themselves. They were half ashamed and half regretful as they carried the power of fate on their shoulders. They were only one last step away. However, they also understood that they would never be able to cross this hurdle. They would never be able to complete this final and best step. Perhaps they were geniuses in martial arts and had put in a lot of effort in training. However, in terms of comprehension, they were unable to see through life and death, unable to escape from their fate. If one had a pair of discerning eyes, they would realize that among the 3 great killing stars, Yan Pejun and Feng Qisha were among them. Other than that, there were also the Yu clan's disciples, Yu Tian, Yu Yan, Yu Feng, and so on. Other than the most steady and down-to-earth 5th brother Yu Ting, among the entire Yu clan's relatives and friends, only 2 rays of divine light shone down. The other one was the 5th grandfather, who had already turned into a healthy young man. I don't know how to do other things, but if my death can help you succeed, then I, Fan Luan Tai, have nothing to regret. A ray of divine light shone down from the ox-head Fan Luan Tai's head. Anna and Lin An looked at each other and smiled. They held hands and bathed in the divine light together. Similarly, the ox-head Li Ao and the 4 orc girls also shone with divine light above their heads. Just like them, they were true teammates. The toad merchant, Jia De, Yanjing the butler, the Xia brothers, the round-head Bao Gu, and the gold class leader were the best subordinates. They were willing to abandon their lives, their wealth, and everything they had to follow their master. There were many more. Those that Yu Yang knew or even didn't know, such as the Golden Elves and Succubus of Tong Tian Tower, the Lost Clan of Heaven Realm, and the Cursed Fishmen, all had unconditional devotees, providing their own strength for Yu Yang's reversal and control of fate. No matter how weak and insignificant the help they could provide at the moment, it didn't stop them from having such a heart. Their images were engraved at the bottom of the Giant of Fate, at a position that did not exceed the back of their feet and ankles. They were in different forms, vividly showing the most distinctive image in their lives. And below them, it was their war beast. It was as if they had never been sacrificed, as if they had never died. Just like that, in such a way and image, they were engraved on fate, existing in eternity. In the heaven stairway, Yu Qiu's guardian soul, heavenly prisoner King Gao Peng, Ming Ri Hao, Snake-Hair Demon Man and the others joined in one after another. Their images were arranged around Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others, like countless stars decorating the night sky, densely packed and incomparably gorgeous, shining between the legs of the Giant of Fate. In the taller and taller body, there were no images. Because that required someone who was closer to Yu Yang's fate, such as a contracted war beast with Yu Yang, a guardian war beast with a soul, or a lover or wife who would accompany him forever in life. Only then would they be qualified to rise to that height. For some reason, even if Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai tried their best, they still couldn't get the divine light to shine on them like Fatty Hai and the others. Without their help, just the fate of their family, friends, subordinates, and so on, the total height was not even 1,000 meters. The 100-meter height that Fatty Hai supported was displayed on the Giant of Fate. It was only 20 meters. Although his fate was linked with Yu Yang's, the greatest help that his family and friends could provide was only 20% of what he could bear. Beasts that did not have high intelligence were even lower. Only the wind-breast seabird was an exception. It could leave its position under the Giant of Fate and float to Fatty Hai's side. She was the only independent war beast. With this kind of help, even if there were 10 times more people, it would not be enough to support the 18,000-meter height of the Giant of Fate. What was even more despairing was that all the people who could participate and sacrifice themselves had already joined in. It was impossible for more people to join in. The boundary of life and death had completely separated the inside and outside of the fate. Those family and friends who could not transcend life and death were forever separated by the chasm. As for Fatty Hai and the others, there was no possibility of a second sacrifice. All the seniors of Tong Tian Tower, all the ancestors of the past dynasties, all the lives that do not wish for Tong Tian Tower to be destroyed, no matter if you are a legend that hibernated in the long river of history, or an ancient god that is far away from our physical world, looking down on the sky and the earth, I beg of you, please give us a little bit of support. Now we understand that with our strength alone, it is impossible to support a holy supreme. However, we will not succumb to fate. We are fighting, please give us, who are weak and hardworking, a little encouragement, no matter what method, no matter how much support, we will be grateful to you 10,000 times, be grateful to you for thousands of years. Shui Wuxia knelt down, put her jade-like hands in front of her forehead, and prayed with all her heart. She was already a divine level ranker. However, she abandoned her dignified divinity, abandoned her noble divinity, and only used the identity and attitude of a wife to pray to all living things in the world, gods, or even the ancient code, asking all living things to participate together, thus turning into the power of Yu Yang's destiny, reversing the entire situation of Tong Tian Tower, and also achieving her lover's holy and supreme status. Although she did not know if it would succeed, this was the only thing she could do now. Beside Shui Wuxia, Princess Sisai also knelt down. Then, Fallen Flowers and Yu Yu. Everyone knelt down and joined in the prayer. They finally understood how much it would cost to become a holy supreme, but they did not give up. Even if there was no other way, they still prayed for their lover. Their fate was completely won, they did not fear failure, nor did they panic because of the shadow of death. They just quietly. They surrounded him. With wisdom and comprehension that surpassed everything, they prepared to use their lives that were about to be destroyed to create a miracle in the void of heaven and earth, and then transform it into eternity. No one had told them how to do it, and no one had told them what was right and how to succeed. Now, they could only use their own methods and their own understanding to make their last effort. On the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower, the Eastern Palace Master was laughing towards the sky. It was as if he had long foreseen the inevitable failure of becoming a holy supreme. Ha ha ha. Dongfang laughed happily. He who had always been calm and indifferent had now thrown away his deep thoughts and laughed heartily. At the same time, he was not the only one laughing. There was another person. That person, hidden in the darkness, stayed quietly at first, slowly absorbing the fanatical power of faith and the power of beasts that Dongfang had stolen using Yu Yang's name. He slowly digested them, absorbing these incomparably huge and highly compressed energies into his body, transforming them bit by bit, forming his own divine power. What was slightly different from Dongfang's laughter was that the person in the darkness laughed very softly. It was like the ripples on the surface of a calm lake in the dark night. Not only did he laugh, he even clapped his hands and praised, Palace Master Dongfang is indeed the #1 strategist of the Central Shrine. Your wisdom and ability to control the whole situation is really amazing. Tian Tushenshi, are you still worried that Tong Tian Tower will fall? Dongfang regained his usual calmness. His eyes were as deep as the sea. I've decided. I will attack and accelerate its defeat. In the darkness, the man called Tian Xianxia suddenly asked curiously, before I launch an attack to destroy Tongtian Tower, can you satisfy my curiosity? I really want to know, before Titan Yu and his friends and relatives carried the power of fate, why did you think that they would definitely do that? This isn't an illusion. From the very beginning, you've laid out the final plan. Everything is for the sake of this victory. Dongfeng, why are you so confident? With your godly strength and chess talent, it shouldn't be possible for you to completely control the overall situation of Tongtian Tower. I'm here, watching you, step by step, from the initial invasion of the Heaven Realm army, to personally playing chess, then luring the other party to shoulder his fate, then cleverly stealing his fame, and finally, making all of Titan Yu's family and friends sacrifice their lives. Without any effort at all, you killed the hope of Tongtian Tower and pushed the future of Tongtian Tower into an abyss where it will never return. May I ask, my friend, how exactly did you do it? The general trend. Dongfeng listened and pondered for a long time. Then, he suddenly said this answer. Are you talking about the general trend? Tian Xianxia was still puzzled. Yes. The fall of Skysplit Tower was a fate that had been decided 10,000 years ago or even earlier. No one could reverse it. Of course, the conqueror Queen Fei Wenli, as well as the prison Emperor Zhan Feng and the others, were only able to slightly delay its downfall. After Dongfeng finished speaking, he paused and fell silent for a while. He seemed to be reminiscing about the wonderful past of his life, as well as reminiscing about the dust-laden memories of the past. After a long time, Dongfeng finally came back to his senses and continued to narrate to Tian Tu and Xianxia. What I did was just pushing the boat along with the current, heavily stepping on the body of Tongtian Tower that was constantly sinking. I didn't do much. We don't need to do too much. As long as we add a little bit of help to this situation, it would be like the straw that breaks the camel's back. It would be enough to push the entire Tongtian Tower into the abyss. As for why Titan Yu and his friends and family chose to shoulder this fate? Humans were like this. They were brave enough to try things they didn't know, and they believed in illusory hope and miracles. The younger the person, the more they believed in it. I was once one of them, so I understood it very well. Or perhaps, if I were to stand in their shoes, I might also make the same choice. I don't need to personally suppress them. Many of the warriors in Tongtian Tower are extremely tenacious. They can easily rebound under extreme pressure. They also have a sacrificial spirit that is rarely seen in Heaven Realm warriors. They would irrationally sacrifice themselves for others, for some kind of ideal or goal. This kind of sacrifice is completely different from the Heaven Realm warrior's sacrifice. Although the method is similar, they win by taking the initiative to sacrifice themselves. Their spirit is filled with pride. They call this kind of sacrifice a great action, even though many Heaven Realm warriors can't understand it. If I forcefully kill Titan Yu, then he will definitely retaliate with all his strength. He will definitely be like the prison Emperor Zhan Feng, sacrificing himself and his companions to forcefully seal a target that he can seal. If that really happens, it might cause an unpredictable change in the overall situation. This is not what I want to see, so I won't use violent methods. Instead, I will use a battle of wits. Under high pressure, I will faintly create an illusion that there is still hope, so that they won't immediately despair and excitedly explode together with the enemy. That year, prison Emperor Zhan Feng fought for thousands of years for Tongtian Tower. I don't want to see a second him appear, and even more so, I don't want to see a second Titan Yu born. Human warriors grow very fast. 1,000 years is enough to give birth to many strong warriors and even God-ranked. If we didn't discover this early and let Titan Yu grow up smoothly, then the ending would not be like this today. That year, I swore to destroy Tongtian Tower with my own hands. I have already done it. Dongfeng looked up to the sky and laughed out loud. I will not let the things that I can't obtain continue to exist. Furthermore, slowly watching it slide down into an unsalvageable abyss, isn't that also one of life's joys? The man in the darkness, who slaughtered the heavens and slaughtered the gods, listened quietly. After listening, he was silent for a very long time. He noticed that the laughing Dongfang wasn't as happy as he looked on the surface. Instead, he felt that the Dongfang first palace master in front of him, this god-ranked who was as wise as the sea, had an indescribable regret. He couldn't help but ask, Dongfang, did you really destroy Tongtian Tower to obtain God's ruins? Are you really that satisfied and happy? Dongfang was stunned when he heard this. He then shook his head, no, to be honest, I don't want to obtain anything. There are indeed many treasures in God's ruins, and I wouldn't exchange them for anything. However, I don't want those things. I believe that you also understand that there are some things that people like us can't obtain. That's why you asked me for the power of belief, right? As for whether my heart will be satisfied and happy after destroying Tongtian Tower, I can't say that I won't feel anything, but I can't say that I will be very satisfied and happy either. It's a very complicated feeling. I feel happy and accomplished, but also a little melancholy and lost. After all, this used to be my hometown. I left behind a lot of laughter and tears here. However, no matter what, I will never look back. The things that I have lost have been lost forever. I no longer dream of possessing them. On the contrary, the things that I have obtained, I will firmly grasp them in my hands. I won't let them slip away easily. For example, my position and power as the first palace master of the central shrine. Or my wisdom and ability to smash Tongtian Tower into the abyss today. In the darkness, the heavens, and slaughtering the gods suddenly agreed, I understand it very well. Because, I also did the same in the past. For the things that I already have, I buried the past with my own hands. Just like how you destroyed Tongtian Tower with your own hands, I did the same thing. Moreover, I did it even more decisively than you. That's why you have the title of heavens and slaughtering the gods. A smile appeared at the corner of Dongfang's mouth. What's called is not important. What's important is that no one in the heaven realm or the heaven realm would dare to look down on the man behind this title. The heavens and slaughtering gods also laughed. Their laughter was like the earth was shaking at an extremely deep level, containing the power of a volcano eruption. They were preparing to find the best time to carry out an earth-shattering explosion in the midst of the slight trembling. If possible, don't kill that titan you. Dongfang made such a request. Eh? The heavens and slaughtering gods were surprised. Bearing the fate of failure, all of his friends and family died, his war beast and divine weapon were destroyed, his lover and wife are gone. He will definitely live in endless regret. That kind of existence is a torture and suffering worse than death. I want him to cry in this kind of pain forever. What else is more tragic than endless regret and an eternal seal? When Dongfang said this, the heavens and slaughtering gods couldn't help but shiver when they heard it. Sometimes, death was indeed the best choice. Especially when waiting for the endless future in this kind of despair that was worse than death, heaven's stairway. Yu Yang, who was lying at the starting point, was about to go crazy. Being pressed down by the power of fate from 1,000 meters high, he couldn't even move a finger. It was impossible to struggle even if he wanted to. If he could, he didn't want Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others to choose to carry the burden like this. He would rather everyone be like Yan Qianzhong or Yu Tian. He didn't need everyone to sacrifice their lives for him. There must have been a better way to bear fate in the past. It couldn't be that there was only one way today. There was still plenty of time left in the 3 days that they had agreed on. It wasn't the end yet. Why did Fatty Hai and the others choose to surpass the burden of death? This wasn't what he wanted. What was even more frightening was that everyone used this method, including all of their friends and family, teachers, classmates, allies, and subordinates. Even Princess Sisai and Shui Wuxia in front of him might have to walk on this path in the end. Was it necessary to pay such a heavy price to reverse fate? If that was the case, what was the difference between reversing fate and not reversing fate? No, this wasn't real hope at all. Who would tell everyone? Who would reverse this mistake? Who would lead everyone back to the true eternal and beautiful path? In the bottom of Yu Yang's heart, he had never experienced such a strong desire before. In his most desperate, most pained and most regretful moment, his heart incomparably longed for enlightenment that far surpassed his own wisdom, guidance that far surpassed his own abilities. Who can help me? I'm just a weak guy from another world. I can't even be filial to fourth mother, I can't even protect my sister, I can't even hug my most beloved lover. How can I bear the burden of reversing the fate of the whole Tongtian Tower and those who support me? I'm a genius that appears once in 10,000 years in Tongtian Tower. I'm the abnormal genius Yu Clan third young master. But I'm too young. Compared to Dongfang and Tianyu, I'm just a kid. Who can tell me what I should do? Shui Wuxia and the others were still praying. Yu Yang, on the other hand, had a kind of impulse to throw away everything in the world and hug them tightly in his arms. Even if the world was destroyed in the next second, it would still be better than being able to watch helplessly as they sacrificed themselves right in front of him right now. My baby, remember, no matter what, your mother will always stand behind you and support you. A voice that was thousands of times more beautiful than the sounds of nature sounded from the bottom of his heart. Maybe it came from the sky, or maybe it was the resonance of his soul. Not only Yu Yang, even Shui Wuxia and the others who were praying, even His Majesty and Fourth Mother who had been silent all this while, heard this familiar voice at the same time and let out a cry of surprise. It was purer than anything else and could easily wash away all the negative emotions in one's heart. Hostility and despair were all evaporated and disappeared without a trace under this beautiful voice. Yu Yang and Shui Wuxia's current spiritual world was completely clean. The information and the shadow of death that was intentionally or unintentionally interfered with by Dongfang and the other Heaven Realm rankers had long been annihilated. A new hope was created by this voice like a seed germinating. It then grew into an existence like the world tree and returned to eternity. No matter what, don't give up. Because, my baby, you are the seed of hope that your mother left for this world. As long as you are here, this world will have hope. As long as you are here, this world will never be shrouded by pain and sorrow. Laughter is what you want to bring to this world. Happiness is also what you will bring to everyone. My baby, you will also reap the sweetness from bringing happiness to others. Bless you, my baby. Mother will love you forever. A mysterious power that came from an unknown world easily supported the power of fate that was 3,600 meters high. Is this Mother's power? Is this the guidance and hope that she brought to me? At this moment, Yu Yang finally felt it. This mysterious mother, who had always been silently guarding behind his back, who had sacrificed so much for him but never revealed herself, cared for him. Could this be the legendary mother's love? Mother, when did he have a real mother? Not a mother that borrowed the name of a tragic guy, but a mother that truly belonged to him. A mother that belonged to him, a man from another world. It was said that his mother had prayed for him on the flower of life, but somehow became a man from another world. His mother had prayed for him on the flower of life. He had felt it from Fourth Mother before, but it had never been as real as it was today. Only now did he understand. It turned out that his mother had always been here. She had always been by his side. It was just that he had never known it. Mother, is it really you? I, this lonely vagrant, also have a mother that belongs to me? Yu Yang really wanted to shout towards the sky, but unknowingly, tears were already streaming down his face. Mother. With his mother's power of fate at a height of 3,600 meters, at the very least, the requirements of the trial grimoire could be satisfied. Yu Yang had a feeling. Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others were sucked into the trial grimoire by the divine light. Although they had sacrificed everything in the world, they did not truly die. Or perhaps, even if Fatty Hai and the others were in a state of destruction, as long as the trial grimoire obtained enough power of fate, they could reverse the destruction and turn destruction into creation. They could even become eternal existences that were one with the grimoire world. In the newly born trial grimoire world, everything that had been destroyed before. They were all the roots of creation. As long as they had enough power of fate to reverse it, they would not truly leave, and they would not truly die. Thank you, Mother. Yu Yang shouted from the bottom of his heart for the first time. He was touched by his mother's bestowment and guidance. With her 3,600 meters of power of fate, Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, Shui Tan Lang, the old fox, Jun Wu Yu, Elder Nan Gong and all his other friends and family, as well as all his followers who supported him, they would not die. They would return to his side. Thank you, Mother. Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai, who were also crying like rain, also bowed to pay their respects to their mother who had always been guarding behind Yu Yang. This was his mother. Of course, she would also be their mother in the future. It was so good to have a mother. Originally, they were in a desperate situation. Because of her, the original misfortune and pain had all turned into encouragement and hope. Now, everyone no longer had a trace of worry or fear. What they had was confidence and courage. As long as their mother was here, with her protection, then they would have nothing to fear. Unknowingly, everyone held hands and formed a big circle, surrounding Yu Yang in the center. They didn't need to look up deliberately. As long as they closed their eyes gently, they could feel their mother's existence. They could feel that she was protecting everyone in the sky. The giant of fate's body seemed to have added an infinitely beautiful pattern on its chest. Is that the image of my mother? Because of the pressure, everyone was unable to raise their heads to see her full appearance. They could only vaguely feel a strange feeling that she seemed to have some kind of similarity with Yu Yang. Once they appeared, there was a kind of intimacy that could not be described with words. It was a tremor and resonance that came from the depths of one's soul. There was no need for any verification to be able to confirm it in an instant. In fact, it wasn't just in this lifetime. Countless years ago. Even earlier. She was already a mother. Moreover, he had been silently protecting his precious darling. The power of fate that his mother had entrusted to him was not like the power of fate that Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others had carried before, which was thrown into the trial grimoire. On the contrary, the power of destiny that was 3,600 meters high passed through the dazzling trial grimoire and gently floated towards the divine grimoire that was floating at the highest point. However, what made Yu Yang and Shui Wuxia dumbfounded was that the divine grimoire actually emitted an extremely gentle divine light, yet it was unable to resist the power of fate that their mother had entrusted to them. Why was this happening? Yu Yang and Shui Wuxia couldn't understand at all. After trying again and again, the power of destiny that could not enter the divine grimoire suddenly took a step back and floated towards the holy grimoire that Yu Yang had always been holding in his hands. During Yu Yang's entire growth process, the holy grimoire had accompanied him all the way, helping him grow from weak to strong, slowly growing to where he was today. The summoning grimoire that was originally a bronze grimoire had also evolved through countless battles and comprehension, until it became the holy grimoire today. It could be said that this holy grimoire had witnessed the history of Yu Yang's growth. It was an indispensable treasure that helped him grow, and it was the basic element that he relied on to learn, grow, and even survive. From the inherent skill and guardian beast to the beautiful world that Yu Yang had created, this holy grimoire had reached the highest point that many summoning grimoires would never be able to level up. Today, it had added something new to enrich its inner world. That was the power of fate. As long as this special power was added, it would definitely reverse its original path and create a brand new future according to its master's will. Different from the divine grimoire that rejected the power of fate that his mother had entrusted to him, the holy grimoire that also had its own spirituality suddenly welcomed it like a child running towards its parents with open arms. The light was like a rainbow, and waves of fluctuations spread across the sky. Yu Yang felt a little dizzy. If the holy grimoire absorbed the power of fate that his mother had entrusted to him, there was nothing bad about it, but what about the trial grimoire? The lowest requirement for the holy grimoire was the power of fate that was 5,000 meters high. Although 3,600 meters was a lot, it was still not enough. If this power of fate was thrown into the trial grimoire, then the trial grimoire that needed 3,000 meters of power of fate would be satisfied, and even overflowing. If that was the case, Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, and all their friends and relatives could be revived, and they could all return from their destroyed state. Now it was like this. On the contrary, both sides were not enough. Let's do it, it will definitely be enough. Shui Wuxia, Princess Sisai, and the others held hands and knelt down. At the same time, they decided to give up everything in the world and sacrifice themselves in exchange for the greatest power of fate to meet the needs of the three grimoires. Victory! We have confidence that we can definitely reverse our fate. We believe in you. Sickly Beauty, who was originally the weakest, instead strongly encouraged Yu Yang. A bunch of little girls, when did it become your turn to steal the limelight? You should know that this brat not only has his mother behind him, he also has me, his master. What does the East count for? It's just a turtle hiding in its shell. If talking was useful, then what's the point of using fists? Brat, you have to fight properly, remember to help me break the turtle's egg. Queen Vivian Li's voice suddenly sounded in the depths of Yu Yang and Shui Wuxia's hearts. Then, there was an imposing aura of a monarch descending to the world. It appeared on the heaven stairway. The world tree was also shocked. It represented the appearance of the conqueror queen of the heaven realm, Fei Wenli, and the power of fate at a height of 2,800 meters. Although everyone knew that the conqueror queen, whose name could make the heaven realm rankers tremble, was very powerful, they never thought that there would be such a big surprise. 2,800 meters. Although it was slightly inferior to his mysterious mother, Queen Vivian Li had just escaped from the black hole seal not long ago. Then, she created an entire world of ice and snow. No one expected that she still had such a huge divine power to be able to support the power of fate at a height of 2,800 meters. Queen Vivian Li was not the only one who was pleasantly surprised. Almost at the same time, His Majesty, who was quietly living in Tianluo Palace, also appeared. And Fourth Mother, who had always been taking care of Yu Yang in every possible way and had always been his spiritual pillar to integrate into this world. At the same time, she had also helped Yu Yang to support the power of fate that was reflected in their hearts and abilities. Your Majesty? Yu Yang was dumbfounded by His Majesty's power of fate that could support a height of 1,200 meters. Fourth Mother. Shui Wuxia, Princess Sisai, and the others found out that Fourth Mother, a frail woman, could also support the power of fate that was 800 meters high. They could not believe it. This kind of surprise really exceeded the bottom line of their hearts by too much. Yu Yang was sure that His Majesty was not a battle-type ranker. Moreover, His Majesty had been maintaining the mirage and guarding the entrance of the gods' ruins for thousands of years. The consumption was too great. He originally thought that His Majesty could only support the power of fate for a maximum of 300 meters. 500 meters was already his greatest desire. He did not expect His Majesty to be able to support a height of 1,200 meters. This was really too much of a surprise. He even suspected that he had seen wrongly. As for the weak Fourth Mother, Yu Yang had never thought of needing her dedication. The power of fate that was 800 meters high had completely destroyed his usual impression and concept. Was this still the Fourth Mother that he knew? If Fourth Mother really had such a huge power, why did he never see her use it? Moreover, no matter what method he used, he could not detect Fourth Mother's power. No matter how he looked at her, she was just an ordinary person. Yu Yang also believed that the kind and soft-hearted Fourth Mother would not lie to him. But now, she also had extraordinary power and could help him support the power of fate that was 800 meters high. One must know that the powerful Jiayu goddess could only barely support 100 meters. Why was this possible? Just as Yu Yang was puzzled, the three power of fate floated up. First, it floated towards the divine grimoire. Similarly, under the effect of the gentle yet irresistible divine light, it rebounded outwards and floated towards the holy grimoire that Yu Yang had been holding. No, there's too much. Give some to the grimoire. Yu Yang was driven mad to discover that all the power of fate had been absorbed by the grimoire. There was no sign of it overflowing at all. The pitiful grimoire waited anxiously. However, it was not the first choice for the power of fate that represented Fei Wenli's will, His Majesty's and Fourth Mother's will. Or perhaps, the power of fate that they supported could only be received by the holy grimoire or that divine grimoire. After that divine grimoire inexplicably rejected it. The power of fate that they supported was all turned towards the holy grimoire. Yu Yang had never thought that such a thing would happen. Really dizzy. There was clearly not enough power of fate, but one refused to enter, the other greedily swallowed, and the remaining one was waiting pitifully, not even giving it a chance to share. As a grimoire, could it not be so tsundere? Wouldn't it be fine with the power of fate? Why did it still refuse to enter? It was clearly trying to toy with its master to death. As for the holy grimoire, don't be like me. Why are you so greedy? It was not easy to gather the power of fate, but you wanted it all. Even if it was like the master, it would not be like this. You are really too greedy. As the master, I can't stand it anymore. As for that divine grimoire, big brother, you are a divine grimoire. You are not a bronze, silver, or gold ranked one. If you are a divine grimoire, why are you so weak? Not to mention the low requirements. If you can't get a share of the power of fate, why don't you snatch it? If you just wait like this, where am I going to find so much power of fate for you? Seeing the three grimoires with such distinct personalities, Yu Yang simply wanted to cry. After thousands of calculations, he really did not expect that there would be such a situation. Could it be that all the grimoires that he had contracted were all frauds? At such an important moment, they were still playing with their personalities? Do you have any sense of crisis? Have you ever thought about how I, the master, would feel? Even your father has been tricked to death by you. Tong Tian Tower's 10th floor. The Dragon Knights and Dragon Blood Guards who had fallen into a frenzy, as well as the army, warriors, mercenaries, and other followers who supported Yu Yang, suddenly felt as if their emotions had been soothed by an invisible hand. All of them were freed from their endless madness and woke up one after another. Before they could understand what had happened to them, they were stunned by the cruel reality that followed. They had been cheated, they had actually been cheated, and they had been cheated very miserably. Please pay attention, my dear friends. No, my fellow countrymen, you did not hear wrongly. Yes, it is me, the despicable traitor that you all hate to the bone and want to tear me into millions of pieces, drink my blood, eat my flesh and sleep on my skin. Dongfang, I, who is known as the first palace master of the Central Shrine in the Heaven Realm, borrowed the name of Yu Clan's third young master to deceive you ant-like idiots, stealing your power of faith and the power of your contracted beasts. Perhaps you're still confused, perhaps you're at a loss, or perhaps you're already bursting with anger, but it doesn't matter. The truth won't change because of your anger or stupidity. On the contrary, the more you act like this, the more it proves how lowly and insignificant you are. My dear fellow countrymen, incompetence is your synonym, stupidity is the true reflection of your intelligence. I don't really want to attack you, but you really don't have anything worthy of praise. Other than stupidly giving me a huge amount of fanatical faith, you don't have any other value. This is also the real reason why I told you the truth. Commit suicide, angrily follow the Yu Clan's third young master who you can't possibly succeed, and die together. What? Although they hoped that it was not the truth, Dongfang's voice clearly penetrated everyone's eardrums. Even if they covered their ears, the voice could still easily pass through the barrier and enter their hearts. Tong Tian Tower is already hopeless. I, who swore to destroy it with my own hands, will not forget to thank you all, because you all also added fuel to the fire and caused it to sink. Your stupidity has given me a great surprise and help. It's a pity that the Yu Clan's third young master is not as lucky as me. With the existence of idiots like you, he, who was originally trapped in a desperate situation, would have to endure even more attacks. Aha, your stupid help, give him a good beating. Is it me? No, it's you guys. Right, it's you guys who personally destroyed Titan Yu. No. The Dragon Knights and the elites of the Dragon Blood Guards clutched their heads in pain. They had never imagined that they would be used by the enemy to deal an irreversible blow to the Yu Clan's third young master whom they worshipped and followed. I don't want to live anymore. Many people raised the weapons in their hands. They, who were too ashamed to continue living, immediately thought of suicide. Goodbye, my clever fellow countrymen. I will not forget you. In the 10,000 years of history, fools like you are really rare. Hurry up and die. Every second you live, you waste and pollute the fresh air of Tong Tian Tower. I really don't know how existences like you still have the face to continue living. Ants, you are not worthy of my hands. Hurry up and kill yourself. That is the only right choice for you. Dongfang's voice was sharper and more vicious than a demon's voice. After everyone heard it, they felt as if their hearts were being pierced by a sharp knife and were bleeding in pain. When Dongfang's image disappeared from the sky, on the ground, almost all the soldiers knelt down powerlessly in the muddy water. One by one, they covered their faces and cried in pain. Originally, they wanted to follow the Yu Clan's third young master and fight against the Heaven Realm's invading army. For their homeland, they wanted to shed their blood, smear their youth and vigor at the peak of their lives, and add glory and color to Tong Tian Tower's future. But now, the honor was gone. All that was left was stupidity and an eternal disgrace. Why was it like this? Could it be that faith and following were also wrong? Just when the whole army was crying in shame, countless people raised the weapons in their hands, preparing to use the blood on their necks to wash away the pain and shame in their hearts. Suddenly, a person stood up, waved his arms and shouted loudly. His voice was so loud that it shook the heavens and the earth. "You fools, death is not the solution to the problem. Doing this will only make the enemy laugh even more happily. Listen, if you still have a trace of rationality, if you still have a trace of thinking ability, don't let the blow in front of you overwhelm you. Doing this is exactly what that traitor wants. He might be waiting to use our lives, flesh and souls to become some kind of sacrifice. If that is the case, then it will be a real blow to the Yu clan's third young master. Do you still want to be fooled? Are you sure you really want to do that? Do you really want to personally push the Yu clan's third young master into the abyss? Stand up, even if we die, we must die for our beliefs. For the goal that we follow, sacrifice, that is worth it. That's right, that's it. We've been deceived. Our strength and the strength of our beasts have been stolen. We can no longer fight for Titan Yu. However, we can't die like this. Even if we die, we must help Titan Yu succeed. He needs our help. Even if we can only play a small role, we must not give up. We don't have any strength, but we still have our bodies, we still have breath. Come, let us continue to bear Titan Yu's fate. As long as we put our lives on the line, we will definitely be able to help Titan Yu. Lai clan's disciple Lai Ban also stood up, supporting Dragon Ambassador Can Lan Yu, who just woke everyone up. Can we? Countless Dragon Knights and Dragon Blood Guards stood up, their eyes lit up again. Of course we can, we still have our lives. This is not something that the enemy can trick even if they want to. We must use it to exchange for the Yu clan's third young master's success. This time, the person who stood up was Prince Long Pan of the Eastern Goblin tribe. He was the youngest son of the Dragon Emperor, the older brother of the Southern Demon King, and also one of the 3 great commanders of the Dragon Knight army. Because his personality was too undisciplined, he was passionate about art. Although he was quite talented, he did not put enough effort into martial arts. It was only a year ago that he was stimulated by Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Xue Tan Lang, and other rising stars in the soaring dragon continent that he joined the ranks of Dragon Knights. He started anonymously as an ordinary soldier and was promoted all the way to Great Commander. Compared to the other 2 great commanders, the Falling Star Guards of Mingyue Pavilion and the Phantom Souls of the Netherworld clan, he was more influential. With him standing up and affirming Dragon Ambassador Can Lan Yu and Lai Ban's words, the morale of the Dragon Knights and Dragon Blood Guards slowly calmed down. Let us stand up again, continue to bear Titan Yu's fate. He will definitely not give up, we must not give up either. Although we have nothing now, we still have our lives, our friends, we are the most united comrades of Tong Tian Tower. This time, we will not be deceived by our enemies. I can feel the power of fate again. Let my body turn into dust, I don't care. As long as I can succeed, as long as my body still has some use, take it. Fate, I will not lower my head to you. Even if I can't resist you, the man I support will definitely be able to raise his head, puff out his chest, and control you in the palm of his hand. Melt, my body, my everything, I don't want it anymore. Success, as long as I can exchange for that man's future, exchange for his success. My existence is based on loyalty and steadfastness. No power, including fate, can shake my true belief. One by one, the Dragon Knights stood up. One by one, the Dragon Blood Guards stood up. They held hands and once again felt the destructive power of fate. It was different from before. Now, they would no longer complain about the heaviness of the power of fate. They no longer cared about life and death, because other than their lives, they had nothing else. In the sky, rays of divine light shone down, shining on the faces, hands, and bodies of these loyal men. At this moment, they seemed especially holy and dignified. More and more people joined in. More and more divine light shone down from the clouds, forming huge pillars of light that formed an incomparably majestic waterfall of divine light. Under this divine light, it was as if all the evil and filth in the world had been purified. All that was left was an incomparably pure sacrifice, a kind of eternal loyalty. This was their silent reply to the deceivers. It was also the best support for their followers. In another space, the image of the Eastern Palace Master appeared in front of some people. He also let out a voice that was even more captivating than that of a demon. However, this voice was not filled with mockery or ridicule, but temptation and conspiracy. Yan Pejun and Feng Qisha, known as the three great killing stars, you were once as famous as Shui Tan Lang. But now, look at yourselves, do you still look like experts? In front of Titan Yu, you are not even comparable to a dog. That's right, even Titan Yu's watchdog, Hui Tai Lang, is stronger than you, and lives more comfortably than you. No, you are not even comparable to a dog. You can't even compare to that trash fatty Hai. That trash-like Hai De Fu was once the mud under your feet. What about now? He is arrogantly stepping on your heads, not even giving you the qualifications to eat his fart. Is this the life you want? Is this your true strength and talent? Oh no, you guys are the most talented existences. It's just that Titan Yu is jealous of you guys. He has always been attacking you guys. Not only did he use his dog, he even used the trashiest fatty Hai, Yi Kong, who almost starved to death, and the mercenary Li brothers who couldn't stay any longer. He used the most ordinary trash to attack you guys, the once high and mighty heaven's favored ones. Haha, Titan Yu likes to play this kind of game the most. If you still want to continue to be the mud under fatty Hai's feet, continue to live a life worse than a dog, then I won't say anything. But you know, you obviously have a better choice. Listen, Titan Yu is about to die. Tong Tian Tower is also about to fall. You are the future of Tong Tian Tower. That's right, you didn't hear wrongly. You are the only remaining talents of Tong Tian Tower. If you need it, as long as you nod your head, I can immediately give you everything, including the entire Tong Tian Tower. You will immediately become 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times stronger than you are now. You don't have to pay any price, as long as you are willing to accept it, you can obtain everything. What Fatty Hai, what Ji Kong, what Shui Tan Lang, compared to you, they are all trash. Not to mention that they will not be able to survive, even if they can't even compare to a finger of yours. Nod your head, as long as you wish, I can immediately bestow you the strongest power. In the entire Tong Tian Tower, no one will be your opponent anymore. An image from the east appeared in front of Yan Pejun and Feng Qisha. The voice was like a snake. It drilled into their eardrums. No, this voice could directly drill into their hearts. Even if the two of them shut their ears, it would be useless. As long as I nod my head, I can obtain the strongest power? A trace of confusion flashed past Yan Pejun's eyes. He didn't want to deny how much he desired power. All these years of bitter training, what was it for? Wasn't it for power? It was a pity that the more he trained, the further the gap between him and Fatty Hai and the others became. If it was Yu Yang and Shui Tan Lang, these peerless geniuses, then it would be fine. However, Fatty Hai was obviously a big trash in the past. Now, he had easily surpassed him. Was this kind of hard work really useful? If it was useless, then was there still a need to work so hard? Pejun, don't. Can you believe the words of the East? He is a traitor. Feng Qisha was anxious. He felt that Yan Pejun's willpower was wavering. I am a traitor of Tong Tian Tower. I was once the heaven's favored one that the citizens of Tong Tian Tower worshipped, loved, and supported. I dare say that I had as many followers as Titan Yu in the past. However, what did I get? In front of connections, I lost to a fellow who was inferior to me. Just because of the connections behind him, just because of his background, I, who was full of glory, became the biggest obstacle to his rule. In the end, I even became a traitor of Tong Tian Tower. This is me, and this is the true portrayal of you all today. You guys were once high and mighty, high-spirited and full of mettle. However, you guys didn't have any connections. Hence, you guys were stepped on by Titan Yu. On the contrary, Fatty Hai, who was related to Titan Yu, turned from trash to the arrogant young Master Hai. Do you guys still not understand? Connections are so important. If you don't have anyone behind you, what's the point of training? Listen to me, Yan Pejun. If you are willing, I can accept you as my disciple. I can give you everything in Tong Tian Tower. Have you never thought of owning the entire Tong Tian Tower? A faint smile appeared on Dongfeng's face. He looked at the tempted Yan Pejun with a smile on his face. Yan Pejun didn't want to deny it. He was tempted. Don't be like this. Dongfang must be lying to you. Pejun, an ability that doesn't belong to you is like a bubble. Once you kill it, it will burst. Do you still not understand? If you want to do this, I won't stop you. However, I won't walk with you anymore. I don't want to deny that I envy Tan Lang, Yi Kong and the others. However, you have also seen it. Even Fatty Hai had to put in a lot of effort to get to where he is today. We should correct our attitudes. We shouldn't be jealous. Instead, we should be envious and work hard to catch up. Connections are not the most important thing in life. Only one's own ability and faith are the most important. Pejun, please allow me to call you for the last time. I have decided to give up everything and follow Titan Yu. I will contribute to his fate and the fate of Tong Tian Tower. Feng Qisha was no longer afraid of death. Under the temptation of Dongfang, his faith was strengthened. A ray of divine light shone down from the sky. It enveloped the top of his head. He raised his grimoire with both of his hands. His face and eyes were shining with light. Compared to the divine light in the sky, his eyes were even brighter. When Yan Pejun saw this, tears streamed down his cheeks. His face showed that he was struggling, but in the end, his conviction won over the temptation of reaping without sowing. He also raised the summoning grimoire in his hands and muttered, "My old friend, my old rival, my brother, I was wrong, but I won't let you go on your journey alone. The future of Tong Tian Tower does not belong to me, I was greedy, please forgive me, let me go with you. I really want to be the strongest warrior in the world, but compared to being the strongest, I want to have a group of friends who can laugh with me." The divine light enveloped Yan Pejun and Feng Qisha. In the blink of an eye, it was pulled away. Dongfang's temptation failed. He seemed to be a little surprised. From his point of view, Feng Qisha didn't need to be mentioned. At the very least, Yan Pejun was already tempted. It was just that somehow, his faith broke through the temptation and returned to his heart. He even willingly followed Feng Qisha and transcended death in exchange for a destiny. This was really unexpected. Could it be that the temptation wasn't strong enough? This was obviously the temptation of a god Tears will, unwilling to give up. He turned to Yu Tian, Yu Yan and Yu Feng. Pitiful worms like you, who have never been looked at by Titan. You, are you going to sacrifice yourselves and bear his destiny? What benefits do you get by doing this? Do you think that he will be grateful to you like this? Also, do you think that he will succeed by doing this? Do you think that I will succeed from Titan Yu? Why do I still have the mood to talk to you like this? That is because he is destined to fail. In this kind of situation, you are still carrying your destiny. Do you want me to die of laughter? Think about your past. Yu Tian, you are the eldest son of the first wife. Who took away the Yu clan's power? As for Yu Yan, who made you a cripple? And Yu Feng, you have great talent and a bright future. However, do you think that your third brother will let you surpass him one day? Yi Kong is dead, Fatty Hai is dead, Shui Tan Lang is dead, everyone is dead. Just now, Feng Qisha and Yan Pejun had also walked into a dead end. Who else is left in Tong Tian Tower? Only you guys are left. As long as you nod your head, you will immediately have everything. Yu Tian, not only will you regain everything from the Yu clan, you will also have the entire Tong Tian Tower. Yu Yan, you will immediately turn from a cripple to a god tier. As for Yu Feng, your future will be limitless. Dongfang's words pierced through Yu Tian and the others' hearts and willpower like an arrow. Yu Feng was still young, his willpower was weak. He couldn't help but wail. He, who didn't want to betray his brother and hoped to obtain a future, had no one to comfort him, no one to warn him, no one to tell him what to do. He couldn't see the future and fell into despair, not knowing what to do. Other than crying out loud, he didn't know what else he could do. As for Yu Tian and Yu Yan, they had obviously fallen into a swamp of faith. Perhaps, in the next second, they would nod their heads and agree to Dongfang's generous conditions, who was even scarier than a demon. Lightly nodding their heads, just when Yu Feng's heart was at its most afraid, panic-stricken, and at a loss of what to do, suddenly, Yu Tian's large hand lightly patted his head. A voice that Yu Feng did not dare to believe sounded out, "Little Nine, in your heart, I've always been the best big brother, right? Even if Xiao rose up and gave you a lot of things, he still can't compare to me, right? I doted on you the most, not only in the past, but also in the future. A big brother who does this can be a role model for a brat like you, isn't that right? Yu Yan kicked Yu Feng's butt and shouted angrily and shrilly, Xiaojiu, fourth brother has always been a cripple, is that what you think? Even if I, Yu Yan, was a cripple, a scum, I would never betray my clan. I am a Yu clan disciple, a man of indomitable spirit. Do you think I would nod my head and become someone else's dog? I may not be as lucky as your third brother, but I, Yu Yan, also have my own pride. How many times have I been tempted? Would I fall for it again? Ha ha ha, a cripple like me can also become a god level? Forget it, if I can't even deceive me, I can only deceive little kids. I'd better die. Otherwise, a cripple like me would always give people the chance to take advantage of me. Pfft, I, Yu Yan, am a cripple, but I don't need other people's pity. I, Yu Yan, will never lick other people's but just because of power. Big brother, fourth brother, boo-hoo. Hearing this, little Yu Feng cried even harder. However, he could cry without worry now. Just now, he cried because he was scared, but now, he was crying proudly for his two brothers. Then all of you can go and die. Dongfang's smile disappeared, and his expression became serious. No need for you to do it. No matter how crippled we are still better than a traitor like you. I never thought that there would be a day where we would become heroes. This feels great. Yu Tian laughed out loud. He raised his summoning grimoire, and 3 rays of divine light shone down from the sky, enveloping him, Yu Yan and Yu Feng. Then, without waiting for Dongfang to speak, more divine lights shone down from the sky. The disciples of the Yu clan, Shui clan, Feng clan and Yan clan all died, not giving Dongfang a chance to tempt them. Maybe they couldn't resist Dongfang's temptation, but they held fast to one thing, never be a traitor, ever. Dongfang saw it from the void. For a long time. He didn't say anything. The shadow called Tian Tush too silently floated closer and sighed, Dongfang, your hometown has more stubborn people than my hometown. Maybe it's because of this that the central shrine has to destroy this place at all costs. I can understand your feelings. If you have a choice, who would want to be a traitor? However, since we have chosen this path, we have to walk it to the end. Because we can never turn back. The decisions of life are the decisions of fate. Sometimes, we decide our own fate without even thinking about it. This is our own choice. Whether it's right or wrong, it doesn't matter. What's important is that this is a path of no return. We can only move forward, there's no way back. Dongfang, this cunning first palace master. Not only did he use seductive methods to force Feng Qisha, Yan Pejun, Yu Tian, Yu Yan, Yu Feng and the other young geniuses to their deaths, he even created millions of clones of himself to exert pressure on all the students, warriors, clans, sects, royal families, and even other races that were related to Yu Yang to their deaths. With his divine power, he could completely steal the other party's consciousness. He could make those pitifully weak innates and below fall into an endless obsession, just like how he dealt with the Dragon Knights and the Dragon Blood Guards. But he did not do that. The eastern side used words and the pressure of the situation to force the cultivators of the various races before them to make a choice. In this kind of situation, there were many martial artists who originally did not want to die, but when the hat of traitor fell down, no one could bear it. Countless warriors could only choose to sacrifice themselves, to give up their lives and bear Yu Yang's fate, so that they wouldn't fall into a state of eternal damnation. The disciples of the various clans in the soaring dragon continent, the royal family disciples of various countries, the corrupted warriors in the demonic palace, the normal succubi of the succubi clan, the golden elves and the many vassals who followed Yu Yang's life, as well as the various peaceful clans living in Tong Tian Tower, one after another, they were forced by Dongfang to sacrifice himself and bear his fate. He watched as all the races, including the slaves, disappeared in the divine light. Dongfang did not speak for a long time. His face. No sadness nor joy. No one could tell what was on his mind. Tian Tush and Tusher felt a little strange and couldn't help but ask, why did you do this? Although forcing them to death is one of the ways to speed up Tong Tian Tower's downfall, isn't this helping Titan Yu? Titan Yu will never succeed. Dongfang calmly waved his hands. Furthermore, even if these people do their best to shoulder the fate, how much of it can they shoulder for Titan Yu? According to the height ratio of the Heaven Realm's divine light pillar, to become a holy elder, one would need at least a height of 10,000 meters. Do you think Titan Yu can shoulder a height of 10,000 meters? His limit would not exceed 1/10, perhaps only 1/100th. No matter how hard he tried, he would still be a loser in the end. Look at these ant-like fools. If I force them all to death, how much can they bear for Titan Yu? You can also see that even if all of them add up the power of destiny on their backs, the height of their divine light pillars is probably less than 300 meters. With the connection between their fates and Titan Yu's fates, the amount of support they truly received from their fates was at most 20%. It was not even 100 meters. What was there to worry about? The weakness of an ant will not increase its chances of winning because of its numbers, nor will it become stronger because of its numbers. Although that's the case, I still feel that we need to be more cautious when suppressing Titan Yu. After all, this Titan Yu is a peerless genius that only appears once every 10,000 years in Skysplit Tower. Sky Slaughter God too sure didn't completely give up on his suspicions. It is necessary for Tong Tian Tower to undergo a thorough cleansing. I do not wish for these followers of Titan Yu to rise from the ashes one day. Too sure, you can also see the truth. It is impossible for Titan Yu to bear the power of destiny that is 10,000 meters tall. It is impossible for him to become a divine sovereign. And without becoming a divine sovereign, he cannot control the fates of others. He cannot even control the fates of his loved ones. Therefore, his failure was already set in stone. But too sure, you didn't see another point. That is, even if Titan Yu cannot become a divine sovereign, with so many people's fates on his back, he can still change his fate to a certain extent. He will definitely step into the divine realm. If Sky Chariot doesn't act, then Titan Yu will be an existence that is extremely difficult to kill. This is also the reason why I asked you to act to seal him. Dongfang gave a detailed explanation. You are worried that Titan Yu's followers will use a long period of sacrifice to open the seal and release Titan Yu? Therefore, you acted and forced all of them to death, making Titan Yu forever stay in the seal and never have a chance to return? Sky Slaughter God too sure now understood a little. Titan Yu, no matter how much the central shrine hated him, he would also be an existence that could not be killed. With so many people's fates on his back, even if the deity shrine's sovereign Sky Chariot attacked with all his might, he might not be able to kill him. Moreover, a completely killed Titan Yu had no value. In order to restrain Sky Chariot, Dongfang had to make the sealed Titan Yu a hidden chess piece in his plan. The deity shrine's sovereign Sky Chariot would never be able to fall out with Dongfang. Otherwise, the sealed Titan Yu might escape and return to the Heaven Realm to take revenge on the central shrine and the deity shrine's sovereign Sky Chariot. Sky Slaughter God too sure, after understanding the entire truth, secretly became vigilant. If he had a choice, it would be best not to become enemies with Dongfang. Because this fellow's schemes were too deep and too ruthless. Titan Yu is about to fall into madness. However, he is not the most terrifying. You have to be careful of Conquest Queen Fei Wenli. I don't think she will sacrifice herself for the doomed Titan Yu. You have to be careful of her sneak attacks from behind. Dongfang gave a final warning. Her opponents are the peerless Emperor Wu Shuang and the deity shrine's sovereign Sky Chariot. Moreover, if she insists on attacking me, dodging would be useless. In Sky Slaughter God too sure's eyes, a blazing sharp light flashed. Although he did not say it, his battle intent was like a silent volcano that could erupt at any time. The deity shrine's sovereign Sky Chariot sure, of course, he is the one we need to be most wary of. Dongfang used this sentence to end this gathering. The truth was different from Dongfang and Sky Slaughter God too sure's conjecture. It was completely different. Queen Vivian Li never had any thoughts of protecting herself. Moreover, from the first day they met, her life and fate had been closely linked with Yu Yang. There would never be a possibility of them being separated. How could she conserve her own life to protect herself, not only Queen Vivian Li, even the ice snow world that she created, as well as the various divine weapons, divine beasts, and holy grimoires, all supported Yu Yang's power of destiny. Otherwise, how could she help Yu Yang support the power of destiny of 2,800 meters not long after the black hole seal was restored? Under her lead, almost all the war beasts, human divine weapons, earth divine weapons and even heaven divine weapons all joined this team that carried the power of destiny. Little Wenli, Duo, Jiang Ying, Red, Aman, IKA, Future, Chaotic Spirit, Quintet Golden Puppet Mice, Big Lowly Little N, World, Tao Tai, Golden Beast, Star Scorpion, Heaven Swallowing Beast, Dawn Angel, Ling Ling, Creation God Orb, Crescent Moon, Giant Shadow, Phantom Shadow, White Tiger, Prison Tiger Divine Sword, Nine-Tailed Snow Lady, Little Panda Nyo, Charm Demon Queen and the countless beasts, spiritual sense weapons, divine equipment, grimoires or holy grimoires, the fusion of the Giant of Destiny with the Trials Grimoire, Holy Grimoire and Divine Grimoire was in progress. Yu Yang and Shui Wuxia's consciousness had long been integrated into it. There was no way to watch it at all. When the power of destiny was divided, the requirements of the three grimoires were not the same. The power of fate from his followers was unable to enter the Holy Grimoire, let alone the power of fate from his mother, Fourth Mother, His Majesty, and Empress Fei Wenli. Only the power of fate from the Trial Grimoire could happily accept the Dragon Knight army and other followers and supporters. The war beasts that followed Hui Tai Lang also carried the power of destiny into the Trials Grimoire. But the ranking was completely different. The war beasts of Fatty Hai and Yikong followed them, but Hui Tai Lang could sit on the chest of the Giant of Destiny, curled up at the position of the heart. It looked lazy and undisciplined, exactly the same as the lazy dog that usually waited for Yu Yang to return. As for the war beasts of the Dragon Knights, Dragon Blood Guards and warriors from various clans and sects, they all occupied the feet of the Giant of Destiny. Only a few could occupy the feet and the front of the toes. Not only the war beasts, but the warriors who sacrificed themselves involuntarily and were forced by the East to sacrifice their power of destiny were also at the bottom of the hierarchy. There was no exception. Shui Wuxia and the others held hands, their hearts connected. Bathed in the divine light, they all flew up. Riding the wind. Stepping on the rainbow bridge, they flew up together with the grimoire. In the end, they went around the Trials Grimoire. After the divine grimoire at the top rejected them, they all entered the holy grimoire in the middle. Other than Shui Wuxia, Yinan, and Yu Bing, who had returned from the battle, who had a little bit of the power of fate, they were all absorbed into the holy grimoire. The trial grimoire waited for a long time, but it was all for naught. If Yu Yang was awake now, he would definitely go crazy. Unfortunately, his consciousness had already entered the body of the Giant of Destiny and assimilated it. He didn't know what was happening around him. A mysterious power came out of nowhere and cut the 1,000-meter power of destiny that Yu Yang was carrying into 500 meters of the power was taken into the Divine Grimoire, 300 meters into the Holy Grimoire, and the Trials Grimoire couldn't wait to absorb the 100-meter power of destiny. Between heaven and earth, there was still a 100-meter power of destiny left, but it was suppressed by the mysterious power. Even if the Holy Grimoire was filled with the power of fate, and the Trial Grimoire was far from enough, and the Divine Grimoire had no other needs other than Yu Yang carrying it on his back, the formless and mysterious power still carried out such an unfair distribution. According to this situation, it was impossible for Yu Yang to succeed. Inside the Holy Grimoire, there was more than 10,000 meters of power of destiny, but it took it all for itself and didn't want to give any to the Trials Grimoire. Everyone in the Divine Grimoire was willing to enter, but other than Yu Yang, everyone else refused to enter. Even Shui Wuxia, Inan and Yu Bing, who had entered before, only took a little bit of it as a symbol. All the lives that supported Yu Yang had sacrificed themselves, including Heaven Realm's friends, subordinates and slaves. Even the Heaven Realm's great leader Ming Yuguang, who was already engaged to Yu Yang's lifelong lover, pulled her best friend along and sacrificed themselves to support her lover. At this moment, there wasn't a single friend or relative that didn't join Yu Yang. Or, if they didn't join now, they wouldn't be able to count on their support in the future. At the last moment, before the signs of failure flashed, there was an existence that surpassed sound. It was more powerful and mysterious than divine sense. It wasn't a shout, nor was it a call. It was more like a call when a warrior used a grimoire. Even Dongfang, who was known to control the entire situation, and many god-level rankers who invaded Tongtian Tower, couldn't sense the existence of this call. However, the entire Tongtian Tower was silent. Suddenly, there was a response that was close to resonance. The 12 zodiac temples that Yu Yang had passed, the 3 world shrines that he had passed, the 5 elements palace that he had passed, the ancient competition grounds that he had passed, and the countless areas and spaces that he had set foot in, all of them resonated. Starting from the heaven stairway world tree that was closest to him, the consciousness of countless ancient rankers seemed to have awakened from a deep slumber in an instant. They more or less volunteered to bear a portion of the power of destiny for Yu Yang. There were also some places. For example, the Temple of Guidance and the Time Corridor that Yu Yang had never set foot in before also produced an indescribable resonance and response under that mysterious call. Even in many areas of the Heaven Realm, there were similar changes, just that the response from Tongtian Tower was countless times weaker. Countless ancient rankers, or the consciousness of various rankers left behind from the ancient times, bore the power of destiny. Although it was not as strong as when they were alive or when they were in person, because there were too many of them, it became a massive existence. Their support was not like that of Fatty Hai and the others, and they did not integrate into the Giant of Destiny. They only formed a special kind of divine radiance that supported the Giant of Destiny, and at the same time, completely fulfilled the needs of the Trial Temple. Under the feet of the Giant of Destiny, the divine radiance began to condense into images that represented various areas. There were the 12 zodiac temples, the 3 world shrines, the world tree, the time corridor. One image after another surrounded the Giant of Destiny, shining brightly around the 3 grimoires. The trial grimoire had reached its limit, and the holy grimoire had also exploded with tens of thousands of rays of divine light because a mysterious power had entered it. Before this, the divine grimoire that had always rejected the power of destiny was the first to reach its limit. However, no one knew whose support and whose power of destiny was it that was able to easily fill the divine grimoire that required a height of 10,000 meters. Everyone had integrated into the Giant of Destiny, and Yu Yang was no exception. No one knew what kind of miracle was happening outside. Even when Yu Yang was integrating into the Giant of Destiny bit by bit, preparing to become one with it. In the space outside, the power of destiny that existed independently at a height of 100 meters. It was still suppressed by the mysterious force. No one knew. What was its true intention? When Fatty Hai opened his eyes, he realized that he was trapped in a golden circle. Outside the circle, there seemed to be an endless chaos. He couldn't see easily. His body. He couldn't move. Even moving his fingers felt strenuous, but his mind was surprisingly active. Fatty Hai could even remember the embarrassing times when he wet his bed when he was young. This was really strange. Wasn't he already dead? Didn't he sacrifice everything and use his life as the price to bear the power of fate for Yu Yang, and then turn into nothingness? Why was he still alive? Just when he was puzzled, the pressure on his body suddenly disappeared. The golden circle shattered like an eggshell, and his uncontrollable heavy body fell out with a thud, landing on a strange continent that was neither cloud nor fog. Here, the bright sky was slightly more transparent, but it was not much different from the ground. It was also in a state of chaos, like the legendary scene of the beginning of the world. Where is this? Ah, I'm not dead, I'm really not dead. Fatty Hai first raised his hand to observe for a long time, and then twisted his cheek hard. He found that the pain was unbearable, and was immediately pleasantly surprised. He couldn't help but open his unique broken voice and shout loudly. As the saying goes, good people don't live long, and bad people don't die. It's really true. A voice rang in his ears. It was his archenemy, Yi Kong. Monkey, you're not dead too. Fatty Hai looked back and happily rushed over to hug Yi Kong. He realized. He had never been so touched in his life. If it wasn't for Yi Kong blocking him with his hands, Fatty Hai would have kissed him a few more times. That's great, monkey, you're not dead too. If you were dead, no one would fight with me in the future. Life would be so boring. Without you, how would I be able to live my life? Prince of Tianluo clapped his hands and laughed. Could this be the friendship that Yu Yang talked about? I'm very honored to witness the love between the two of you that is beyond friendship. Yi Kong was so angry that his face became crooked. Love that is beyond friendship? With Fatty Hai, damn it, this kind of thing, not to mention doing, just thinking about it made one feel like vomiting to death. The worst thing was that Shui Tanlang, who usually did not like to gossip, added fuel to the fire. I already knew about the things between them. Yi Kong didn't want to do anything right now. He just wanted to commit suicide. However, Fatty Hai wasn't. He was in a good mood. He didn't die, and all his good friends were still around. How satisfying was this kind of life, how carefree and happy. He flew out, shaking hands and hugging them one by one, not missing a single one. Not only Yi Kong, but even Prince of Tianluo and Shui Tanlang were also affectionately hugging each other. The Li clan brothers who had just fallen out of an unknown space were no exception. As your boss, I had a strong premonition that Yu Yang would definitely succeed in the end. We won't die. Haha, I guessed it right. Ha ha ha, genius, there's no helping it. I have always been a genius. Fatty Hai was so pleased with himself that he was dancing with joy. Genius? You're a natural idiot. Yi Kong couldn't help but hit Fatty Hai's chin with a soaring fist, sending him flying. Where is this? Another person fell out of the space. But before she landed, she spread her wings and flew up. She was the wind-breast seabird that had turned into a human. Fatty Hai was so excited that his heart almost jumped out of his throat. He took big strides and rushed towards the wind-breast seabird. But the moment he reached out to hug her, a small foot directly stepped on his big face, kicking him 100 meters away. Pervert, who are you? How dare you be so rude? And you guys? Who are you guys? Why would I appear here? Yi Kong. And the others looked and were all stunned. Could it be, the wind-breast seabird that had completely turned into a human had lost her memory? Looking at her eyes, she didn't look like she was lying. That kind of blankness and fear towards the unfamiliar environment wasn't something that could be easily faked. The most pitiful one was Fatty Hai. He originally thought that he had already won the beauty's heart, but who would have thought that the wind-breast seabird that had carried the power of fate would lose its memory even though it had reversed its fate and turned into a human? What a tragedy. He had finally chased after her with great difficulty, but before he could even hold her in his hands and dote on her, she had already become a stranger. This kind of blow, how could he live? I. Fatty Hai felt that even if he had 3,000 mouths on his face, he wouldn't be able to explain the cause and effect. He could only worry helplessly. Actually, it's like this. Luckily Yi Kong and the others didn't hit him when he was down, and even explained for him. Otherwise, Fatty Hai would definitely hang himself. The most fatal blow in a person's life couldn't be more than this. The wind-breast seabird's intelligent big eyes rolled around, listening very seriously, but it was too doubtful. Especially when Prince of Tianluo talked about her past. She immediately stopped them, shaking her head and waving her hands to oppose. No. Impossible. I can't possibly like him. Please, even if you're making up stories, you should pay attention to the degree of reasonableness, okay? How could I like this wretched damn fatty? Absolutely impossible. I don't have such a heavy taste. Even if I didn't like handsome guys in the past, I wouldn't like this fatty. This is too illogical. Don't try to lie to me. Maybe I was a little bird that he caught and kept in his cage, but I can't possibly like him. This, I'm 100% sure. It's useless even if you cry, I won't like you. Fatty Hai's face was full of tears. Fate, it was hard to obtain the love that he yearned for even in his dreams when he died. But when he came back to life, he became a stranger in the blink of an eye. Even if you want to toy with me, it's fine if you play with me a little, but don't play with me so thoroughly, okay? What we said is the truth. What do I have to do to make you believe us? Fatty Hai asked weakly. I won't believe you no matter what. The wind-breast seabird's stance was firm. Then what do I have to do to make you like me? What I mean is, I want to chase after you again, and move you again. Whether you remember or not, I will use the same or even more sincerity to move you again. The more Fatty Hai said, the more confident he became. It was so difficult in the past, but he had endured it. In the future, as long as he worked harder, there would definitely be good results. Please don't do such useless things. Unfortunately, the wind-breathed seabird was completely unmoved. Yi Kong and the others looked at each other in dismay at this result. Too dizzy. Who would have thought that the wind-breathed seabird that cried and shouted, "I won't hit you anymore, I will be obedient, contract with me again, don't you leave me alone, don't you ignore me," would now completely forget its past. However, this kind of thing could not be explained clearly. No matter how much it said. The wind-breathed seabird couldn't do anything even if it didn't believe it. If it insisted on doing so, it would only have the opposite effect. This is still alright, it can still bicker, this proves that there is still hope. Prince of Tianluo laughed. Carrying fate on his back and helping Yu Yang to become a holy supreme had already succeeded. As long as one's heart was sincere, what else in this world was impossible to achieve? How unbearable. Shui Tanlang snorted softly. Sigh, I didn't know that you had the poison tongue inherent skill in the past. Isn't this potential hidden too deeply? Yi Kong really suspected that after reversing fate, it would cause a person's personality to change greatly. Just as they were sighing, between heaven and earth, countless people suddenly fell out from an unknown space. There were people they knew, people they didn't know, 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 people they thought should appear, and there were even people they didn't think would appear. Various races, various kingdoms, various sects, countless lives suddenly appeared. Not to mention Yi Kong and the others who saw such a spectacle, even they themselves were shocked. Very quickly, these fellows who shared the same bad taste found their friends. For example, profiteers like Jean class leader and round-head Bao Gu, who were full of the stench of money, naturally hugged the fat toad Jiada and flattered them. For example, when Heaven Realm Ming Yu Hao and snake-haired devil man Chong Feng met, they shook hands and hugged. It was as if they were brothers who had not seen each other for many years. Gay love was everywhere. Of course, there were also old enemies who turned hostility into friendship. For example, the unprecedented meeting between the Golden Elf Empress and the Succubus Queen. Both sides greeted each other warmly, praising each other's beauty and giving each other gifts. This was to show that they shared the same fate and shared the same fate, forming a friendship after sharing the same fate. Perhaps they hadn't had it before, but it wasn't too late to form a friendship now. They also understood that after the reversal of fate, everything in the past would change. Their race was all under the command of the new divine supreme Yu Tai Tan. It was impossible for them to start a war as they used to. Among the Golden Elf clan, not only were there Lin En and Anna, who were Yu Tai Tan's teammates, there was also Bao Er, who was spoiled like his younger sister. As for the Succubus clan, everyone knew that the Yu clan's third young master had once married his beloved wife, Sky La, from the Succubus palace under the blessing of thousands of succubus, witnessed by the Succubus queen and many sisters. In other words, the future of the two clans was not a family, but it seemed to be a family and a clan that was close to each other. Could hatred and strife be brought to the future? A smile dispelled enmity. This was exactly what the two clans wanted to do, and now was the right time to do it. The Golden Elves, whom the people of Tong Tian Tower yearned for but couldn't get, and the Succubus, whom everyone paled at the mention of, were now hugging each other. At first, one of them was trying to test the waters. Then, thousands of Golden Elves and Succubus started to move, like sisters, like family, hugging and cheering. Similar to them, in Tong Tian Tower, there were other races or humans who had grudges with them, and even the demon clan who had some intelligence. They put aside their prejudices and accepted this new relationship. Although Yu Yang hadn't appeared yet, everyone knew that he had succeeded, the new divine supreme Yu Tai Tan was about to descend. And fate. Under the hard work and sacrifice of all its supporters, it had reversed and moved towards a brand new future. The Dragon Knight Army, the Dragon Blood Guards Army, as well as countless warriors, mercenaries, and slaves, all cheered in unison. Their shouts echoed in unison, becoming more and more synchronized with each other. In the end, they formed an earth-shattering unity, roaring in this chaotic world that had yet to be completely created. The warriors of the Soaring Dragon Continent, especially Jun Wu Yu, Elder Yu Hai and the Old Fox, were moved to tears. the divine sovereign, who was more difficult than a miracle and more impossible than defying the heavens, had actually been successfully born with their support. Furthermore, this person was their family. He was still a junior who had once been under their control, and they had watched and witnessed his growth step by step until today. This kind of pride could not be described with words. God, with their own hands, with their own support, they had created a God. It was even to the extent that this was a God among gods that had completely surpassed ordinary gods, a God-exalted God. When countless beasts finally flew out, when Hui Tai Lang appeared at the top of the sky with a majestic aura, howling towards the sky and calling for his master, everyone was moved as they looked towards the sky, looking forward to the arrival of the person they longed for the most. For this man, everyone had once thrown away everything, even their lives, surpassing the most difficult stage of life and death, without any complaints or regrets, supporting him unreservedly. Now, in this newly created chaotic space that had yet to become a world, everyone was looking forward to his appearance. It was him, then, there would be a miracle, just like this chaotic world that had yet to be perfected. As long as he descended, then they believed that this world would immediately become beautiful. Even if he was very busy and could not build the most beautiful world, then, everyone would still support him, work together, come together, build this chaotic world, make it the most beautiful home in the world, just waiting for him to descend, just waiting for him to come, just waiting for him to nod, come, not only Hui Tai Lang, all of us can't wait to see you, the one we supported, the one who had become the divine sovereign. What kind of awe-inspiring appearance you have now. Descend, you who may still be in a deep slumber, hurry up and wake up. Now, do you hear our cries? Yi Kong raised his arms and shouted loudly, echoing Hui Tai Lang's long howl from afar. Wake up! Wake up! Countless people raised their arms and shouted together with Yi Kong. There were also countless people who put their hands together in front of their chests, quietly praying amidst the thunderous shouts, using the voice of their souls to call for his arrival. Perhaps it was because of this summoning power, a man who was sleeping quietly in another grimoire world's chaotic space, slowly opened his eyes. When Yu Yang opened his eyes, he woke up from his deep slumber. In the chaotic space of the Trial God grimoire, immediately, an extremely miraculous and indescribable change occurred. It was as if the entire world suddenly came to life and opened its eyes at the same time as its master. In an instant, the entire world was awakened, endless beautiful splendor, like an illusion, hung down from the top of the vault of heaven, and hung down to the ground. With light, everything under its illumination, including all energy, became alive in an instant. Some of them were extremely light and faint, but they all rose up and gradually turned into a transparent sky. On the contrary, those that were denser and heavier slowly floated down and turned into a thick and solid land. Some beautiful and colorful ones became gems and minerals that adorned the ground, sparkling. There were also some lively ones that continuously gathered together. They piled up. In the sky, layers and layers of clouds gathered, becoming more and more. Unknown changes were happening under the Earth's crust. With a slight tremble and a low humming sound, the Earth slowly changed its original form. Some places sank down, and large areas of the ground became sunken. Due to the pressure, many places continued to rise, forming hills and ridges. Is this the legendary creation of the world? It's too inconceivable. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others were completely shocked by the spectacle before their eyes. Heavens, to be able to see this scene, even if I die, I will have no regrets in this life. The old fox and the other elders were even more moved to the point that they could not speak. Of course, they had read the books about the creation of the world, but no matter how grand the historical records were, they could not describe even a fraction of this spectacular scene. Now that they had seen it with their own eyes, they believed that there was nothing more shocking than witnessing the creation of the world. So, this was how the world was born. Although it was not done by them, they were satisfied to be able to stand and watch and witness it. Not to mention that this miracle was created by their own clan's disciple, their own proud student, and their own younger generation. Master is mighty. Countless subordinates and slaves of Yu Yang kneeled on the ground and cowed out in excitement. They raised their hands and cheered for Yu Yang. Their actions inspired those who were stunned by the shock. Then, countless Heaven Realm remnant clans, cursed fishmen, and countless vassal races under the Titan Chamber of Commerce all knelt on the ground in awe and joined in the salute. Not only them, the Heaven Realm Draconians, the Golden Elves, the Succubi and the followers of the various sects in the Soaring Dragon continent also bowed deeply, paying their highest respect to the man who had yet to appear but had started creating the world the moment he woke up. Tens of thousands of beasts cheered. The shouts were earth-shattering. Among them, Grey Wolf's shouts were the loudest. Even the old cunning fox, Jun Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai and the other teachers and elders of Yu Yang were in the crowd. Join in too. They paid their respects to Yu Yang who had yet to appear in the sky. They were not arrogant because Yu Yang was their descendant. On the contrary, they simply abandoned this relationship and sincerely paid their respects to this vast and unparalleled power that created the world. This kind of power was not something that they could not dream of. That was why they were so reverent. That was why they were so sincere. Of course, they were even more proud in their hearts. Not only because they had witnessed the wonder of the creation of the world, but they were also proud that this Jizun, the creator, was actually a disciple that they had personally watched grow up and personally supported. Under the endless, wondrous, indescribable, and magnificent radiance of the brilliant light, which was boundless and wondrous, the embryonic form of the world was gradually formed. It was unknown how wide the space was to form the world. The hottest, brightest and most dazzling energy formed the highest and brightest sun in the sky. On the other hand, the relatively cool, gentle, serene and clean energy essence crystallized into the moon, shining as brightly as the sun. The remaining energy formed stars of different sizes, dense or sparse. From above the clouds, they were more or less bright or dark. They interweaved to form the starry sky, the Milky Way, as well as the various constellations and palaces that people knew of since ancient times. Many heavy parts of the energy remained. They floated down continuously. Even though they were the remaining parts of the energy essence, they were still very abundant compared to other places. They were completely different from the heavy and thick parts on the ground. These parts were unable to completely sink back to the ground. They could only be high and low, big and small, forming various shapes and sizes of floating islands and floating rocks. The mountains became taller and taller. The craters on the ground were so deep that one could not see the bottom. The edges of the craters were so big that they could be seen from afar. A thunderbolt peeked out from the clouds, like a silver snake dancing wildly. In the blink of an eye, it had already pierced through the sky and went straight to the ground. Its great power, together with the roar that shook people's hearts, shook the whole world that had just been created. In an instant, it was as if the sky and earth were collapsing, the Milky Way breached the dam, and countless raindrops poured down. The dark storm raged wildly. The whole new world became a world of rain in the blink of an eye. When it was violent, it was so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. Even the souls of countless powerful martial artists were invaded. Gradually, the ground was covered with water. Streams of various sizes quickly converged and flowed towards the low-lying areas. Finally, they accumulated twice as much water as before. When the storm weakened slightly, the rain turned into a calm drizzle. Everyone was shocked to find that in front of them, or around them, there were many more rivers, lakes, and seas. The most indispensable source of life in the world, water, was added. When the thunderbolts gradually became lighter and the thunder subsided, suddenly, the rain stopped and the clouds dispersed. A warm light shone from the edge of the clouds in the sky. It shot straight to the ground and enveloped the people on the ground, bathing all the living beings on the ground in this golden light. Little grass, the little grass has sprouted. Fatty Hai lowered his head and found that on the ground, tender little grass had already drilled out. There are butterflies too. Yi Kong looked up and found that in the sky, there were already pairs of butterflies dancing gracefully. Fish. Shui Tanlang stared at the lake in front of him and saw countless small fish swimming upstream along the mouth of the lake, towards the fast-flowing rivers and creeks. Countless green grass dyed the earth green. The earth was no longer monotonous. It was no longer empty. Fresh flowers swayed in the breeze. One by one, the flower buds that were about to bloom stood proudly. They were beautiful and beautiful, adding beautiful colors and vitality to the earth. Fish mischievously jumped out of the water, and proud birds circled in the forest, looking for their ideal home in this vast expanse of green. All kinds of young beasts timidly peeked out their little heads from behind the stoneback trees, cautiously watching the crowd in the distance. Those petite and cute flower fairies that were only the size of a finger were not afraid of strangers at all. They happily chased and played among the flowers, as if they had already existed since millions of years ago and were already used to this kind of life. Is this true? Even a peerless ranker like Xianxia could not help but be captivated. He had never thought that the world could be created like this. Even more so, he did not think that with everyone's support, Yang would grow to this kind of supreme realm of creating the world and opening the heavens. Was the divine sovereign really so unbelievably powerful? These in front of him, even if it was a god or a true god, it would still be impossible to create them without tens of thousands of years, right? How was it that Yu Titan, who was not a god before, could advance to such a high realm that even the great gods could not look up to just with everyone's support? Although everything in front of him was real and there was no room for doubt, Xianxia still felt that it was a little unbelievable. This was because it was more fantastical than a dream, more mysterious than a legend, and more extraordinary than a miracle, the world tree. Elder Nangong's body shook. He saw an even more unbelievable miracle being born. Not only Elder Nangong, but everyone else also saw it. Because, this tree was so huge, and its growth was so fast. The location of the world tree was not far away. On the contrary, it was actually right beside everyone, right under everyone's feet. A seed of the world tree suddenly sprouted. It grew leaves, branches, and thrived in front of everyone's eyes. At first, it was inconspicuous, but every second, it was undergoing different changes. From an extremely small seed to a weak sapling, then to a lush and verdant tree, and then to a towering tree that dozens of people would not be able to surround. It had always been changing like this, growing crazily. The crowd's gaze turned from looking down to looking up at the world tree. In the end, it was replaced by astonishment and shock. This peculiar tree that old man Nangong called the world tree had never stopped growing since the beginning. It did not stop growing for even a second. It was growing extremely fast, so fast that the onlookers could not even see the whole process clearly. When Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others drove away the onlookers who were so shocked that they almost fell into danger, they turned their heads again. They found that it had already evolved from a towering tree to an unbelievable world tree. Its trunk could no longer be described as thick. Compared to the oldest primordial gold tree among the golden elves, and compared to the wood elf city tree that still had space to spare, this world tree was even larger and taller. Most importantly, it was still growing and becoming larger. It kept growing, growing, growing. Right in front of everyone. Under everyone's shocked gazes, this world tree grew crazily. Every second was different from the last. Xuetan Lang, Prince of Tianluo and the others used all their strength to fly high and look up, but they could not see the top of it. Xianxia, Dragon Emperor and Emperor of the Underworld communicated secretly. They guessed that this tree's height was at least 50 kilometers. The tree's diameter was also more than 10 kilometers. Not to mention humans and other creatures, even a mountain would be incomparably small compared to it. After an unknown period of time, this world tree finally stopped growing crazily. According to the joint probing of Ming Ri Hao, Xianxia, and the other experts, which had reached its maximum height, the tallest tree should be 100 kilometers high. The diameter of the tree's core was at least 20 kilometers. Its countless branches and leaves shrouded it. When one saw a mountain, they would suspect it to be a square stone. When one saw the sea, they would suspect it to be a basin. All living things and people were simply like grains of sand in the sea. Why did Yu Clan's third young master create a world tree? Snake-hair demon man Chong Feng suddenly asked a question that no one could answer. Could it be to commemorate the Heaven Stairway training? It's possible. Wait, it seems like it's still changing? While they were discussing, there seemed to be a new change under the world tree. Everyone stopped their discussions and focused their attention on it. Although this world tree was not as big as the Heaven Stairway's world tree, this newly born world tree had a diameter of 20 kilometers and a height of 100 kilometers. The world tree could not be seen, its top could not be seen, it could not be climbed, and it could only be sighted from the sky. It was enough to be the second most amazing thing that people had ever seen in their lives. Even those who had never entered the Heaven Stairway or seen the Heaven Stairway's world tree would not be able to imagine or believe that there was actually an existence bigger than this world tree in front of them. The mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas were all under the world tree's branches and leaves. Now, it was them. Another kind of equally wonderful change was happening, causing everyone to be intoxicated and deeply immersed in it. For a long time, they could not extricate themselves. Heaven Stairway. Warriors who had trained in the Heaven Stairway recognized it at first glance. Stone stairs that looked like the Heaven Stairway appeared under the world tree. Different from the real Heaven Stairway, the stone stairs here did not have the willpower and pressure left behind by countless predecessors. There was also no suppression from the power of the ancient code that had been set since ancient times. Here, there was only Yu Yang's willpower and the preset ancient code. It was different from the Heaven Stairway, where it was difficult to move an inch and climb a step. Yu Yang had reduced the difficulty by 100 times. Even warriors or beasts below the innate realm could easily step above 10,000 steps on the stone stairs here. The appearance of the stone steps similar to the Heaven Stairway was just the first step of countless changes. Then, at the beginning of the stairs, there was another huge square. It was similar to the entrance of the first floor of Tong Tian Tower's soaring dragon continent. There were seas, mountains, and islands around the plaza. There were also iron chains hanging in the sky and giant totem pillars. There were buildings, pavilions, corridors, and pavilions. Most importantly, there was a Tong Tian Plaza that was exactly the same as the real first floor's plaza. Not far to the right was the Shangwu camp, the place where Yu Yang met Jizun for the first time. Then there was the Dixia Palace, Jun Wuyu's residence. There was the courtyard where Princess Sisai and the others lived, as well as the Dixia Palace where Yu Yang had his first innate level battle. All kinds of details were there. At the edge of the Dixia Palace, it was the Shangjing Academy and Ivy Academy that had been destroyed by the war. There was even the Yu clan castle that Yu Yang had once dragged forth mother to fight for her. One by one, the destroyed homes and castles reappeared in the light of the miracle. Whether it was the palace, the academy, the castles, or anything else, all the destroyed buildings, mountain gates, and the residences of the sects reappeared one by one under the power of the god. There were the castles of the Shui clan, the Feng clan, and the Yan clan. There were also the unique buildings of the East Ocean Crystal Palace, the Western Lion Pagoda, the Southern Floating Mist Sect, and the Northern Moon Fairy Pavilion. What made the Golden Elves scream and cheer was that the Elven Forest and the everlasting gold tree, which they lived in, was born on a mountain under the world tree. However, the surrounding environment was changed to the Jadeite Forest and the Five Elements Palace that Yu Yang had experienced before, and not the original Jadeite Swan Lake. The Charm Demon Palace stood on the mountain top opposite the Elven Forest. Looking at it from afar, one could see the soaring dragon continent's falling Kang Mountain in the distance. A little further away from the demonic palace's residence was the burial ground and the Black Light Palace, which all the demon rankers loved at first sight. The first floor of Tong Tian Tower's 12 zodiac temples and the 3 shrines of heaven, earth, and human, which could not exist at the same time, were arranged together. Above them was actually the door of life and death of the Tong Tian Tower's 10th floor. In this world, there was no one who could cause all this. Only the creator, Yu Yang. Apart from him, it would be impossible for any other divine-level expert in the world to create such an inconceivable and miraculous world without spending millions of years. The 6th-floor Thunder Fortress, which stood firm in the flames of war, reappeared. This was the place where Yu Yang first used the name of Titan. Many of his loyal guards and slaves lived there. No matter what, he would never forget to give them a place where they could truly feel at ease. On its side, it was the 7th floor's Fire Island, the treasured land where Yu Yang knew the Ocean Empress. On the other side was the 10th floor's Endless Ocean's Meteor Shower Islands. Countless sceneries and buildings that Yu Yang had visited before were arranged together like stars in the sky. However, what made people feel strange was that although this arrangement was strange, it did not feel out of place at all. On the contrary, there was a kind of original, ingenious, and pleasing artistic beauty. Things that people had lived in before, things that they had not, things that they had seen before, things that they had not seen before, things that they knew and things that they did not know, as long as it was within Yu Yang's knowledge, they all appeared under this world tree. There were the sceneries of the soaring dragon continent, the sceneries of Tong Tian Tower, the sceneries of Heaven Realm, and even various sceneries that Yu Yang had seen, understood or personally created in the trial world. Not all of them were under the world tree. Some were so peculiar that they grew around the world tree. Some were on a branch, some were on an island, some were on a lake, some were in the ocean. People could only be sure of one thing. The closer they were, then their future home would be closer to the world tree. When the last Tian Luo Palace, the entrance to the God's ruins, the Temple of Guidance, the Time Corridor and other sceneries that surpassed Yu Yang's own wisdom were born, the changes under the world tree, or in other words, the new world born in the chaos world, was gradually completed. The hut in Baishur city and the small garden in the Valley of Butterflies and hundreds of flowers were the last areas where the new world was created. Everyone understood. This was the resting place that Yu Yang had built for himself. Those before were the homes that he had created for everyone, or compensation, or a kind of reward for his supporters, a kind of praise. Only the two smallest and simplest areas at the back were the homes that he had created for himself. One was the warm hut where he and fourth mother and two sisters depended on each other for survival. The other was the beautiful small garden where he had lived with Shui Wuxia, Princess Sisai, fallen flowers and Anan and had endless sweet memories. A thought was instantly transmitted across the endless space. It was extremely clear. It was transmitted to the bottom of everyone's heart. That was Yu Yang's thought, it was his voice. First of all, I want to say thank you to everyone, thank you for your support. Now, I am so excited that I have 1,000 words to say, but it is difficult to say them all. Now I want to come immediately and have a happy reunion with everyone, but I really don't have too much time. The battle is still waiting for me, the traitor in the east, and the countless invaders who are eyeing the Tong Tian Tower have not been defeated, so I can't come now. I hope everyone can forgive me. Titan Yu sincerely welcomes everyone. This place, this new world, in the future, will be the home for everyone to live together. This place will always welcome everyone. No matter if everyone wishes to stay here, or return to Tong Tian Tower, or leave to cultivate, this place will always welcome everyone back. Because of the lack of time, there is still no way to make the new world perfect. There are still many places that need to be corrected, but I don't have enough time now. I will make up for it one by one after we achieve a great victory in the future. Here, I also hope that everyone can join in and build our future home together. When we completely defeat the East, Yu Yang will definitely come and celebrate with everyone. He will definitely lead everyone to counterattack the Heaven Realm, and wash away the 10,000 years of shame of Tong Tian Tower together. Too awesome, he really deserves to be the little brother that I, the boss, protect. Fatty Hai was so excited that the fat on his body shook. Are you crazy? The amnesiac wind-breathed seabird rolled its eyes at him unhappily. Wow, you are actually willing to talk to me? Fatty Hai was wild with joy. If scolding people counts. As long as the wind-breathed seabird thought about how it was said to love this damn fatty to death, it had the urge to smash its head on a piece of tofu. Every time it thought about it, its body couldn't help but shiver and tremble. Could it be that it was blind in the past, and didn't see this lump of fat? How could it fall in love with this guy who was like a meaty demon king? This taste was too heavy. You can scold me, it's okay, scolding me is a form of affection, hitting me is a form of love. If your hands are itchy you can also hit me, I can take a beating very well. Could it be that I was used to being beaten since I was young, so that I could train a healthy body and talk nonsense? Look at the muscles on my arms. Fatty Hai posed like a bodybuilder. His appearance was as infuriating as it could get. The wind-breathed seabird was already too tired to complain. Yu Yang has too many things to do, the battle is also very urgent, he has no time to spare, so he can't come for the time being, but it doesn't matter, we can stay here first and recuperate. Everyone, this battle is a long and bitter one, there are still many places that we need to fight together in the future. Now, it's best for us to settle down our clansmen first, build our home first, and wait for Yu Yang's call. Listen, we have to be in our best fighting state, be ready at any time, and wait for his command. The old cunning fox spoke on behalf of his disciples. This was the elder's affirmation of the followers' positive attitude. He then encouraged everyone, adding another flame to the already high morale, directly making it boil. After the old cunning fox spoke, Jun Wu Yu, Marshal Yu Hai, Elder Nangong and the other elders also gave short speeches, putting forward various suggestions and finalizing various arrangements. With Yu Yang's previous words, and with the suggestions of the elders, the followers' mood was greatly stabilized. One by one, the applause was like thunder, and they cheered in unison. No one knew who started it, but everyone immediately set off towards the place they liked, flying towards the home they were most familiar with. Their original home might have already been destroyed by the enemy, but so what? Yu Clan's third young master had already recreated them, and in this newly born new world they had a new home. With this new world, with Titan Yu's miraculous blessing, would they still be afraid of not having their own home? Would they still be afraid that this newly born beautiful home would not be as good as before? That would definitely not be possible, not to mention that they already had it. Even if they didn't, everyone could use their own hands to recreate it. Of course, what everyone needed to do now was to build them into the most perfect and pleasing state. Only then could they live up to Yu Clan's third young master's hard work and divine might in creating a new world. Long live! Too beautiful! My home, I have a home again. When everyone rushed into their homes, they found that everything was the same as before, and even more beautiful and perfect than before. They couldn't help but cheer again. Home. So good. After returning to their homes, they found that their home's beauty was irreplaceable. Only then did they find that their home's position in their hearts was actually the highest. Different from his followers who were cheering for returning home, Yu Yang was currently having a headache. He wanted to laugh happily, but he couldn't. Because he found a big problem. This problem. It could be said that it was much bigger than what he could handle. The situation was like this. When Yu Yang woke up from his deep slumber, he was immediately attracted by that shocking call from his soul. In order to repay his followers who had supported him, he decided to create a new home in that piece of chaos. The whole process was very perfect. There were no mistakes, not even a problem. Originally, Yu Yang was very satisfied. However, he was quite proud in his heart. Very soon, he found that after forgetting himself and forgetting everything to create a new beautiful world, he felt that he had a lot of differences. This kind of change was not a change in strength, nor was it an increase in realm. It was also not some overflowing divine light or the power of a godhead. Instead, it was an unexpected situation that made him feel at a loss and didn't know what to do. At first glance, the accident was very simple. It was just that there was a little girl, lying in Yu Yang's arms, sleeping deeply and had not yet woken up. If this little girl who ate fruits all over her body was Shui Wuxia or Princess Sisai, then Yu Yang would directly hug her and wouldn't let go no matter what. If this little girl was Fallen Flowers or Anan, then it would be even simpler. Not to mention hugging her and not letting go, he would directly turn into a wolf. Beasts were what men should do. What was worse than beasts? What was this about being unruffled? How could that kind of behavior be called a man, if the girl in his arms was impatience or Southern Demon King? Yu Yang didn't need to move at all. He could just enjoy it directly. The problem was, the thing that gave Yu Yang an incomparable headache was that the little girl who was currently sleeping in his embrace wasn't one of them. Instead, it was someone who would make his liver tremble with just a glare from the other party. Yu Yang's greatest nemesis in his life, other than the mysterious heavenly sword goddess who no one knew about, there was no one else. Even if it was His Majesty or Empress Fei Wenli, they didn't have the kind of natural deterrence that she had towards Yu Yang. She, of course, was Ji Zun. If it was possible, Yu Yang would rather provoke Princess Sisai 1,000 times, and let her chase him 10,000 times, than offend Ji Zun even once. Unfortunately, the truth was simply not as he wished. When Yu Yang was satisfied with the creation of the new world, his heart was filled with pride. When he was ready to go out and brag to Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai, he looked down and found Ji Zun sleeping quietly in his arms. What was even more frightening was that she was naked from head to toe. Her snow-white body was like the most precious treasure in the world. If her clothes were neat, it wouldn't matter. At most, he could thicken his skin a little and pretend that nothing had happened. But the cruel reality was that Ji Zun was now in the state of truth, and her delicate body was in his arms. How could he explain the big hand that was pressing on the towering treasure in front of her chest? How could he explain the crazy action of the other hand that was pointing at the mysterious valley of life, separated by 2 full moons. He reckoned that once she woke up, she would kill him in seconds, if Yu Yang said that he wasn't afraid. That was fake. Compared with Jizun, Princess Sisai was just like a gentle kitten. Calm down, why did I do this? Yu Yang felt that what he needed the most right now wasn't to push away his responsibility, nor was it to quickly let go of this great beauty whose skin was as white as snow. Instead, he needed to calmly recall the entire process that had led to this kind of erotic accident, in the midst of the ecstasy, before a disaster befell him. It feels so good. No, I have to move my hand away, I have to think calmly. But, it's too slippery, it's simply slippery. Oh no, I'm going to die soon. If I don't want to be killed in seconds, I have to think of a way quickly. I'm going to die, I have to figure out the process and the truth first. Don't be such an idiot anymore. Let go of my hand, don't touch it anymore. When she wakes up, this hand will definitely be chopped off. But I can't bear to. With Jizun in my arms, I don't care about anything else. Right now, I can't think at all, bastard. What should I do? Yu Yang was very distressed. He really wanted to think of a good solution immediately, but tragically, he couldn't concentrate on thinking. At the moment, time passed minute by minute. Jizun would wake up at any time, and her death was getting closer and closer. Perhaps, in the next second, Jizun's eyes would open. At that time, she might take a knife and cut him into 18 pieces, then put them together like a circle, and then put them in 36 different positions. Oh my God, this was too terrifying. Happiness and pain, fear filled his heart, knowing that he was going to die, but he couldn't bear to let go. This was the current Yu Yang. Well, sometimes, your name is actually a man. The Holy Grimoire. The Holy Grimoire that had accompanied Yu Yang as he grew up. Inside, the beautiful home that Yu Yang and Shui Wuxia had built and expanded several times had been shattered by the power of fate, returning to nothingness and returning to a chaotic initial world. When Yu Yang floated down from the halo of fate, he set foot on the ground. He found that this holy grimoire space was the same as the world of nothingness in the 10th stage of the trial grimoire. In fact, this was his real home. The hut in Baishur city and the small garden of the heaven stairway were just a souvenir. If he had time, he could live there for a day or two, reminiscing the warm days when he was dependent on Fourth Mother and his sisters, or reminiscing the sweet life with sickly beauty and fallen flowers in the small garden of the heaven stairway. Of course, he had to stay here. However, in this holy grimoire space, what kind of new world should he create, to create a new world again? In fact, it was not difficult. Yu Yang had already used the power of fate to create it once, so he had more experience. The problem was, in this holy grimoire, what kind of world should he create for Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai? He believed that in the future, not only them, but also Fourth Mother, Night Empress, and His Majesty would live here for a long time. Let's wait for them to wake up and gather everyone's thoughts. Yu Yang held the sleeping Jizun in his arms. Looking around. The world was chaotic, and there were only himself and Jizun. Shui Wuxia, Princess Sisai, Fallen Beauty, Inan, Yu Bing, and Yu were still sleeping, and he did not know when they would wake up. He was very conflicted now. He wanted to immediately put down Jizun in his arms and quietly slip away, but he was reluctant to give up such a heaven-sent opportunity. It was rare to have Jizun in his arms. Such an opportunity might not come again in the future. If he did not take the opportunity to hold her for a while, then it would be too late to regret later. But if he continued to hug her, if Jizun were to wake up and get angry, then no one would be able to save him. Heavens, what should he do? Why was the person in his arms the supreme martial artist and not someone else? If it was His Majesty, although he would also be afraid, he would definitely not feel this kind of trembling. How did things end up like this? Yu Yang realized that he couldn't think of anything for a while. This didn't seem like amnesia. Perhaps it was because everyone's fate was intersecting with too much information. Especially since he was the master of fate and had received too much information, the mechanism in his brain might have temporarily sealed a lot of information out of self-protection, waiting for the right time to slowly release it, just like his mother's inheritance of knowledge. You can't remember? Let me give you a hint. A heavenly voice sounded behind Yu Yang. Then, a pair of lotus-like jade-like arms appeared. They circled him from behind. Yu Yang was shocked. He turned his head. He realized that there was a little girl who was eating fruits behind him. She was none other than Jizun's secret guardian beast, Goddess Jiaoyu. Compared to the previous Goddess Jiaoyu, there was a huge change, both in terms of strength and realm. The current Goddess Jiaoyu was at least 100 times stronger than when she was at the beginning of her fate, maybe even more. The top of her head, the soles of her feet and her back were all protected by moon-shaped halos. Her strength had completely surpassed the evil deity's Wei Guang that Yu Yang couldn't defeat even if he used all his strength. Compared to Jiao Zhao's mysterious master, she was many times stronger. Most importantly, on her forehead, there was a fate rune that represented Yu Yang's divine wife. This. Yu Yang was dumbfounded. Looks like you really forgot, I'm so sad. Although Jiaoyu said this, a mischievous smile appeared on her face, which was almost identical to a sovereign exalts and could easily be misunderstood by others. She elegantly raised her left hand and placed her jade-like index finger on Yu Yang's forehead. Lightly, the mystery bloomed like a flower bud. In his mind, a memory that had been temporarily sealed was unlocked. Memories flooded in like a tide, filling up Yu Yang's heart in an instant. Yu Yang was also enlightened at this moment. He completely understood the entire process of how things had developed. So it was like this: when Jizun's fate ceremony reached its limit, everyone turned into divine light and entered the 3 grimoires. Only Yu Yang was left. When he completed the last step, the fusion of fate would be complete. However, because the distance was too far, Jizun, who was still rushing down the heaven stairway with all his might, was still on the heaven stairway 100,000 steps, and couldn't make it in time. Although Yu Yang didn't need Jizun's help to advance, he didn't want to have this kind of regret. He hoped that Jizun's fate would be linked with his forever. Never to be separated. But it was too late. At the critical moment, Jizun's guardian beast, Goddess Jiaoyu, suddenly gave up on carrying fate. She did something unexpected to Yu Yang. She completely removed the armor on her body, and forcefully suppressed her embarrassment. She tore Yu Yang's armor and bravely sat down on his high-spirited body. With the identity of a life beast that originally belonged to Jizun, they instantly became one, becoming his first god wife after he ascended to god level. At the same time, through this change of fate, Yu Yang and Jizun's fate were closely linked. At the last moment, Jizun couldn't make it in time because of the heaven stairway law. She was immediately absorbed by the divine light. Together with Yu Yang and Goddess Jiaoyu, they entered the holy grimoire into a deep sleep. From then on, their fates were completely merged, and there was no possibility of them being separated. This kind of result is already the best result. It's just that I don't know how to explain it to her when she wakes up. Yu Yang understood. He stretched out a hand and hugged the Jiaoyu goddess who had bravely sacrificed everything. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have been able to do anything under the pressure of the 1,000-meter power of fate, let alone pull back the fate of Jizun and her. No need to explain, she definitely knows. Goddess Jiaoyu covered her mouth and snickered. Yu Yang sweated profusely. If that was really the case, then when Jizun wakes up, she would probably come after him with a big sword. He wouldn't be able to hide it from her even if he wanted to. Goddess Jiaoyu looked down at Jizun for a while, then looked around. She realized that only she and Yu Yang had woken up. Suddenly, she boldly whispered into Yu Yang's ear, "Everyone is still asleep. Why don't we continue to do that? Right now?" Yu Yang cried out. Jizun was right beside him. If she woke up halfway and saw him and Goddess Jiaoyu engaged in a passionate battle, then he would really be dead. Goddess Jiaoyu didn't seem to have this kind of worry. She only kissed Yu Yang's cheek in order to comfort him. "It should be fine if we don't make too much noise. Apart from us, no one else will wake up so quickly. Besides, if you want to completely accept and master everything about the Divine Sovereign, it probably won't be enough without tens of thousands of years. This is because the power of fate that everyone has borne for you is far more than expected. If we dual cultivate now, then you can temporarily familiarize yourself with and use the divine power that I have. Although it's not enough to challenge the number 1 person in the central shrine, it shouldn't be a problem to defeat that traitor in the east. How did you suddenly become so strong?" Yu Yang didn't understand. He couldn't understand the changes in Goddess Jiaoyu's body. Isn't it because of a certain bad guy? Goddess Jiaoyu's little face turned red. There was no need to continue, Yu Yang could also understand. Dual cultivation. The fusion of the two's power of fate, and the help of the divine sovereign's wife contract. This kind of husband and wife contract that was recognized by the divine power was even closer and more profound than the life contract of a guardian beast. I am no longer a Jiaoyu godly level with a flawless full moon. Because of the unity of fate and the recognition of the divine sovereign's wife contract, I comprehended a whole new realm of fullness, imperfection, eternity during dual cultivation. In the deep sleep just now, the power of fate that I had borne for you had all transformed into the moon of fate. In other words, no matter if I am full moon or half moon, full moon or no moon, I will always be one. There is no power that can negate or reduce my moon of fate. Under the heavens and earth, this law is decided by my heart. Ever-changing, eternity like the moon, this will be a new me. So, you can call me Huanyu. Huanyu? Yu Yang never thought that Goddess Jiaoyu, who had cultivated to the divine sovereign, could take another step forward. Furthermore, this step was a realm of 100 times. Perhaps, this breakthrough in cultivation. This was the real her. Before this, it was all because of Jizun. Only by taking the initiative to dual cultivate and carrying a higher power of fate to promote the unity of the Trinity, would it be the result that truly belonged to her. I know that I can't replace her, and I will never be able to replace her. But, I hope that I can also use my unique characteristics to bring you different happiness and help. So, I mustered the greatest courage to take the initiative to become your wife, to take the initiative to share everything I have with you. Maybe we haven't been together for long, but I have the confidence to be a good wife. Jiaoyu, no, the completely new Huanyu goddess, hugged Yu Yang's neck with her jade-like arms. Her jade-like lips gently pressed against his, and her jade-like body, which had become twice as moist because of their passion, had unknowingly moved closer, tightly. Huanyu goddess didn't move Jizun away. On the contrary, she boldly picked up one of Yu Yang's hands. She pressed it on Jizun's towering pile of snow. On the other side, she let him also press it on her chest. It was as if, through such a bold and seductive way, she was trying to make him recognize the similarities and differences between the two. Through such actions, she was silently explaining to him that she was unique. Her movements were very light. Even when she sat down on his body, there wasn't a single sound. It wasn't that she didn't want to make a sound, nor was it that she wasn't happy enough. She was just considerate and knew that he had an innate reverence for Jizun. She hoped that through such a silent and gentle action, she could slightly ease the tension in his heart. It was indeed like this. Yu Yang, in the blissful dual cultivation of husband and wife, also tried his best to suppress himself. He didn't dare to completely indulge in it. Even though the stimulating pleasure made his soul tremble, he still had a trace of calmness and rationality, and diverted a part of his attention to look at Jizun. He was worried that she would wake up at any time. He knew that looking at her like this wouldn't solve any problems. But if he didn't look at her, his heart seemed to have some kind of obsessive-compulsive disorder, and he wouldn't be able to be calm at all. Could it be that the legendary clandestine love affair is like this? In Yu Yang's mind, he still had the time to think about these kinds of messy and distracting thoughts. It was undeniable that in front of Jizun, who was still in deep sleep, dual cultivation with the Huanyu goddess was an extremely exciting, extremely tempting and extremely crazy action. Because of this, the pleasure would also increase by 10 times or even 100 times. You can think of me as her, like this, it will be more exciting for you. Illusion Moon Goddess mischievously nibbled on Yu Yang's earlobe. Yu Yang did have such a thought, but it disappeared in an instant. What if Jizun found out? Consequences? It would probably be very serious. You can imagine, maybe one day in the future, she and I will appear in front of you at the same time and do the same thing, but you won't be able to tell us apart. Thinking about it like this, isn't it very exciting? The illusionary moon goddess words made Yu Yang feel like he was about to explode like a volcano. Yu Yang only had to think about it, Jizun and illusion moon goddess in front of him at the same time. He was in bliss, but he couldn't tell who was who. He only knew that they were taking the initiative like this. Fighting. All kinds of service. This was really too fantastical. Yu Yang suddenly felt like his nose was bleeding. God, if that was really the case, that kind of life would probably be even more blissful than cats eating fish, dogs eating meat and Ultraman beating up small monsters. Perhaps it was because the depression brought about by the Heaven Realm's invasion could finally be vented, or perhaps it was because the husband and wife pair cultivation with Huan Yu was too exciting, or perhaps it was because Yu Yang's imagination was really good enough, or perhaps it was because Ji Zun was sleeping beside him and could wake up at any time, and Xue Wuxia and the others could float down from the halo of fate at any time, or perhaps it was because of other reasons. In short, Yu Yang couldn't help but explode. It was hotter than the eruption of a volcano, more shocking than the explosion of a meteorite. The illusion moon goddess reached its peak. In the midst of suffocation, when she kissed him tightly, Yu Yang couldn't help but turn all the pressure and pleasure he felt into an excited catharsis, increasing the speed of the illusionary moon goddess soul explosion. After Yu Yang was done with his passion, he calmed down a little. When he looked at Ji Zun again, he was so scared that his heart almost exploded. Because Ji Zun at this time. Her long eyelashes were trembling slightly. It was as if she could wake up at any time and open her beautiful eyes that could suppress the world and look down on all living things. Not to mention Yu Yang, even the previously bold phantom moon goddess was a little flustered. When Ji Zun was asleep, she naturally had enough courage to express herself. She took the initiative and boldly cultivated with Yu Yang, and even used his hand to press on Ji Zun's chest. However, when Ji Zun was about to wake up, even though she had already advanced to the phantom moon goddess, she was still like Yu Yang, naturally subdued by Ji Zun's will. She no longer had the willfulness of seducing Yu Yang and Ji Zun to have a threesome during their dual cultivation. Fortunately, Ji Zun did not wake up immediately. This gave the two of them a buffer period from the brink of death, allowing Yu Yang and the illusion moon goddess to escape. The illusion moon goddess hurriedly stood up from Yu Yang's body, and used the fastest speed to put on a brand new illusion moon divine armor, and wrapped Ji Zun's snow-white body with a snow-white cloak. When Yu Yang hurriedly put on his pants, as if he had been caught cheating, she rushed over and hugged him, quickly kissing him a few times. At the same time, she urged him, "Leave this place to me, she definitely won't be angry with me. You should go out first. When her anger subsides, I will let Sister Bing Air and the others bring you back. You still haven't completely grasped the power of the Divine Sovereign. You can use my illusion moon divine power and moon of destiny. Everything I have belongs to you. Let's go, she's about to wake up, love you." The illusion moon goddess finally kissed Yu Yang's face, like a newlywed wife sending her husband off to work, unwilling to part. When Yu Yang pulled up his pants and stepped on the heaven stairway to the starting point of the world tree, which was also the starting point of the Holy Grimoire, he then realized. Wasn't he the owner of the Holy Grimoire space? Why was he so scared like a loafer who had been caught cheating? Although he thought this way, if Yu Yang had the courage to go back and face the awakened sovereign, he would not do it even if he was beaten to death. Anyway, with the illusion moon goddess divine power and moon of destiny, plus his own battle strength, even if he couldn't beat the temple sovereign Tianyu, it shouldn't be a problem to beat the East. Moreover, all the people who supported him were safe now. If he couldn't beat the East, he could just go back and fuse with more power of destiny. Now that fate had been reversed and he had succeeded, why should he be afraid of that arrogant traitor in the East? With this thought, Yu Yang's confidence increased greatly. It was just that, he didn't understand. The illusion moon goddess directly advanced from the bright moon divine realm to the illusion moon divine realm because of the dual cultivation and the power of destiny she carried. Didn't he carry the power of destiny 1,000 meters high? Where did it go? Even if he couldn't grasp the power of the divine sovereign in a short time, it would be good to grasp the power of destiny 1,000 meters high. With that kind of power, even the temple sovereign Tianyu of the central shrine might be able to fight against him. Just as Yu Yang was puzzled. Suddenly, a mysterious power that surpassed everything in the heaven-reaching tower descended on top of Yu Yang's head. Before Yu Yang could shout out his name, he was already wrapped up by that mysterious power. Then, a familiar sword aura entered his body. It didn't cause any harm, but miraculously opened up a key point in Yu Yang's body that Yu Yang didn't even know existed. It was similar to the inheritance of knowledge, but different. The moment it opened up, Yu Yang felt his body become more transparent. It was as if there was another space in his body. An existence that could accommodate hundreds of rivers like the sea. It wasn't an ordinary storage space, but an extremely special existence. Immediately after, the power of fate that Yu Yang had once carried on his back and had been cut into several pieces, the power of fate that had been left outside the heaven stairway all this time appeared and entered Yu Yang's body. It didn't fuse with his body. Under the control of the mysterious power, it mysteriously and naturally gathered in the space that the sword aura had just penetrated. Then, according to Yu Yang's will and wisdom, it began to change its form. At the beginning, Yu Yang couldn't figure out the trick behind it, and could only move according to the guidance of the mysterious power. However, in a passive situation, after condensing a sword of destiny with the 100-meter-tall power of destiny, Yu Yang came to a sudden realization. It turned out that this power of destiny was deliberately left behind by the heavenly sword goddess to condense a combat weapon for him. Why does she still want to cut off the power of destiny to condense a weapon for herself when she has He Gui Zong, Bai Shuanghua, Qi Shelian, and so on? Could it be that she didn't want him to show off his innate sword qi? Or could it be that he didn't want these innate sword qis that surpassed the existence of Tong Tian Tower and the Heaven Realm to appear in front of the experts of the Heaven Realm and the Heaven Realm? If that's the case, then with the divine weapon of destiny as a cover, I can indeed cover up a lot of things. Yu Yang recalled that the divine grimoire had always refused to allow the power of destiny to enter. It seemed that this was the reason. Heavenly Sword Goddess. Perhaps she didn't want her protection to be probed by outsiders, even if it was her closest wife or lover. Yu Yang didn't know the truth, but if she wanted to do this, he definitely wouldn't go against her wishes. Furthermore, the power of the divine weapon of destiny condensed from the 100-meter-tall power of destiny was simply indescribable. How could Yu Yang think that it wasn't enough? I already have a sword. What kind of weapon should I use the power of destiny to condense next? From the thoughts transmitted by the mysterious power, Yu Yang already knew. This 100-meter-tall power of destiny would be the foundation of the divine weapon of destiny that Yu Yang would use to defeat his enemies. It would also be the divine weapon of the divine weapon of destiny before the supreme divine weapon was perfected. In the future, he could use it to fight against any divine-level ranker. Because his control over it was temporarily limited, and there were too many enemies with different characteristics, Yu Yang could choose to condense 9 different weapon forms with the 100-meter-tall power of destiny to deal with different battles. Why 9 and not 10? Yu Yang couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked the heavenly sword goddess behind the mysterious thought. The heavenly sword goddess didn't reply. Maybe she didn't want to reply. Or maybe, this was the limit of the different divine weapon forms that Yu Yang could control. Yu Yang almost slapped himself. He was too stupid. The Eastern world had always respected 9, was there a need to ask? If he made the heavenly sword goddess unhappy, she would disappear out of habit. He really didn't know when he would be able to see her again. Now that he had her help, why didn't he hurry to condense the divine weapon of destiny? He really had nothing better to do, he already had the sword of destiny. Next, Yu Yang decided to create a whip of destiny that he could use to whip people. Just like that Dongfeng fellow who deserved a beating. If he hadn't exploded and whipped that smart-ass fellow until his skin and flesh were ruined, he would have let himself down. No, if he didn't whip him until he couldn't cover his bones, it would be considered a failure. After condensing the new whip of destiny, Yu Yang then realized that the heavenly sword goddess had used a mysterious power from an unknown space to bestow this whip of destiny with a mysterious power of destiny. It could also be an activation. In any case, it was very mysterious. Yu Yang's eyes were filled with envy, but he couldn't replicate it. Actually, it wasn't only the whip of destiny. The previous sword of destiny also had it. It was a pity that Yu Yang was too excited at that time and didn't notice it. I've struck it rich. The sword and whip are already so awesome. If the 9 divine weapons of destiny were to be used one after another, it would be hard for that Dongfeng fellow not to explode. Not only Dongfeng, there's also that deity Templar Zhizun Tianyu who is hiding like a turtle. If he saw these 9 divine weapons of destiny, I believe he would also be very surprised. Yu Yang was extremely happy. He was thinking with all his might, what kind of divine weapon would be the most wretched, despicable, shameless, vicious, and perverted way to trample on the enemy? Anyway, I have someone backing me up. You guys, you can all groan under my whip. Towards Yu Yang's fantasies, the heavenly sword goddess was speechless again. However, she was already used to his twisted thoughts. The heavenly sword goddess's patience was still good. At least, she wouldn't use up all her energy before Yu Yang condensed the 9 divine weapons of destiny. After obtaining the 9 divine weapons of destiny, Yu Yang's confidence was so inflated that it was about to explode. He couldn't wait to find someone to test the effect. Dongfeng was still hiding? Don't worry, there seemed to be a lot of Heaven Realm invaders outside the blood altar. Hurry up and test the sword, don't let them escape. The Yu clan third young master didn't have time to put on his clothes and was only wearing a pair of pants. He ran all the way. He rushed towards the exit of the world tree, the exit of the blood altar. Finally, it's my turn to attack. All of you better prepare yourselves. Once you feel the thrill, shout. Don't be courteous with me. Yu Yang was almost suffocated in this battle. He had always been schemed against by others, waiting for others to support him, waiting for the moment to counterattack. Now, he was finally free. He could finally turn the tables and become the master. How could he not be excited? Yu Yang reckoned that he was even more excited than Sun Wukong, who was suppressed under the Five Fingers Mountain, when he saw Tang Xing passing by. Dongfeng, you guys must be having a lot of fun. If I don't beat you guys up until you become my second senior brother, I would be letting down the 9 divine weapons of destiny that I had just condensed. I would also be letting down the feeling of being pushed around by Goddess Jiaoyu. At that time, my feelings were really complicated, you bastard. Outside the heaven stairway. Blood altar. The heavenly dragon clan's double-headed dragon Guang and Thousand Bones Crisper were still there. The 5 from the 9-head clan didn't leave either. Even the wild boar demon and the black bear demon, whose presence was so weak that they were almost like bystanders, stood quietly behind the arrogant man without saying a word. They knew that no matter if the number 1 strategist of the central shrine, Dongfeng, won or if the miraculous Titan Yu from Tongtian Tower would reverse the situation, it wasn't an outcome they could control. The only thing they could do was to wait quietly. Wait for the result. Then follow the final victor. Dongfeng had promised everyone that as long as they didn't help Tongtian Tower's warriors, everyone would be able to get a share of the treasures in the god's ruins. Before Dongfeng broke his promise, no one was willing to reject this kind of benefit that fell from the sky. In the process of the battle between Dongfeng and Titan Yu, as long as they stood by, they would be able to obtain a share of the profits and a share of the victory. This was simply the easiest and most satisfying way to divide the profits in the history of the Heaven Realm. This was also the most once-in-a-lifetime opportunity in the history of the Heaven Realm. Dongfeng will definitely win. The great slaughtering god Tu Wan's attitude gradually became arrogant, and he regained the arrogant aura of a divine-level expert. This was because the demon dragon had left, and there was no one who could step on his head anymore. Originally, with the demon dragon supporting him, there was still a chance for Titan Yu, that fellow, to be saved. I didn't expect that before the demon dragon could even warm his seat, he would be lured away by the unparalleled will of the unparalleled. Big brother Mo Long will definitely not lose. The arrogant man immediately retorted unhappily. He already worshipped Mo Long, the bearded man, to the extreme. Emperor Wu Shuang's peerless will appeared. Lured Mo Long away. Originally, he wanted to chase after him. But Mo Long's speed was too fast. He could travel thousands of miles with just a thought and instantly passed through countless layers of space. He was unbelievably fast. He could only stay and wait here. Mo Long also gave him a mission before he left, which was to wait for Yu Yang's return. It was Mo Long's solemn reminder. That was why he had no choice but to stay. Haha, I, Tu Wan, am not doubting the mystic dragon. It's just that there are 2 sides to everything. You have to see who your opponent is. It's the peerless Emperor Wu Shuang. Most importantly, the mystic dragon should have just broken free from the seal with the help of Titan Yu. His battle power has not recovered to its peak state yet. So, I feel that this battle. The great slaughterer god Tu Wan proudly said half of his words, but everyone could understand the meaning behind his words. Even so, Big Brother Mystic Dragon will definitely not lose. The only person who still had confidence in Mystic Dragon was probably the arrogant man. Emperor Wushuang was peerless. What kind of existence was that? It could only be the equally terrifying Mystic Dragon. If it was someone else, no one would make any comparisons in their hearts. The demonic dragon's deterrent power was no less than Emperor Wushuang's, but he had just broken free from the seal and had yet to recover to his peak state. How could he fight against Emperor Wushuang's? Even if they could force a draw, they would not be able to win. Most importantly, would the supreme heavenly chariot of the deity's Templar, who had yet to appear, launch a surprise attack on the demon dragon at the most dangerous moment, this possibility? No one could guarantee it. Emperor Wushuang's and the supreme heavenly chariot of the deity's Templar were not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Even if the demon dragon was at his peak state, he might not be able to defend against them, let alone Titan Yu, who had not recovered to his peak state yet. The Tong Tian Tower's biggest chess piece, the demon dragon, had already been traded away by Emperor Wushuang's. What other trump card could Titan Yu have? There weren't many true experts in the Skirich Tower. He reckoned that Titan Yu, who was fighting alone, would quickly be drowned by the Central Divine Palace's god-level experts such as Dong Feng, Bu Dao, Bu Bai, Immovable Jizun, and the rest of the Central Divine Palace's god-level experts. Suddenly, several pillars of light shot down from the sky. One of them was golden in color, one was bright as blood, one was dark green, and the last one was as dark as ink. When the light dissipated, 4 uninvited guests descended on the blood-colored altar, standing in front of the Heavenly Dragon clan, the Nine-Head clan, and the Black Terror Goblin clan. The one in the lead was a handsome and dignified man. He was dressed in a white cotton robe and had a high crown adorned with pearls and beautiful jades. If it was not for the god's seal on his forehead that represented the godly level, one would have suspected that this person was a wise man who was well-read, or a romantic and elegant poet who could speak eloquently. Seeing the gazes from the surroundings, this person politely put his hands together and bowed to them. He spoke in an elegant voice that sounded like a song, "I am to you. Greetings to the seniors from the upper realm, greetings to my uncle. I did not mean to disturb you, but I had to obey my father's orders." Then, he elegantly raised his hand and pointed to the 2 people behind him, introducing them. "Behind you, one of my friends is a close friend, Mantis, who I met when I was traveling in the heaven realm. He is an ancient Fei-Mo clan ranker. Since ancient times, the Fei-Mo clan has always been the backbone and pride of the insect clan. The other friend is also an expert of the insect clan, Buried Tiger of the Sheathwing race. Although he is not as old as the Fei-Mo clan, the Sheathwing race has been a strong race of the insect clan since the beginning of their fame. I believe that all of you seniors have heard of this." He introduced the 2 insect clan rankers. One was dark green, with insect tentacles, thorny limbs, and wings on his back. His eyes flickered with a dark light. Although he was not at the god level, he was born with the innate talent of his race. In addition to the terrifying poison on his body, he did not allow anyone to underestimate him. The other was covered in insect armor that was as thick as steel plates. There were strange insect clan runes on it, like starry spots. Without even looking, one could tell that this person's defense was extremely good, and it would be difficult for ordinary attacks to shake it. Of course, this insect clan ranker with a ferocious face and bloodthirsty red eyes was obviously not an expert in defense. The barbed thorns on his arms, as well as the enormous guillotine blade that bent down from his elbows and reached his knees, showed that this expert called Buried Tiger seemed to be more talented and powerful in terms of attack. Even if he stood straight and did not move, anyone who saw him would have an indescribable illusion. He couldn't help but suspect that this Buried Tiger would pounce on him at any time and launch an endless attack. He would open his bloody mouth and bite down with his sharp teeth at any part of his body. This guy was even more dangerous than that poisonous cockroach. At first glance, the Heavenly Dragon clan and the Nine-Head clan exchanged their judgments with each other. And it was exactly the same, without any objections. Other than that, the one standing over there is my dear little brother, Tushar. The handsome Tu raised his hand and introduced the last man. It's just a bastard born from Tushar's rape of my mother. How can I, Xianxia, be worthy of being called your little brother? The black-armored warrior who had been silent since he floated down suddenly spoke up to deny it. His tone was so resolute that he didn't seem like a family of brothers at all. Instead, he seemed like an enemy who harbored hatred and was planning to take revenge. This little brother is still young, rebellious, and unruly. Tuyu is here to apologize on behalf of everyone. I hope that seniors can forgive me. The handsome Tuyu didn't seem to hear it. He smiled and politely apologized. Regarding the arrival of these 4 people, the 2-headed Guong of the Heavenly Dragon clan, as well as the bewitching Thousand Bones Paralysis and the others, were all bewildered. Even the few members of the 9-head clan were whispering to each other, discussing in private, as if they had new considerations for the future. Great Slaughter God Tuwan was in a great mood. What did the arrival of his 2 nephews and 2 experts from the insect clan mean? It meant that his brother, who he was most proud of in his life, was also the biggest backer he relied on to run amok in the upper realm. The heavenly slaughter god slaughtering world was about to appear on this battlefield. As long as his big brother appeared, forget about these weak Heavenly Dragon clan and Black Terror clan Heaven Realm warriors. Even the 9-head clan with the support of the Demon Emperor might not be able to gain the upper hand. Has Big Brother already decided to come? Sigh, really, there's no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. As long as I, Tuwan, am here, it's enough. Big Brother doesn't need to work hard at all. Great Slaughter God Tuwan's nose had already risen to the top of his head, directly using his nostrils to look at the experts of the Heavenly Dragon clan, Black Terror clan and the 9-head clan. Father did indeed have the intention to come, but he might have other important matters to attend to. He temporarily ordered this nephew to come first and greet the seniors on his behalf. Tuyu's demeanor did not change, he was still modest, polite and courteous. Good, haha. Tuwan laughed like thunder, a burst of ecstasy filled his heart. But with one more cockroach and a few ants, you still dare to speak so arrogantly. What a joke. The arrogant man reckoned that he didn't know what fear was in his life. Right now, the only one who dared to mock him was him. You really have guts. The red-eyed burial tiger flew into a rage. The killing intent on his body soared to the sky. If not for Tuyu stopping him, he would have already pounced forward to kill. However, the arrogant man did not even look at him. His pinky imitated the arrogant gesture of the demon dragon and dug his ear. If you have the guts, come up and try. If I don't beat you until your mother can't recognize you, consider it my kindness. Zhang Hu was so furious that his lungs almost exploded. He bypassed Tuyu, who was trying to dissuade him. Fortunately, he was blocked by the great slaughter god, Tuwan, who was a step ahead. Otherwise, he would have already fought to the death with the arrogant man. Great slaughter god Tuwan felt that he could actually endure this for the time being. After all, this guy had the entire Eastern Goblin tribe behind him, and was even the demon dragon's little brother. If the demon dragon did not die, he would definitely stand up for this brat. Provoking this kind of person would not end well. Besides, this brat had a poisonous tongue. If he pretended to be deaf and ignored him, then this brat would not even take the initiative to attack. So, just ignore him. If he really fought, he would instead fall into his trap. Although in the Heaven Realm, his side also had the reputation of Heaven Slaughter God Slaughter World, but it was still very unwise to provoke the extremely protective Eastern Goblin tribe. Not to mention, there was still the Demon Dragon. If he wanted to fight this brat, he had to at least wait for the Demon Dragon to be defeated, and it would be best if he died in battle. Of course, the possibility of this was not high. Even if the unparalleled Emperor and the Deity Palace's Supreme Heavenly Chariot joined forces, the possibility of completely killing the Demon Dragon was not high. The Eastern Palace Master still hasn't come, how long do we have to wait? Tuwan's hands were a little itchy now. He hoped to have a warrior from the Tong Tian Tower camp to practice his skills and vent the depression and suffocation from being stepped on by the Demon Dragon. He could fight the Heavenly Dragon tribe now, and he could also teach the Black Terror tribe a lesson. However, after thinking about it, he still endured it, because doing so would easily cause the 5 people of the 9-head tribe to misunderstand. If they thought that they were going to start an all-out war, and in the end, the Goblin Emperor behind them would be drawn out. It was best not to do such a stupid mistake. Otherwise, even if his big brother came personally, he would not be able to protect himself. Just as Tuwan, the fake god, was feeling a little restless, suddenly, at the entrance of the heaven stairway, at the passage of the blood-colored altar, a gust of wind sprayed out. In an instant, the sky changed color, the wind blew, and dark clouds gathered. An indescribably powerful aura erupted from the passage like a volcanic eruption. In the blink of an eye, it had already engulfed the entire White River Valley. Thousands of golden snakes danced down from the sky, and the crackling sound was deafening. Several tornadoes, rumbling and spinning wildly. They wanted to swallow the heavens and devour the earth. In the core of the powerful black shadow, suddenly tens of thousands of colorful lights bloomed, and its power was even stronger than before, piercing through the sky like a scorching sun. Just as Tuan and the others watched with their souls palpitating and their minds being seized, another burst of blood-boiling heroic music rang out, as if the mountains were collapsing and the sky was collapsing. It was also like the unparalleled warrior in the world, beheading the enemy, charging into the battlefield, bathed in blood for thousands of miles on the battlefield, stepping on the corpses of thousands of soldiers. Too powerful. It was definitely the arrival of an unparalleled super warrior who was unrivaled in the world. Otherwise, it was impossible to have such a domineering aura. Could it be that the person who came was the third young master of the Yu clan that even the Eastern Palace master was afraid of, Titan Yu, looking at the dazzling black shadow in the middle of the field? All of them. With a gulp, they could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva with some difficulty. At the center of the blood altar, smoke and dust billowed. The black figure that had just appeared was motionless as he waved his sword. This is too exaggerated. Tuan almost sweated to death. If he was going to appear, then so be it. Was there a need to make such a big scene? However, he, who liked to show off, secretly decided that if there was a chance in the future, he would also make a similar entrance. Because this kind of entrance was too dazzling. Compared to the entrance in front of him, it was like a country bumpkin coming out of the city. It was not presentable at all. A gust of wind blew, causing the smoke and dust that had blocked their vision to disperse. The black figure that had been standing motionless for a long time. Finally, his true appearance was revealed. Everyone looked over. Whether it was the Heavenly Dragon clan's Guang, Thousand Bones Paralysis, or the Black Terror clan's Wild Boar and Black Bear demons, or the 5 from the Nine-Head clan. Even young Master Tuyu, who had maintained his elegant demeanor with a smile on his face, suppressed the curiosity and shock in his heart. He cast an inquiring gaze towards the center of the arena. He wanted to see the appearance of this super ranker who had just appeared in the arena. He wanted to see if he was the number 1 genius and ranker of Tong Tian Tower, the third young master of the Yu clan, Titan Yu, who had fought against the Eastern Palace master until now and was still stubbornly resisting to the end in an attempt to reverse the situation. After the smoke and dust had settled, the black figure that appeared in front of everyone was not Titan Yu. Instead, it was a dog. A dog that looked like it deserved to be beaten up, but its attitude was even more so. It made people want to beat it up. If they didn't beat it up, they would feel sorry for themselves, their conscience, and the public. It stood on its hind legs like a human, its 2 front paws making a victory sign. Its half-opened eyes were filled with arrogance. It only used 1/5 of its eyes to look at its surroundings. Its attitude was like seeing a country bumpkin bragging about luxury goods. It was as disdainful as one could imagine. Although there were no words written on that despicable dog's face that made anyone want to throw a punch at it, it was filled with a wretched expression that said, "You're making a fuss out of nothing. You've never seen a handsome guy in your entire life, right?" Finally, that proud long tail stood up like a stick, just like the legendary monkey son's golden cudgel. Fortunately, other than Yu Yang, there was no other man from another world. Otherwise, if they saw this guy, they would definitely shout, "Idiot, your moral integrity has fallen to the ground." Of course, whether or not this cheap dog had any moral integrity was another matter. It had to be known that this fool and Skysplit Tower's number 1 cheap bastard, Hai Dafu, were the same kind of trash. If it weren't for humans and dogs walking different paths, Yu Yang would have suspected that these 2 fellows were blood brothers. A dog? Dog? The graceful smile on young Master Tuyu's face froze. It was as stiff as the lava of a volcano that had cooled down. The double-headed dragon Guang and the others, who were secretly scared half to death, felt as if they had been struck by lightning. He was actually frightened by the appearance of a dog. It can't be, right? If this matter were to spread out, he would probably lose his face to the ends of the earth. F***ck. If he did that, would he still have the face to see others? Where did this dog come from? Didn't it know that as a dog, a damned mongrel, it should keep a low profile and guard the door? Eating *T was its duty. If it dared to look at Bones, even its owner would beat it to death. This kind of trash dog actually dared to come out in such a flashy manner? It actually dared to scare people like this? Ahahaha, good, good. This slap in the face is too satisfying. What a group of Heaven Realm rankers, what a group of Heaven Realm God rankers. They actually made a mongrel from Skysplit Tower scared to death. Ha ha ha, that's right. What Heaven Realm rankers, they are not even comparable to dogs. No, they are not even comparable to dog farts. The arrogant man's expression was stunned at first. Then, he reacted and laughed crazily. He could not stop laughing. First, he held his stomach and laughed, but this was not enough to vent. He bent down and used his fist to smash the ground of the blood altar. In the end, he rolled on the ground and kicked his legs. He laughed so hard that tears flowed down his face. However, he still could not get rid of the laughter in his heart. The most amazing thing was that the cheap dog, who was standing in the middle of the altar as if there was no one else around, actually cooperated and farted. It was very loud and very forceful. It turned around and rushed towards the god-level ranker 2-1 with its butt. It farted loudly and for a long time. With a pu sound, it was 100 times louder than the whistle of a train entering a station or passing through a tunnel in the Celestial Empire. Although they were quite far away, 2-1 and the others still felt as if they had been sprayed with a fart in their faces. This was simply too depressing. Not to mention being scared by a dog, they were even sprayed with dog farts in their faces. Had they ever felt so humiliated in their entire lives? Kill. Kill you. The bad-tempered buried tiger could no longer hold it in. He wanted to rush forward and tear this damned cheap dog into pieces. Just as he was about to move, a voice suddenly rang out. Perhaps it was less than a 10,000th of a second. Behind that cheap dog, there was one more person. The moment he appeared, he kicked the cheap dog's body, sending this idiot, who had almost blinded everyone's Krypton gold dog eyes due to his flashy appearance, flying with a single kick, turning him into a shining star in the sky. When that detestable dog fell from the sky and landed heavily on the blood-colored altar, the ground trembled. His anger had yet to dissipate as he rushed forward, stretching his legs. Then, without thinking, he charged at the dog and gave it a round of kicks. Who asked you to be arrogant? Who asked you to be cocky? Who asked you to steal the limelight? Who asked you to blind your dog eyes? Who asked you to appear in a flashy manner, accompanied by gongs and drums? As the #1 idol of Tong Tian Tower, who is knowledgeable, has high morals, sets a new trend, leads the trend, drives the atmosphere of society, and is popular all over the world, causing thousands of beautiful girls to scream and reach orgasm, I, the #1 idol of Tong Tian Tower, am not as flashy as you are, and not as exaggerated as you are. Are you trying to steal the limelight from your master? If all the beauties look at you, then who will be responsible for this loss that cannot be tolerated by the heavens? Are you itching for a beating because you haven't fought enough? As a watchdog, you don't think of ways to use your lowliness to set off the greatness of your master, and you even steal my limelight. You're simply courting death. Looking at this man who had followed him onto the stage, acting even more shamelessly than a hooligan on the street, everyone felt a wave of helplessness in their hearts. In everyone's mind, a proverb from the heavenly realm flashed, like master, like servant. Same. Like a servant, like a master. There was this kind of lowly dog who purposely made a flashy entrance, intimidating everyone with a majestic aura and a face full of pride that deserved a beating. Of course, there was also a master who would make even his own pet jealous and was so shameless that his face was as thick as a city wall. Could it be that this guy who could sweat to death with just his mouth was the legendary #1 genius of Tong Tian Tower, the strongest Titan Yu, the God-ranked 2-1, as well as the God-ranked young Master 2-Yu and the others, all looked at the Heavenly Dragon Clan's twin-headed dragon Guang, Thousand Bones Paralysis and the others who had seen Titan Yu before. The answer they received was yes. In other words, this young man who had started beating up his own pet as soon as he appeared was the Yu clan's third young master Titan Yu, whom everyone couldn't find even in the East. Tu-Wan was sweating profusely. This was the Titan Yu whom even the East couldn't deal with. Why did he look a little weak? Wasn't this brat's strength a lot weaker than what the legend said? I promised to be obedient. Hui Tai Lang hurriedly took out this plate from his storage space. He raised it high above his head and wagged his tail crazily, expressing that he would become a dog with ideals, morals, knowledge and discipline in the future. Humph, don't hit me so much. Yu Yang wouldn't stop when he saw him begging for mercy. He only stopped after beating him up for a full 10 minutes. Master V5. Seeing this, Hui Tai Lang hurriedly flattered him and took out another plate. Scram. Yu Yang didn't fall for this. So you're that Titan Yu. With your strength, you don't even have the qualifications to pick up trash in the heaven realm. I really don't understand why Mr. Dongfang and the great god Tushar and the other rankers from the heaven realm would look at you differently. Standing behind Princess Tuyu, who was a descendant of a god, the Taowu clan's leader Mantis couldn't help but mock and ridicule him. Long Mantis, maybe Master Titan Yu has his own unique inherent skill. How can he be judged by his strength alone? In the heaven realm, there are many knowledgeable sages. Their statuses are high, far surpassing those who don't learn martial arts. Even Father and the other almighty gods are highly respected by them. Maybe Master Titan Yu's inherent skill is developing in this direction. As the second generation of a god, young Master Tu Yu had regained his elegance. He smiled. His face, which was originally as stiff as a volcanic rock, was now as warm as a spring breeze. He was full of smiles and appeared very amiable. I'm just afraid that he's really a trash with nothing in his stomach. The green hat man Long Mantis snorted. Achoo! Yu Yang heard this and sneezed loudly. He was overjoyed. His face revealed a perverted expression that said, "Which beauty is thinking of me?" But before he could even fantasize, the second sneeze came. Immediately, his face changed into an annoyed expression that said, "Which bastard is cursing me behind my back?" Rubbing his nose, Yu Yang was extremely unhappy. Sneezing once and sneezing twice had completely different results. The former was auspicious, as the beauty was thinking of him, while the latter was ominous, as the villain was cursing him. Just as Yu Yang turned his head and was about to use a suspicious gaze to look at Master Tu Yu and the green hat man who were talking just now, the third sneeze resounded. F***ck, what did 3 sneezes mean? He caught a cold. Yu Yang hurriedly cupped his hands towards Master Tu Yu and Long Mantis to express his apology. I thought it was the two of you who were cursing me behind my back. I didn't think that it was just a cold. I'm very sorry. Actually, you guys can talk a little louder, it's not a hindrance. Don't be afraid to say it out loud. You guys have always been like that. What's there to hide? You guys have to be honest, and I've always been an honest kid. I'll speak the truth, and I'll never fabricate rumors, slander, or fabricate facts that aren't even worth a fart. Of course, maybe you like it, and that's your hobby. I won't be surprised. There are all kinds of people in this world, and it's very reasonable for there to be idiots like you. If it weren't for you retards, where would I get my sense of superiority from? As a descendant of a god, Master Tu Yu's smile became as stiff as a volcano. The arrogant man was dumbfounded. His jaw dropped to the back of his feet. The 5 people from the 9-head clan also smiled bitterly. As expected of the Yu clan's third young master that even Dongfang had a headache over. Not to mention anything else, just his words alone were unbearable, the green hat man from the Fei Ling clan, Long Mantis, was trembling with anger. Just as he lost control of his emotions and was about to fly up and pounce towards Yu Yang, the Sheathwing clan's ranker Zhang Hu, who was even more fiery than him, had already soared into the sky and slashed down with thousands of blades. On the battlefield, Yu Yang was so touched that he almost cried. He could finally fight. At first, I was afraid that the moment I appeared, I would scare the hell out of the enemy. I was so scared that I would piss my pants and run away without fighting. Now, I finally angered the enemy. Come on, I can't wait to torture you. Are you ready to moan? If you want to feel good, then scream. Don't be courteous with me. All of you, let's gang up on him. I don't mind. I've been wanting to fight one-on-one for a long time. If the impulsive guy above him was willing, Yu Yang wanted to give him the most popular enemy award. Or the most hated award. When everyone was hesitating and watching coldly from the sidelines, he suddenly jumped out. What kind of spirit was this? This was the legendary spirit of sacrifice. And it was the kind of great sacrifice that he would make if he didn't enter hell. Yu Yang was so excited that he almost shouted, "Bro, you have to pull the aggro, don't let it go OT." Tens of thousands of blade beams slashed down. However, at this moment, Tiger Burial's true body was not in the sky. Instead, it had strangely appeared behind Yu Yang. The scarlet eyes were like two red arrows, moving at high speed and drawing out a trajectory. Before it could even be reflected in the eyes of the crowd, the enormous teeth blade, which was shaped like a guillotine, had already silently crossed over to Yu Yang's neck. With a light pull, Yu Yang's head would be separated from his body and sent flying. Die. Endless killing intent rose in Tiger Burial's blood-red eyes. Hiss, two dazzling saber lights flashed between heaven and earth before disappearing. Even space was directly sliced apart. It was impossible for the martial artists of the world to dodge this kind of strangulation with just their battle skills and speed. In fact, even some special races in the heaven realm had the ability to heal, regenerate, multiply, or some extraordinary talent that could completely ignore external physical damage. They might not be able to survive this kind of strangulation. This was because this kind of strangulation had the unique soul burial ability of the Elysian wing armor tribe. Not only did it harm the body, it could also directly harm the soul. One-hit kill. This was the high evaluation that the martial artists of the heaven realm had for Tiger Burial's attack method. The reason why Tiger Burial was so famous in the heaven realm was most likely because of his soul burial ability, which was extremely difficult to heal once it was killed. Although he had not fallen to the ground, Tiger Burial, Mantis, and the god's second-generation young master Tuyu, who was watching with a smile on his face, were all very sure of one thing. This Titan Yu, who had been hit, was dead for sure. No one could survive Tiger Burial's attack, even if his body was strong enough. He did not have his head separated from his body. His soul had long been severely injured by the blade light that had invaded his body with the soul burial ability. The wings on Tiger Burial's back flapped lightly, and he circled around Yu Yang's back, deliberately stopping in front of him so that he could look at him one last time in panic before he died. At this moment, the lightning-fast saber radiance finally reached Yu Yang's head. Buried Tiger lowered his head and inserted the gigantic blade into the scabbard between his knees. He made a cool signature motionless posture to signal the end of the battle. Behind him, Yu Yang was at the position where the gigantic cross-shaped blade gleam slashed down, causing smoke and dust to fly everywhere. Thick smoke billowed. How weak. Chongqing sneered, "I thought I could go on stage to play, but I didn't expect that I'm just a big-mouthed toad, worse than an idiot." The elegant young master Tuyu also smiled. But he smiled modestly and politely. It was as if his subordinate's one-hit kill was a small matter that was not worth his attention at all. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something to everyone, but suddenly, his abdomen was in great pain. He felt as if he was about to vomit, and he couldn't hold it in anymore. Countless food scraps and acid sprayed out from his throat. There was no time to think, and no time to react. Young Master Tuyu, who was crazily vomiting, suddenly trembled slightly. His eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness in an instant. His entire body was like a log that had been cut down from a hillside, and he fell to the ground with a loud bang. His handsome face smashed heavily into the filth he had just vomited. What's going on? Great Slaughtering God Tu Wan was extremely shocked. He didn't see anyone attack Tuyu. Oh? The bewitching thousand bones paralysis also didn't understand. He turned his head to look at the twin-headed dragon Guang, but the latter was also confused. It was clearly a battle between Tiger Burial and Titan Yu, so why was it young Master Tuyu who fell to the ground instead? I don't see anything. The arrogant man's face was also full of distress. He didn't see the specific situation clearly, but he guessed that Titan Yu had just attacked. So fast. Among the 5 people of the Nine-Head clan, the slightly mysterious nine-headed demon muttered softly. Tiger Burial and Long Mantis turned pale with fright. Was it Titan Yu's attack? How was this possible? Young Master Tuyu was at the divine level, and his strength was far above the two of them. How could that Titan Yu have injured him? Moreover, under the gazes of so many people, no one could clearly see what had happened. If Titan Yu had attacked, then he wouldn't have had the time to do so. Even if it was him, he had been staying in the arena the entire time, and wouldn't have had the time to attack the vigilant young Master Tu Yu. What exactly was going on? Just as they were confused and at a complete loss of what to do, they suddenly saw at the same time that there was a deep fist imprint on each other's chests. Both of them were confused. How could the other party not have felt such a heavy blow? Moreover, who had made such a deep fist imprint? When had it been made? If a heavy punch hit, shouldn't it have sent the other party flying? How could there be no reaction at all, and even the person who had been hit didn't feel anything? The two of them simultaneously stretched out their hands and opened their mouths, wanting to point out the fist imprint on each other's chests. Just as they opened their mouths, similar to young Master Tu Yu, Long Mantis and Zong, who both vomited crazily at the same time. Zong, whose body swayed, his eyes rolled back before he fell down. Long Mantis, on the other hand, was like a piece of wood that had been chopped down by an axe. He fell to the ground with a loud bang, falling straight onto the blood-red altar. A light breeze blew. The smoke in the arena gradually dissipated, revealing the figures of Yu Yang and Hui Tai laying beneath his feet. The great massacre god Tu Wan and the others finally saw the situation clearly. Previously, they thought that Titan Yu, who had been killed in one blow by the twisting blade on his neck, had been decapitated, his blood splattered, and his corpse lying on the ground, did not even have a single wound on his body. He was so clean that it was as if he had just taken a bath. The thing on his neck, which made his living, did not seem to have any intention of moving. Seeing everyone's strange gazes, Yu Yang hurriedly explained, "I'm sorry, I just went back to take a bath and changed into a new set of clothes. Because I had more time, I even ate 2 snacks and drank a cup of God's dew as my afternoon tea. I've made everyone wait for a long time. If everyone thinks that this pace is a little slow, I can actually speed it up. I can even hurry up a little and guarantee that I won't waste everyone's precious time." Chu, Hui Tai Lang, who was beside him, cooperated and chewed on the meat bun in his mouth, showing that what his master said was true. The arrogant man's jaw dropped to his feet again. "Damn it, you, how is this a fight? You're just bullying people." That arrogant young Master Tu Yu, the second generation of the god realm, could actually be beaten to a pulp. "Are you sure that you're not even a god level? Even if you're pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, you can't fool people like this. Young Master Tu Yu is also a god level, okay? If you continue to bully people like this, aren't you afraid that people will cry and find a rope to hang themselves when they wake up? But then again, beating people like this is the right way, stepping on people like this is the real way to bully people, this is the real way to feel good." The arrogant man suddenly understood why his idol, Mo Long, would become brothers with this Titan Yu. Birds of a feather flocked together. Io. Young Master Tu Yu woke up with great difficulty. When he opened his eyes, he realized that he was lying on a puddle of vomit. He, who had a serious obsession with cleanliness, instantly exploded. He jumped up and roared at the sky. His eyes immediately turned red, and they were 100 times hotter than the magma that erupted from a volcano. The aura on his body increased by 1,000 times. From the god general realm, which was originally hidden, it soared all the way to the god level. Hell. The handsome appearance of young Master Tu Yu, who was roaring at the sky, completely disappeared. The muscles on his body, arms, chest, abdomen, waist, buttocks, and legs exploded and bulged. Countless body hairs and bone spurs grew crazily. Every joint was twisting, expanding, and deforming. Curved horns, sharp teeth, sharp claws, hooves, and even an extremely strange venomous snake tail extended out from where his buttocks had torn apart his clothes. Just now, young Master Tu Yu was extremely handsome. Just looking at him made one's heart tremble. She wished that she could offer herself to sleep with him. Now that she looked at him, she immediately lost her appetite. How was he handsome? He was a monster that was uglier and more tragic than a gorilla, especially that slippery, cold, and poisonous snake tail. It made the hair of myriad bones enchantress stand on end. Compared to it, the caterpillar in front of her was not even worth mentioning. After young Master Tu Yu returned to his original form, he was indeed powerful, even though he looked ugly. The violent divine flames on his body turned into a domain-like divine fire barrier. The entire blood-colored altar was within the range of young Master Tu Yu's will. If the twin-headed dragon Guang, the beautiful queen of 10,000 bones Biscuit, the black bear Yao, and the wild boar Yao hadn't sensed that something was amiss and fled quickly enough, they would have been heavily injured by this destructive divine flame or even turned into charcoal. Even the most powerful great slaughterer god Tu Wan, who hadn't reached the god level, was forced to take 3 steps back by the divine flames. He only managed to stop when he was out of the blood-colored altar. Die. No one and no reason will forgive a lowly worm like you. How dare you launch a shameless sneak attack against the noble divine child? Using your inherent skill to attack when the enemy was unprepared? The most unforgivable thing is that you dirted this divine child's noble and pure face. For this alone, you should die 10 million times. After recovering his true form, young Master Tu Yu's voice changed from its original elegance to an ear-piercing noise. This kind of voice was 100 times more unpleasant to the ears than the noise made by 100 mice fighting for food in a garbage can. As a guy from another world, Yu Yang had heard noises before. What kind of unpleasant sound had he not heard before? His mental endurance was extremely strong. But now that he heard it, he furrowed his brows and made a bitter face. His fingers dug his ears with all his might, trying to dig out the noise that was drilling into his eardrums. If he could, he would rather have a screaming mouse run into his ears than listen to this kind of noise. It was too painful, but there was nothing he could do about it. This was because the mouth that made this kind of noise was on someone else's face. Even if he wanted to remove it, he wouldn't be able to. I understand now. So Dongfang sent you guys here to die. Then, that Tian Tu Xianxia will have a reason to declare war against Tong Tian Tower and attack me. The rules of the game are pretty good. Since it is Dongfang's good intentions, I will accept it without hesitation. You won't have a part in my last words, but you can torture me a little longer and show us the hospitality of Tong Tian Tower. Yu Yang immediately understood. Why was that Tian Tu Xianxia still hiding behind and not attacking? He reckoned that there was also an agreement in the heaven realm. It was the same as the innate agreement in Tong Tian Tower. If a divine-level ranker wanted to attack, he had to have a good reason. And this young Master Tu Yu, who only had the strength of a fake god, was naturally a sacrifice sent by his father and Dongfang. Yu Yang wanted to kill him. Tu Xianxia would have a good reason to attack. After all, he was taking revenge for his son. It was honorable and justifiable, of course, even if he knew that it was Dongfang's plan, it would be a waste not to kill him since he was sending himself to die. If he were to be polite to this kind of trash, it would be intolerable. Moreover, even if he deliberately let this kind of retard go, with their intelligence, would they be able to understand what was a sacrifice and what was being used by others? In order not to waste his saliva and Dongfang's good intentions, Yu Yang decided. He would kill this god's son who was sending himself to die. Humanity would be destroyed. Die, look at this god's divine flame explosion wave, spray. Young Master Tu Yu had completely lost the ability to think. He had completely lost his mind and was completely immersed in his powerful strength. In the first place, this power did not come from his own cultivation. Instead, it was bestowed upon him by his divine-level father. He, who did not have a sufficiently high level and temperament, once he unleashed his full power, there would be nothing else in his eyes, only destruction and destruction. Rushing towards Yu Yang, he gathered the uncontrollable divine flame in his chest, forming a torrent of divine flame waterfall, and crazily spewed it out. Yu Yang reached out a hand. He stretched his fingers. Divine flames erupted from the mouth of young Master Tu Yu's transformed monster. They danced in the sky, and the scorching energy that seemed to be able to burn the world forced the spectators to retreat. No one dared to face its power head-on. However, in front of Yu Yang, this berserk energy was as docile as a puppy. It miraculously gathered and compressed, forming a spherical golden ball of light. It was very small. Its core was not even the size of a fist. If it weren't for the light waves emitted by the highly compressed layers of divine flames on the outside, which gave people a soul-stirring feeling as if they were sealed demons. People would have thought that it was really created by the divine flames dancing in the sky just now. Pa. Yu Yang held the ball of light in his left hand. With his other hand, he punched out casually without any trace of anger. Before he punched out, Yu Yang was at least 30 meters away from young Master Tuyu. But when his fist reached its end, it tore through the air and hit young Master Tuyu's abdomen. The sound wasn't loud. Yu Yang didn't seem to have used any strength. But young Master Tuyu, who was 3 meters tall after his transformation, immediately became much shorter after being punched. The expression on his face was extremely painful. Even though he looked like a hideous monster, it was still obvious that he was in pain. Young Master Tuyu's body shook violently. His legs went soft, and his huge body fell uncontrollably to his knees in front of Yu Yang. In his eyes, besides the negative emotions of madness and bloodlust, there was also shock and astonishment. Of course, there was more pain and unwillingness. The monster-like young Master Tuyu reached out his hands. He seemed to want to grab Yu Yang. He retaliated. However, after being punched, he found that his arm had no strength at all. He couldn't even move his fingers. The struggle in his heart was simply a futile and powerless fantasy. You've trampled on the power of the divine level. Yu Yang's left hand was still leisurely holding the compressed light ball, while his right hand was gently pressing on the top of young Master Tuyu's head. No one knew what kind of innate power he had used, but with a gentle pull, all the energy stored in young Master Tuyu's mouth, nose, facial features, and even the entire body of young Master Tuyu surged out like spring water, continuously gathering in the palm of Yu Yang's right hand. First, an extremely tiny spot of light began to burn in the center of his palm. Immediately after, more energy was added. When more and more energy was gathered into a ball, the shape and brightness of the energy that Yu Yang had absorbed with his right hand gradually became similar to the energy ball that he had used to compress the divine flame explosion wave with his left hand. It looked like 2 small suns floating above his palms. Yu Yang pulled them up slowly, not stirring up a speck of dust. It was as if the slightest bit of force would shatter them. Explosion, the 2 balls of light successfully merged into a ball, and became bigger and brighter. When they reached their limit, they were not much less luminous than the real sun in the sky. On the contrary, young Master Tuyu, whose energy had been extracted, quickly became thinner and thinner. He could not maintain his original monster-like form, and gradually degenerated. From a monster that was stronger than a gorilla, he withered and shrunk, turning into a gibbon, a skinny monkey, a dwarf, and even a skeleton. Young Master Tuyu was actually not dead, but his life energy and the divine flame energy that his father had bestowed upon him had all been extracted, and he was now no different from a mummy. It was extremely terrifying. The current young Master Tuyu gave off a feeling that a gust of wind would be able to blow his body apart. He turned into ashes. At this moment, Long Mantis and Burial Tiger, who had just woken up from their vomit, were stunned. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed that the mummy-like person who could be smashed to pieces by a casual punch from a baby was actually young Master Tuyu, who had just possessed the power of the divine level. This is impossible. Burial Tiger's lips trembled. He could not accept this cruel fact at all. It can't be true. There must be a mistake somewhere. The Long Mantis was also shrieking. They had come to provoke the Yu-Titan under the orders of the heaven-slaughtering deity. With such a powerful deity looking after them from behind, how could they have ended up like this? Young Master Tuyu was obviously the eldest son of Heaven Butcher God Tushar, the future successor of the family's glory. How could he be drained dry by this damn Titan? Why didn't the heaven-slaughtering god slaughtering the world? Even if Tushar couldn't make it in time, why would the great slaughterer god, Tu-Wan, stand by and watch? It was a mistake. There must be a mistake somewhere. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. With his left hand, Yu Yang raised the highly compressed golden ball of light, which had a diameter of more than half a meter, slightly towards the sky, while his right hand reached out to the horrified Mantis and Burial Tiger in front of him. No, we will not resign ourselves to death. Buried Tiger angrily pounced forward. He was already clear about the difference in strength between him and the other party, but to let the other party kill him without struggling, or to extract his energy in front of everyone's eyes and turn him into a dried human was not something he could accept. If he couldn't escape, then he would at least bite off a piece of flesh from his opponent's body. Don't force me. The other companion, the long mantis, had the complete opposite thoughts. He only wanted to escape, but before he could move even a millimeter, he discovered that the Titan Yu, who was dozens of meters away, was already standing in front of him. His right hand was stretched out towards his chest, where his heart was. In this final moment of life and death, in this hopeless situation where there was no escape, he also chose to resist. He fought with his life on the line. His shriveled stomach instantly swelled up 10 times over. Under the control of his desire to self-destruct, his entire body rapidly transformed into a ball of violent energy. Let us go, we will never set foot in Skysplit Tower again. We don't dare, we won't come here again. Let us go, I beg you, don't force me, otherwise I will explode and this entire space will turn to dust, don't force me. The long mantis opened his mouth and hurriedly begged for mercy. In order to live, he couldn't care less about things like face and dignity. He tried to make one last effort, hoping that Yu Yang would change his mind in time. Actually, 6,000 years ago, there were also idiots like you who begged for mercy from the prison emperor. 10,000 years ago, there were even more Heaven Realm rankers who begged for their lives at the feet of the Conqueror Queen. What I want to say is that you guys have never learned this kind of lesson from history. It has always been like this. Seeing that you are about to lose your life, only lowering your head and begging for mercy when your death is near. Isn't this a little too late? Even if I forgive you now, it doesn't mean that you Heaven Realm rankers truly have the intention to repent. Killing you doesn't mean that our Tong Tian Tower warriors don't have a forgiving heart. Since ancient times, we have done enough and forgiven enough. However, what we get in return is never gratitude, but an even more severe invasion. So, I have decided, from now on, Tong Tian Tower will no longer forgive us, and there will no longer be a chance for us to beg for our lives. Invaders, you only have one ending, and that is, death. Yu Yang's right hand lightly pierced. It pierced through the long mantis' extremely bulging abdomen. Countless poisonous green energy spurted out, but under Yu Yang's will, it turned into a gentle and thin thread, automatically twisting into a ball. Unable to attack and unable to escape, the insect clan ranker, Buried Tiger, suddenly collapsed. His spirit could no longer hold on, as if a string in his brain had suddenly snapped. He pounced forward crazily, brandishing his gigantic tooth blade. His moves were messy, as he slashed towards Yu Yang without any pattern. Slightly turning his body, Yu Yang's right index finger lightly tapped on his forehead. Similarly, a tide-like sharp energy gushed out from the hole in his forehead, and under Yu Yang's will, it turned into a ball of countless sharp thorns. 3 dried-up corpses that could be blown away by a sneeze were placed in front of everyone just like that. Even the great slaughtering god Tu Wan, who was a god-level ranker, possessed great power, and had an extremely firm will, at this moment, broke out in cold sweat. With his divine power, it was not difficult to kill Sir Tuyu, Long Mantis, and Buried Tiger. Even if Sir Tuyu had the great divine power bestowed upon him by his father, it was impossible for him to last 10 moves against a god-level ranker that had truly cultivated. But, to do this to Tu Wan, in the time it took to raise his hand, to drain the energy of the 3 and turn them into dried-up corpses, and even leave them with their last breath, struggling at death's door. That was an impossible task. Perhaps only Big Brother, who had already reached the true god level, Tushar, who was known as the heavenly slaughtering god in the heaven realm, who was unimaginably powerful, could have such an unbelievable and miraculous power. Tu Wan had actually wanted to save them just now. No matter what, Tuyu was his nephew, and had usually given him many treasures and women as a form of filial piety. But suddenly, a thought that surpassed sound flashed past his ears. This caused him to immediately change his mind. Of course, the strange abilities and attack talent of Titan Yu in front of him also caused him to hesitate. For a fellow like Titan Yu that even the Eastern Palace Master had a headache over, it was better to let the stronger god-level ranker teach him a lesson. He shouldn't do unnecessary and useless things. Under this principle of self-preservation, the great slaughtering god Tu Wan, who possessed the power of a god-level ranker, did not make a sound, did not move an inch, and stood in place like a statue. Clap clap clap. At an unknown place. Someone lightly applauded, as if praising Yu Yang's heroic feat of resisting the enemy and getting rid of an evil for the people. Good. What a good Titan you, I have long heard of your great name. Seeing you today, you are indeed extraordinary. In the heaven realm, your name is mentioned by this deity's ears at least 3 times a day. This deity is very curious. What kind of young hero can make people revere you so much? In the end, this deity really couldn't resist my curiosity, and felt that I had to make a trip to this fallen Tong Tian tower. Otherwise, I would definitely miss out on a young genius like you that is rarely seen in 10,000 years. This person's voice was gentle and calm, completely without a trace of anger. Like a mountain rock beside a stream. Heavy and heavy. Although it was not as sharp as some noisy guests who stole the host's place, it had a weight that no one could ignore. When Yu Yang heard this, he frowned slightly. Just as he was about to reply, who knew that someone else would speak first? Too sure, have you become stupid from eating too much beans? This bullshit genius Titan you that only appears once in 10,000 years just killed your son. Why are you still being polite to him? If I were you, I would immediately fry his skin, break his bones and turn his bones into ashes. That would be a waste of your dignity as a god. So the number 1 guard of the central shrine, giant god Changmen, is here too. I, too sure, greet you. The calm and steady man who spoke earlier did not sound anxious at all. Instead, he was smiling. These are 2 different matters. Although the Yu clan's 3rd young master killed my son Tuyu and ended the Yu clan's bloodline, this can only be blamed on Tuyu's lack of skills. How can you put all the blame on Titan Yu? No matter how muddle-headed I am, I will not blame others wrongly. Right here, Tushar would like to declare that I and the entire Sky-Swallowing clan will definitely not take revenge on the Yu clan's 3rd young master. I came here mainly for justice. In the past, the ancestors of the Sky-Swallowing clan had many disputes and misunderstandings with the warriors of Tong Tian Tower. Tushar is not talented, so I would like to invite Titan Yu's master, the conquering queen, to resolve the grievances of the past. You're not worthy. Yu Yang responded faintly. Although his tone was very light, there was a sense of contempt in his bones. The steady Tushar fell silent upon hearing this. Hey, it's not that I'm not worthy, boy, you can't invite her out. The voice that was called Giant God Nagato by Tian Tushar who rushed to speak just now shouted proudly, Conquest Queen hasn't broken out of the seal yet, right? The seal of Nirvana deification is not so easy to break. You're just using the title of Conquest Queen's disciple to scare people. When normal Heaven Realm warriors hear this, they might be intimidated by you. When they hear the Conquest Queen's name, they would be so scared that their legs would go soft. However, do you think that you can use this kind of senseless and laughable trick to scare us, the god-level rankers? What genius that only appears once in 10,000 years? Haha, it's ridiculous. Do you think Dongfeng, Tushar, and Immovable Sovereign are really afraid of you? No, all the divine-level experts are just afraid of the Conquest Queen who may have died long ago. Even if she is not dead, she has not broken out of the seal. With just you? Why don't you look in the mirror? Are you worthy of a few divine-level experts holding back their anger? With just 1 finger, I can crush an ant like you into meat paste. Human, you're so fragile. Is that so? Then why don't you come up and try? Yu Yang asked. His expression was calm. There was no anger. An extremely faint mocking smile appeared at the corner of his lips, but it had a different meaning. Of course, I'll kill you. What I like to do the most is to kill the genius that only appears once in 1,000 years. However, I can wait patiently. I want to listen to what Katsukami, who killed his son and let others ride on his head without daring to say a word, has to say next. The giant god Nagato blasted Katsuki again, pulling the hatred onto others. It's just the death of my son. It's just an insignificant personal grudge. The main reason I'm here today is to resolve the misunderstanding between the elders of my clan and the Conqueror Queen. The Heaven Slaughterer God, Tushar, generously expressed that it didn't matter even if he lost his son. What if Conquest Queen doesn't appear? The arrogant man saw clearly the true colors of this group of divine-level experts. They were just bullying the weak and fearing the strong. They said so much. However, he was only stalling for time to test the waters. As long as they were 100% sure that the Conquest Queen was still within the Nirvana God-sealing seal, the God-level experts in front of them, who were acting for the common good and had no personal grudges, would swarm toward Titan Yu and beat him to death. They were like gossipy women, chattering away for a long time. It was just to test if the Conquest Queen had broken through the seal. With the Conquest Queen's temper, she would definitely not let her beloved disciple, Titan Yu, fight alone. If the Conquest Queen did not appear in the end, then these divine-level experts from the upper realm could be sure that the Conquest Queen had not broken free from the seal. If that was the case, they would not hesitate to attack. All that talk about public grievances and personal grievances was nonsense. Only power. Absolute power was supreme, and that was the key to deciding everything. Conquest Queen? She will appear, maybe not now, maybe one day in the future, but we have enough patience to wait for her return. However, before that, I would like to invite the Conqueror Queen's only disciple, Tong Tian Tower's third young master, Yu Titan, to wait with us. As long as Titan Yu agrees, I can guarantee his safety and give him the best treatment. At the same time, I also believe that no matter how many misunderstandings there are between Tong Tian Tower and the Central Shrine, as long as we communicate sincerely and trust each other, both sides will be able to return to the starting point of peaceful coexistence and start negotiations. Invading Tong Tian Tower is not what we want. We have come here with great goodwill. We want to share the best things in the Central Shrine with Tong Tian Tower. The voice of Zhi Budao, who had fought with the Night Empress previously, echoed in the sky as he joined the discussion. F***ck, these disgusting words make me want to vomit for 3 days and 3 nights. The arrogant man was completely speechless. Only the people from the Central Shrine would talk about invading in such a dignified and righteous manner. This is also a method of attack. The nine-headed goblin of the nine-headed clan laughed out loud. Alright, I probably won't be able to learn this kind of attack in this lifetime. The arrogant man spat on the ground in disdain. If he had the power of a divine level, he would definitely help Yu Yang indignantly. Unfortunately, he didn't. If he had enough power, as the captain of the Chongmen giant god who was on guard at the central divine palace, the heaven-slaughtering god slaughtering the world, the invincible sovereign, and other god-level experts, they would not ignore his contemptuous attitude and venomous words. Unfortunately, he did not have such power. As a divine-level ranker, no matter if it was the ill-tempered captain or the domineering and arrogant Zhi Budao, they all completely ignored the arrogant man's existence. In their eyes, this kid was no different from a slightly larger ant. He could be crushed with a finger. There was no need to be angry. If they looked at this brat for too long, they would even lower their status. They were only looking at the person standing in the middle of the blood altar. He might be the last ranker of Tong Tian Tower, the third young master of the Yu clan in the soaring dragon continent, Titan Yu. Yu Yang didn't get angry, nor did he retaliate. Sometimes, if it was useless to retaliate, then there was no need to waste his saliva. Now, this was the situation. The enemies had already heard the news and rushed over from all directions. They weren't in a hurry to attack, not because they weren't in a hurry to destroy Tong Tian Tower. On the contrary, they were like hungry wolves with bloodthirsty fangs and claws. They had long been hungry and thirsty. However, they were divine-level rankers with rich battle experience and an unshakable iron will. No matter how hungry they were, they would endure and wait for the best time to attack. Then, they would kill their prey in one strike and tear them into pieces. The only thing they were afraid of was the Conquest Queen who had sworn to conquer Heaven Realm. If she wasn't here, then they would immediately open their bloody mouths, reveal their sharp fangs and fiercely pounce. All of this was within Yu Yang's expectations. He had already thought of this before he rushed out of the heaven stairway. However, when he rushed out of the blood-red altar, he discovered that young Master Tu Yu, the second generation of the God Realm, and the others were present, but his biggest helper, the demonic dragon, was missing. He realized that things had changed, and things were not going according to his plan. Dongfang was definitely not that simple, not to mention Dongfang, even the immovable Zhi Zun, who was still in hiding, was not an ordinary person, let alone the mysterious Tianyu. On the surface, Yu Yang's attitude was calm, and even his words and actions were a little disdainful. However, deep down, he didn't underestimate or be careless at all. Dongfang, the immovable Jizun, and the deity temple's supreme Tian, you must be playing tricks in the dark. Divine-level rankers aren't stupid. If anyone thinks that these old foxes who have lived for tens of thousands of years and fought with each other for tens of thousands of years are stupid, then he is the real stupid one. Yu Yang kept thinking. The battlefield, the battle situation, the battle, and so on looked very normal. There was nothing unexpected. Among the people who defeated young Master Tuyu and Zhang Hu, he probed again and again. He didn't find anything strange. However, the more it was like this, the more abnormal the situation and the direction of the battle situation was. Dongfang and the others had no reason to do nothing. However, what exactly happened in the surroundings that seemed normal on the surface? Before he found out the reason, this battle was still within Dongfang's calculations, and it was still within the control of his chess talent. What should he do with the situation in front of him? How could he break out of this situation? Wait a minute, this is also a method of attack. He recalled that the nine-headed demon's words seemed to be referring to something else. Could it be? Yu Yang's heart trembled slightly. He raised his eyes to look in the direction of the sound of Tian Tushenshur, who didn't show up, but had a steady quality. He then turned around to look at Grey Wolf behind him, and then looked at the direction of the voices of the giant god captain and supreme Unfalling, who were either arrogant or shameless to join the discussion. Suddenly, a realization flashed through his mind, illuminating his thoughts that had fallen into chaos. Yu Yang moved at an unimaginable speed. He turned around and kicked. He attacked Grey Wolf, who was behind him. Grey Wolf, who was shaking his head with a despicable look on his face, was smashed by his kick, and his afterimage disappeared. In the void, a golden palm imprinted on Yu Yang's forehead. It wasn't fast, but no matter how Yu Yang tried to dodge, he couldn't avoid the golden palm's attack. Damn it, get lost. Yu Yang didn't struggle in vain. He stretched his head forward and forcefully took a heavy palm strike on his forehead. Both of his hands grabbed forward and grabbed the arm behind the golden palm. In less than 1,000th of a second before the other party could retreat, Yu Yang fiercely smashed his head into the other party's arm bones. Both of his hands twisted at the same time, and he twisted his waist. He threw him over his shoulder. He struggled to pull out a golden shadow from the void and slammed it on the bloody altar in front of him. The entire bloody altar was trembling, and the altar, which was difficult to be damaged by divine weapons, shrank and spread like a spider web. The solid golden shadow bounced up and turned into golden smoke under Yu Yang's heavy punches and consecutive flying kicks. It was invisible and ethereal, and it easily retreated out of Yu Yang's attack range. How did you see that? The golden shadow asked a little strangely. In major battles, Grey Wolf never stands behind me. It is a world-destroying demonic wolf, and it has its own pride. Moreover, it has fought with the captain, who is known as the giant god Nagato. When the captain appeared, it didn't make a sound. This is very abnormal, and it is not its character at all. Finally, although Grey Wolf is not my contracted beast, it is closer to me than contracted beasts. Although you can also pretend to have no murderous aura, you can't imitate its unique and intimate aura. Yu Yang gently wiped away the erosion of divine power on his forehead, and stared coldly at the calm and steady heaven slaughtering God slaughtering world in the distant sky. Although I have never seen heaven slaughtering God slaughtering world, such a low-profile god in the heaven realm must be an assassin. It would definitely not be as mature, steady, and wise as you. You want to use the cold-blooded cruelty of your son's death to cover up. Who doesn't want to do this? It just makes me suspicious. You are actually the East who arranged the battlefield and thought that you could control everything. Your endless words, coupled with the Captain and Supreme Indestructible's provocation, are just a cover for slaughtering world who is hiding behind me like an assassin. You all already knew that Her Majesty Queen Vivian Li would not be able to come to help. If she could come, you all would have been so scared that you would have peed your pants and run away. You all made use of other people's suspicions to make this plan. It is indeed very interesting. Unfortunately, if it wasn't for the Goblin Emperor who saw through it and gave you pointers, my plan might have succeeded. That steady and heavy slaughtering world's voice suddenly changed, returning to the calm and unperturbed tone of the East. If you want to incriminate someone, there is no fear of not having a pretext. Did Palace Master Dongfang misunderstand? The nine-headed goblin laughed, but his eyes were not smiling at all. Under the shocked gazes of the twin-headed dragon Guang and the others, he admitted his true identity. He was the real Goblin Emperor. The bewitching Thousand Bones Crisper and the other Heaven Realm rankers only knew fear now. It was fine if they didn't know before, but now that they thought about it, they actually stayed with such a dangerous godly level ranker for such a long time. They even mocked and ridiculed each other for a long time, and even almost attacked each other. Really? Luckily they didn't fight, otherwise even if all of them joined forces, they wouldn't even be able to kill him with one finger. It must be a misunderstanding. The Goblin Emperor has always been neutral. Why would he side with the Yu clan's third young master who is not related to him? Supreme Indestructible spoke up to help. Perhaps he was also dissatisfied with the demonic beast emperor's careless advice, but he was very clear that he couldn't allow another divine-level expert like the demonic beast emperor to become his enemy before successfully killing Titan Yu. Otherwise, the battle situation would worsen, and it would become extremely dangerous. It's good that it's a misunderstanding. I didn't say anything, and I won't interfere in your battle. I won't help either side. The Goblin Emperor's last sentence seemed to be directed at Yu Yang. Thank you. Yu Yang cupped his hands towards the Goblin Emperor sincerely. He felt that the Goblin Emperor would not help either side. He would not hit him when he was down. This was already a huge surprise that had far exceeded his expectations. I could have meddled in other people's business. I've always liked bustling places, but it's a pity that I owed someone a huge favor back then. So, I can only be a coward. The Goblin Emperor laughed at himself. Everyone had their own difficulties. Yu Yang understood. Moreover, this was his own battle, and he did not need the Goblin Emperor's help. As long as he remained neutral, it was enough goodwill. Yu Yang nodded towards the Goblin Emperor to express his gratitude. He was already mentally prepared for Dongfang, Tusher, Captain, Supreme Indestructible and other godly level rankers' attacks. Now, the only thing he did not understand was what kind of tricks the mysterious deity Palace Sovereign Tianyu had done behind the scenes. It was impossible that he did not do anything. Since the Conquest Queen is unable to come, then I'll have to trouble Yu Clan third young master to stay in the Central Divine Palace for a few days. We are very sincere in inviting you. Before the Conquest Queen arrives, we will definitely entertain you with great hospitality. Supreme Indestructible slowly appeared in the sky. His 20-meter-tall body was like a small mountain, and he gave off an indescribable sense of oppression. You want to fight alone? Or gang up on me? The giant god captain of the main gate who had fought with Grey Wolf earlier also appeared on the other side of the sky, calling out to him from afar. One-on-one or a group fight? The first captain on duty at the central shrine gave him a choice, and Tu-Wan made his move. He had been waiting for a long time. From the moment when the heavenly weapon blood scythe in his hand was snatched away by a man in an incomparably humiliating manner, and even earlier when the sickly beauty used the crystal wall and the crystal shield to easily block his attack, rudely insulting the pride of the second strongest of the sky-swallowing clan, this great massacre god who could run amok in the heaven realm couldn't hold back the anger in his heart. He vowed to return this humiliation to one of the Tong Tian Tower's warriors, Thumb, 1,000 times over. Titan Yu, he was also the target that he had been longing to kill for a long time. If it wasn't for the extremely secretive divine thought that came from the east to dissuade him, he would not have waited until now to attack. Go to hell. The time was right. With several divine-level experts surrounding him, this guy might die in the next second. Now was the best time to take revenge. What if he didn't make his move now? When would he wait? Tu-Wan raised his hands high, and a super-heavy quasi-divine weapon bloodthirsty appeared between his fingers. It looked like a blood flower axe made of demonic iron. But the mottled runes on it had a kind of bloodthirsty and violent power. Whether it was the broad blade, the horn handle, or the two sides of the twisted spiral, they all looked ferocious. The giant divine weapon was raised high, and chopped down towards Yu Yang's head with an unstoppable force. This chop carried Tu-Wan's god power that had been suppressed to the limit. It seemed to have the power to split the heavens and the earth. Not to mention a body of flesh and blood, even a towering mountain peak could only be split in half under this heavy chop. Too slow. Yu Yang spat out these two words coldly. The afterimage was still in the same place. But the real body had long disappeared. At the moment when Tu Wan almost could not stop his attack, Yu Yang appeared behind him, and slowly pressed his palm forward. As long as he hit the target, he believed that even someone as strong as Tu Wan would not be able to walk away unscathed. As if he had expected that Yu Yang would launch a surprise attack on Tu Wan, the first captain on duty in the central shrine was already waiting there. The golden fist pierced through the energy field of space and time at an inconceivable speed. Compared to Tu Wan's blood axe heavy chop, one was like a bolt of lightning while the other was like a turtle crawling, completely incomparable. Halfway through, the golden fists flashed and scattered, turning into millions of specks of golden starlight. Behind each speck of starlight was a solid fist. As long as Yu Yang was hit by any of the fists, the injuries he would receive would not be any less than the heavy chop of Tu Wan's giant axe. The raindrop-like fists formed a golden curtain of light that covered the sky. "You're too stupid." Yu Yang's afterimage was destroyed with a single strike. But the voice he left behind before he disappeared was clearly transmitted into the eardrums of everyone present. This voice, which carried an unshakable supreme will, was not something that could be dispelled by punching energy. Even if space was shattered, it would still be able to penetrate one's heart. Yu Yang showed up for the second time. Behind Supreme Indestructible, who was 20 meters tall and had a physique that was as huge as a small mountain, was hard to look up to. Supreme Indestructible, however, was as agile as a swimming fish. In less than a 10,000th of a second after Yu Yang appeared, he had already turned his huge body around and punched heavily at Yu Yang. Although huge, Supreme Indestructible's heavy punches were even faster than the raindrop-like, lightning-fast captain's quick fists. Yu Yang had never expected Supreme Indestructible's body to be able to move at such an astonishing speed. He leapt up by a hair's breadth, narrowly escaping Supreme Indestructible's attack range. If he had been even half a second slower, Supreme Indestructible would have smashed him into a meat patty. Too slow. Supreme Indestructible returned the same words to Yu Yang. He had yet to retract his fist. His body was as agile as a snake, and he leaned back. His right leg was thousands of times faster than a shooting star. The afterimages of space shattering extended behind him, but they could not keep up with his spinning kick. The violent and swift kick forced Yu Yang into a panic. Although the foot looked huge, Yu Yang had a feeling that if he was hit by the kick, he would probably be hit in the chin, and then his head would explode. No one wanted to become a headless corpse. Yu Yang hurriedly did a backflip to dodge the precise flying kick. How stupid. Supreme Indestructible seemed to have predicted that Yu Yang would dodge like this. In other words, under his attack, Yu Yang had no other choice. The heavy punch was not retracted, and the flying kick was not retracted. The two attacks were still there, but Supreme Indestructible strangely bent his waist forward, and unexpectedly leaned forward again. His left hand, which had been accumulating power, had already condensed a ball of divine power that shone brighter than the sun. He gently pushed the ball of divine power that looked like the sun. Coincidentally, it landed on Yu Yang's tumbling body. Although the divine power light ball was so huge that it completely covered Yu Yang's entire body, Yu Yang, who was hit by the attack, could feel that the divine power light ball's true invasion point and its greatest power was attacking his face. Yu Yang had no way of dodging it, but as a man from another world, he could still fight back. When it came to fighting back, he would not lose to anyone. In a hopeless situation where he could not dodge, Yu Yang hit the ball of divine power head-on, as if he did not care about his life anymore. At the same time, 10 meters behind Yu Yang, the ethereal golden shadow, which was also known as the heaven-slaughtering god slaughtering world in the upper realm, silently flashed. Thousands of blood-red divine power blades appeared and shattered the entire space. Behind Yu Yang, the sky collapsed into a black hole that sucked in everything. If the ball of divine power exploded, the impact would blow him into the black hole. If that happened, even if he did not die, he would be exiled indefinitely, and no one knew how long it would take for him to find the accurate spacetime coordinates and return to the Tongtian Tower. Yu Yang's strange action of hitting the ball of divine power head-on had detonated the ball of divine power ahead of time. An earth-shattering explosion occurred. Yu Yang, who was supposed to be smashed into the black hole, was blasted into the air, and narrowly missed the edge of the black hole. Ha! Tu Wan, who was holding the giant god bloodthirsty battle axe, leaped up and slashed at Yu Yang, who was flying backwards. On the other side, the captain, who was faster than him, had been waiting for a long time. I'll return it to you. Yu Yang's body turned and changed its trajectory. Instead of facing Tu Wan, he sped up and shot towards the ethereal golden shadow. He also waved his hands, and a cross-slash condensed from divine power. Although it did not have thousands of changes, it cut towards the number one expert of the sky-swallowing clan, Heaven Slaughtering God Slaughtering World. Heaven Slaughtering God Slaughtering World seemed to chuckle, and thousands of blood-red divine blades suddenly appeared again. Blood-red divine blades. A cross-slash head-on. Both sides had the same attitude, and neither retreated nor dodged. Their bodies collided in the shattered sky. The ethereal Heaven Slaughtering God Slaughtering World let out a sharp scream, like a wounded beast roaring angrily. Then, it disappeared, and no one was able to catch a trace of it anymore. Only a drop of golden divine blood slowly floated down from the shattered sky, and dripped on the ground of the blood-red altar. It dripped in front of Yu Yang. At this moment, on Yu Yang's body, there were tens of blood-red wounds, as if he had been cut by invisible blades. His skin and flesh were torn apart, and fresh blood seeped through his clothes like a fountain. He was injured. Under the combined attack of a few powerful god-level experts, he was finally injured. The twin-headed dragon Guang and the others who were watching the battle could not help but feel a sense of relief. If Titan Yu was not injured in this situation, and was not injured at all, then everyone should just commit suicide. What was the point of hoping for a share of the gods' ruins? That was simply an impossible dream. Fortunately, although Titan Yu was strong, he could still be injured, under the combined attack of a few god-level experts. He had not lost yet, but he was clearly at a disadvantage. There was still hope in the gods' ruins. The number one strategist, Dongfeng, who had been plotting for 1,000 years and controlled the entire situation, should definitely win. Even a genius like Titan Yu would not be able to defeat Dongfeng. This was because this fellow's schemes were too deep. Wrong. Dongfeng, who had been watching the battle from the start, suddenly denied, Yu Clan's third young master should not be injured. Such a strong combined attack would not be enough to injure Titan Yu more than 10 times. If you want to deduce this, falling into a hopeless situation is intentional. Fighting the enemy head-on is also intentional. I understand. Titan Yu is using his blood to guide the way. Clever Yu Clan's third young master, are you giving your divine beast Hui Tai Lang a direction? Or are you giving an obvious hint to that majesty who has hidden himself so deeply? Hui Tai Lang is not here? Yu Yang's gaze was a little strange. He looked around, but did not see any trace of it. Even if it was chased out of the heaven stairway by Dongfeng's chess skill and thrown into any space in Tong Tian Tower, it should have rushed over. Moreover, with the guidance of his blood, it should have rushed to his side immediately. Why was there no reaction? Could it be that it was controlled by Dongfeng in some way, but what Dongfeng said did not sound like him? Was it Tian Yu's doing? Yu Yang's gaze slowly turned to the broken goddess statue on the blood altar. He frowned. The power fluctuation he had sensed from the statue of the goddess had all disappeared. This should not have happened. Even if Dongfeng and Tian Yu attacked together, it should not have been able to destroy the statue of the goddess that had existed for thousands of years. How could the ancient power of the blood-colored altar be resisted and disturbed by the divine power of a single person? Very good. I did not expect you to discover this suspicious point so quickly. As expected of Tong Tian Tower's number one genius, Titan Yu. I thought that this kind of Milky Way reflection, time and space reversal, would be able to hide from you. I did not expect you to discover it so quickly. Interesting battle intuition. Titan Yu, then, what method will you use to reverse the situation next? In this Heaven Realm chessboard battlefield, far away from Tong Tian Tower, far away from Heaven Stairway, far away from the blood altar that is extremely beneficial to you, in this unfavorable battlefield that is completely condensed by my divine power, constructed by my wisdom, and formed by the majesty of my code, how will you use your specialty to reverse the situation? No external help, no beasts, no grimoire, no divine weapons, nothing at all. Only you, alone, fighting alone. Before Dongfang could finish his sentence, the whole world suddenly changed. It was no longer the blood altar in Heaven's stairway level White River Valley. Here. Suddenly, it changed to Heaven Realm. A place that Yu Yang did not recognize at all. It was a little like the world in the grimoire space. It also had the majesty of the code, was also constructed by divine power, and was also controlled by Dongfang's will. However, Yu Yang was 100% sure that this was not the grimoire world, but a certain area in Heaven Realm that Dongfang had used his divine power to construct for 10,000 years. If this was the world in Dongfang's grimoire, then it was a good thing for Yu Yang. Because he had the trials grimoire that no grimoire could suppress. Even the holy grimoire that had accompanied him as he grew up. Even if it was not the holy grimoire, it could not be suppressed. But in this special area that Dongfang had used his divine power to construct for thousands of years, the whole space, the whole heaven and earth had been completely permeated by his will. There was no place that did not reflect Dongfang's wisdom and the power of the code. Inside, it was equivalent to a sealed special space. Not only Yu Yang, everyone, no one could use their grimoires or beasts, nor could they reveal any information to the outside. So this is the real chessboard world created by the chess inherent skill? It's really amazing. Now I know why you, who look like an ordinary person on the surface, are the #1 person under Jizun Tianyu in the central shrine, and why you have the qualification to seize Tong Tian Tower. It turns out that this is the true embodiment of your strength. Yu Yang had been worried that Dongfang would make a move. When Dongfang showed his trump card, he felt that this trump card was far beyond his estimation, completely beyond his expectations. Yu Yang waited for Dongfang to make a move. Waited for his trump card. However, this trump card was not something he was willing to accept. In the chessboard world constructed by Dongfang's divine power and will, no one could use grimoires or beasts. For warriors with summoning grimoires, this was undoubtedly the greatest suppression. The battle has begun. Dongfang's aura gradually disappeared between heaven and earth, leaving only his last voice echoing in Yu Yang's ears. Now, it is the real battle, falling into the enemy's chessboard world, unable to send information outside. Fighting alone. Moreover, grimoires and beasts were all forbidden. Under such terrible conditions, the pressure Yu Yang had to face was as heavy as a mountain. How could he turn this battle around? Damn it! The arrogant man clenched his fists. He realized that he and all the spectators from the Nine-Headed Clan and Heavenly Dragon Clan had left the chessboard world, as if they were separated by an invisible barrier. Even if they could see and hear, they could not spare any energy to help any side in the chessboard world. It seemed like they were only 100 meters apart, but it was actually the distance between two worlds. As long as the owner of the chessboard world, Dongfang, was not dead, and his will still existed, then no one could cross the boundary. Forget it, being a spectator is not bad. The two-headed dragon Guang sighed softly. At this moment, he no longer had the ambition to enter Tong Tian Tower to share the treasures in God's ruins. Because he'd already clearly realized that his strength was only a pitiful ant when compared to a true God-level expert. Such a handsome guy, it would be a pity if he died. Thousand Bones Crispy looked at Yu Yang's face and licked her fiery red lips, secretly swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Beside Yu Yang, Tu Yu, Long Mantis and Burial Tiger, who had been beaten to a pulp and had only one breath left, suddenly trembled slightly. The illegitimate son Tushar, who had already been expelled from the battlefield by Dongfang's will and was also classified as a spectator, was most concerned about the three's life and death. Seeing that something was wrong, he immediately exclaimed, Is this divine power or some special talent at work? Why do I see that they are getting better? The Fey Emperor, who was also a spectator, was also paying attention. It seems that this is the uniqueness of the chessboard world. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu, Long Mantis, and Buried Tiger's bodies. 3 different kinds of divine power burst out of the ground like high fountains bursting out of the ground. In the blink of an eye, it melted with the bodies of Tu and the rest of them that had been rotted and dying. Under the influence of the will of the East and the rules of the chessboard world, it wriggled and transformed crazily, gradually condensing into a new life form. It could be seen that they were no longer the original Tuyu, Long Mantis, and Burial Tiger. Not only were their appearances distorted, even their incomplete souls were changing, forming some strange creature controlled by the will of the East. No matter what, Tuyu and the others stood up and stood in front of Yu Yang again. In the chessboard world, no one could summon grimoires or beasts. Dongfeng himself was also within this law. However, the cunning Dongfeng had used the method of resurrecting Tuyu and the others to create brand new battle puppets to replace the beasts that could not be summoned into the chessboard world. The light of wisdom flashed in Yu Yang's eyes. Heaven Eye's divine vision, which could see through the godly realm after the reversal of fate, instantly broke through the barriers set by the will of the East. In this mysterious chessboard world, all the information of the resurrected Tuyu and the others was displayed in Yu Yang's mind. Chessboard Resurrection War Slave, Tuyu of the Sky Swallowing Clan, reborn with divine power, survived under the chessboard law. Special skills, Mud Puppet, Substitution, Weakening. Young Master Tuyu, who was standing in the middle, had now become a monster dripping with mucus. His skin was like rotten soil. Although he had stood up, sticky things kept falling to the ground from his body and limbs, forming a disgusting pile of mucus. He could no longer be called a human. He had completely mutated into a monster. Seeing his current appearance, if they had not seen it with their own eyes, even his father Tushar, Uncle Tu-Wan, and brother Tushar would not have dared to admit that this was the original elegant and handsome young Master Tuyu. Heaven Eye's divine vision had already seen through the nature of the monster Tuyu. But Yu Yang believed it. Even so, Tuyu, who had become a monster, still had many secret abilities, hidden under this disgusting appearance. The East would not easily create a useless war slave. He had painstakingly planned it, so there must be another way. Similar to the monster Tuyu, his original companions, the Mantis and Burial Tiger of the Zerg clan, had also greatly changed and mutated their bodies. The green poison on the Mantis's body became stronger, and its head swelled into a ball. Its body swelled up nearly 100 times. It was like the mother body of the Zerg clan. Inside, there were strange eggs of various sizes rolling, looking as if they were about to break out of the body. At this moment, the information in Yu Yang's Heaven Eye's divine vision was, Chessboard Resurrection War Slave, original body of the Mantis of the Zerg clan, reborn with divine power, survived under the chessboard law, special skills, vomit, egg-laying, parasitism. On the other side, the information of the Burial Tiger, whose body was also severely deformed and could not be restored to its original appearance, and the appearance of its body had changed almost to that of a sea urchin, was, Chessboard Resurrection War Slave, original body of the Eleoptera clan, Burial Tiger, reborn with divine power, survived under the chessboard law, special skills, needle stab, return, bleeding. Facing these three war slaves that were not war beasts but were better than war beasts, Yu Yang frowned. This was definitely not something that could be easily dealt with. That cunning guy from the East would not waste his divine power to create some useless things. Since he had created them like this, then there must be a conspiracy. What was more difficult was how to resolve the trap that the East had meticulously planned in the chessboard world under the joint attack of Tu-Wan, Captain, Tushar, and Honorable Indestructible. Grey Wolf was not by his side. He was alone, so how could he deal with these dirty tricks that came from all directions? Haha, isn't this Titan Yu, known as the #1 expert in Tong Tian Tower? Why do you look so distressed? Quickly use your heaven-defying luck and abnormal talent to turn the situation around. Ha ha ha, without the protection of the Conqueror Queen, without the protection of Tong Tian Tower, you are not even as weak as a baby. Captain laughed wildly. Compared to the Prison Emperor, you are still too young. At least, the Prison Emperor Zhang Feng would never fall for such tricks. Honorable Indestructible also mocked mercilessly. As fast as lightning, a ray of divine light flashed across the chessboard world. The time it took for it to become invisible, for it to return to silence, was definitely less than 1,000th of a second. Unfortunately, such a swift and stealthy assassination did not succeed. It was as if Yu Yang had grown eyes at the back of his head. He had already predicted it and dodged it. He gently moved a step forward with his left leg, and steadily took a step forward. His right leg did not move at all, and he even cautiously stood in his original position, afraid that an accident would happen, and immediately retreated to his original position. Yu Yang did not do anything. He only took a step forward. However, in the next second, the entire chessboard world changed. The sky was no longer the same sky, and the ground was no longer the same ground. Yu Yang realized that he had stepped into a dead black swamp. He soared into the air and found that the ground had turned into a swamp without him noticing. He couldn't see the end of it, and countless death chi was bubbling up from the mud. Looking around, it was like a pot of boiling, stinky porridge. Yu Yang moved his mind, and quickly flew away from this terrifying swamp. Dong, the boundless sky seemed to have a cover, and when Yu Yang crashed into it, it was more painful than crashing into a thick iron wall. What was more terrifying was that the sky seemed to have been pierced by Yu Yang, and a suction force that was even more terrifying than a black hole was crazily swallowing everything around it. Yu Yang was shocked, and quickly retreated. He jumped down lightly, and the distance between the sky and the ground was infinitely shortened. Yu Yang realized that he could reach the swamp that was originally 10,000 meters below him with just a stretch of his hand. Destruction. Yu Yang was enraged. They wanted to use such a small trick to attack him? Did they really think that the three elements of destruction, creation, and eternity that he had comprehended in the Treasure Codex of Trials were fake? There was no need for any assistance, just his will. He immediately destroyed the surrounding chessboard world, returning it to its original chaotic state. Everything turned to dust, and everything returned to nothingness. After the world was destroyed, Yu Yang realized that the chessboard world had recovered, and he had returned to the initial state when he took the first step. However, everything that he had experienced was still there. The pain of his head crashing into the ground was still there, and even the mud under his feet was clearly imprinted on the ground. If Yu Yang had not comprehended the sovereign's will and the true God realm, he would have been sealed in the illusion, and there would be no possibility of him ever seeing the light of day again. Although the illusion was an illusion, it truly existed. It was created by the divine power of the East. And it died because of Yu Yang's destruction. It disappeared in a flash, but the life and death it brought was the most real existence. Interesting. However, Dongfeng, do you really think you can take my life with such a small trick? Yu Yang believed that Dongfeng still had more tricks up his sleeves. If he casually revealed the power he had, it would be difficult for him to achieve the best results. There was a proverb that went like this: only the most patient fisherman could catch the biggest fish. Yu Yang had pretended to be a weakling and kept a low profile for so long in order to lure Dongfeng. If he did not seize the opportunity to catch this big fish, and allowed Dongfeng to escape, it would not be easy to catch him in the future. Yu Yang really wanted to take out the sword of fate and slash people, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. Dongfeng did not come out. He would play with them for a while. When Dongfeng was most confident in making his move and felt that he would definitely die, he would give him a huge surprise when he came out for the final blow. It might not work in other places, Dongfeng was too cunning, but in this chessboard world that he had personally created, Dongfeng would definitely have enough confidence to win this battle. So, he just had to wait for Dongfeng to make his move. Of course, before that most important moment, Yu Yang felt that he had to perform a little bit more impressive, otherwise, Dongfeng would definitely be suspicious. It's my turn. The divine light on Yu Yang's face was as bright as the moon. His right index finger pointed forward. Next, let me show you Heaven Realm invaders what is the wrath of a Tong Tian Tower martial artist. A blazing divine flame. It appeared on top of Yu Yang's fist. A terrifying destructive aura erupted from Yu Yang's body. His hair stood up because of his anger, and his clothes fluttered without any wind. Silver lightning wildly danced around his body, crackling. Circles of divine power shockwaves spread out in an extremely gentle manner, as if they had no power at all. It was the complete opposite of its master's destructive and angry will. There was no high-speed movement or flight, and no hidden movements. Similarly, he took a step forward. This time, it was his right leg that stepped forward heavily, leaving a deep imprint on the ground. But in an instant, a miracle happened. Yu Yang actually crossed over thousands of barriers and stepped in front of the captain of the Golden Deity. Facing each other, the distance between the two was less than a meter, and they could reach each other easily. Yu Yang looked coldly at the captain, as if he was looking at a slightly larger golden fly. Damn it! The proud captain was enraged by Yu Yang's disdainful gaze. His huge fist carried the divine power of thunder, and heavily smashed towards Yu Yang. At the same time, both his feet stepped on the ground, and he soared into the sky, and attacked with all his strength. The chessboard world also changed. Heaven and earth, in an instant, were completely reversed, and gravity reversed. Together with the captain's attack, it gave Yu Yang a completely wrong sense of direction and upside down. Scram! Yu Yang did not raise his head, nor did he use his eyes to look. He casually stretched out his hand. To the back of his head, like swatting away a buzzing fly in the sky, he hit the captain's face with his palm, ignoring the upside-down world and everything around him. The captain screamed, and several big teeth fell out. Along with blood, they splattered in the air. Under Yu Yang's palm, he rolled around powerlessly and flew out like an arrow. He crashed into a mountain peak 10,000 meters away and exploded with a loud bang. Unable to stop his momentum, he continued to crash into the peak of a second mountain far away. When he finally stabilized his body, he had no time to heal his injuries with divine power and change his embarrassing appearance. Yu Yang had already appeared behind him. He stepped out. Heavily, he stepped on the captain's back, crushing the angry, frightened, and embarrassed number 1 guard of the central shrine, Nagato giant god, under his foot. The captain was furious. No one had ever humiliated him like this. Even the most powerful expert in the central shrine, the supreme heavenly chariot of the temple, had never dealt such a humiliating blow to him. Boom, 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 boom. Thousands of beams of divine light burst forth from the captain's body. Each beam of divine light formed an incomparably sharp divine sword that automatically defended. The captain's golden divine body swelled and changed shape. The divine power stored deep within his body was automatically unleashed due to his extreme anger. The rarely seen second form almost instantly appeared in front of everyone. Huge horns twisted and curved, sharp teeth like daggers, and long canine teeth protruded out of his lips. Crazed, tsunami-like bloodthirst surged in his green eyes. Giant claws that could tear everything apart extended from his fingers and toes. Body hair and spikes shaped like porcupines. All of them stood on end. Under the coordination of the Eastern chessboard world's rules, the unsealed divine power rose to the second form. The captain's mind remained the same. The only thing that changed was the endless increase in his hatred for his opponent, Yu Yang. He waved his claws between heaven and earth as if he was casually sweeping them. The space under his claws shattered, and a strange door appeared. The inscriptions on it were simple and unadorned, and the patterns were profound and obscure. The heavy strange door slowly opened. Endless divine light surged out from inside and fell on the captain's body. The brilliance was even brighter than the afternoon sun. The captain's strength had soared 10 times after he unsealed his beast form, and his power increased by more than 10 times. All the negative effects of Yu Yang's previous attack disappeared. Even the spine that Yu Yang had broken with his foot just now grew bone spikes that looked like armor. Outside the door, the power of the divine light surged out and perfectly merged with the power of the Eastern chessboard world's rules, twisting the captain's and the Eastern divine level experts' wills into an unshakable divine chain. Huh? Yu Yang suddenly realized that something was wrong. The monsters Tu, Long Mantis, and Buried Tiger, who had become the Eastern puppet war slaves 10,000 meters away, ignored space and distance, and came out of the strange door one by one. After they passed through the strange door, their strength also soared. Although it was not as much as the captain's 10 times increase, it was at least 3 to 5 times the increase. What kind of door was this? It wasn't a divine weapon or a treasure beast, it wasn't an inherent skill or a grimoire domain. What kind of existence was it exactly? The only thing that Yu Yang could be sure of was that the captain's so-called Nagato giant god title was definitely related to this ancient and mysterious door. After the door was opened, the first to attack was not the captain. It was Tu. A monstrous war slave who no longer had his own independent thoughts, a pitiful worm that even his own father had casually abandoned to become someone else's sacrifice. Tu sank into the ground, and when it crawled out again, there were already 2 more clones. Because the 3 were so similar, others could not tell which was the real one and which were the clones. They could only see 3 identical mud puppets wriggling in front of them in a disgusting manner. Tu and the two clones rushed towards Yu Yang at the same time. Their speed was not fast, but in the chessboard world, they only took a few steps forward to cross a distance of 10,000 meters and directly rushed to Yu Yang. And the one who was affected was Yu Yang. No matter how he tried to retreat, he was still one step away from the enemy. He could not really get rid of them at all. Get lost. Yu Yang found that the rules of the chessboard world were working, so he no longer dodged. Gently, he stretched out his left hand. He bent his index finger. With a casual flick, it was even lighter than flicking a fly. In an instant, the head of the middle of the three mud puppets in front of him was flicked thousands of meters away. The clay doll was not damaged at all. It was headless and did not fall, but there was a kind of backlash force. It was as if an extremely sharp needle was pricking his body. The moment Yu Yang attacked, he felt pain. The most terrifying thing was that the back of his head seemed to have been hit by a 10,000-ton hammer. There was a buzzing sound, and he saw stars. He almost fainted. Yu Yang could not help but stretch out his hand and touch the back of his head. He found that there was a small wound on the back of his head. It was as if he had suffered a sneak attack from a powerful god-level expert and was hit by a heavy finger. The way the wound appeared was very strange. While Yu Yang was in a temporary daze, the other two mud puppets waved their ugly arms at the same time. They danced wildly and attacked Yu Yang in front of them. You are the real Tu. Yu Yang's heaven eyes divine eye flashed. Instead of retreating, he advanced and threw a burst fist at the real body of the monster Tu. Pow! He hit it. But when Yu Yang retracted his fist, he found that his body was actually suffering from some kind of evil curse that could not be dispelled. He felt waves of weakness. If he did not forcefully support his waist and legs, he would have probably coughed twice and collapsed on the ground powerlessly. The gentle breeze that blew across the world was supposed to be pleasant and refreshing. It could relieve the heat of summer. But when it blew on Yu Yang's body, Yu Yang felt as if he was being cut by invisible knives. That kind of discomfort was like a sick man who was dozens of times weaker than he was when he suddenly went outside and felt the cold wind blowing on him. Not to mention the cursed Yu Yang, even the spectators noticed that something was wrong. Yu Yang used all his strength to retreat and dodge the attack of Tuyu's other clone. He suddenly realized that the captain was standing behind him. The captain, who had unsealed his form and was strengthened by the strange door and had perfectly fused with the chessboard world, was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he looked coldly at Yu Yang, who was incomparably weak and sweating profusely even when he stood up, like a hunter watching his prey that had fallen into a trap. Titan Yu, I can't deny that you are a genius. However, what I want to say is that you are still too inexperienced. The captain's giant claw smashed onto Yu Yang's back. At the same time, he roared out from his beast mouth in a serious manner, You, who only rose to this level by relying on the sacrifice of your companions and relatives, do you really know how to use the power of a god? Do you truly understand the true nature of god power? You don't understand any of this. Without hundreds and thousands of years of comprehension, no matter how smart you are still just a cunning ant. Fundamentally, you are still not a divine ranker, let alone the anger of a Tong Tian Tower warrior. That is called the moaning of a weakling, just like you are now. Yu Yang's entire body shot out like a shooting star. In the chessboard world. The world didn't change, but there were countless towering mountains and precipitous ridges waiting for him on his flight path. Yu Yang crashed into the mountain peaks one after another until his flight was completely blocked. This is just the beginning. The captain's eyes flashed with endless bloodthirst and cruelty. He entered through the strange door in his beast form. He waited for him to come out. In the next second, he was already standing on the mountain where Yu Yang had stopped crashing into. Just as he was about to unleash an even more violent power to destroy the entire mountain and cripple Yu Yang, who might have already fainted, Supreme Indestructible suddenly warned him, Be careful, that isn't Titan Yu. The captain frowned when he heard this. He had originally prepared to attack, but he carefully retracted his sharp claws and went into a defensive state. The mountain that Yu Yang crashed into suddenly became an erupting volcano. Billions of tons of lava and mud shot into the sky, and millstone-sized rocks flew everywhere in the thick smoke and steam. A corner of the chessboard world exploded in the east, but unfortunately, Yu Yang wasn't among them. Looking at the thick smoke billowing out of the volcano, all the god-level martial artists and the spectators were confused. Where did that Titan Yu, who had smashed through 18 mountain peaks before finally crashing in and never coming out, go? Buried in the volcano? Impossible. If it was so easy to kill this brat, then the East wouldn't have joined hands with so many god-level martial artists, and they wouldn't have needed to muster such a large force. The captain waved his hand, and an ancient strange door appeared behind him. As long as the door was there, no matter how the enemy attacked, he would be invincible. The surrounding space shook, and the strange atmosphere became more and more intense. The captain couldn't help but sneer when he saw the two Shi brothers and unfalling Supremacy looking on coldly from the side. He turned around and walked toward the strange door, determined to leave for the time being, lest the Titan Yu, who was hiding somewhere, suddenly attacked and retaliated. This fight wasn't just about him, so why did he have to attack all of them? The two Shi brothers and unfalling Supremacy wanted to take advantage of him? No way. Just as the captain was halfway into the strange door, about to disappear. Suddenly, something even stranger happened. An impossible shadow appeared inside the door. The captain's eyes widened. He discovered that the shadow that appeared inside the door was the Titan Yu, who had disappeared earlier. How was this possible? Even Dongfang, whose consciousness was almost half-connected, couldn't pass through his door. Titan Yu was an enemy? How did he do it? He couldn't react in time. He couldn't even think. The divine light sword that the captain used to protect his body had already been broken. Yu Yang smashed into the captain's face with the force of shattering 18 mountain peaks, carrying an unshakable Ji Zun's will. Swap. With a command, the monster Tu Yu, who was now a war-slave puppet, suddenly turned into a shadow and switched places with the captain that Yu Yang had crashed into. While Yu Yang was attacking the captain with all his strength, Tu Yu and Heaven Slaughtering God Slaughtering World finally found the best opportunity. The two of them rushed forward in a frenzy, one turning into thousands of blood-red divine blades, the other turning into a mountain giant, attacking Yu Yang, who was rushing out of the strange door. Yu Yang was completely defenseless, and was hit by all of them. However, the one who let out a miserable howl and fell to the ground wasn't Titan Yu, but the great God Slaughtering World, who had been watching from the side in time. Tu-Wan was baffled. He hadn't provoked this Titan Yu, and he had been standing far away when the two of them attacked him. This matter had nothing to do with him, so how did it turn out like this? However, this was the truth. The bloody wounds on his body and the shattered and broken spine all told him that this unexpected disaster was real. Aha! Tu-Wan wanted to ask why, but when he opened his mouth, all that came out was a miserable howl. What happened? The twin-headed Guang and the others who were watching the battle didn't understand. Just a second ago, Titan Yu was at a disadvantage, and was defeated by Slaughtering World and Sovereign Indestructible. Who knew that just a second later, the one who fell was Tu-Wan, who was like an outsider? What had happened in that 1 second? Moreover, why was Titan Yu able to walk out of the captain's strange door? Curiosity gnawed at their hearts like a poisonous snake. Unfortunately, with their eyesight, they couldn't see the truth at all. Everyone present. Apart from the demon god who had been hiding the truth from everyone, there was no one else who could see the entire process, let alone find out the truth of the mystery. So, spontaneously, everyone raised their eyes and looked at the monster emperor, including the captain, who was shocked. As the Nagato giant god, he did not see clearly what happened. The corner of the monster emperor's lips. A faint smile appeared on his face. Just as everyone's curiosity was about to explode, he suddenly said a strange name that no one would have expected. Puff. Pugue. It was a special type of beast that was rarely seen in the heaven realm. It was very unique because it was a semi-virtual spiritual life form. Some of its abilities were very outstanding, but its intelligence, potential and ability to evolve and mutate were relatively weak. Therefore, it was not liked by the Heaven Realm rankers. Even the Heaven Realm rankers and above rarely took the initiative to form a contract with this kind of special beast that was difficult to coordinate with its master. Potential and intelligence were always the most important training points for a beast. A beast could have no combat power, but it couldn't have no potential and intelligence. If it wasn't for the Goblin Emperor pointing out, a Pugue suddenly appeared. Even if the two-headed dragon Guang and the others watched for 3 days and 3 nights, they still wouldn't be able to guess that Yu Yang used a special beast that almost no one in the heaven realm had any interest in to turn the tide of the battle. It doesn't look like it. The only person who still had doubts was the arrogant man. Although he wasn't familiar with the various beasts in the heaven realm, he felt that he had heard of or seen them before. The legendary Pu Gui didn't look like this at all. The slender figure in front of him that was almost mistaken for Titan Yu already had a physical body. How was it a semi-virtual spiritual life form? Furthermore, the Pu Gui had always had low intelligence and little potential. How could it be the person in front of him? The person in front of him was already a divine beast, infinitely close to a real human. He had the most real flesh and blood. The light in his eyes was not inferior to any other intelligent life form. How could it be the Pu Gui that was destined to never reach a high realm or even evolve into a holy beast? The most important thing was that the Pu Gui was a spiritual life form without gender. The one in front of him. It was a stunning woman, a beautiful woman. The Pu Gui that Yu Yang had almost forgotten about was now standing beside him. Forget about outsiders, even Fatty Hai and Yi Kong wouldn't be able to recognize that the beauty in front of them was the Pu Gui that had the appearance of a woman but was completely a spiritual life form. She was wearing a battle armor similar to the moon battle armor, which was formed by the power of fate that she carried on her back. On the surface, it looked like a battle armor, but in fact, it was the symbol of her reversal of fate, rebirth, evolution, mutation, and ascension to become a divine beast. It was an eternal existence that coexisted with the fate of her master, but in form, it was controlled by her own free will. That was because when Yu Yang, the owner that it had never formed a contract with, was at his most difficult time, it did not hesitate to step forward and sacrifice itself. Pu Gui had obtained the greatest reward in her life. Promoted to a divine beast. Furthermore, they would forever be one with their master's fate. They would no longer wander around in their own fragile lives. They had completely transcended the inherent fate of the Pu Gui clan in their spiritual lives and had completely transformed into another form of existence. Unique in the entire world. Right now, she was fated to be one with him. She was a divine beast that could never be separated. She was destined to be with him, and there was no need for a contract. She is no longer a Pu Gui. She is now a completely new war beast. Furthermore, even among all the divine beasts, she is an extremely outstanding existence. The Fey Emperor gave her a very high evaluation. Then what happened to Tu Wan? Even if a Pu Gui evolved into a divine beast came out to help Titan Yu, it has nothing to do with Tu Wan. Someone did not understand. Maybe Tu Wan's character is not good, he has done too many bad things. Someone explained. Not having a good character is indeed a very scary thing. Everyone was whispering. Nonsense. Tu Wan struggled in pain and shouted, "Are you all idiots and blind? This has nothing to do with my character. I was hit by the enemy's dirty tricks, that's why I became like this. This was a deliberate sneak attack by Titan Yu." Everyone listened. They all looked at Yu Yang. Everyone wanted to hear how Yu Yang would explain. Yu Yang spread out his hands and shrugged his shoulders. "I won't deny that I did it. But if Mr. Tu Wan doesn't feel sad, then let me clarify that this was definitely not an intentional action. It was just a mistake. I had originally intended to rebound the attack on Supreme Indestructible, but who knew that Supreme Indestructible would slip away too quickly? As a result, Mr. Tu Wan was unfortunate enough to fall into my trap. I personally express my deep sympathy and condolences for Mr. Tu Wan's misfortune, and strongly condemn and protest Ji Wudi's irresponsible action of slipping away. How could you be so heartless as to abandon your good friend Mr. Tu Wan? And great Captain God, could it be that you have already forgotten Mr. Tu Wan's blooming chrysanthemum at the Great Ming Lake?" When everyone heard this, they all understood. As expected. It was still a problem with Tu Wan's character. As for the passionate gay relationship between him and Ji Wudi, Captain God, Dong Feng and the other divine rankers, everyone expressed their interest and curiosity. They also took out enough patience to wait for the development of the situation. Fighting and killing did not seem to be suitable for everyone, but this did not stop them from gloating. They could not participate in the battle, they could not cause others to be unlucky, but even so, they could stand outside and watch others suffer. That was also a good thing to see. Ji Wudi, who was shot, did not say anything. He did not bother to explain himself. Humph. Captain God did not say anything. They were all divine rankers. They had experienced hundreds of battles. They did not care about the enemy's verbal attacks. What they cared more about was the special method Yu Yang used to neutralize the attack. How did this Yu clan's third young master do it? How did he transfer all the pain he had suffered to Tu Wan? If Titan Yu used Pu Gui's special ability, how did he hide it from everyone's eyes and do it in front of everyone's eyes, even if these were not mentioned? How did this Pu Gui, who had inexplicably become a divine beast, appear in the chessboard world? In the chessboard world, one could not summon beasts or use treasures. Even grimoires were forbidden. How did Pu Gui enter? Would Dongfang watch a Pu Gui divine beast enter without doing anything? No one knew the real answer, including the Fey Emperor, who was watching the battle. The Fey Emperor discovered Pu Gui's appearance earlier than everyone else, and not the reason why she appeared in this world. Captain, close your door. Dongfang's voice came from the distant sky. No, there is absolutely no problem with my door. My door is the guardian door of the central shrine. No one, no living being, without my permission, can pass through it. Titan Yu coming out from the door was an illusion. His eyes were deceiving him, it was not real. I did not receive any warnings from the door, nor did I receive any hints about passing through it. Captain God argued with Dongfang. He believed that his door would not have any problems, because he was the #1 guard of the central shrine, the giant god Nagato. There is no problem with your door, but Titan, you should also be able to use your door. Your door is no longer the guardian door, but a backdoor in the chessboard world that people can use at any time. Heaven Butcher God Tusher's voice became sharp. Close the door first. Supreme Buddha's opinion was also in favor of Dongfang and Tusher's judgment. He did not like Dongfang, and it could even be said that he had always been hostile to Dongfang. But he, who secretly opposed Dongfang, also knew about it. Dongfang, anyone could hate him or despise him, but no one had the right to doubt him or deny him. If Dongfang was wrong, he believed that not many people in the heaven realm would be able to find the real answer. This was Dongfang. Captain God Tusher waved his sharp claws indignantly. He, who had transformed into a beast, almost lost control of his emotions. But in the end, he endured it and did as his ally asked. He closed the guardian door. In the sky, another wave of ripples was produced, just like the ripples on the surface of water caused by a gentle breeze. Circle after circle, the ripples spread out in an extremely gentle manner. However, the gate wasn't closed. The ancient and profound guardian gate didn't close as everyone had expected. It was still wide open. What are you doing? Tusher's voice was like a sharp awl. Could it be that he still wanted to fight at a time like this? Even if he was unhappy, couldn't he think about the big picture first? Titan Yu, the son of Tong Tian Tower, had once again reversed the situation. Could it be that he really wanted to turn this situation around and beat everyone out of Tong Tian Tower like fallen flowers? No, it's not me. Captain God Tu's face suddenly turned as white as paper, and sweat appeared on his forehead. If it's not you, then is it me? Tusher was completely enraged. Apart from you, who was the #1 guard of the central shrine? Who else could control the door? Who else had such a special innate ability? If he didn't want to close the door, he didn't need to put on such a pretentious act and use such a ridiculous attitude to brush everyone off, right? This was too much. The monster emperor in the distance was smiling, as if he was watching a good show of dogs biting each other. The people around him were also watching with great interest. Their eyes were glued to the scene, not willing to miss even half a second. They were deeply afraid that they would miss out on the exciting process, lest they regret it for the rest of their lives. The arrogant man stared at Yu Yang. He had a feeling. He felt that the real reason or the answer should not be on the captain, but on Titan Yu. Yu Yang clapped his hands and attracted everyone's attention. His smile was as bright as the sun, and his voice was as sincere as an old friend who had not seen each other for many years. He very kindly defended the captain. Actually, you have all misunderstood. How can you blame the #1 guard of the central shrine, the giant god Nagato, captain, for not guarding the door well? Actually, he did a very good job. In my opinion, he is much more competent than my watchdog, Grey Wolf. As soon as he said this, the captain's face immediately turned purple, purple like ink. Yu Yang acted as if he didn't see anything, and smiled as if there was no one else present, guarding the door for free, and being ordered around. It's already too much not to throw a bone as a reward. Still shouting and yelling, what do you think I am? Even if I'm a watchdog, I'm still protected by the livestock protection law. You guys are really too much. After the captain heard it, his face turned purple all of a sudden. Without waiting for the crowd to laugh out loud, it turned indigo blue, and finally from blue to red, becoming blood red. That face seemed as if it could drip blood at any time. Tu-Wan saw this scene in pain and suddenly felt that he was actually quite lucky. He only suffered external injuries. Although the pain was excruciating, his heart was still barely able to bear it. If he were to be replaced by the captain, with this thought in mind, Tu-Wan could not help but shiver. He had the feeling that he would die of anger, and his stomach would swell up, and finally explode in front of this terrifying Titan Yu with a loud bang. Compared to the captain, Tu-Wan discovered that although he was in excruciating pain, it was still considered light. After Yu Yang defended the captain for a while, he enthusiastically defended him. He casually stretched out his hand and pointed in front of him. An extremely gorgeous door suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Compared to the captain's original simple and mysterious door, Yu Yang's newly opened door was simply the most gorgeous and magnificent door in the world. Even the most beautiful words and phrases couldn't accurately describe the magnificence of this door. Of course, this gorgeous door wasn't the only one. With a light tap of Yu Yang's finger, two more green and elegant doors appeared in front of him, one on the left and one on the right, a dark and serene door. 3 doors lined up in front of him. No matter how one looked at it, it was impossible to tell the difference between these 3 doors and the captain's previously opened door. What? When Yu Yang opened these 3 doors, not only Tushar, the captain, and the others, even the invisible Eastern Palace Master who had been controlling the entire battle couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Your door is fake. Although the captain could not see the difference between the door created by Yu Yang and his own, he believed that in the entire heaven realm, other than himself who had the Nagato innate skill, there would not be a second person who could create a door. Even if a god ranker created a similar door, it would definitely be fake. It had the appearance of a door, but it did not have the characteristics of a door. After the captain advanced to god rank, he spent at least 3,000 years to research and excavate his own innate skill to the maximum before finally creating 2 divine doors that were one with his own god power and will. Especially the first guardian door, he spent close to 2,000 years to perfectly form it. The difficulty was no less than creating a small world. This Titan Yu in front of him had never come into contact with a similar door, nor did he have this kind of innate skill. How could he create a similar door just by looking at it? Furthermore, he created 3 divine doors in one go. This was absolutely impossible, thus, the captain was 100% sure that these 3 doors were fake. They only looked similar. That was why everyone was confused. My door is the most unique guardian door in the heaven realm. As long as it exists, no power can pass through. Furthermore, under my will, all those who fail will be imprisoned in the world of the door. It is not as simple as the door that you see with your eyes. Its function is not just to pass through. Of course, the guardian door had even more important secrets, but the captain would not easily reveal them. He only revealed a part of the characteristics of the guardian door that he created. Through these abilities that others could not possess, he used them to counter Titan Yu, who was trying to copy the appearance of the door to deceive everyone. God power and a person's unique innate skill, is it something that you, a country bumpkin from Tong Tian Tower, can play with, the door and the world behind it? A wimpy brat like you will never understand. This was the confidence of the #1 guard of the central shrine, the Nagato giant god, cough cough. Tu-Wan, who had used his god power to heal his injuries with great difficulty, was still a little weak and had not recovered to his peak condition. He was quietly distancing himself from Yu Yang. He had had enough. Regardless of whether this brat Titan Yu knew how to create a door, whether he could use other people's abilities, or what other techniques he did not want to understand any of them. Distancing himself was the safest. Perhaps they were fated to oppose each other. Tuan felt that ever since he first laid eyes on Yu Tan, he had always been plagued by misfortune. Nothing good had ever happened to him. Just now, Autark Indestructible and the others had joined forces to launch a sneak attack on Titan Yu. That kid was completely unscathed, but Autark Indestructible had nearly lost his skin and bones. If not for the fact that he had a god body, he would have died 10,000 times over. Whatever demon-slaying beast, whatever gate of God, who cared how he did it? As long as it appeared, no one wanted to question it, and no one wanted to get close to it. In any case, as long as they got close to the god of plague, Titan Yu, nothing good would happen. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't leave the chessboard world freely, Tuan would have quit the game. Why was he the one who was injured when others were fighting? You can't play people like this, even if one's character was bad, there should be a limit, okay? Besides, this wasn't a problem with one's character at all. This was infuriating. Don't be discriminated against a second time. Feeling deeply wronged, Tuan silently retreated, intending to distance himself from the battlefield and distance himself from Titan Yu, his nemesis. However, no matter how low-key he was destined to be unable to escape the teasing of fate. It was fine if he didn't move. The moment he moved, he was discovered by Xi Indestructible, who was observing the whole scene calmly. The 5-meter-tall Tuan was basically a dwarf in front of the 20-meter-tall Xi Indestructible, who had a strong innate skill. The difference in realm and strength between the two was also obvious. Tuan was unhappy and wanted to retreat. His lack of self-awareness as a cannon fodder had angered Xi Indestructible. Faster than lightning by 100 times, Xi Indestructible appeared behind Tuan in an instant. With a big kick, he kicked Tuan towards Yu Yang. He directly crashed into the door of elegance that was full of green and vitality. Dong Feng, who was controlling the entire chessboard world behind the scenes, did not object. Instead, he cooperated and changed the space of the chessboard world, causing Tuan, who was struggling, to fall into the graceful door like a drowning ghost. Would the door created by Titan Yu really have the same special characteristics as the Gate of God created by Cheng Wei? 1 second later. The answer was out. The door opened, and a battered and exhausted black donkey rushed out, running away from Titan Yu while screaming. What was going on? Tuan was clearly the one who entered, so why did a stupid donkey rush out? Everyone was dumbfounded. Could it be that the door created by Titan Yu was the Real Gate of God? The Yao Emperor was stunned at first, then laughed loudly. The spectators all turned to look at him. But he refused to say anything. He was enjoying all the fun and laughter alone, which made people jealous. It was not just him. Even Xi Indestructible, Cheng Wei, and the others who kicked Tuan and also laughed loudly. The only one who was more serious was Tuan's big brother, God Tu Sure. He shot out a beam of divine light that landed on the black donkey, seemingly using his divine power and will to dispel some kind of power. The black donkey's body changed shape, and with a puff, it returned to the panic-stricken Tuan. What did you see in the door? Finally finished laughing, Xi Indestructible didn't have the self-awareness to kick Tuan to his death, and instead asked Tuan how he felt. Damn it. Tuan cursed softly. If it wasn't for the fact that his strength was so much lower than his opponent's, he would have kicked him back. This isn't the Gate of God, it's just a small trick of transformation. After seeing it, Cheng Wei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He realized that the Gate of God created by Titan Yu wasn't like the one he created, but something else. This discovery allowed him to put down the huge rock that was hanging in his heart. If Titan Yu really had the ability to infer many things from one instance and create the Gate of God with just one look, then there was no need to fight this battle. If that kind of person that was even more monstrous than a pervert really existed, then there was no way to fight at all. Transformation Gate? Xi Indestructible obviously saw something strange, but he wasn't too sure. It's a very good imitation, but it seems to only have the ability to transform. Although Tusher's tone was light, he was still very cautious. Wrong, this is the Gate of Knowledge. Yu Yang waved his hand, even imitating Cheng Wei's confidence. With a casual wave of his hand, the green and lively graceful gate flashed, and a line of words appeared. These words weren't written in the Heaven Realm or Tong Tian Tower, nor were they runes. Instead, they were square words that were pieced together with a special kind of stroke. They were arranged very neatly. At first, they didn't feel it, but after looking at it for a long time, they could feel an indescribable sense of harmony and beauty. Even though they didn't recognize it, everyone present believed that this was a mature language. Perhaps it was a language that had been passed down since ancient times, but it had already been lost in the present day, so no one could recognize it anymore. These square words were arranged in a strange way in the sky: dark plum blossoms, lying on a branch, hurt at the bottom. Asking from afar, lying like water, easily reaching a stupid donkey. Everyone could see it clearly, but no one could recognize it. They stared at each other. No one could understand the meaning of these words. Even the most knowledgeable palace master Dongfeng was no exception. This is the fundamental meaning of the Gate of Knowledge. Anyone who enters this Gate of Knowledge and is unable to decipher the secret of the gate will be punished by the god's power and become a donkey. Yu Yang held back his laughter and introduced his masterpiece to everyone with a deadpan expression. In the end, he even sighed and said, "As a god tier, you can't even recognize a few lines of words. How pitiful. That's why I say that it's scary to be uneducated." Tu Wan's face turned green. Right now, he wished that he could immediately find a hole to hide in. It wasn't that he had never been slapped in the face before, but he had never been slapped so badly before. He was a god-tier ranker. How did he suddenly become an illiterate idiot? He was even slapped in the face in front of everyone's eyes. He really couldn't close his eyes even if he died. It's just a trap. It's not some god gate at all. The captain finally understood. Titan Yu didn't even know how to use a gate, nor did he know how to create a gate. He only made a trap that looked like a gate. However, even so, he was still shocked. From seeing it to imitating it, and then using it, how long did it take for Titan Yu to use it? Dongfeng said that this brat was a threat, and it was not wrong at all. With such abnormal intelligence and inherent skill, if this brat was allowed to train for 1,000 or a few hundred years, then the entire heaven realm would probably be destroyed by him, let alone the heaven realm. Let's try again. Supreme Indestructible suddenly appeared behind Tu Wan, who was squatting on the ground dejectedly. With a flying kick, he sent the unlucky Tu Wan flying towards the second gate in the row in front of Yu Yang. In other words, it was the magnificent door in the middle. Tu Wan screamed. He wanted to ask why it was him again, but as a cannon fodder, he didn't even have the right to speak. Let alone the captain and Dongfeng, even Tushar, who was his own brother, didn't object. He calmly observed the situation like an outsider. Boom, the magnificent gate opened again in less than a second after it closed. Countless rays of light shot into the sky. In the center of the light, there was a black shadow that fell to the ground like a dead dog. Everyone focused their gazes and saw that the black shadow was no longer a donkey, but a weak monster that was so ugly that it was unbearable to look at. This incomparably ugly little monster was trembling as it stood in the center, feeling wronged as it endured the inhumane gazes of the crowd. It was still the big brother, Tushar, who used a bright red divine light to disperse the power of the magnificent gate, allowing the ugly little monster to return to Tu Wan's real body. Tu Wan recovered and immediately cried. He was crying like a waterfall. The blow was too big. There was nothing he could do. Not to mention his allies and spectators, even his enemy, Yu Yang, felt pity for him. What kind of trap is this? Beast transformation gate? The captain pretended to be disdainful. He realized that the power of this gate was completely different from the previous one, but the effect was similar. He was puzzled. Wrong, this is the gate of justice. Yu Yang retorted without hesitation. Then he waved his hand again. The pirated action made the original captain's face turn as black as ink, but Yu Yang didn't seem to notice it at all. He cheerfully introduced it to everyone. Do you see these words? This is the complete mystery of the Gate of Justice. The mystery he was talking about was actually a line of words: cats eat fish, dogs eat meat, Ultraman fights small monsters. According to what Yu Yang had said, all intruders who were unable to decipher the mysteries of the Gate of Justice, if they didn't have the slightest sense of justice, would be punished by God's power. Everyone turned to look at Tu Wan. Most of them looked at him with disdain. Only the arrogant man said in a sympathetic tone, "It doesn't matter if you don't have a sense of justice. It's only appropriate to be evil." However, as a divine level who thinks highly of himself, you don't even have the slightest sense of justice. It does seem a little strange. Alright, maybe I'm just imagining things. Hearing the arrogant man's words, Tuan was even more heartbroken. The battlefield was silent for a long time. Everyone was thinking of a way to deal with this. This Titan Yu was able to set up so many traps in the chessboard world. He couldn't underestimate his opponent too much. What wave of attacks should he unleash next to be able to kill him? Just as Tusher and the captain were thinking hard, Dongfang suddenly said, Titan Yu, if this is all of your understanding of your abilities, then this battle is about to end. Don't forget, this is a world that I created. As long as my will doesn't allow this kind of existence, then there won't be any gate in the chessboard world, no matter if it's a real gate or a fake gate. After saying that, there was a flash of brilliance in the chessboard world. Whether it was the captain's guarding gate or the 3 god gates created by Yu Yang, they all disappeared without a trace. The disappearance of all the doors in the world of the chessboard was just the beginning. Yu Yang immediately discovered that the place where he was standing had also undergone a strange change. It was as if he had fallen into a well, surrounded by a transparent space barrier. Yu Yang could see that the enemy was approaching him, but he was trapped and could not make any effective evasive maneuvers. Because, apart from the top of his head, there were no other exits. Yu Yang, who could not move his body freely, could only watch as the enemy attacked him. Under the suppression of the natural talent and the law of will of the East, the world of the chessboard was even more terrifying than a real chessboard. Now, Yu Yang was a chess piece that was restricted by the rules. He was like the commander in a chess game, who could not leave the 9 squares no matter how he moved. The enemy, however, was not restricted by the rules. The captain, the world butcher, and the supreme indestructible could easily pass through any obstacles, as if there were no obstacles in their way. On the contrary, they seemed to be able to increase their speed. Pu Guo, who had been standing quietly behind Yu Yang, was also trapped. She angrily attacked her surroundings. She hoped to use her own strength to break through the obstacles and rescue her master. However, it was to no avail. No matter how powerful her attack was, it was like a clay ox entering the sea when it hit the transparent barrier. There was no response at all. The more she struggled, the less space she could move. In the end, she did not even have the space to stretch her arms and legs. She was trapped in the space barrier like a dumpling. Boom! On the other side, the 3 divine level experts took advantage of the East to launch another attack. 3 types of divine power of different strengths and attributes penetrated the space at the same time and bombarded Yu Yang's body without any reservation. The beastified captain and the supreme indestructible launched a pincer attack, while the heaven butcher and the world butcher, who were good at sneak attacks, came down from the top of his head. Yu Yang's body shook. His entire body was like a collapsing mountain. Under the push of the terrifying destructive aura, he fell down with a loud rumble. He, who had lost consciousness under the heavy blow, did not even struggle as he directly fell into the black hole created by the East. The world of the chessboard and the space around him had been shattered by the combined attacks of the 3 divine level experts. Under the pull of the laws, Yu Yang's body moved faster and faster. In the end, he was as fast as a shooting star as he slid into the endless black hole. Meanwhile, Pu Guo was still trapped in her original position, unable to move her fingers. Is it over? The captain was still in disbelief. Titan Yu, who had been so abnormal and troublesome to deal with just now, had he really been defeated by him? Originally, he had to go through a tough battle, but he didn't expect that he would be heavily injured and faint with just a joint attack. Of course, the greatest credit did not come from the 3 of them working together, but from the East. Without his chessboard world, without him using the power of laws to trap this Titan Yu, even if the 3 of them worked together, they would not have won so easily. Compared to the captain's optimism, the heaven butcher and the world butcher were much more cautious. It was too smooth. Titan Yu God Butcher only defended and did not counterattack at all. This doesn't match his personality. Supreme Indestructible also shook his head. We did not even use 100% of our strength. This kind of victory is a little suspicious. The twin-headed dragon Guang and the others who were watching the battle looked at the Beast Emperor. They did not think that Titan Yu God would be defeated so easily. However, with their current realm and strength, they could not see the truth. Hence, they could only ask for help from the Beast Emperor, who was also a super divine level expert like Dongfang and the others. Only the Beast Emperor, who was the leader of the nine-headed clan, could see the truth. The demon the arch revealed a slight smile and gently waved his hand. Actually, everyone doesn't have to look at me. Just look at Pugue in the arena. She isn't dead or injured. In turn, doesn't this prove that Titan Yu is safe and sound? Although we can't use grimoires or summon beasts to fight in the chessboard world, since it exists, the beast law should be in effect. That's right. If Pugue is fine, then Titan Yu is definitely fine. We were worried for nothing just now. But with 3 super divine level experts working together, Titan Yu could not even retaliate. How could he be fine? Wasn't that black hole created by Palace Master Dongfang? If it was created by Titan Yu himself, then Titan Yu should have taken the chance to escape. It's reasonable that he is fine. Didn't Dongfang deny the existence of all divine gates? It's impossible that there are more. Well said. Even the captain doesn't have the help of a divine gate, let alone Titan Yu, who only imitated the appearance of a divine gate. Then what do you think is going on? If you ask me, who should I ask? Everyone who was watching the battle started to discuss amongst themselves. No one was convinced by the other. Everyone had their own opinions and thoughts, but none of them could stand up to scrutiny. Yu Yang's performance looked ordinary, but the more they thought about it, the more confused they became. The more they thought about it, the more mysterious they felt. In the end, this suspicion extended to the captain and the others. Even they, who were the attackers, felt that something was wrong. What went wrong? Just as everyone was thinking, Tu Wan, who wanted to cry but couldn't find a hole to hide in, suddenly let out a scream of pain. His sternum and spine exploded at the same time. There was a deep bloody hole in the top of his head. White brain matter gushed out. What was even more frightening was that countless bewitching blood-red divine lights were wreaking havoc on his body. If not for his powerful divine body, Tu Wan would have almost been turned into a skeleton by these blood-red divine lights. A golden fist mark emerged from Tu Wan's sternum, and countless ribs exploded outwards like broken straws. Pieces of his internal organs flew everywhere. At the same time, a golden fist imprint with a hint of purple appeared on the back of his spine. It did not shatter his bones or shatter his internal organs, but the terrifying fist imprint did not dissipate. With it around, even if Tu Wan had a divine body, he would not be able to recover normally. Why is it me again? Tu Wan used all his strength to weakly spit out this sentence. He was speechless. Even if he was the easiest to bully among the divine level experts, there was no need for him to suffer every time, right? There was simply no justice in this world. Was it wrong for him to hide far away and not participate in the battle? Why was he always the one getting injured? Besides, you guys are fighting Titan Yu. Why do you want me to take the damage for him? I am also his enemy, okay? How could you make a mistake with such a huge target? Are you guys purposely messing with me? Tu Wan really wanted to question his ally like this. Unfortunately, he did not have the time to shout out these words of grief and indignation from his throat that was already filled with blood and pieces of his internal organs. His eyes rolled back and he fainted on the ground. Look carefully. The arrogant man clapped his hands and praised, so the function of the Pugue is to take the damage for its master and shift the blame to others. This is wonderful. With the help of this Pugue, Titan Yu does not even need to hit anyone. The harder you hit him, the more pain he will feel, and the more pain the Pugue will take, and the more pain it will pass on to others. It is impossible for an ordinary Pugue to pass on the damage of a divine level expert. Only this Pugue in front of us, who surpassed herself and became a divine beast, has this ability. The Yao Emperor pointed out the difference between the two. Towards this divine beast Pugue in front of them who had transformed into a human, her uniqueness had indeed caused everyone to gasp in surprise. Unfortunately, everyone saw the result. No one could see how she took the damage on behalf of her master and shifted the blame to others. Exchange pieces. Dongfang snorted lightly. A light flashed in the chessboard world. Tu Wan, who was heavily injured and unable to recover, and the Pugue, who was still trapped and unable to move, were both separated from the chessboard world. Unlike the spectators, the two of them were separated from each other. Although they were outside the chessboard world, they were not completely out of the chessboard world's chess game. However, they could no longer unleash their combat prowess. They were like two chess pieces that had been exchanged. The Pugui had been exchanged. Yu Yang, who had just been swallowed by the black hole, did not show himself. Could it be that he had already been thrown into an endless space-time crack, and would not be able to find a way back in a short period of time? It would be great if that was the case. However, before the captain could rejoice, he saw the hateful country bumpkin, who was yawning and stretching his body, standing behind Supreme Indestructible with a hateful expression, as if he had just woken up from a long dream. This brat, when and where did he run off to? The captain was puzzled no matter how he thought about it. Not only him, even Tian Tushar, who was the fastest and had the best reaction speed, also did not understand. Supreme Indestructible, who had the body of a giant, did not even realize that the enemy was already standing behind him. He was still seriously searching for any suspicious points, completely unaware that the greatest threat was standing behind his right ankle. Compared to the 20-meter-tall Supreme Indestructible, who had a strong innate skill, Yu Yang indeed had to look up to this giant that was even taller than a building. If they were to compare body size and weight, even if there were 100 Yu Yang, he would still lose. However, battle power had nothing to do with this. Yu Yang seemed to be indifferent as he punched out. It looked soft and powerless, and its speed was as slow as a snail. It was even lighter than a cotton fist, and it did not make any sound. It was probably slightly louder than the sound of a feather falling to the ground. Not to mention that it could not even defeat a Zhizun, it could not even kill a mosquito or an ant. In the next second, the captain saw Supreme Indestructible, who had a strong innate skill and the world's most barbaric body, fall to the ground with a loud bang. His right foot, which could easily crush a mammoth, exploded from the inside out. It was no longer in human shape. It looked as disgusting as it was disgusting. Compared to Tu Wan's chest, where his internal organs were sent flying, Supreme Indestructible's right foot was even more miserable. Under the captain's incredulous gaze, Yu Yang lifted Supreme Indestructible up like an ant moving a huge rock. He was like a barbarian grabbing a broken sack and smashing it around. He was even crazier and more violent than this. Boom 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 boom, it was unknown how many times he had smashed it, but the mountain peak was smashed into flat ground again and again. Deep pits were formed on the flat ground, and the deep pits protruded from the crazy smashing, forming hills. The whole chessboard world had become a dilapidated ruin full of potholes. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Yu Yang casually threw Supreme Indestructible, who was still in a daze, away as if he was throwing away a dirty and damaged doll. He then patted the non-existent dust off his hands as if there was no one else present. Then, he showed a bright smile to the captain, the god-level ranker who was the #1 guard of the central shrine, and was known as Giant God Nagato. Don't worry, if you don't like to be so gentle, I can be a little rough. Beating Supreme Indestructible, who had a strong innate skill, to the point that he had to look for his teeth all over the ground, was gentle. Are you sure? When the captain thought about how this brat would treat him rudely later, he felt a chill run down his spine, from the soles of his feet to his back, up his spine, all the way to the top of his head, and then out from the top of his skull. It's over. Dongfeng was right. This damn Titan Yu was really abnormal. When Supreme Indestructible fell to the ground, everyone's impression of him changed. Before this, the spectators who believed that Titan Yu would lose for sure all felt powerless from the bottom of their hearts. Could it be that in this world, someone who could defeat Titan Yu, this kid hasn't been born yet? Dongfeng, Tushar, the captain, Supreme Indestructible, and the other divine-level experts worked together, but they still couldn't do anything to this kid. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Supreme Indestructible, who had great talent, had fallen. Next? Who would it be next? The captain's expression was very unsightly. He felt that he would most likely be the next one to suffer. Whether it was the inviolable will of a divine-level expert, or the pride of a super-expert, he wouldn't allow his enemy to make fun of him in front of so many spectators. The captain really wanted to shout at Titan Yu, I'm not a fish on the chopping block. I'm not a lamb that you can do whatever you want to me. Of course, he couldn't shout this out in the end, because the captain was feeling a bit guilty. He knew that he wouldn't be a match for Supreme Indestructible, who had great talent and a strong body. Dongfeng. The captain stared at Yu Yang, not daring to turn his head. he was the #1 guard of the central shrine, full of confidence. Now, he was worried that this incredible youngster would launch a sneak attack and deal him a fatal blow, so he anxiously shouted Dongfang's name. From the bottom of his heart, he didn't want to stand against Yu Yang. Instead, he hoped that his strongest ally, Dongfang, could step forward and help him out. Other than Dongfang, the captain couldn't think of anyone else who could stop a freak like Titan Yu. It's no big deal. Swap. Only Palace Master Dongfang remained confident. As soon as he finished speaking, Tuyu, who had already been transformed into a chessboard puppet war slave, unleashed a beam of golden light that shot toward the heavily injured Supreme Invincible. In an instant, the two's injuries were swapped. The monster Tuyu exploded into pieces, while the heavily injured Supreme Indestructible quickly recovered from the golden light. After Supreme Indestructible stood up again, the spectators discovered that both his strength and body were completely new. It was even better than before the battle. Seeing such a strange scene, the spectators could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Holy sh*t, with this kind of nomological ability, in this unique world operated by the will of God, who else could defeat the creator and master of the Eastern chessboard world? Impossible. Even if Titan Yu was 100 or 1,000 times stronger, it would still be impossible for him to defeat Dongfang, or perhaps, if the more powerful divine temple supremacy was in the chessboard world, he would not dare to say that he could win easily. Because this wasn't something that could be defeated by strength. This was a law that made people feel incomparable despair. It was a supreme divine power that was completely controlled by the Eastern World Lord. Too shameless. Only now did the arrogant man understand why Dongfang would waste his divine power to resurrect trash like Tuyu, Burial Tiger, and Long Mantis as war puppets. So it was for this. Before the battle even started, Dongfang had already set up this hidden chess piece, setting up an ambush from 10 sides, just waiting for Titan Yu to jump into it. Dongfang, as expected of the #1 sage of the central shrine. Respect, respect. The Demon Emperor also shook his head and sighed. Compared to the other divine-level experts in the upper heaven realm, although Dongfang was not the one with the strongest divine power, he was definitely the most terrifying enemy. Victory is always in the grasp, is this what it means? The twin-headed dragon Guang's face was as pale as paper, his eyes lifeless as he muttered to himself. If he didn't look, he wouldn't know. With one look, he realized that he was really in existence like an ant, incomparably insignificant. Compared to monsters like Titan Yu or Dongfang, wanting to retain a bit of self-respect, wanting to redeem a bit of superiority in a certain aspect, wanting to not completely break down, was really very difficult. Just how in the world did this kind of monster come into being? It was fine if there was one, but two of them were so abnormal that they made people go crazy. If this went on, would others still be able to live? The twin-headed dragon Guang wasn't the only one who felt dejected. Almost all the spectators felt the same. Except for the Demon Emperor. The others were close to breaking down under Dongfang's attack. Losing in intelligence was often more painful and powerless than losing in strength. Titan Yu, I think that you didn't use that little trick just now, right? At this moment, Heaven Slaughter God Tushar was hidden in the darkness as he snorted faintly. His words gave people a feeling as if there was an invisible thorn that drilled into their ears at the same time as his voice. It penetrated deep into their brains and pierced straight into the core of their souls. He was different from the excited captain. Before Yu Yang really failed, he wouldn't lower his guard even a bit. What a joke. What replacement? It's just a small trick. Who are you trying to scare? Yu Yang shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he only needed to destroy Tuyu and the other 2 puppet slaves. When everyone heard this, they thought, there seems to be a turning point. Could it be that in this strange battle that everyone seemed to have no solution to, there was still a way to easily break through the formation? Yu Yang's confident response made the spectators curious again. Especially the Demon Emperor, who was very interested in him previously, looked at him with a smile. I completely agree. The most surprising thing was that Dongfang actually agreed with Yu Yang's words. Eh? The arrogant man almost thought that Dongfang had taken the wrong medicine. As long as the war slaves are destroyed, they can indeed escape the influence of the code. However, Titan Yu, what I want to say is that you are not the first person to see this flaw. After comprehending this code, I have not been hiding it for thousands of years. On the contrary, I have been constantly repairing and changing it. Smart young man, you can't be thinking that I will take out a half-finished product to fight you, right? Dongfang laughed very lightly. It wasn't that he didn't have a backup plan. Since he could use these puppet slaves, he knew the weakness of this method. Therefore, Dongfang made a move that was even more shocking to the eyes. Under the gazes of everyone present, Dongfang took the initiative to kill Tu Yu, Long Mantis, Zhang Hu, and the other puppet war slaves before Yu Yang could make a move. If there was one person in this world who could truly and completely destroy the puppet slaves, then it would definitely be Dongfang himself, the creator and master of the chessboard world. However, before Yu Yang could make a move, he used his vast divine power to destroy Tu Yu and the other puppet slaves in one move. This action puzzled all the spectators. Why, Dongfang didn't protect the war slaves, didn't hide them, and instead acted himself to kill these war slaves. As long as the war slaves existed, through the use of the code and substitution, then everyone on Dongfang's side would forever be in an invincible position. Such a huge advantage, why didn't Dongfang make use of it and instead personally send them to their deaths? They couldn't understand. Everyone present couldn't understand. Even the Demon Emperor, who had been staring at Dongfang, frowned tightly. What he didn't understand the most was not why Dongfang personally destroyed Tu Yu and the other puppet slaves, but why did Dongfang still create Tu Yu and the other war slaves when they clearly had an advantage and also a weakness? According to the original situation, Dongfang didn't need Tu Yu, Long Mantis, and Burial Tiger's battle power at all. He didn't even need them to enter the chessboard world. He could just casually send them outside and watch the battle like all the spectators. However, Dongfang didn't do that. Instead, he turned Tu Yu, Long Mantis, and Burial Tiger into chess pieces and participated in the battle. The Demon Emperor knew. Dongfang's puzzling action must have some kind of purpose. The great hall master of the Central Divine Palace, who was famous in the upper realm for his wisdom and meticulous planning, never did useless things. However, even with the eyes of the Demon Emperor, with the wisdom of the Demon Emperor, and with the ability of the Demon Emperor, he couldn't see through the mystery. Everyone could only know one thing. Dongfang's action had a deep meaning, but no one could guess the truth. What was Dongfang's intention and goal of killing the war slaves before Titan Yu could make a move? None of them could figure it out, and all turned to look at Yu Yang. They hoped to see something on his face. Yu Yang's face was expressionless. There was no surprise, no frustration, and no anger. What people saw was a kind of calm that was as still as water, as if he had already seen through everything that would happen in the future many years ago. His expression was quiet and peaceful. When the captain saw this, he snorted coldly. He felt that this brat was a dead chicken that was stuffed with rice. On the surface, he was stubbornly holding on, but in his heart, he was scared to death. Just as everyone was looking forward to it, Dongfang spoke again. Dear friends, whether you are friends or enemies, thank you very much for your participation. What I want to say now is that I have made you wait for a long time. Let me uncover the mystery for everyone. The truth is, this battle only truly began the moment I erased the war slaves. Perhaps you have heard of hidden pieces. In a game of chess, they are buried early and wait until the time of need. Or at the most crucial moment, these hidden pieces will appear and play a crucial role. From then on, they will settle or even reverse the entire battle situation. Dongfang's voice carried a hint of lightness, as if he was an old hunter that had seen his prey in a trap and exclaimed, "What a big fox, its fur is so beautiful," in delight. Perhaps it was because he saw everyone's confusion, he explained to everyone in a good mood, "As everyone can see, my action of personally erasing the war slaves was actually not to kill them. In reality, as long as I, the master of the chessboard world, still have divine power, then they can be reborn infinitely. The reason why I did not let Titan Yu attack them was not because I was afraid that he would kill these war slaves, but because I felt that it would be a waste of time. Hence, I decided to do it myself and directly erase them, turning them into abandoned pieces. Through abandoned pieces, you must have obtained something from it." Yao Emperor was very certain of Dongfang's character. Dongfang would definitely not do something that would cause him to lose money. Yes. Dongfang laughed. However, the intention of abandoned pieces is not to obtain, but to exchange. When a hidden piece needs to come out from the dark, then it needs the right timing and rules. I turned 3 war slaves into abandoned pieces and exchanged them for 3 hidden pieces that had been lying in ambush long ago. This is the entire reason for my action. Creating a few chess pieces. Then abandoning these useless chess pieces. Exchanging some of the trump cards that he needed and had been lying in ambush long ago. This was the true truth, and it was also Dongfang's plan and arrangement all along. Under the rules of the chessboard world, once the battle began, then one could not summon, and could not even use any method to increase the number of teammates, even if it was the guardian beast in the summoning grimoire. However, Dongfang, the master of the chessboard world who was almost demonic in his wisdom, made use of this rule. He used this method of abandoning pieces to unseal the important hidden pieces that could not appear and could not be added to the chessboard world battlefield from their hiding places. The price he paid was merely 3 puppet war slaves that had no consciousness. Everyone knew that once the exchange was successful, then what was exchanged would definitely be the hidden pieces that Dongfang had been lying in ambush in this chessboard world long ago. Once they appeared at the crucial moment, they would be able to produce a huge amount of energy, and would definitely be able to stabilize the situation and decide the outcome of the battle. However, who were these hidden pieces? Who were they? A ray of light flashed in the sky. At first, it was very faint. But gradually, it became brighter and brighter until it became a sun-like existence that people couldn't look at directly. It was even more brilliant than the sun in the chessboard world. Even the demon emperor, who had godly eyes, had to cover it with his hands. As for the arrogant man and the others, they were even more dazzled. The pressure was like a mountain descending. The stones under Yu Yang's feet cracked. This was not the will of the East, but another kind of power, an invincible godly power, a pressure like that of a mountain. From the moment the invincible godly power enveloped Yu Yang's head, the world was completely different, showing a new trend, as if this was the direction of the right path, and everything before this was wrong. A man who was even more dazzling than the sun slowly descended from the sky. He was indescribably handsome. He was more perfect and brilliant than the legendary gods. Anyone who saw him would sigh from the bottom of their heart. Those who didn't have the will of a supreme martial artist would even feel their heart palpitate and feel ashamed of their inferiority. Weaker spectators like the double-headed dragon Guang and the glamorous queen had the urge to kneel in front of this man and hug his thighs to ask for his permission. Then, they would be willing to be ordered around by him and do their best until the day they die. Only a particularly eccentric and unruly man could maintain his original sanity. He disdainfully spat on the ground to show his disdain. And standing beside him, the 2 overlords of the Heaven Realm, Black Bear Goblin and Wild Boar Goblin, were continuously slapping themselves in the face. Only by doing that could they barely resist the negative effects of being extremely lowly in their hearts. The other people of the 9 clans all lowered their eyes, not daring to look at the man in the field. They were afraid that if they made eye contact, their minds would be frightened by the other's godly power. Invincible supreme martial artist. The demon emperor looked serious and snorted coldly. The proud Yu, the god-level expert who has never been defeated in his life in the records of the Heaven Realm, is actually ordered around by the East, and is willing to be a hidden pawn in someone else's chess game. Am I right? At least I'm better than those who don't even have the qualifications to become Fuzi, am I right? The newcomer lightly brushed her soft and beautiful long hair off her shoulders and smiled confidently. Other than you, who are the other 2? Immovable Supreme Martial Artist and Deity Palace Supreme Martial Artist, Tianyu? The Demon Emperor frowned. You want to know the truth? It's very simple, just defeat me. The undefeatable Paragon laughed heartily. He was so handsome that no one could look at him directly. He gathered the boundless divine power together and transformed it into an extremely gorgeous divine armor. He then used the remaining divine power to form an exquisite golden harp. He didn't need to play it personally. This divine harp would naturally play by itself. One only needed to listen to the gentle sounds of nature. The tinkling music lingered in the ears, causing all the listeners to feel as though they had fallen into paradise, as though they were bathing in the spring breeze. When Yu Yang saw this, his eyebrows furrowed. The Yao Emperor, who had been neutral all this while, reminded him, be careful, that undefeated record is real. After being stunned for half a second, Yu Yang asked, "Is it undefeated after advancing to the divine level, or has it been undefeated since birth? Is it the law of divine power, or an innate ability?" The Yao Emperor nodded slowly. "It should be an innate ability. Although the deity Palace Supreme Martial Artist and the immovable Supreme Martial Artist are of a higher rank, the opponent in front of you is indeed a divine-level expert who has never been defeated in his life. No matter who the undefeatable paragon fights against, he will always be the same." The captain threw his head back and laughed maniacally. "You might as well call it the invincible banner. As long as the invincible sovereign appears on the battlefield, then this war will definitely be won. This is something that no power can change." The Yao Emperor's expression was solemn. "Although it's arrogant, if you insist on saying it like this, it's also a fact." The double-headed dragon Guang and the other spectators heard the Yao Emperor's inconceivable words. They were all dumbfounded. They simply couldn't believe their ears. How could this be? From birth to maturity, and then to advancing to the divine level, how many battles would a person experience, who could possibly be undefeated in a battle? Could it be that the undefeatable paragon had never met an opponent who was stronger than him in all his battles? Even if their strengths were comparable, it was impossible to be undefeated all the time. Every warrior's comprehension of techniques and battle techniques were different. The growth of grimoires and beasts was even more ever-changing. Who knows, one day, he might meet an opponent whose attributes and innate ability were on the same level. Defeat was almost unavoidable. How did the undefeatable paragon always defeat his opponents and maintain an undefeated record? Hearing the Yao Emperor's words, Yu Yang also felt ashamed. Logically speaking, his growth speed and process were already good enough, but he still frequently met some strong enemies. If it wasn't for Shui Wuxia and the others' unlimited help, or the heavenly sword goddess's silent protection, he might have already died 1,000 times. For someone as strong as Yu Yang in terms of cultivation, for someone as monstrous as Dongfeng, he would also meet a strong opponent, and had no choice but to suffer a grievance in a battle and lose. How could this undefeatable paragon who looked like a trap be able to fight an undefeated battle? It couldn't be. Could it be that traps were the strongest people in the world? Yu Yang couldn't help but curse in his heart. Fighting against Dongfeng, who was full of evil tricks and who knew how many more tricks he would come up with, now there was an undefeatable paragon who had never been defeated in his life. Furthermore, even if he really defeated this guy, it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be even more abnormal Zhizun and Zhizun, the two big bosses. Hey, this instance dungeon's difficulty was too high. Originally, they might not even be able to clear this nightmare instance dungeon in a team battle, but now they had to clear it by themselves. Were the heavens playing with this young master's rhythm? How many battles have you fought in your life? Yu Yang still had a sliver of hope in his heart. If this sissy undefeatable paragon had only fought 2 or 3 battles in his life and won all of them, it would be fine. It was probably because he didn't meet a truly strong opponent, which was why he was called undefeatable. Even if I don't have 100,000, I believe I have fought 99,000 battles. The Yao Emperor revealed another secret. The undefeatable paragon is a divine-level ranker who loves to challenge his opponents the most. F***ck. Yu Yang could only curse in response. Don't make me sound so scary, okay? The undefeatable paragon grinned from ear to ear. It was obvious that he was very happy with the Yao Emperor's praise. The deity Templar sovereign Tian Yu once said that he had failed 100 times in his life. Furthermore, after he had reached the godly level, he had experienced close to 10 battles where his life was at stake. He had narrowly escaped with his life. Although the undefeatable paragon rarely fought, according to what I know, he had failed at least 3 times. Before the Dongfeng First Palace Master entered the central shrine, he rarely suffered any defeats. After he was promoted to the First Palace Master, he was like the sun in the sky. However, he had also failed in his schemes and was countered by others, which almost cost him his life. Tian Tushar, Shen Tushar also revealed a piece of insider information that was not known to the world. After a pause, he sighed and said, only the undefeatable paragon, ever since he started his cultivation, had fought thousands of battles with others, but he had never fought to a draw, not to mention a defeat. Not even a draw. The arrogant man's expression also changed. His previous disdain was replaced by shock. If it was said that he had never been defeated before, it might be possible if he was good at escaping and had the special ability to run 1,000 miles away when the situation was not good. However, if he had never been defeated in his entire life and had never tried to tie, then that would be too crazy. Just how strong was the undefeatable paragon to have such a ridiculous record? Yu Yang muttered to himself for a while. In the suffocating atmosphere, he suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Your inherent skill is perception?" The handsome undefeatable paragon raised his long golden eyebrows. "As expected of Titan you guessed it correctly. The main reason why I have never been defeated in my life is because of my unique and innate inherent skill. However, it's useless even if you guessed it correctly. You are not the first person to guess it correctly, and you won't be the last. As long as you fight against me, you will definitely lose. This is the iron rule that surpasses everything." His finger, which was so beautiful that it made people sigh in sorrow, gently moved in the air, drawing out lines of incomparably marvelous runes. It was not a summoning grimoire. However, the undefeatable paragon created a summoning grimoire in the void with his divine power and runic circle. It did not have the power of a grimoire, but it could appear like a grimoire, allowing everyone to see it clearly. Undefeatable inherent skill. The grimoire owner has a special premonition ability. Once he senses it, he will be able to see the future of the battle and determine the final outcome. This inherent skill is not affected by any external forces. Level 10 inherent skill. Combining his divine power, godly level, and divinity, the undefeatable paragon rule is born. Anyone who can shake or deny this rule will receive the earliest warning. After reading it, everyone came to a sudden realization. I understand now. So this is the truth. The undefeatable paragon was not the strongest person in the heaven realm. He was just a godly level ranker with the first sense. Any opponent that could defeat him, the undefeatable paragon would immediately know and avoid them. Therefore, no matter when, no matter what kind of battle, there would not be any kind of threat. As for those who could not defeat him, no matter how many there were, they would just be sending themselves to their deaths. With this kind of undefeatable inherent skill that could predict the outcome, the undefeatable paragon could completely relax and attack. If he wanted to fight, he could fight, and if he wanted to retreat, he could retreat. No wonder he could remain undefeated for his entire life. Of course, having this kind of bug-like undefeatable inherent skill was simply the greatest benefit in life. Even Yu Yang, who was born with 2 inherent skills, couldn't help but be envious and jealous. Perhaps you guys haven't noticed one detail. Dongfang, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. What does the undefeatable paragon's appearance mean? That means victory. In other words, no matter how they fight, Titan, you will definitely lose. That was also why the undefeatable paragon personally came. Through his premonition, the undefeatable paragon had already seen the future outcome. This is an unchangeable rule. Titan you, the only opponent that I, Dongfang, am looking forward to. How will you deal with it? Give me a surprise. Furthermore, I really want to know what you are feeling right now. Surprise your sister, this young master wants to call and complain right now. No one could understand Yu Yang's words. This was because he was speaking to an old Taoist priest who might be the GM or even the CEO of the God of Heaven Game Company. You can't even play with people like this. Hurry up and send your granddaughter over to warm your bed, otherwise this little heart of mine that has suffered a huge blow won't be able to recover. Currently, Yu Yang, who was in a dangerous situation and was about to face a great calamity, actually still had the mood to fantasize about other people's big-breasted sisters or cute little lolas. It had to be said that this fellow's nerves were completely made of steel wire. The captain who had scared Yu Yang half to death just now, the first person on duty at the central shrine, had now regained his composure. He happily clapped his hands and laughed loudly. He's starting to spout nonsense. Is he scared silly? Ha ha ha, Dongfang, you're too much. What if this little friend pees his pants in fright? Wouldn't that make you, a senior of Tongtian Tower, lose face? Dongfang, you shouldn't bully a child like this. What if he can't take it anymore and cries? Ah ha 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 ha. The spectators didn't say anything on the surface, but in their hearts, they were all pointing their middle fingers at him. Why didn't you say anything when you scared Titan you so much that he almost cried for help? The Fey Emperor's expression was extremely solemn at this moment. He reminded Yu Yang, if the invincible Jizun had sensed you at first, then you wouldn't have been able to defeat him. The law of Godhead fusion is definitely not wrong. You have to think of another way to turn the tables. Yu Yang was silent. How could he not know? If it wasn't for the support of the Eastern chessboard world, killing the invincible Jizun wouldn't be easy, but he could still think of a way. But it was impossible now, because in the Eastern chessboard world, he was fighting alone. The law here rejected any kind of help. Even if it was a guardian beast that was one with the master, it couldn't appear. Under such conditions, what else could he do? Just as Yu Yang was deep in thought, a slight tremor suddenly appeared in the chessboard world. It was extremely light. But everyone sensed it. Thump 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 thump. A series of extremely light sounds and vibrations came from an unknown distance. It was as if a giant was holding a sledgehammer and knocking on an immovable mountain. Who was it? Who was outside the chessboard world, attacking it savagely? Could it be Titan Yu's reinforcements? But didn't Titan Yu's supporters all die in the sacrificial ceremony? Who was this person? Who had just arrived? There seemed to be a kind of divine light flashing in the sky. The clouds gradually dispersed. The image of a supergiant suddenly appeared in the void. It was at least 10,000 meters tall and covered in blood. It was crazily waving its fists and bombarding the dome of the chessboard world. Every time the supergiant punched, it was like a heavenly thunder god's hammer with unparalleled power. When it smashed, it could be seen that the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. When it stopped, the wind and clouds changed color. Every punch shook the entire chessboard world, as if it was about to explode. People immediately recognized that this supergiant was the bearded man who previously called himself Titan Yu's big brother. The demon dragon who was said to have just broken free after being sealed for tens of thousands of years. At first glance, it was hard to tell how powerful he was. Now, looking at the true form of the mystic dragon, looking at this indomitable, majestic, unreachable, and terrifying godly statue that looked down on everyone in the world like ants, even the arrogant captain and the invincible supreme being who had blinded everyone the moment he appeared felt extremely inferior. This was because they were not on the same level at all. If this divine power was compared to a strong man, then all the divine level experts present would be reduced to the state of a child. No one's divine power could be compared to it. The first captain on duty in the central shrine could not, the cunning and far-sighted Dong Feng could not, and even the undefeatable Jizun who had never lost a battle in his life could not be compared to it. Even if the divine power of all the divine level experts present were combined, it would still be difficult to compare. How many people in the entire heaven realm and upper heaven realm could reach the height of a 10,000-meter tall golden body of a deity? Perhaps only the legendary deity Hal's Jizun, who was known as the #1 person in the central shrine, could have such a divine personality. The demon emperor swallowed his saliva with difficulty. He wanted to speak. But he suddenly found that his vocal cords had become hoarse, and he could not make a sound no matter how hard he tried. Tu Wan, who was also a divine level expert, was already trembling in fear. He had a small conflict with the demon dragon before, and he was glad that he was lucky, but also afraid. At that time, he boasted shamelessly and provoked the demon dragon, but the demon dragon did not take him seriously at all. Otherwise, the demon dragon could probably kill him 100 times with just one finger. Tu Wan felt a wave of fear when he thought about it. His heart palpitated. Too powerful. As expected of my most revered idol. The arrogant man was extremely excited at this moment. He danced with joy and spoke incoherently. Ants, we are all ants. The two-headed dragon Guang collapsed to the ground, no longer able to support his body. The beautiful queen, who was scared out of her wits, cowered behind him. She looked as delicate and pitiful as a chick in a storm. She no longer had the arrogance she had when she first came to Tongtian Tower. The black bear demon and wild boar demon prostrated themselves in worship. They used the highest form of etiquette to express their reverence towards the demon dragon, their senior of the demon clan. Unlike them, what Yu Yang saw was not the might of this fake big brother. On the contrary, what he saw was the details that others had overlooked. Yu Yang simply could not imagine what kind of terrifying strength was needed to beat up such a powerful demon dragon until it was drenched in blood and riddled with scars. Its skin could not even wrap around its bones. Moreover, the demon dragon's image would disappear for a short while after every dozen attacks. In Yu Yang's view, it was not accumulating power at all. Instead, there was another person, who might be much more powerful than the demon dragon, attacking him from behind to prevent him from destroying the chessboard world. Then, who was it that was hiding behind the demon dragon, attacking the demon dragon from the endless void outside the image of the chessboard world? Who was it that beat the demon dragon until he was covered in blood? Was it the deity temple's supreme Tianyu? Or was it the peerless emperor Wu Shuang, who had always been very mysterious and never showed his face? Could it be that the two of them were the last two seeds of the East? Even with the deity temple's supreme Tianyu and the peerless emperor Wu Shuang's peerless power, they had to listen to the East's command. If it was really them, how would he reverse the situation? Especially in this damned chessboard world, in the trap that the East had set up long ago. What should he do to reverse the situation and reverse the situation? Yu Yang sank into deep thought once again. However, the East didn't give him too much time to think. This wise man who had schemed for thousands of years attacked Yu Yang mercilessly the moment he opened his mouth. Titan Yu, as you can see, your big brother, the famous senior demon dragon, is doing his best to save you. He disregarded his own safety and risked his life to save you from this chessboard world. I also believe that if you can successfully escape and no longer be restricted by the rules of the chessboard world, then it is very likely that the dragon will return to the sea and the tiger will return to the forest. It is also very possible that you can reverse the situation from then on. Yes, I believe that you are that lucky. Titan Yu, to be honest, you are really the darling of heaven and earth. Your luck is unparalleled. I have schemed for so long, but I never thought that there would be a strong person like the demon dragon who would stand out and become your strong support. If it wasn't because I had schemed long ago and made sufficient preparations a few thousand years ago, perhaps I would have been defeated by the joint attack of the two strong supporters, Queen Vivian Li and the demon dragon, and become your stepping stone. Compared to the prison emperor, you have even more support than him. In Tongtian Tower, there has never been such dedication and sacrifice like today. Everything that no one else has, belongs to you. This is something that I and the previous successors of Tongtian Tower could never hope for. But if there is a flaw or regret, it would be that the time given to you is really too little. If you had a few hundred years or even 1,000 years to grow, if you had the time that the prison emperor had, I believe that even if the entire heaven realm's divine rankers joined hands, they would still be defeated in front of you. Titan Yu, you are indeed a genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. You are also the only candidate to become the Holy Supreme Elder of Tongtian Tower. It's a pity that you were born in the wrong era. If you were born a few hundred years earlier, Titan Yu, you were born in the most unfortunate era. This is the final moment of Tongtian Tower's downfall. No one can stop it. Even you can't change its fate. Because, tens of thousands of years ago, Tongtian Tower was already destined to fall. Its fate is not something that a single person can change in a day or night. I have long seen its ending. That year, I was also like you, determined to reverse fate. I used my own wisdom to revive Tongtian Tower. But it didn't acknowledge me, nor did it choose me. Instead, it kept this important task of saving it until a few thousand years later, until the day you were born. Do you know what I hate the most? It's not you, it's not the prison emperor, it's Tongtian Tower's choice. It ignored my efforts, ignored my sacrifice, and stubbornly handed its fate to you, whose future is still far from being born. I originally thought that it wanted to hand its fate to the prison emperor, but I was wrong. Only now did I understand that the chosen one is you, Titan Yu, not anyone else, not the prison emperor, not even me. What a joke, for it, we gave everything we had. In order to obtain its approval, we used all our wisdom, effort, and even our lives. This is not fair. For a few thousand years, do you know how much preparation work I have done? If it had chosen me, in these few thousand years, how much could I have saved? The most ridiculous thing in life is not that hard work is useless, but that there is no chance to work hard. My life, how successful, how brilliant my wisdom is, but why? I don't even have the right to work hard? Why? Why is this? It's not fair. This is too unfair. Alright, since it doesn't need me to save it, then I'll step heavily on its body that is constantly sinking. In order to prove that its choice was wrong, In order to prove how ridiculous it was for it to miss me, I have decided that I will personally bury it in the boring waiting in choice. I want to let it know that the choice of fate must be correct, and it must never be late. After listening to Dongfang's words, Yu Yang became silent. He was not surprised that Dongfang would have such thoughts and hatred. If he was a person who gave and hoped to get something back, then it would not be strange for him to have such thoughts. If he was a person who firmly believed that something belonged to him must be firmly grasped in his hands, then it was normal for him to have this kind of hatred after losing it, because Dongfang was such a person. He had once thought that he was the successor of Tong Tian Tower, a savior who looked down on all living beings, the chosen one. But one day, he realized that he was not. The cruel truth made him unable to accept it. Especially for a person like Dongfang, who was extremely intelligent, it was easier for him to get into a dead end, and it was even harder for him to walk out from his stubbornness. Once he could not obtain it, then he would develop a negative mentality, and personally want to destroy it. This was Dongfang. This was the ultimate revenge of an arrogant person who could not bear the blow. Dongfang, to be honest, if it was you, you might really do better than me. Yu Yang nodded his head very sincerely. Moreover, I don't want to be the chosen one, I don't want to stand out to save the world, and I don't want to take on the responsibility of reviving Tong Tian Tower. I hate these things. What I want the most is to be with my beloved beauty under the moonlight, lovey-dovey, and live a little life that belongs to me. I am very unwilling to shoulder heavy responsibilities on my own shoulders, but no one has ever given me a choice. Do I have a choice? No. Everything was pushed by others, and it can even be said that you guys forced me to walk this path. Without external help, I am just a lazy person who eats and waits for death. It was you guys who forced me step by step into a dead end, forcing me to stand up and resist. I had no choice but to grit my teeth and fight against you guys. Even until now, it was you guys who invaded Tong Tian Tower and destroyed our home, and not us who invaded Heaven Realm and destroyed your central shrine. Now, you are talking to me about the choice of fate. In my opinion, that is a joke. In my opinion, this choice of destiny wasn't a choice made by Skysplit Tower, but something you forced upon my head. Without your pressure, without your threats, I would live a carefree and happy life. I would never have thought of reviving Skysplit Tower. If you complain about the unfairness of the heavens, I think you should first reflect on why you are not qualified. Why is it that people who look inferior to you on the surface are qualified? Is it because of you that fate did not choose you? Is it because of you that fate chose someone else? Who is to blame for all this? Is it someone else's fault? Or is it because you are also responsible? I respect you as a senior, that is why I answered the question in your heart. However, Dongfang, you have long been an invader who destroyed our home, an enemy who has killed countless living beings and committed all kinds of crimes. Let's not talk about what happened in the past. I have nothing to say to an enemy like you. Dongfang, what I want to tell you the most is that between you and me, there will be a battle to the death. No matter what tricks you want to play, as long as I am not dead, I will accept it. Moreover, do you think you can win? Do you think that you can shake and deny my supreme will with a few tricks? When did I admit defeat? Do you think that you can defeat me with a few divine-level rankers, alliance helpers, and a few innate skills? Yu Yang's face was calm. He spread out his hands, shrugged his shoulders, and finally said, "You have always been probing and stalling for time, allowing Fu Zi to appear, but I have also been learning from the battle. I have also been constantly adjusting my strategy during the battle. Do you think that I have resigned myself to fate after being trapped in your chessboard world? Do you think that I will not do anything and just wait for death like a fool? There is a saying that goes like this: you are very smart, but others are not stupid either." Dongfang was curious, and exclaimed, "You also have Fu Zi?" There was no need for Yu Yang to answer. Beside his ear, the sound of a dog barking, which was extremely annoying, had already explained the answer. Hui Tailang appeared. It crawled lazily beside Yu Yang's feet, as if it had already slept there for 18 nights, drooling all over the ground. Maybe it sensed the astonished gazes of its surroundings. It opened its mouth wide and yawned out of boredom. It then raised its claws and stretched its body like a human. In the end, it seemed to have woken up a little. Seeing its master, It immediately became attentive and used its tail to wipe Yu Yang's shoes, looking like a loyal henchman. The Fey Emperor frowned. He had seen Dongfang expel this world-destroying demon wolf with his own eyes. Why would it appear in this chessboard world, even if this guy really had the ability to ignore obstacles and travel through time? It should have stayed in the 5th level of Heaven's stairway. It was impossible for him to come to the heavenly realm. Without Dongfang's permission, how did this dog enter the chessboard world? The most suspicious thing was that Dongfang, as the master of the chessboard world, did not know that this dog had come in. This was unbelievable. Even the invincible sovereign had to abandon a chess piece to exchange for a well-prepared one. Titan Yu could not get out of the chessboard world. He was still under the restrictions of various rules. How could he summon this world-destroying demon wolf to help him silently? However, this was the truth, Dongfang would not make a mistake. The rules of the chessboard world did not fail either. Then, what went wrong? Was it because of Demon Dragon's attack? Was it caused by destroying the chessboard world? Or did Titan Yu have some kind of special skill that could hide from the rules? Dong 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 dong. Demon Dragon's attacks became less and less, and the intervals between attacks became longer and longer. However, the wounds on his body multiplied. Now, not only Yu Yang, but all the spectators understood. Behind Demon Dragon, there must be a powerful guy who was constantly attacking Demon Dragon to prevent him from destroying the chessboard world. A guy who could beat Demon Dragon until he was covered in wounds. How could it be? Deity Temple's Supreme Heavenly Chariot, Peerless Emperor Wu Shuang. Other than the two of them, there was no other possibility in the entire heaven realm. Rumble. An earth-shattering boom rang out, and the chessboard world seemed to have been shattered by an irresistible force. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. From an extremely distant spacetime, a large golden hand pierced through the boundless obstacles and forcefully reached in. It was thousands of meters long. The giant golden hand made a few random grabs between heaven and earth. It seemed to be looking for Yu Yang. However, it wasn't able to find Yu Yang's current location. As long as it randomly clawed at the air a dozen or so times, countless mountains and rivers were pulled into a mess. Everyone looked at Yu Yang curiously, as if they didn't understand why he didn't help or approach the giant golden hand. Although with Dongfang around, it was unlikely that he would succeed, but trying was better than doing nothing, right? Yu Yang stood there quietly, as if he didn't see a big hand scratching in front of him, and also as if he didn't see the scarred giant golden arm stubbornly searching for him. It was as if there was an even stronger divine power that was dragging it. Even though he was unwilling, the giant golden arm was still dragged. His fingers dug deep into the ground, but he still couldn't resist the pulling force behind him. 5 deep ravines that were at least 100 meters deep were plowed on the ground of the chessboard world. Be it the mountains or rivers, they were all destroyed and changed beyond recognition. The giant golden arm was forcefully dragged out of the chessboard world, but after a while, it charged back in with all its might. He grabbed and pulled a few times. In the end, it was dragged away by an even more powerful force. Why didn't you take the opportunity to leave? That's the best chance. The arrogant man was fuming with rage as he roared at Yu Yang furiously. The demon the arch remained silent as he pondered over a certain point that he didn't understand. Yu Yang did not pay attention to the arrogant man's question, nor did he pay attention to the other people's gazes. He only stretched out his hand and gently stroked the blazing fur on Grey Wolf's forehead. He had never treated this watchdog so well before. One must know that Yu Yang was always punching and kicking Hui Tai Lang. How could he be as comforting as he was today? Grey Wolf closed his eyes and enjoyed himself. The tail wagged happily. One man and one dog. It was as if they were immersed in some kind of spiritual exchange, completely ignoring everything else in the outside world. Dongfang remained silent for a long time. Eventually, Supreme Indestructible coughed and asked, Titan Yu, how did you know? If I were you, I definitely wouldn't let the demon dragon discover where his chessboard world is. Even if it was discovered, I wouldn't let him attack it. Moreover, I believe that in this world, other than the grimoire world, there is no single world that the demon dragon can't break. You would never make such a mistake, so I am sure that what I saw just now was an illusion, a trap set by someone else. Yu Yang smiled. His smile made many people feel ashamed from the bottom of their hearts. But the image of the demon dragon just now was real. Everything was real, including reaching out to search for it. Dongfeng was still confused. Yes, I didn't say that the demon dragon was fake. Yu Yang nodded. Then why do you still doubt it? Dongfeng was curious. Cough, maybe you've forgotten that there's a king whose special skill is Fata Morgana. I didn't know much about it before, but I happen to understand a little bit today. Dongfeng and some other people worked together to create a spacetime labyrinth. Although it's very real, it's still not enough in front of the king's miraculous Fata Morgana. This was Yu Yang's reason. Princess Yimeng, I didn't expect that she would give up her slumber and even her life for you. That's why I said that you're very lucky. Every time you're in an important situation, there's always someone who stands up for you, and they do it for free, without any regrets. This is what I envy the most about you. You tried your best to create a battle, but you still didn't succeed. What a pity. Dongfeng sighed regretfully. At least that idiot demon dragon fell for it. You should be satisfied. Yu Yang snorted coldly. Since you didn't fall for it, then I'll reveal my trump card. Dongfeng's voice gradually became softer, as if it was getting farther and farther away. Perhaps, you've already guessed my next two ambushes, and you've even been waiting for me to flip the cards so that you can make the final response. Well, let's begin the decisive battle. The chessboard world suddenly began to change. Countless divine lights gushed out. Heaven and earth were dyed in brilliant colors. The originally clean sky was unknowingly covered in countless transparent light shields. One by one, the world was divided into individual worlds, and each individual world became an independent existence. They were all connected through some kind of connection. This sequence was believed to be impossible for anyone other than the original creator, Dongfeng, to understand the mystery behind it. Or perhaps even the master of the chessboard world couldn't see all the complicated and special connections that were changing every second. This was because, in the process of the chessboard world's transformation, some unknown but infinite divine power, as vast as the sea of stars, was added. It was this divine power. Only then could the chessboard world truly be transformed into a multivariate world that was constantly changing but looked as calm as before. Perhaps you've already seen it clearly, or perhaps you're still confused. Titan Yu, as you've seen, this is the gift that I've meticulously prepared for you. If you can still solve it, then I, Dongfeng, will admit defeat and have nothing to say. Come, young and lucky Titan Yu, let's play a game. If you can come to me within 10 days, then I'll let you leave my chessboard world. But if you still can't find me after 10 days, I'm sorry, this chessboard world that has already connected heaven, Heaven's Stairway, Tong Tian Tower, and the time corridor of God's ruins will explode and collapse. Of course, the chain reaction that follows will also destroy everything it's connected to. Perhaps you, who have advanced to the God level, can already continue to live in the shattered void, but everything that you once possessed will no longer exist. Dongfeng's voice became softer and softer. In the end, it was so soft that it seemed to be separated by several worlds and several layers of spacetime. What do you gain by doing this? Yu Yang shook his head in confusion. If I can't obtain something, then I have to destroy it, Dongfeng replied. Even if you have to bet your life? Yu Yang asked again. This is my character, as well as my philosophy of life and independent godhood. Dongfeng's voice was almost inaudible. In the end, it disappeared without a trace. Dongfeng left. It was unknown where he had gone. However, for Yu Yang, this was just the beginning of the battle. Perhaps it was the immovable sovereign, perhaps it was the temple sovereign, or perhaps it was both. After Dongfeng obtained the full help of the two, he used some secret method to connect the chessboard world, heaven, Heaven's Stairway, Tong Tian Tower, and the time corridor of God's ruins that he had personally created. Then, he set up a 10-day countdown. Why was it 10 days? Yu Yang still didn't understand. It might be the shortest time for the temple sovereign, Tianyu, to open the time corridor of God's ruins, or it might be the shortest time for the peerless sovereign to defeat the demon dragon who had not yet recovered to his peak state. It might even be other reasons. However, Dongfeng definitely had his reasons for saying 10 days. There was no need to doubt this. It was just that within a short 10 days, How was he going to pass through this space-time maze that had evolved from the chessboard world to arrive in front of Dongfeng and stop him from doing such a senseless and crazy thing? With the captain, world butcher, the unfalling supremacy, the undefeatable supremacy, the boss immovable supremacy, and the divine palace's supremacy, Tianyu, as well as other god-level experts blocking his way, how could he quickly break through their obstruction? This battle was really a headache. On the other side, without waiting for Yu Yang to make a decision, the captain, who had been isolated in another space-time unit and was gradually moving away, laughed at the sky. Titan Yu, enjoy these last 10 days. Do you need me to give you a hint? Pitiful little fellow, if you knew that the space-time maze had over 1,000 individual worlds, and even with guidance, it would take a year to pass through it, would you be so scared that you would pee? As long as I, the captain, am here, you can forget about passing through my door. However, I still hope that you will be able to arrive in front of me and let me have some fun. Ha ha ha. Yu Yang looked around and realized that Tu Wan, Tu Shi, the unfalling sovereign, the undefeatable sovereign, and the others had all been separated into different individual worlds, and they gradually disappeared from his sight. As for the spectators, including the Demon Emperor, they had all returned to his side. However, they had returned to his side. When the arrogant man saw this, he walked toward Yu Yang with large strides. My hands are itching, let me help you. However, the strange thing was that no matter how he walked, he couldn't reach Yu Yang's side. Even if he was only an inch and a half away from Yu Yang, he couldn't touch Yu Yang's body. It was as if there were millions of space-time barriers in the clearly empty void. The arrogant man was angry and punched and kicked, but no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. He couldn't stand on the same level as Yu Yang at all. The Demon Emperor gently waved his hand, signaling for him to calm down. It's useless, we are still spectators. Nothing has changed. As long as Dongfeng is still alive, we can't do anything. At this moment, Grey Wolf raised its head and roared. It, who was originally at Yu Yang's feet, suddenly ran toward its master. However, no matter how it ran, it couldn't return to Yu Yang's side. Pu Guo, who had his chess pieces exchanged, was in the same situation. Yu Yang's body swayed slightly. He suddenly found himself back in the White River Valley on the 5th level of the Heaven Stairway. His feet were on the blood-colored altar, as if he had never left. The previous battle also seemed like it had never happened. However, the feeling of being in the chessboard world was still there. It seemed that even if he returned to the 5th level of the Heaven Stairway, he was still in the chessboard world. Nothing had changed. Even this blood-colored altar had inexplicably become a part of the space-time labyrinth. Who in the world had such a terrifying ability to turn all the space-time in the sky and underground into a labyrinth-like existence without anyone noticing? Wasn't this ability too terrifying? F***ck, why are all the bosses that I've fought so abnormal? Are there no dungeons that I can clear? Yu Yang speechlessly pointed his middle finger at the sky. Heaven Stairway Level 5, Blood Altar. Yu Yang walked to the edge. He took a light step forward. His other foot was still on the blood altar, but the world in front of him had completely changed. He was no longer in the desolate White River Valley, but in the Thunder Fortress on the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. Yu Yang retracted his foot and looked around. It was still the familiar Heaven Stairway Level 5, and the White River Valley that had been destroyed by many battles. Who was it? What ability did they use? Who connected the Heaven Stairway Level 5, White River Valley and the Thunder Fortress on the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower together? How was he going to solve this space-time maze? Do any of you have any insider information? Yu Yang turned around and looked at the crowd of spectators. This is the first time I heard of it. The arrogant man shook his head and waved his hand. He did not know anything. This is the secret of the Heaven Realm. The double-headed dragon Guang also did not know. The beautiful queen seemed to have heard a little about it, but her lips trembled. She avoided Yu Yang's gaze and did not say anything. It is said that the space-time maze was created by the Master of the Void in the Heaven Realm, Enigma. Other than him, no one could solve it. The Master of the Void, Enigma, went to look for the end of the world with infinite dimensions. He gave the only key to Tianyu's master, and Tianyu's master passed the key to his favorite disciple. After spending several thousand years, the heavenly chariot built the central divine palace on the original foundation of the space-time maze. Then, with the help of the immovable sovereign and other god-level experts, he fixed the central divine palace on the sacred peak of the Great Light Mountain, turning it into an impregnable and unbreakable eternal divine palace. Because it was too long ago, there is no way to verify whether this legend is true or not. However, in order to solve this chaotic situation and successfully lead this ever-changing and endless spacetime maze, it is necessary to obtain the correct guidance and key. The Demon Emperor gave Yu Yang some hints, but he could not help Yu Yang more. He did not even know what the legendary spacetime key looked like. Thanks. Yu Yang didn't insist. Maze games were interesting, weren't they? Titan Yu, if you want to find the East in 10 days, it's impossible to do it alone. You need more helpers. Tushar, who seemed to be Tushar's illegitimate son, no, it should be Xianxia. He suddenly called out to Yu Yang. What are you trying to say? Yu Yang looked at him in confusion. The appearance of the world destroyer demon wolf and Pu Gui proves one thing. A genius like you, Titan Yu, definitely has some kind of secret technique to pull more helpers into the chessboard world or the spacetime maze. Why don't you summon more secret reinforcements to your side? If it's just you, how can you possibly travel through over 1,000 worlds in just 10 days? Xianxia looked deeply into Yu Yang's eyes. Aren't you Tushar's son? Why don't you care about your father and brother, and instead care about me, your enemy? Yu Yang asked with a smile. Because they and I are the enemies. The enemy of my enemy is my natural ally. Xianxia nodded with force. Can I trust you? Yu Yang smiled innocently. It's necessary to be vigilant, but you can try. Xianxia smiled too. Eh? If we are allies now, do you have any good suggestions? Yu Yang scratched the back of his head and looked like a beginner who just came out to the underworld. I have observed you carefully, Titan Yu. It could be said that from the start of the battle until now, you have never used your true strength. In fact, you have never trusted anyone. Even though Sir Demon God has confided in you wholeheartedly, you still don't have any basic trust in him. I can't understand why your vigilance is so strong, to the extent that you keep everyone outside the door. But I believe that you definitely have your reasons. I don't expect you to treat me as a friend, as long as you don't treat me as an enemy. Then, I hope that you can use a bit of calmness and reason to carefully consider my next suggestion: find helpers as soon as possible, like the world-exterminating demon wolf and Pu Gui, or even stronger, to explore the space-time labyrinth together, find the exit as soon as possible, and find the East. Xianxia looked at Yu Yang sincerely. Do you think that the 10-day period in the East is real? Yu Yang also looked at Xianxia, as if his gaze could see through his soul. The real can't be fake, and the fake can't be real. Xianxia said very vaguely, but Yu Yang understood. He turned around and walked towards the statue of the goddess. When he was almost in front of the passage, suddenly, he turned his head and looked at Xianxia. Say, if Tong Tian Tower were to explode into pieces, what benefits would Tian Yu get? Xianxia was stunned. For a moment he didn't know how to answer. When Yu Yang turned around again, he raised his foot and shouted, the god's ruins won't disappear. It's sealed. Perhaps through the space-time explosion of Tong Tian Tower, the seal of the ancient gods can be unlocked. All kinds of secret treasures that can't be obtained will appear. Of course, this is what I think. Maybe the truth is not like this at all. Yu Yang no longer looked back, but waved his hand. You're right, this is the best answer. His figure quickly disappeared in the passage. Only a group of spectators remained, looking at each other. What did this Titan Yu mean? Did he believe him, or was he still suspicious? If he didn't hurry through the space-time labyrinth, where would he run to? Could it be that by running into the passage, he would be able to enter the original heaven stairway and escape the space-time labyrinth? Impossible, right? Dongfeng, Tianyu, and the others had planned this for a long time. Would they leave such a big loophole for him? Yu Yang walked through the passage. In front of him was the original heaven stairway. It was exactly the same, nothing had changed. But when he took one more step forward, in front of him, the entire heaven stairway had changed. It became the plaza outside the Tianluo Imperial Palace. Looking up, even the soldier on duty in front of the teleportation portal was still doing his job diligently. Honest Zhang, you're on duty today? Yu Yang even greeted the soldier who had a serious expression on his face. Yes, greetings third young master. When the soldier saw Yu Yang, he hurriedly bowed in greeting, his attitude incomparably respectful. Where's Li Big Mouth? Yu Yang reached out and patted the soldier's shoulder. He's on night duty. The soldier was so excited that he almost couldn't speak. Do your best. Yu Yang patted the soldier's shoulder again. The next time I see that old bastard Eastern Sky King, I'll ask him to promote you. Yu Yang retracted his leg. The soldier's face that was flushed with excitement disappeared. In front of him, he returned to the Heaven Stairway world with the indomitable world tree. Yu Yang took another step forward and realized that the scene in front of him had changed to the entrance of the Ivy Academy in Shangjing. Through the guardhouse's window, he could see the old cunning fox wretchedly holding a fairy painting book. His eyes had turned into a heart shape, and his saliva almost dripped down his goatee. As a teacher, how could he be like this? Yu Yang, who had a sense of justice, rushed forward and snatched the fairy painting book into his hands. The old cunning fox rolled on the ground, looking as if he didn't want to live anymore. However, Yu Yang laughed out loud and turned around to escape. When he stepped into the Heaven Stairway passage, the academy disappeared. The old cunning fox who chased after him with a kitchen knife also disappeared. Behind him, it became the lonely Heaven Stairway world. However, the fairy painting book in his hands was still in his hands. Yu Yang flipped through it. In the spirit of not wasting a good thing, he kept it in his bag. Following the passage, Yu Yang walked out of the blood altar. What surprised him was that the spectators on the blood altar had actually disappeared. It was completely empty. There was not a single person in the entire White River Valley. Following that, Yu Yang acted exactly the same way he did when he rushed to the blood altar the moment he woke up. He searched the ground as if he was searching for ants. Not only that, but this guy also wretchedly climbed up the statue of the goddess, stretched out his sinful hands, and touched the statue of the goddess. That expression of his was as annoying as it could get. Fortunately, no one saw it. Otherwise, even if it was Fatty High, that bastard. He would also look down on the guy from another world. After touching for a long time, Yu Yang suddenly sighed. I thought that I was a smart person. Who didn't know that I had been deceived from the beginning? Fortunately, I was a suspicious person. Fortunately, I had passed through the gate of life and death and obtained some insights about Fata Morgana from His Majesty. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how I was played to death. He closed his eyes. He stretched out his hands. Supreme Will instantly erupted. The entire blood altar and even the entire White River Valley instantly shattered like a mirror. Everything in the world turned into powder. There was a black hole that swallowed everything. As the world disappeared, suddenly, a light shone down from an unknown place and shone on Yu Yang's body. Then, the sun rose from the east and the world brightened. A whole new world appeared in Yu Yang's vision. The chessboard world, the Eastern chessboard world. Yu Yang realized that he hadn't even taken a step out of it. On the other hand, the Monster Emperor and the others who were originally watching the battle. At this moment, they were still standing on the blood altar even though they were far away in another space and time. Ridiculous, I am a chess player, not a chess piece. Do you really think that a mere chessboard world can imprison me for a long time? Yu Yang stretched out his hand. Suddenly, four strange doors appeared around him. With him as the center, they were arranged in the east, south, west, and north directions. The four strange doors were similar to the three doors that had been rejected by the Eastern world, but they were slightly different. These four doors were more mysterious and profound. In the chessboard world, without the assistance of the Eastern world lord's will to suppress it, it couldn't stop the birth and independence of the four doors. Yu Yang waved to the monster the Arch and the others who were watching the battle in the distant space and time. He casually opened a strange door in the east. He strode forward. He walked in. He didn't care what kind of existence the world behind the door would be like. After entering the door, the whole world changed completely. The chessboard world disappeared, and what replaced it was the door to heaven that Yu Yang had been to before. There was someone under the door to heaven realm. He clapped his hands briskly and gave a warm and sincere welcome to Yu Yang. Welcome to the door to the world. I am your old friend, the captain. Yes, I was very worried before. I was really afraid that I wouldn't be able to wait for your arrival. You should know that some idiots, once they enter the space-time maze, would never be able to get out, forever lost in the ever-changing space-time. But you didn't. You walked out very quickly. Very good, Titan you didn't disappoint me. As expected of the peerless genius that Tong Tian Tower doesn't meet in 10,000 years. You got out of the maze so quickly and came to me. This is really great. Although I am your enemy, I can't help but say that you are really a genius. You guard the door, dog, flattering me without any capital. Are you trying to ask for a reward from this young master? Yu Yang was a good child and always spoke politely. Don't be like this. Later when I beat you until your teeth fall all over the ground, you will know how painful it is to have a cheap mouth. The captain was actually not angry at all. I think the opposite is more likely. Yu Yang laughed. Everyone who enters, leaves, or passes through the door cannot use their own divine power. This is the law that I set in this space-time. As the first guard of the central shrine, the captain also laughed. You can't summon beasts, use your grimoire, and can't use your divine power. What do you have to fight against me? You clan's third young master, let me teach you something. In this world, not everything can be solved with brute force. Your divine power is stronger than mine, that's right, I won't deny it. But you can't do anything, you can only wait to be beaten. So what if you are Yu Clan's third young master? So what if you are Tong Tian Tower's #1 genius? In the chessboard world, in the space-time maze, under the door to heaven realm that I am guarding, no matter how strong you are, no matter how arrogant you are just a pitiful worm that can only take a beating and can't fight back. I'm very curious. You can't use your grimoire, summon your beasts, and have your divine power shackles. What are you going to use to beat me up? Yu Yang's eyes were filled with disdain, as if he was looking at a spider that was flaunting its prowess with a big web that was woven by someone else. If you still remember, I'm the #1 guard of the central shrine. The captain reminded him in an extremely good mood. You want to talk about that door? Yu Yang finally remembered. That's my trump card. The captain didn't mind Yu Yang's rudeness at all. He couldn't wait to forgive Yu Yang with the heart of a victor. He felt that as a tragic loser, no matter what he did or said, it was all worth forgiving. After all, he was destined to be the victor. The captain's hand lightly brushed past the heaven realm gate. Extremely gentle. It was like caressing the skin of a lover. Suddenly, there was a slight ripple on the heaven realm gate. Although it was very slight, the ripple of space and time was enough for the captain, who couldn't use his divine power, to complete his special skill, door. Just like the gate of the shrines, it opened up in a dazzling radiance. Then, thousands of shrines warriors, under the leadership of their elite leaders, rode on the same silver sky dragon horses and rushed out like a tide. In a short while, they filled the entire ground of the heaven realm gate. Amidst the thunder-like galloping, there was a kind of footstep that was even louder than thunder. The ground was also trembling. For shrine guard commanders, who were Titan giants, squeezed out from the strange door that the captain had opened with difficulty. Amidst the shouts of the shrine warriors, their whole bodies were burning with fighting intent as they approached. These Titan giants looked to be 500 meters tall. With every step they took, a 10-meter deep footprint would be left on the ground. Under the captain's proud gesture, the 4 guard commanders all knelt down on one knee, showing their highest respect to the #1 guard of the shrine. Loyalty! Loyalty! The shrine warriors also got off their horses and knelt down on one knee. At the same time, they placed their right hands on their chests and cheered passionately. Do you see that? They are my most loyal subordinates. Perhaps you, who are also a god-level expert, will ignore their existence outside of the chessboard world and the space-time maze. But now, you don't have any power to resist. Other than being ravaged by my subordinates, do you think you have a second choice? The captain laughed very happily. He felt that ever since he met Yu Titan, this pervert, this was the first time he felt that life was so beautiful. To defeat the peerless genius of Tong Tian Tower that only appeared once every 10,000 years, he didn't need the undefeatable Zhizun who had never been defeated, nor did he need the ever-scheming Dong Fangjing. He alone was enough. In front of the heavenly gate, he was invincible. At least. In a situation where Titan Yu couldn't use his godly power, all he had to do was sit comfortably on the high ground and watch this guy get beaten up. As for the invincible sovereign and the invincible sovereign, he could just let them continue to cool off and wait. Perhaps when he was bored, he would throw Titan Yu into the fray and let them drink some leftover soup and snatch some of the credit. In the face of such a big battle, even a blind man could see it. Yu Yang clapped his hands vigorously and praised, "Not bad, there are so many subordinates." He praised, "Not bad, there are so many subordinates. I say, Captain, you're really worthy of being the #1 watchdog. Your invincible cow flea is really good." "No, it's the invincible dog flea." Pausing for a moment, Yu Yang giggled as he drew a big circle in front of him with his hand. With a light touch, the circle turned into an incomparably strange door. "However, Senior Captain who has obviously gotten dementia, please allow me to remind you that your trump card, that mysterious door, I actually know how to use it as well. Although I learned it secretly, I can guarantee that I won't be any worse than you." After Yu Yang finished drawing this strange door, he didn't look at anyone else. He walked leisurely. He walked towards the heavenly gate on the other side. The captain flew into a rage. Just as he was about to order his subordinates to attack, he suddenly realized that the strange door that Yu Yang had drawn just now was slowly opening. Similarly, there was a wave of warriors surging out from inside. The one who rushed at the very front was an extremely lowly-looking fatty that made people's teeth itch with just one look. For some reason, if he didn't punch the fatty's face, he would feel extremely unhappy in his heart. Behind the fatty was a skinny man who looked like someone owed him 108,700 yuan. Even the legendary coffin face wasn't so black and smelly, behind him was a block of ice. If it wasn't for the fact that this human-shaped block of ice could still breathe, he would have really mistaken this fellow as an ice sculpture. The captain didn't even have time to look at the unstoppable tide of people that rushed out like water from a broken dam. His line of sight was blocked by a figure that was as huge as a mountain. When he raised his head to look, he was so shocked that his heart almost stopped beating. A Titan lowly, who was 3,000 meters tall, forcefully pushed open the narrow strange door and angrily squeezed out from inside. She hadn't even straightened her back when she hurriedly rushed over and raised her mountain palm. With a loud bang, she slapped a Titan commander who didn't retreat fast enough into the ground. He looked at the huge pit that had a diameter of at least 10,000 meters on the ground. He looked at the 500-meter-tall Titan commander being slapped into the ground like a toy. Not even a strand of his hair was left outside. All the guards of the temple had the urge to pee their pants, not to mention them, even the captain, who was a god-level expert, had difficulty swallowing his saliva in his throat. He had set up a rule for himself that no one could use divine power. He felt slightly regretful. Fortunately, as a god-level expert, even if he couldn't use divine power, he still had some pride. After all, he was a high and mighty god-level expert. So what if there were ants? Could they even bite a hair off a god-level expert like him? Even though that Titan lowly was a little terrifying, he just had to be careful and avoid her. It would be fine as long as he didn't fight her head-on. He had an endless supply of temple martial artists under the door to the heavenly realm. If they wanted to compete in terms of explosive power, then so be it. Huh? There's a golden-headed tortoise here. Don't fight over it. It's mine. Listen up, all of you. I've already taken it. As soon as that shameless fatty rushed over, he made a big fuss. The captain, who was forcing himself to remain calm, could no longer remain calm. You scum, who's yours? Open your dog eyes and look. I'm a god-level expert. How can a scum like you challenge me? The captain was furious. Just be a taker. You were born to be a taker. Shout if you want to feel good. Don't stand on ceremony with me. The damn fatty shouted. If you're fast, you'll get it. The skinny man with the coffin face was actually very shameless. He attacked the weak spot right from the start. Snatch. That ice cube could actually speak. A large group of people surged over and drowned the captain in an instant. Behind the door to the heavenly realm, Yu Yang discovered that this was another space-time, another world. This world was different from the previous one. It was completely unfamiliar. Yu Yang had never been here before. He had never even heard of it. In front of him, there was a god-level expert whose entire body was flickering with dazzling radiance. He was quietly waiting for him. Yu Yang didn't need to look to know that such a flashy and arrogant god-level expert could only be the undefeatable sovereign. When other god-level experts appeared, they were also somewhat imposing and ostentatious. However, the undefeatable sovereign was gorgeous and dazzling. There really weren't many of them. The undefeatable sovereign had his eyes closed. He was quietly standing in the center of an arena. It was as if he had been waiting for Yu Yang for thousands of years. Yu Yang also noticed that this arena was very strange. It was at least 10 kilometers in diameter. It was like the dome of a mountain, but it was wide at the top and tapered at the bottom. It stood upside down on the ground. The arena was surrounded by a sea of lava. Rolling heat waves soared into the sky from time to time, shooting lava over 10,000 meters into the air before being tossed back down. In the center of the arena, there was a special rune of a sword and shield clashing. This is the Divine Temple's arena. The undefeatable sovereign slowly opened his eyes. His gentle and beautiful voice seemed to be reciting a poem. This is also the battlefield where I have never been defeated in my life. I have already won 99,999 times here. As long as I defeat you, I will obtain an unprecedented 100,000 victories. From then on, I will enter the history of god-level experts established in ancient times. Titan Yu, I have always been searching for a perfect ending. I want to achieve the most important 100,000 victories in my life. All these years, I have always regretted that no one with great value or special significance has appeared. Until Dongfang found me and recommended you to me. You think you've already won? Yu Yang sneered. That day, I opened my grimoire and used the undefeatable innate skill to carefully sense it. The result was the same. Whether it was the law or fate, they both determined my victory. The undefeatable sovereign believed in his own innate skill. It was the law that would never be wrong. I guess you haven't looked at your grimoire since that day. Yu Yang suddenly guessed. I only need to sense it once. The undefeatable sovereign felt that it was something that was destined to happen. If you can still open your grimoire, I suggest you look at it again. Perhaps you will discover a completely different answer. Yu Yang flexed the bones in his arms and stretched his neck. Then, he calmly said something that angered the undefeatable Jizun. You and I have no enmity, so I really don't want to fight you. If I defeat you, people might say that I'm bullying a sissy. What did you say? The undefeatable sovereign's eyes widened. The greatest humiliation he had ever suffered in his life was probably not as vicious as Yu Yang's. Nothing, I just want to say that you're a trap. Yu Yang wanted to recommend a book to the undefeatable sovereign. It was called the Sunflower Treasure Book. I'm going to kill you. The undefeatable sovereign was so angry that his navel was crooked. Do whatever you want. Yu Yang shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Damn Titan Yu, I'm going to cut you into 1,000 pieces. The undefeatable sovereign was so angry that his voice was as sharp as a needle. All right. Yu Yang had already expected the undefeatable sovereign's extreme reaction. That's right, he guessed that there was no one in this world who would be as arrogant as a peacock after being called a sissy. The undefeatable sovereign was furious. He really wanted to beat this brat to the ground, cut him into 18 pieces, and arrange him into 36 different positions to dry him up. At this moment, a bright moon suddenly appeared in the sky. It slowly slid out from the clouds and shone brightly, as if it was a halo. That infinitely gentle radiance shone on Yu Yang's body. When the undefeatable Jizun saw this, he had a strange feeling in his heart. The young man in front of him had suddenly become a stranger, as if he was no longer the Yu clan's third young master from the Tong Tian Tower soaring dragon continent, but someone else. What was going on? Why was this happening? Was it Titan Yu's hidden divine power, or was there help coming? The undefeatable sovereign didn't even have time to figure out what was going on before he saw Titan Yu rushing towards him like a meteor. Rising tide. The undefeatable Jizun stretched out his hand gracefully. Over the past thousands of years, he had obtained an endless amount of divine power from other divine rankers and his own independent cultivation. It was as vast as the sea. Once it was activated, it immediately turned into a tidal wave of divine power that swept towards the furious Yu Yang. Even a meteor was useless in front of the sea, At most, it would create a 1,000-foot-tall wave. The wave turned into a terrifying whirlpool. It completely swallowed up Yu Yang's divine power. Ripples spread out from the dueling arena. The further they went, the lighter they became. Finally, there were only ripples left. Falling tide. The undefeatable sovereign slowly retracted his hand. Yu Yang, who had been thwarted, wanted to escape. However, the boundless divine power had an incredible suction force that easily pulled him back to the undefeatable sovereign. Without waiting for Yu Yang to punch again, the undefeatable sovereign spun his left hand. Yu Yang started spinning madly in the terrifying divine power whirlpool. As he spun dizzily, a shadow dashed out from Yu Yang's body. It had a physical form. It was as fast as lightning. Furious fists flew towards the undefeatable sovereign's face. Unfortunately, the undefeatable paragon had vanished into the vast sea of god power. It was as if no one could find a needle in the sea. Yu Yang's next attack failed. The calm surface of the water was broken, and waves surged. In the middle of the waves, the undefeatable paragon reached out and tossed Yu Yang into the air above the dueling arena. When he landed, the pressure from the tide of godly power that was over 1,000 meters high. If there were no mishaps, the undefeatable paragon would definitely win this battle. Invincible talent and law of invincible would never be wrong. As long as it was the result of the battle that he had sensed back then, it would definitely come true. The only thing he couldn't be sure of was time. How much time would he need to completely defeat and kill this Titan Yu? This was the only variable. Of course, this was not a problem. Since the outcome of the battle was already decided, wouldn't it be better to torture the enemy a little longer? Right now, he could only hope that the #1 genius of Tong Tian Tower, the Yu clan's third young master, would not be too weak and allow him to play for a little longer. Titan Yu, you might be a genius and you can defeat many people, but you will definitely not be able to defeat me, the undefeatable sovereign. Because, in a sense, I, the undefeatable paragon, am a sea of godly power. No one can defeat the sea. Using human power to fight against the sea, that is simply too laughable. The sea can bury anything. This includes lives, kingdoms, civilizations, history, and even the world. You will never be able to see through the depths of the sea. You will never know its power and heaviness. Even if it is a billionth of its power, it is enough to swallow you whole. Young man, no matter what methods you use, you will never be able to escape from its range. Because it is a boundless sea. Come, don't struggle anymore. Just be like those losers that I have defeated and absorbed. Bury them all under the power of my law and become a part of me. Do you know why I can become a sea that can contain hundreds of rivers and all living things? It's because there are countless losers like you who selflessly contributed your strength. When the undefeatable paragon grabbed the dizzy Yu Yang's shoulder and was about to absorb the godly power from his heart, Yu Yang suddenly opened his eyes. He punched him. He punched him in the face. The undefeatable paragon's handsome face contorted from the punch. Yu Yang grabbed the undefeatable paragon's shoulder and lifted him up before smashing him into the ground. He nailed the undefeatable paragon headfirst into the stone floor of the arena. Then, he said sincerely, "Thank you very much. I have secretly learned a move from you. Thank you for telling me what the sea is. However, I want to remind you that if you are the sea, then I am the moon." He grabbed the undefeatable paragon's legs and lifted him up forcefully. Then, he pulled this god-level expert, who had never been defeated in his life, off the ground of the arena. The instant the undefeatable paragon resisted, Yu Yang's legs. He stepped heavily on his face, which was so handsome that even women would be jealous of him. Then, he smiled at the god-level expert in an extremely good mood. When did you hear that the sea can defeat the moon? What you defeated was only the reflection of the moon in the mirror. Do you really think that the sea can devour the moon? What a joke. On the contrary, the moon can make you run around in circles. If it wants you to rise, it will rise. If it wants you to ebb, it will ebb. It has complete control over it. The undefeatable paragon wanted to protest. You don't even have the moon innate skill. You have nothing to do with the moon. How can you transform into the moon god? However, Yu Yang didn't give him the chance to do so. When he stepped on the undefeatable paragon's bird nest for the 108th time, the sound of eggs breaking could be heard. Yu Yang, who couldn't hear it clearly, carefully pressed his feet on the nest for a while. Finally, he confirmed it with great difficulty. If you are the sea, then you should be having an orgasm right now. Sob sob sob. The undefeatable paragon suddenly covered his face and cried bitterly like a woman. Yu Yang didn't expect the undefeatable paragon to have such a move. You beat me up so badly. It hurts so much. Not only did you step on my face, you even stepped on my vitals. You pervert. The undefeatable paragon cried bitterly. Tears flowed down his face, causing Yu Yang to be dumbfounded. Damn it, don't tell me you're going to use your ultimate move of crying, throwing a tantrum, and trying to hang yourself? He's indeed a sissy. He's already crying before the fight even started. Did this guy really obtain 99,999 victories? Suddenly, the undefeatable paragon stopped crying. His injuries were completely healed. His dim divine radiance instantly returned to its original state. Moreover, it emitted an even more dazzling brilliance. Yu Yang realized that this wasn't the Eastern's divine power substitution. Instead, it was the undefeatable paragon's own divine power, which possessed such a powerful ability. The undefeatable paragon supported himself with his hands and slowly stood up. He stood in front of Yu Yang. His handsome face no longer showed any signs of pain or contortion. His smile was like a spring breeze, pleasing to the heart and soul. I feel much better after crying. All the pressure has been released. As expected of Titan Yu. I'm very happy to have a strong opponent like you as a sacrifice for my 100,000 victories. Alright, please allow me to introduce myself seriously once more. I'm known as the undefeatable paragon. As one of the 3 elders of the central shrine, I once had a name in the upper heaven realm. That name was 100 Transformations. 100 Transformations? Yu Yang frowned. I, who had transformed into the ocean, failed. I admit that your moon divine power is indeed the nemesis of the ocean's tidal divine power. However, do you know why I'm called the undefeatable paragon? That's because not only do I have the undefeatable talent, I also have the 100 Transformations divine power. My tidal divine power has been restrained. It doesn't matter. The me standing in front of you is no longer the ocean, but the clouds and mist. The undefeatable paragon stretched out his hand and pointed at the sky. Yu Yang raised his head. He realized that the bright moon that had risen up in the sky had been gradually obscured by the clouds and mist that had appeared out of nowhere. It dimmed and eventually disappeared completely, leaving only a bit of moonlight shining through the deep layers of clouds. The undefeatable paragon raised his head and looked in Yu Yang's direction. He smiled warmly and said, "Come. Don't you want to slap my face? Try and slap me again." Asking for a slap, that's easy. Yu Yang waved his hand without hesitation and slapped the undefeatable paragon hard. However, Yu Yang's palm slashed through the air. It was as if it was from another dimension. It slid past the undefeatable paragon's handsome face and didn't hit anything. Back then, Princess Starlight was the same as you. Her innate talent and attributes completely restrained my ocean. Just like you, she beat me up badly. However, just like you now, she was restrained by my clouds and mist. Under my clouds and mist, her starlight lost its luster and couldn't display its might anymore. She couldn't even display 1% of her power. Ha 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 ha. Guess what happened to you? Won't you make her even more miserable? The undefeatable paragon looked at Yu Yang with a smile. So that's what happened back then. Yu Yang finally understood. Titan Yu, do you think that I, the undefeatable paragon who was 100,000 victories, was an idiot? That I was an incompetent person? That I relied on loopholes to obtain the title of undefeatable paragon? If that's the case, why was I able to sit in the second seat of the 3 great elders of the central shrine? In the central shrine, other than that martial arts madman Tian Yu and that immovable paragon, who else could be a match for me? Captain? Invincible? Dongfang? Let me tell you the truth. If we don't count strategy and only count divine power, even if the 3 of them combined, they can't even compare to half of me. Otherwise, how can I, the undefeatable paragon, live up to my name of undefeatable paragon? The undefeatable paragon looked at Yu Yang, as if he wanted to see a trace of fear and despair on his face. Unfortunately, Yu Yang's face was expressionless. Not cooperating at all. The undefeatable paragon laughed coldly in order to completely destroy the Yu clan's third young master's confidence. Let me guess. You must be thinking of a way to not use the moon divine power. Instead, you want to change to another attribute. For example, using your most proficient attribute, fire. According to the information given to me by Dongfang, your most proficient attribute is fire. In the end, you might be able to comprehend the flame divine power. However, no matter what you change to, be it wind, fire, water or earth, it's impossible to reverse it. Because, if you are the fire, I am the ocean. If you are the fire, I am the storm. If you are the wind, I am the tall mountain. If you are the earth, I am the meteor that destroys the earth. No matter what your divine power is, I have a corresponding attribute that can restrain you. Titan you, do you still think that my undefeatable inherent skills perception is wrong? The undefeatable paragon laughed. He laughed very comfortably, very complacent. He really liked to see the calm expression on his enemy's face when they were in a hopeless situation. It wasn't just this Titan you in front of him. Almost all the losers, even if there weren't 90,000 of them, there were at least 70,000 to 80,000 who pretended to be calm. However, in the end, all of them were laughably defeated by his 100 transformations divine power. Struggling was useless. Trying hard would only be a waste of energy. Come, Titan you. Just say whatever you want. Just treat it as your last words. The undefeatable paragon decided to give Yu Yang a chance. Thank you very much. I just want to ask one last thing. If my divine power is fate, what kind of 100 transformations divine power can you use to deal with it? Yu Yang asked like a good student. End of chapter 1325. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.